continent they lived on wasn't just land. It was the beating heart of an empire, so powerful it ruled everything under the sky. And this empire was built on 4 colossal pillars, each one shaping the fate of the world. First was the noble house of the Golden Lion, a lineage that stood at the peak of martial arts and swordsmanship. Their armies marched like thunder, their blades symbolizing strength itself. Then there was the assembly of subjects and priests, worshippers of countless gods scattered across the continent. Their faith held the empire together, and their influence was so vast that people called them the Protestant Alliance. In the shadows operated the Inspection Bureau, a ruthless group responsible for gathering information and eliminating threats. They were the silent guardians of the imperial family, killing spies long before those spies even knew they were discovered. And finally, the Magic Tower. For over 1,000 years, this army of mages had ruled the magical world with absolute authority. At its peak stood a single family, the ones who signed the tower's name into history. The Melvinger family, the protagonist's bloodline. 30 years ago, when demons rose to destroy the world, it was the hero of the Melvinger family who led the final battle. They won, but victory came at an unbearable price. His father, broken by the war, slowly wasted away. His mother, a brilliant magic teacher, died soon after. In the end, only 2 children remained, the main character and his older sister. And when the family fell weak, their own vassals betrayed them, like vultures circling a dying lion. The boy saw everything. He clenched his fists, hatred burning in his chest, and swore he would rise as a great magician and restore his family's honor. That was the plan, but fate had other ideas. Because the boy had a rare condition, blockage disease, a cruel curse that prevented him from using magic at all. Overnight, the proud heir of a legendary family became the world's joke. A punching bag. A failure. Still, he refused to give up. He pushed himself day and night, searching desperately for a cure, even if it meant working himself to death. But nothing worked. No healer, no magic circle, no potion could unlock his power. Then one day, everything changed. While staring into the sky, the boy saw something impossible, a massive dragon descending from the clouds. Its wings cast a shadow over the land, and atop its corpse stood a figure wrapped in darkness. A demon. With a twisted smile, the Demon King looked down at him and declared, "You will become my new vessel." He spoke as if fate itself had already been decided. He promised the boy power, real power, in exchange for becoming the body he would use to break free from his ancient seal. Black streams of demonic magic surged toward the boy, filling the air with corruption. His vision darkened. His body trembled. His soul felt like it was being pulled apart. Yet, in that moment, something inside him awakened. Instead of surrendering, the boy gritted his teeth. His eyes snapped open, blazing with defiance. "No, Elric Melvinger, will not be devoured like this," he growled. A shock wave burst from his body. The demonic energy was thrown back, rejected completely. Light clashed with darkness, refusing to let the Demon King take control. If he had known this entire scene was nothing more than a test from the demon dragon, he never would have chased after it. But now, standing under the swirling sky, one thing became clear. This boy, sick, powerless, mocked by everyone, was different from normal people. Very different. And whatever lived inside him had finally begun to stir. Elric's body was cursed from birth. A rare disease, one that choked his mana before it could even circulate. Because of it, he lived every day trapped inside a body that refused to awaken. Right now, he sat in the Royal Magical Hospital, facing a doctor who could only sigh and shake his head. "I'm sorry. There's nothing more we can do." Elric lowered his gaze, staring at the floor with a heavy, defeated expression. Cut to Weston Academy. A glowing communication orb hovered in front of him, and from inside it, a girl's soft voice called his name. "Elric, how are you feeling? Did they find a cure?" He forced a smile, one meant to reassure her, even though he was crumbling inside. "Sis, calm down. Don't worry so much. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll get better soon." But as he spoke, voices echoed behind him. His friends were calling. "I'll talk later," he told her. "They're waiting for me." The moment the call ended, his expression twisted. Elric clenched his teeth. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth, that he might never return home at all. Soon, shouts filled the academy hallways. The rankings are out. Final exam results. Students rushed to the board, eager to see their grades. Elric walked toward it slowly, dread already eating at him. When he saw his own results, failure, for the 4th time, he covered his eyes in shame. According to academy rules, failing this many times meant expulsion. Elric stepped out of the office with a numb expression. He had studied day and night, forcing himself to adapt, to keep up with the academy's brutal curriculum. He memorized theory until dawn, practiced until his hands shook, and still, it wasn't enough. For a moment, he looked around at the other students, murmuring, laughing, celebrating. "I always thought I was special," he whispered. Ahead of him, the patron's voice echoed from the ceremony stage. Elric is not only intelligent, his sensitivity to mana far surpasses others. It was true. In theory, in perception, in understanding how mana moved, Elric was exceptional, better than almost everyone. But theory meant nothing for a mage who couldn't create even a single circle. All around him, students were performing the foundational ritual, swallowing the mana in the air, gathering it into their hearts, forming their first circle. Elric tried. His hand trembled. His jaw clenched. Nothing. Whispers spread behind him. Poor guy. He's working that hard, but still can't make a circle. Why doesn't he just give up and become a scholar? Elric walked away silently. A scholar. Yes, that was the best he could hope for. Because with his illness, he could never use magic. Not truly. Later, he found himself standing before a towering monument, a statue of his grandfather, the great hero of the Demon War. Ustin Melvinger, the man who created magic of the stars, a force so devastating it could tear apart even the depths of hell. A magic strong enough to end a war. Elric stared up at the monument, a boy born into a legendary family, but cursed with a body that betrayed him. And in that moment, he silently wondered, if his grandfather had been here, would he have been proud of him, or would he have turned away? Elric stood before his grandfather's monument, towering, proud, carving the image of a hero who once saved the world. He muttered himself, half bitter, half admiring. The best National Magic Academy, named after him. He didn't notice the students whispering about him from a nearby window. Can you believe that guy is the director's first grandson? What a disgrace. Born into greatness, but can't even use magic. Laughter followed. Sharp. Cruel. Elric's feet stayed planted, unmoving. His expression didn't change, but inside, the words cut deep. A group of students walked past him, still snickering. Elric suddenly called out, "Hey, you two." They stopped, confused. He stepped toward them, calm, almost too calm. "Your first year's in the physical magic department, right?" The boys blinked. "Ah, yes." Elric approached slowly, smiling faintly. "Do you know Professor Sean? I'm looking for him." He paused, then added casually, "Also, what are your names?" The boys exchanged a nervous glance. Something about Elric's sudden friendliness felt wrong. They bowed quickly. Sorry, we're in a hurry." And they ran. Elric watched them disappear, then let his gaze drift back to the monument. His jaw tightened. His fists clenched. "I can't give in," he whispered. "No matter what. I'll fix this." Scene shift. Elric sat on a table in the academy library, flipping through his first research reports. Nothing. No clue. No breakthrough. He slammed the paper down, frustrated. Then, a fist crackled with mana somewhere behind him. Students gasped, backing away in fear. Elric turned sharply. "What now?" he growled. A tall man stormed toward him, furious. "Elric," the man snapped. "Why did you call my name like that again?" Elric opened his arms dramatically. "What? No hug. This isn't the friendly Sean I remember." Sean's eyebrow twitched. He was not amused. Minutes later, the two sat across from each other at a cafe table. Elric ordered drinks with a smile. Sean glared at him, like he wanted to flip the table. Elric narrowed his eyes. "I told you before, don't piss me off." He shut his eyes for a moment, letting the annoyance pass. After the fall of Elric's family, the Magic Tower had been split among 6 royal families, the Hexagram. Sean was a direct member of one of them, the Nemister family's heir. Elric watched in surprise as Sean pulled a folder from his bag. After graduating early, Sean had become a professor and an elite mage. Everything Elric himself once dreamed of becoming. Sean muttered, "Even if you're walking in the opposite direction, I'm still on your side, idiot." He shoved the document into Elric's hands. "Here, take it." Elric blinked, confused. A research plan? About a diamond dragon. He took a sip of his drink, eyes narrowing. "Why are you giving me this?" Sean crossed his arms, his tone suddenly calm. "Because the artifact in question wasn't just rare, it was ancient. A pitchfork from a bygone age, recently excavated, and beside it, traces of something even more shocking. A dragon's nest." Sean leaned forward, eyes serious. "That's why I want you on the team, Elric." Elric tightened his grip around the paper, knuckles turning white. His eyes scanned the report with growing interest. If diamond dragons are supposed to be extinct, then what you found might be their wrath, the source of all magic itself. Sean smirked. "If you're lucky enough to find the artifact, the Academy might overlook your expulsion." Elric's expression shifted wildly. Shock, hope, disbelief, each emotion fighting for control. If the nest was real, if the artifact was real, then maybe, just maybe, something inside it could cure his disease. He slammed the sheet down on the table. Thud. Sean flinched. "Hey, why hit it so hard?" Elric didn't answer. His lips trembled. His eyes widened. And then, he burst into laughter. Loud, unrestrained, head thrown back. Sean stared at him like he had lost his mind. "What is wrong with you?" Elric jabbed a finger at the map. A bright red mark stood out. "There's no nest there," he said, still grinning. Around them, students were reading, chatting, minding their own business. No one paid attention. "Good." Elric grit his teeth, relieved their conversation was still private. Do you even realize how many professors are involved in this? Sean hissed. Elric sat back down, raising an eyebrow. So it's true then? Sean glared, and immediately smacked him on the head. Idiot. Elric covered his face. Is this how the heir of the Nemister family is supposed to behave? He pointed toward the magic orb. Just watch. One of the glowing fragments on the map lit up. Then the entire region burst with blue light. The world around them warped. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Elric and Sean were pulled into another universe, floating above a rift where two-dimensional layers collided. A massive stream of raw mana poured out of the crack like a waterfall of light. Elric narrowed his eyes. So that's why everyone thought it was a dragon's nest. He turned to Sean. Do you remember the rule of the 3 mana streams? Sean snapped. Are you mocking me? Of course I do. Elric pointed ahead confidently. The flow always goes top to bottom, from wide cracks to narrow ones. They drifted through a cavern. Heat and cold mixed strangely within the space. It starts from hot to cold, Elric explained, pointing toward shimmering icicles. That's the indicator. Sean's eyes widened as Elric continued. You assumed it was a dragon's nest because of the extreme mana concentration. But look, he pointed toward the main fault. Magma flows through that crack, extremely hot. Nothing collects there. No energy, no mana concentration, nothing. Dragons cannot live here. Sean stared, stunned. Below them, molten lava surged from the volcanic core, scattering sparks of heat everywhere. And with that, everything Sean believed crumbled. Elric's eyes widened as he examined the scene again. Magma, from the Acheron volcano, flowing under the entire continent. Sean shot back immediately, his voice echoing through the shifting world around them. We tracked the mana wavelengths of a dragon near the area. There's no way the nest isn't there. Elric raised an eyebrow. I never said it wasn't. His lips curled into a small, confident smile. The nest is here, just not where you thought. He pointed toward another mark glowing on the map. The Karagul Cave. That's where it is. Scene shift. A massive dungeon door glowed with golden light from the inside. Beyond it, piles of treasure, mountains of gold, shimmered like a dragon's hoard. Sean stood frozen in front of it. How am I supposed to report this? He muttered, rubbing his forehead. His hand brushed the golden door. Elric snapped. Don't touch that. If the dean finds out, we'll both get kicked out. They hurried down the corridor, until Sean suddenly stopped. His eyes widened. Inside a training room, Elric stood alone, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he tried to force mana through his crippled body. Every attempt ended in pain. Every breath trembled with frustration. Blockage disease. His lifelong curse. But Sean, he smiled. Because for the first time, he saw a spark in Elric's mana flow. He might actually cure it, Sean whispered. Scene shift. Dean's office. Papers rustled in Barricks's hands as he glared at Sean. You want my erroneous search report? What? Sean responded calmly. I just wanted to know the dean's thoughts. It's a good opportunity. Barricks narrowed his eyes. I don't know how you reached this conclusion, but if you're wrong, it'll be bad for you. Sean swallowed hard. Even as a member of the Nemister family, one of the hexagram, Barricks wasn't the type to let things slide. Mana swirled in the air. Heavy. Crushing. Sean flinched. 7th circle mana. Elric stepped inside suddenly, smiling awkwardly. Sorry for intruding. Barricks turned toward him, irritated. So this was your idea? The assistant application. Elric nodded with a polite smile. Barricks's face split into a grin. Well done. Even the dean didn't expect a simple student to come up with this. Then his expression twisted in the next second. But your theory has zero evidence. Just guesswork. Elric didn't back down. It's common sense, he replied calmly. Even a 3-year-old would figure it out. Barricks's smile froze. Elric stared right into the dean's eyes. A silent challenge. The room went dead silent. Sean, watching from the side, nearly fainted. Why is he provoking him? Has he lost his mind? Barricks threw his head back and burst out laughing like a madman. Huh. You're an ordinary failure. He pointed at Elric, eyes burning with disdain. You can't even condense a single drop of mana. The words slammed into the room like a hammer. But Elric didn't flinch. Elric stared at Barricks and asked calmly. So, you're saying my guess was wrong? Barricks folded his hands behind his back, expression unreadable. Few people are lucky in this world, he said quietly. Elric smiled. Being called garbage didn't break him anymore. It only fed the fire inside him. He opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't move an inch. His confidence didn't waver. Barricks narrowed his eyes. As a professor, I cannot ignore a student's theory, he said. Elric's heart flickered with satisfaction. But then the dean chuckled darkly. In fact, how about a little bet? Elric blinked. A bet. Barricks stepped closer, smiling like a predator. If your theory is correct, I'll give you everything a team has. Artifacts, documents, permissions. All of it. Elric's breath stopped for a moment. But if you lose... Barricks tapped Elric's chest with a finger. We take the one heirloom left behind by the first director. A priceless artifact. Something only passed down within the Melvinger bloodline. Scene shift. Voices echoed from the academy carriage as Elric flipped through a book. Sean was pacing, furious. Elric, what were you thinking? Elric waved him off with a smile. Relax. They said they wouldn't stop me as long as I find a nest. Sean snatched the book from his hands. That's the problem. What if you don't find it? They'll take your heirloom. Elric froze, staring at the pendant hanging around his neck. This? Sean nodded, eyes sharp. That pendant is only handed to the head of the Melvinger family. Elric smirked slightly. Funny. The old man never even wanted it. He covered his eyes and laughed with relief. And you're still on my side? Huh. Sean dragged a hand down his face. If you fail, it's the end for me too. Elric leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. Do you really think I accepted this bet because I was desperate? He asked. Sean stared at him, caught off guard. Elric smiled again, calm, confident, almost arrogant. If Barracks dares to risk the Melvinger heirloom, then he's basically gambling with his position as dean. Sean blinked, stunned. I forgot you had 2 nicknames, he muttered. The shame of the Melvinger family, and the worst of the Melvinger family. Elric only shrugged. Scene shift. The two sat facing each other, and Sean shook his head, smiling helplessly. You're acting like this again. Elric leaned back, letting memories pull him in. He remembered the first year. 7 years ago. The training hall was loud, filled with students forming their first mana circles. Elric at age 15, sat in the corner alone, staring at the floor. Voices echoed across the room. Are you sure you're even a Melving? He can't do anything. Maybe he was picked up from the streets? One boy with a smug grin pointed at him. You can't even form mana like us. Elric had laughed back then, trying to play it off. Maybe I really was picked up, he said. But El's eyes, 15-year-old Elric's eyes, looked empty as he stared at the ground. The other students turned away, leaving him to sit alone in silence. Elric's hand slowly reached for something. Before the mocking students could react, bam, he threw a glowing magic orb right at them. The boys staggered back, stunned. Elric just stood there, calm, almost bored. They recovered quickly and spat the same insult they always used. Cripple. Later that day, Elric was hauled before the discipline committee. A stern professor glared down at him. You attacked a child of the Viscount's family. Do you deny it? Elric smiled politely. He insulted the head of the Melvinger family. I punished him according to the laws of the Empire. Whispers erupted around the room. Did he say head of the family? He actually fought back. No way. Sean watched from the side with a tiny grin. Other professors stared at Elric as if they were seeing him for the first time. But the academy rules were absolute. All students are equal. No noble privileges. So the committee had no choice but to clear him. From that day on, no one dared touch him again. The forbidden book. Inside the carriage, Sean clutched his head. Elric, what is that? Elric looked up from an ancient, dust-covered tome. Oh, this. Just a forbidden book on the effects of physical augmentation. Sean's voice cracked. If someone catches you with that, they'll burn you alive. Elric laughed. Relax. I'm just studying. Sean glared, exhausted. You're insane. Elric leaned back, thoughtful. You remember the Beast King's invasion, right? His beastmen used body enhancement artifacts. During the war, I struggled more than anyone. My disease couldn't handle their buffs at all. He curled his fingers. When the Empire pushed them back and built the wall, all those artifacts vanished. Sean raised an eyebrow. And the researchers still can't restore them. Elric shrugged lightly. I restored them years ago. I just don't know how to apply them to my body. Sean stared at him, defeated. I'm tired of being surprised. The carriage stops. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Both of them leaned out the window. Why do we stop? A group of people approached. Elric's old classmates. It's been a long time, one of them grinned. Elric blinked. I didn't expect to see all of you. His old group laughed loudly, bragging about how much Elric adored his classmates. Sean snapped at them immediately. Stop bragging. You're not helping. One of the students smirked. The dean asked us to support you too. Elric froze. He sent you. Sean leaned in and whispered, eyes wide. Do you feel that? Their mana capacity. They're hiding ridiculous amounts. Elric calmly opened his Tenzit. I prepared things too. Sean nearly choked. Where did you even get this stuff? Elric flashed a sweet, innocent smile. Nearby, Barracks glared daggers at his trembling assistant. The one who had secretly handed Elric the breath of Gehenna. An Azure Sky Lord armor. Elric held up 2 jars of monstrous power, smiling as if they were nothing more than snacks. Barracks, the dean, stared at him in pure horror. How? How did you get equipment strong enough to turn an entire city into dust? The door slammed shut behind them. Inside his office, Barracks gripped a newspaper, his jaw tight. If the other candidates learned about this, if they learned Elric now carried city-destroying gear, it would ignite chaos. He looked to the side as if trying to steady his thoughts. Meanwhile, Elric casually dug through research papers, humming to himself. He was really planning to find the dragon's nest. Barracks finally spoke. Well, not bad. You can't fool blood. A Melvinger is still a Melving. Then his face twisted with irritation. He threw the newspaper onto the table. That useless research team, he roared. Calling themselves scientists. yet missing things even first-year students can identify. He turned his back, but a slow, confident smile appeared on his face. With these people, he whispered, I'll master magical bias. And once I have it, his fingers crushed the paper. I'll become the next director. He laughed under his breath. Even if Elric wins the bet, victory is mine as long as he dies before claiming it. The light pillar appears. Elric calmly flipped through his book while the others stared at him like he had grown another head. One student shut his eyes. A surge of power trembled in the air. Then, boom, a beam of golden light shot through the entire region. The ground glowed. The sky rippled. Sean's jaw dropped. He was right. The whole group froze, stunned. The dragon's nest. The real one. It was here. Elric didn't even look surprised. I knew this would happen, he said flatly. Move, one of the students screamed. We have to get there before the pillar disappears. Sean grabbed his gear and sprinted. Elric followed. The others tried to catch up. Wait, Sean, Elric, stop. But they were already far ahead. Nothing but blurs in the distance. The group eventually caught up, panting. Riven peeked out, exhausted. Why didn't you two wait for us? He groaned. Elric and Sean stared forward, completely focused. Streams of yellow mana twisted in front of them. But the nest that should have been there was gone. Riven glared at Elric. As expected of a Melving, you always bring disaster. One of the students cracked his knuckles. Now's our chance. Let's just break his skull and end this. Elric snapped his head toward them. Don't even think about it. Before they could respond, Sean and Elric stepped forward together, opening a massive hole in the ground. Sean muttered ancient words. A portal ignited to life. Elric activated a flash spell. Boom. Light exploded everywhere. Objects flew. The entire area trembled violently. When the dust settled, the mouth of a colossal cave appeared. Sean and Elric stared into it. This is what we found. Sean whispered. Elric narrowed his eyes. A cave this big means the dragon that lived here was gigantic. Suddenly, blue magic spiraled into the sky like a storm. Students screamed. Professors shielded their eyes. No one could understand what was happening, because the mana pouring from the cave was unlike anything humans had ever felt. One of the students froze, staring ahead in disbelief. A giant hand-shaped imprint stuck out from within the cave wall, as if something enormous had pressed its way through. Elric stepped forward calmly. That's just pent-up mana, he said. It must have burst out when we opened the hole. Then he pointed into the cave. Move. All of you inside. The others hesitated, but Elric's voice left no room for debate. They followed him into the darkness. Icicles hung everywhere, glowing faintly. The deeper they walked, the colder it became. Even fire spells did nothing to warm the air. Sean and Riven shivered. Elric, what do you see? Sean asked. Elric looked ahead, a chill crawling up his spine. Something wrong, he murmured. I can feel it. Suddenly, his Melvinger medallion began to glow. The professors tightened their grips on their staffs. A faint silhouette watched them from between the rocks. A demon's twisted grin. Finally, the path opened into a massive chamber. A door stood there, towering, ancient, painted with a golden dragon spanning its entire width. The students gasped. Should we push it? Riven suggested. The professors raised flames in their palms. We can blast it open. Stop, someone shouted. Elric stepped forward, pointing at the door. Do you see that? That's a dragon seal. If you damage it, you don't know what will happen. The room fell silent. Riven swallowed. Understand. They began analyzing the door for a way to open it. That's when Riven spotted something. Wait. Look, he said, pointing at a hidden lever. Elric snapped his head toward him. From here on out, No1 acts alone. He reached out to examine the mechanism. Hey, Riven screamed. Don't touch anything. Fire suddenly burst from the cracks in the door. Elric clenched his teeth as the shockwave threw him to the ground. What the? Hieroglyphs ignited across the door surface. Even the professor stepped back, baffled. Elric's eyes widened. It's a trap, he shouted. A moment later, boom. The first explosion erupted. Flame shot across the chamber. Block it, someone yelled. Sean threw up barriers, his teeth grinding under the pressure. Elric, what do we do? Sean screamed. Elric forced himself to breathe. Wait, give me a moment. I have to read it. He shut everything out. The explosions, the screams, the roar of magic. He imagined himself back in a quiet classroom, solving an exam. This is just a test, he whispered. A test. A question to answer. He opened his eyes. His hand moved quickly, writing counterglyphs into the dust, matching the patterns on the door. Boom, boom, boom. More explosions erupted, shaking the chamber. But Elric stayed calm. Sean, sweating, blocked every burst of fire, enduring the heat. And Elric, with unwavering focus, began to unravel the trap's ancient code. Elric kept writing without hesitation, his hand moving across the glyphs with surgical precision. With his other hand, he pressed down firmly on the mechanism embedded in the door. I'm not doing anything wrong, he muttered, refusing to let go. He shut his eyes and whispered an ancient counterspell. And then, silence. The explosion stopped. The flames died. The cave went still. Sean collapsed to his knees, staring up at the ceiling. I thought I was dead, he breathed. Elric sprinted to him. Sean, are you okay? Sean exhaled shakily, then cracked a smile. Thanks to you, yeah. I'm alive. You really are something, Elric. Elric's expression softened. Don't make me worry like that. Around them, the group tried to catch their breaths. But one student suddenly screamed. A streak of icicles shot toward them. Before anyone could react, the hand of one of the professors began to fade. No. His entire arm disintegrated. Then his body. He turned into dust before their eyes. Elric froze, horrified. But the danger wasn't over. Hundreds of frozen icicles launched toward them like arrows. Block, someone shouted. Barriers formed everywhere, students and mages pushing their mana to the limit. Elric clenched his teeth, gripping the paper filled with his glyph calculations. Hurry, Sean yelled, struggling to hold back the storm of ice. Elric's eyes glowed, bright, sharp, filled with pure magic. He finally understood it. The trap was powered by a dragon's dragon tongue magic. A living source. A dragon's will. Fear flashed in his eyes, but he didn't stop. He wrote faster, glyph after glyph. The icicles rained down harder. Sean roared, Elric now. Elric slammed his hand forward, channeling weapon magic into the mechanism. A blast of azure light erupted. The azure sky lowered armor forming around him in an instant. Riven gasped. That's impossible. You can't use it by yourself. An icicle stabbed toward Elric, but shattered harmlessly against the glowing armor. More spells flew toward Sean's head. Elric reacted instantly, throwing himself between them, directing the azure armor's shield forward. His eyes went wide as the magic surged through him, almost too much to handle. Then, whoosh, the icicles dissolved into thin air. The blue magic faded. The trap finally died. Elric collapsed onto the ground, panting. I thought I was done for, he said, half laughing, half terrified. Sean dropped beside him, exhausted but grinning. You're insane, but damn, you did it. Every professor turned toward the door, which had begun to creak open. A golden light spilled out, illuminating the cave. Elric sat up, eyes widening. Inside, treasures, mountains of gold, artifacts, ancient relics untouched for thousands of years. The others gasped, rushing forward to examine the riches. Riven nearly cried as he spotted shelves packed with preserved ancient books. Elric looked around, smiling faintly, letting the reality sink in. One professor approached him with awe. You're amazing. Elric blinked in surprise. Behind him, another professor eagerly waved, cheering. Sean grabbed Elric in a hug, laughing. You did that. You actually did that. Elric only smiled. The door of the dragon's nest had opened, and their real journey had just begun. Elric let out a breath, telling the hero that he hadn't done anything special. He just treated the whole ordeal like another exam. He broke everything down with geometric logic, applied elemental theory, and solved it. Simple. But the protagonist just stared at him, eyes widening in disbelief. While Elric rambled, the hero drifted off, thinking about real exam questions, lost in his own world. Sean nudged him, asking what he was spacing out about. Before Sean could tease him further, the hero grabbed Elric by the shoulder and told him, almost scolding him, that today was a day to smile. Sean grinned, patting the guy on the head, telling him that after today, nobody would ever be able to ignore him again. Elric watched all of this, stunned, as if seeing a new world open in front of him. Riven stepped forward, holding a glowing magic orb in both hands. The hero looked at it and finally smiled, really smiled. Suddenly someone grabbed Elric by the wrist and pulled. The professor arrived, telling the hero to head straight to the lab. Sean laughed, saying the kid had finally grown up. People were even calling him leader now. But Riven's face darkened. He whispered that behind the treasure lay a dragon's corpse. Sean's smile didn't fade. Then let's go see it, he said, already walking. The group moved together, the air heavy with tension. They reached it. A colossal skeleton, bigger than anything they had ever imagined. Elric froze, confused, then bolted somewhere like he'd suddenly discovered a disaster waiting to happen. The hero called out, asking what the group was doing. Elric spun back, furious, demanding the same from them. But the professor only smiled, saying it wasn't anger, just duty. The hero answered calmly, saying his work came first. Sean and Riven stood closest to the corpse. Sean narrowed his eyes at the enormous skull, swearing the thing had moved. He glanced around, confused. Where's everyone? The boys whispered among themselves, shaken. None of them had ever seen anything like this. The professor stepped forward, directing his magic toward the hero. Elric's breath caught, the pressure rising like a storm. Then happened. The professor's spell hit the ground, and space itself trembled. Magic roared across the chamber. Everyone screamed, scrambling to escape. The hero flinched, unable to understand what was happening. The professor collapsed to one knee, his palm still burning against the floor. And then came the sound. A low, ancient growl. Two boys sprinted in from the sides, screaming the word that froze the air itself. Dragon. The corpse moved. Bones scraped together as the skeletal dragon lifted its head, growling straight at Sean and Riven. The hero clenched his fists, furious. No, this isn't how this should be. The dragon let out a deafening roar. Sweat ran down the hero's face as he forced himself to breathe, telling himself to stay calm. Another test. This has to be another test. Riven fell to the ground, trembling, and the entire expedition backed away in shock. But the hero wasn't looking at the dragon. He was thinking about the nest. If the corpse is moving, then the nest must be close. Elric suddenly gasped, eyes going wide, everything clicking for him as he whispered the only truth that mattered if he wanted to live. We have to avoid the dragon, or we're dead. The hero stared at the dragon, its jaws wide open, lightning swirling inside its throat like a miniature storm. Yet he wasn't moving. He just stood there, eyes narrowed, visualizing, thinking. And in that frozen moment, something clicked in his mind. Dragon language magic is still just magic. Dragons are overwhelming, but not unstoppable. Sean is still safe. Riven is still an idiot. And absorbing raw magic won't be enough. Breath. I need time to prepare the breath. A calm, confident look settled on his face. He spun around, voice booming across the cavern. Everyone, group up. Form a defensive line. The shield bearers scrambled, pushing forward and locking shields. Their captain roared. Raise shields. Hold your ground. Sean and Riven stepped up behind them, chanting rapidly, gathering all the mana they had left. Stand your ground. Don't move. They shouted as a glowing barrier formed before the shield wall. Elric's eyes shot open. It's coming. The dragon snapped its jaws wide and unleashed a blinding torrent of lightning. The magical barrier shook violently as the attack slammed into it. Under the force, cracks spread like broken glass. The hero gritted his teeth, calculating in real time. The breath lasts 20 seconds. If we hold that long, we live. Sean strained, his hands trembling as he pushed mana into the barrier. Hold. Hold until the end. Behind the shield wall, a half-open door came into view. Elric darted a look toward it, his mind racing. 17 seconds to reach it, 3 seconds to shut it. If we time it perfectly, we survive. Then he looked forward, and his face drained of all color. A stream of lightning pierced through the cracked barrier, straight into one of the expedition members. The man didn't even scream. He was reduced to bone and ash in an instant. Where'd the shield go? Elric choked, panicking. The barrier shattered. Segments disappeared completely, allowing the dragon's magic to rip through the formation. Elric's voice cracked. We need to move. Now. The dragon paused, gathering another attack. Run, he bellowed. Riven was already sprinting, screaming, move. Hurry. One of the guys ahead of Sean yelled. If we get caught, we're dead. The hero ran with a strange smile. Calm. Almost relieved. It's fine. If we keep this pace, then... His thought snapped. A shadow fell in front of him. The ceiling above cracked with a sickening sound. The man running ahead of him dropped instantly, blood spraying across the ground in a horrifying arc. Elric skidded to a stop, eyes wide, unable to breathe. The guy's body twitched, then collapsed face first, blood still pouring. Before Elric could even scream, another teammate was flung over him, cut into pieces midair. Panic flooded his eyes once more. This can't be happening, he whispered, voice shaking. Then the real horror appeared. Armored monsters, massive, silent, merciless, materialized from the shadows and charged straight at the collapsing group, blocking every path of escape. The path ahead vanished as one of the armored monsters stepped directly in front of the hero. And the moment he saw its shape, his heart stopped. The Spartoi, the legendary guardians created for one purpose, protect the dragon. His throat tightened. No words came out, only a trembling gasp. He could barely breathe, let alone fight. Then, a blazing fireball shot past his shoulder and exploded against the Spartoi, forcing it back. The hero spun around. Sean stood there, covered in cuts, fighting off two Spartoi at once. Pull yourself together, he roared, blocking a spear strike by a hair's width. The Spartoi lunged again, its weapon slicing the air where Sean's head had been a second earlier. Blood ran down the hero's face. He wiped it away slowly. No more running. No more waiting. If anyone could deal with this, it had to be him. Behind him, the dragon rose once more, shaking the cavern. Two Spartoi stood forming a wall before it, motionless, merciless. His amulet swung against his chest, glowing faintly as he assessed everything with sharp, serious eyes. He forced himself to breathe. Every problem has a solution. Then the amulet flashed. A violent surge of pain stabbed through his skull. He grabbed his head, teeth grinding, unable to understand what was happening. When he opened his eyes, everything had changed. The world was tangled in green lines. A glowing web stretched across every surface, every movement, every possibility. What is this? He whispered. He could see paths, trajectories, intentions. Sean's mouth moved, shouting something, but the hero couldn't hear him at all. It was like the world had gone silent. Then a piercing voice cut through the emptiness. "Dodge!" He froze. The warning sounded distant, distorted, yet unmistakable. He glanced sideways and saw something looming behind him. He couldn't understand at first. Then he saw it. The Spartoi in midair, spear raised, descending toward his skull. He finally understood. He threw himself aside. The spear slammed where his head had been, cracking stone. The Spartoi halted, shocked, and the hero was just as stunned. He had actually dodged it. The monster swung again, a wide, brutal strike. The hero moved before he even thought. His body slid into the perfect blind spot. His eyes glowed bright green. This was an instinct. This wasn't luck. He was seeing it. The web showing him every path the Spartoi would take, and every path that would let him live. Each strike came closer. Each dodge was perfect. The Spartoi's attacks cut the air uselessly as the hero moved like he'd already lived this moment before. Then he noticed them. Tiny, bright green points lighting up the ground ahead of him. If I follow those, I survive. But then a sickening thought twisted in his mind. What if the dots are a trap? Sean, now bleeding from his cheek, pushed against another barrage of attacks, barely holding on. The rest of the group was losing ground fast, shouting desperately for help as they dodged wildly. Meanwhile, the hero calmly avoided the strikes of 3 Spartoi at once. There was no time left to doubt anything. Another blow came, this one infused with mana, roaring toward him like a falling star. And Elric leaped high, narrowly slipping out from under the incoming strike, landing hard and tearing off in a sprint. He twisted around mid-run and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. If we stay here, we die for nothing." 2 members dragged a third between them, stumbling forward. Sean, covered in dust and blood, ran while shouting, "Hurry, move." Riven, half-crawling, screamed, "Wait, take me with you." Another party member yelled back, "Hold on, we're coming." But Elric didn't slow. His expression sharpened, confident, absolute. "We go where I can see. Don't stop." Behind them, the enraged dragon unleashed another shockwave. Spartoi charged like metal shadows, their spears tearing through the air. Elric weaved between them effortlessly, his green-lit eyes predicting every strike. He yelled instructions as he dodged. "Duck now. Jump left. Turn. Turn. Keep running straight." Then he spotted Chance. "Sean, fireball left leg. Do it." Sean didn't question. He spun, blasting a fireball into Spartoi's leg, staggering it, and opening a narrow escape window. The group stormed toward the door. Someone cried out with relief. "We're almost there. Just a little more." A man wearing a cap burst out through the crack in the door yelling, "We're out." Elric caught up behind him, heart pounding, thinking, "We made it. If we just shut the door." But then, a scream sliced across the corridor. "Help. Please help." Rivo had fallen. He clawed at the ground, reaching toward them, while several Sparwa closed in from behind. Elric froze mid-step. "If I close the door now, I have to abandon him." He clenched his teeth. Riven, this idiot, this pain in the ass. Then Elric caught himself grinning, realizing something dark, sharp, and new about himself. But as a Spartoi lunged toward the glasses-wearing boy, Elric snapped. "Even if he's annoying, even if he slows us down, I can't let him die like this." He turned back. He reached out his hand. The Spartoi's spear came down like a guillotine. "Elric!" Someone screamed from behind. For a heartbeat, everything froze. Riven opened his eyes and saw a shimmering yellow barrier blocking the Spartoi's attack, just inches from his skull. Elric stood over him, panting, mana crackling around him. "It seems," he said between ragged breaths, "these monsters can't cross the boundary." Riven collapsed backward, gasping, tears mixing with sweat. I'm alive. I'm actually alive." Sean rushed over, furious and relieved at once. "Are you out of your mind?" Elric casually pulled his hand away with a grin. "He's the one with weak legs. Why are you yelling at me?" The Spartoi, seeing the barrier it couldn't pass, backed away reluctantly. The others behind it did the same, silent, watching. Elric stared after them. Are they really unable to leave this place? Slowly, he lifted his gaze. Above them, the massive door towered, its surface glowing, crackling with energy. Elric raised his eyes toward the glowing door, and a thought struck him. Now that I think about it, there were signs of destruction inside the dragon's lair. From above, were we the only uninvited guests? Or did someone else come here before us? Before he could dig deeper into the idea, the dragon staggered across the broken bridge behind them, its massive weight crushing stone with every step. Elric took a closer look and froze. There was something on its head. A needle. Thin. Metallic. Buried deep between the scales. What is that? Before he could even blink. Boom. The ceiling split open. Rocks rained down like a collapsing mountain, and the entire cavern trembled. Someone screamed. "What's happening?" Riven looked up, his voice cracking in terror. "The Spartoi. They're coming down." More shouts erupted. "What the hell is going on? Why are they still after us?" A spar toy dropped behind Elric with a metallic thud, its glaring helm fixed on the group. Panic spread instantly. Run. Just run. Didn't we already escape? Why is this still happening? But Elric, he already knew. Sean looked back, and his eyes widened. Elric had stepped back inside the gate, past the threshold, into the lair again. The door began to close. What are you doing? Sean screamed, sprinting toward him. Elric turned, smiling, calm, fearless. Sean, go ahead. Don't joke with me. Sean roared, lunging for him, but the giant stone door slammed shut right in front of his face. Elric! Elric! Sean pounded the door with everything he had, his voice breaking. You're crazy. Why won't this door open? Elric! But no matter how hard he hit, no answer came. His hands trembled, his breath shook, and slowly, a memory surfaced. 7 years ago, after Elric's punishment and removal, Sean stood in front of a quiet boy sitting alone. Are you Elric? He smiled gently and held out his hand. My name's Sean. Nice to meet you. Do you want to be friends? Elric looked down at the ground, eyes empty, then lifted his head. Off. Sean froze, shocked. A library bathed in cold moonlight. Elric sat alone reading. A hand appeared before him again. Sean's hand. I'll say it again. Want me friends? Off. A hallway. Footsteps echoing. Elric. Wait up. Get lost. Sean stopped mid-stride. He hadn't even asked anything yet. Night sky. 2 boys standing under the stars. Sean asked again. Can we be friends? Off. Sean let out a weak laugh. I didn't even finish my sentence. A training settlement in the mountains. A teacher shouted. A real magician needs endurance. You will earn points based on the order you arrive. Moo. Sean and Elric stood side by side, breathless, uncertain, far from friends but closer than they realized. The instructor's voice echoed through the mountain pass. Remember, if you use magic, you're disqualified. The moment the start was announced, dozens of students scattered like startled birds. Some shoved, some slipped, some clawed their way forward in desperation. Riven was pushed into a bush immediately, screaming. But one student moved differently, cutting through the chaos with sharp, effortless steps. Sean. He sprinted past everyone, an arrogant smile plastered across his face, weaving between trees like he'd already won. Glancing back, he laughed. I'm already halfway up the mountain. Huh, should I go back and drag Elric with me? But his victory lasted exactly 2 seconds. His foot caught on something. He flipped forward mid-stride. Huh, what the? Boom. A massive explosion erupted behind him, blasting him high into the air. More explosions followed, dozens of them, rippling across the forest. Sean crashed into a rock, blood spilling from his forehead. He dangled helplessly over a deep cliff, fingers locked onto a jagged edge. Is anyone there? He croaked. Help anyone, please. 3 silhouettes approached. They smiled down at him. Riven stepped forward, sneering. Just use magic and climb up, idiot. Why are you hesitating? Sean's fingers shook violently. His vision blurred. He didn't know how long he'd been hanging, or how much longer he could hold on. I could die here. Just use magic. Even if I'm disqualified. If I get expelled, how will I even face Father? Tears streamed down his face, dripping into the abyss. His hand slipped. He fell. Damn it. A hand caught him. Sean froze. Elric, gritting his teeth, held him with one arm, fighting to pull him up. You. Sean whispered, stunned. You came back. Hold on tighter. Elric roared, veins bulging from strain. With one final heave, he dragged Sean to safety. The two collapsed opposite each other, breathing hard. Sean's leg bent at an unnatural angle. Broken. You need to go, Sean winced. Don't wait for me. You'll be late because of me. Elric opened his eyes slowly. He wasn't looking at Sean's face. He was staring at the broken leg. Then, without a word, he lifted Sean onto his back. Wait. What are you doing? Sean panicked. I told you to go ahead. Elric glanced over his shoulder. Weren't you the one who asked me to be your friend? Sean's eyes widened. His cheeks flushed red. Well, why yes, but you told me to F off. That doesn't count. Elric cut him off. Forget that. Just give me some artifact from your house later. Sean's expression twisted. Are you serious? You're helping me and charging me for it. Elric smirked. Same amount will be fine. We're friends, right? Sean's jaw dropped. You're trying to scam your friend. Elric adjusted him on his back. I'm providing a premium service. Sean exploded. Premium. Put me down, you damned. Elric kept walking, calm and unbothered as the forest stretched ahead. No refunds, he added. Sean nearly fainted from rage. Elric once told Sean that since he saved him from drowning back then, Sean owed him a reward. And as they walked through the forest, Elric casually added, by the way, your hair looks better when it's messy. Why don't you ever push your bangs back? Sean puffed up with pride. Combing my bangs back is a matter of honor. A warrior never compromises his style. Elric had rolled his eyes. That was then. Now, back in the present. Sean stood helplessly in front of the sealed door while Spartois hammered the other side. He slammed his fist against the stone. That idiot. That absolute idiot, he shouted, voice shaking. Even if he's weaker than me. Who does he think is trying to protect who? Behind him, the surviving expedition members screamed as Spartois continued to break through the floors above. Help, please. Sean grabbed the door with both hands, trembling so hard he could barely speak. Elric, just hang on. I'll get the elders. Or my father. Just hold on. Then he spun around and sprinted in the opposite direction. But please, he muttered, voice cracking. Don't die. That's all I'm asking you. Just don't die. Inside the sealed chamber, Elric stood with his back against the heavy door, listening to his friend's desperate voice fade into the distance. A small smile tugged at his lips. Thank you, Sean, but I won't let you get dragged into this. He pushed off the ground and ran straight toward the dragon. Dozens, no, hundreds, of Spartois blocked the path ahead. Their spears glowed. Their armor burned red hot. Elric slid under the first attack, sparks scraping off the floor. Who do you think I am? He roared. His green-lit eyes scanned the battlefield. Lines, paths, weak points. Then he saw something others couldn't. The Spartois were attacking each other. Found it. He twisted, dodged 3 spears at once, and sprinted toward the center of the chaos. Another blade crashed into the ground beside him. He rolled, reached out, and grabbed something buried beneath the rubble. A violent blast of magic erupted, engulfing him in flames. When the fire cleared, he stood holding breath of Gehenna, glowing like molten glass. He whispered, voice low, well, whatever happens, happens. His eyes flickered crimson. You want to feel it on your own skin. The breath of Gehenna ignited. His entire right arm burst into flame. Blood streamed down from his eyes. His life force surged. This artifact wasn't meant for someone without mana. But he didn't care. He would burn himself if that's what it took. He activated the forbidden skill. A wave of fire screamed outward. The Spartois didn't even have time to scream. They were incinerated down to ash. All of this, the hero said through clenched teeth, is just another dragon test. Fire swirled around him like a blazing storm. The dragon responded with its own breath, a burning torrent meant to erase everything. Elric sidestepped casually, flames skimming past him. If this is a test, then the answer must be somewhere inside it. The dragon inhaled again, charging an even stronger blast. The hero stared at its head, at the object stuck between the scales. He crouched, then jumped, straight into the burning inferno, landing directly on the dragon's massive skull. Standing in the flames, inches away from the mysterious object, he finally reached the truth. Standing atop the dragon's burning skull, Elric narrowed his eyes at the spear lodged deep between its scales. Maybe this spear is the key, like the final answer to an exam question. Below him, dozens of Spartois scrambled up the dragon's body, climbing over each other just to reach him. Elric glanced down at them, surrounded from all sides. If I'm wrong, if this is all just some sick joke, then I die here. A crazy smile stretched across his face. But retreat? Never. I'm a Melvinger. He reached for the spear. Hands grabbed him, Spartois pulling, clawing, dragging him down. Then, boom. A monstrous surge of energy erupted from his body. The Spartois were blasted away like dust in a storm. Elric stood still, looking up. What is this? The world around him warped, colors shifting, sounds dissolving. He blinked, and suddenly, he wasn't standing on a dragon anymore. He was standing inside someone else's memory. In front of him hung a massive dragon, alive, furious, towering over a lone human figure. The dragon inhaled deeply, charging its devastating breath. But the human wasn't human at all. The figure turned, slowly. A predatory smile carved across his face. The Demon King. Elric's breath caught in his throat. Did he just look at me? Can something inside a memory see me? The demon lifted his spear, purple energy spiraling into a growing sphere in his hand. His entire body ignited in a deadly, scarlet aura, thick enough to make the air tremble. The dragon unleashed its attack, a colossal beam that could erase a mountain. The demon laughed and swung his spear. The beam split in half. The dragon recoiled in shock. Then the demon moved. He blurred, rushing the sky lizard with insane speed. Every strike shook the cavern. Every collision shattered stone. Elric shielded his face, overwhelmed. This mana, this is an 8th circle. No, this is far beyond it. The demon danced through the dragon's blows, too fast, too vicious. The dragon roared, unable to keep up. Chunks of ceiling crashed down. Walls cracked and collapsed as the battle tore the chamber apart. With a bloodthirsty grin, the demon lifted his spear high, then slammed down with enough force to shake reality. The spear pierced the dragon's skull. A deafening silence. The demon stood there, victorious, 1 foot on the dragon's head, his spear buried deep. Elric stared in disbelief. He killed a dragon. Alone. The demon looked directly at him. You're the one who freed me from that miserable seal, he said, smiling too wide, too sharp. Therefore, you will be my new vessel. The demon's body dissolved into swirling black fog. That's right, he whispered, drifting toward Elric. Let me merge with you, and together, little human, we shall take over the world. Elric froze, trembling, panic exploding across his face. But then, he noticed something behind the demon. Something moving. Something the demon hadn't seen yet. The dragon, the once fallen corpse, suddenly revived. It roared and unleashed its attack directly at the demon. Chains of pure magic snapped into existence around the demon's limbs, binding him. The dragon turned its glowing head toward him, its voice ancient and trembling with fury. Demon King Mephistopheles. Elric froze. Demon King? He heard that right? He's the Demon King. Light wrapped around the dragon's bones, holy and wrathful. You and I shall be buried here together, the dragon declared. But then, the same chains crawled onto the dragon, binding it as well. Mephistopheles chuckled. Chinook, even if you seal me alongside you thousands of years ago. Demonic power surged from Mephistopheles' body and shot straight toward Elric. This time is different. A violent, dark haze tore through the air and rammed into Elric. It invaded through his eyes, through his mouth, through every pore. Elric gagged, clawing at his face, trying to scrape the darkness off him. This wasn't the dragon's test. This was a trap designed by the Demon King. The dragon's holy light flickered. Its life force, its mana, began draining out of its bones and flooding into Elric. Elric collapsed to one knee, screaming as both demonic energy and dragon mana ravaged his body. Mephistopheles laughed hysterically. Shun's mana will make your body a perfect vessel. Stronger, endless. The dark fog spiraled into Elric's chest. A curse took shape inside him. Then, the world vanished. Coffins. His parent cold bodies lying side by side. Elric watched from the shadows, a child staring at death. He remembered. His grandfather, his uncles, his retainers, all sacrificing themselves in the Great Demon War, all dying to drive monsters away. Even when his parents perished, when a Melvinger family was on the verge of extinction, only he and his older sister remained. He saw the two of them sitting at the seashore, hugging each other under a lonely sunset. Only the two of them, against the world. Dark silhouettes surrounded them, eyes full of mockery, voices dripping with greed. The imperial family, the magic tower, the subjects of their house. They all revealed their disgusting, selfish desires. A man approached from behind. Someone Elric once trusted more than anyone. A man hidden in the shadows, smiling cruelly. Even him. Even the man I relied on the most. He reached for the badge on the man's uniform, the badge of a loyal vassal. His sister clung to him, crying, "Uncle, please help us." But the uncle pulled away, walked off, left his sister kneeling on the ground, left Elric with the final truth. Their uncle abandoned them. Elric screamed, body twisting under the unbearable pain. Inside the memory, his uncle turned his head as a stone smashed against his back. Little Elric stood trembling, another stone in his hand, eyes red with rage and despair. His sister hugged him, trying to stop him, whispering his name. What could I have done? I was too small, too powerless. The mansion's door slammed shut, leaving the two children outside, alone, betrayed, forgotten, and in the present. Elric screamed again, both dragon and demon magic tearing him apart from the inside, as the seal tried to forcefully make him the next vessel. The hero understood one thing clearly. This was worse than anything he imagined. Even as the violent surge of demon and dragon energy tore through his body, he clung to one final conviction. No matter what, I will cure my blocked mana. I will revive my family. His consciousness began to fade. Images of those who betrayed them, those who abandoned them, flashed in his mind. No, I haven't even started. I can't end here. Not like this. Then, BADUM. His heart slammed against his chest. Once. Twice. Faster. Stronger. A single word burst into his mind. Melvinger. His amulet responded, glowing with a radiant golden light. The hero opened his eyes, trembling. No, I won't let someone like Mephistopheles consume me, he growled. You're a bad person. Golden symbols ignited around him, spinning in the air like ancient runes awakening after centuries. His entire body glowed. His eyes exploded into a fierce, bright green light. Voices echoed through the darkness. Old, distant, sorrowful. We pray that in the far future, our voices will reach our descendant. A blast of green energy erupted from the hero, knocking the demon fog backward. Mephistopheles' grin faltered. What is this power? The hero lifted his hand slowly, as if guided by someone else. He pointed straight at the demon. Green energy surged forward, swallowing Mephistopheles' essence. The hero, half conscious, half possessed, released an overwhelming wave of magical force. Another echoing voice whispered, according to the ancient pact, this is where the first demon will be absorbed. Floating upward, Elric snapped his fingers. A burst of blue magic detonated, shredding Mephistopheles' fog like paper in a storm. Mephistopheles screamed, This isn't possible. This isn't possible. Green mana consumed him, tearing away his shadowy form piece by piece. Right before dissolving completely, he shrieked, "Everything is wrong." Then silence. A tattoo burned itself into the hero's arm. Mephistopheles was gone. Inside the void between worlds, Elric looked at his hands. Transparent, fading like smoke. Where am I? A man stood before him, wearing a tattered white robe, eyes tired yet gentle. A glowing book floated beneath their feet. Elric stared. Why do you look familiar? The man turned, speaking calmly. We were once a group of scholars, seeking perfect magic. Elric's eyes widened. That voice. I've heard before. A red sphere appeared, pulsing with power. Then it darkened into scarlet, as dark energy poured into it. Our greed for greater power led to disaster, the man said. We were defeated by the demons, and brought ruin to the world. The sphere devoured more corrupted energy. To correct our sins, to repent for the destruction we caused. The man smiled faintly, golden hair glowing softly. We created a family. The vision shifted. A colossal demon silhouette rose in the sky, a dark sphere in its hand, while a lone man stood at the edge of an abyss. The hero's breath stopped. Is this the demon king? No, this is the demon god. The man continued. We created a family to eradicate demons. He extended his hand. His skin shimmered, part flesh, part swirling cosmos, as if the universe itself was stitched into his arm. In the distance, birds soared into a glowing sky. The sky trembled. Dragons, massive, ancient, godlike, hung above the robed man. He looked up at them and spoke with quiet conviction. Destroying demons, that is the duty of the family we created. He lifted his other hand, and it, too, was covered in that star-patterned cosmic mark. Beneath them, stone shattered. A demon climbed out of the rubble, standing tall, its presence heavy enough to crush the air. The man didn't flinch. However, he continued softly. Demons will never truly disappear. They will always return again and again. Behind him, a crowd of demons materialized, dozens, hundreds, eyes blazing red. That is why. He raised both hands, forming ancient gestures. Steam burst from a glowing fissure in the ground. We must absorb them, repeatedly, until not a single demon remains. He pulled his hood over his head. The demons shrieked and lunged. The man extended his hand, and his entire body shimmered like a constellation, woven from stars themselves. In the far future, demons will battle dragons again. The earth rippled like liquid from the force of that imagined war. And when that time comes, our descendants will inherit our will. The demon's silhouette warped, its body covered in chains and seals. Its form blurred into darkness, but its two glowing eyes stayed fixed on the man. A massive hand reached out of the shadow, stretching toward the hooded figure. The image warped violently. The world twisted. Elric staggered. What? The image is breaking. A hand reached out toward him. Careful. He blinked. When he looked down, his own hand was trembling in midair, grabbing at nothing. What happened? Sunlight spilled through a window. He was lying in a bed. With a long exhale, he wiped his chin, then noticed someone sitting beside him. Sean, sitting on a stool, back hunched, head down. Elric blinked. Sean, what are you doing? Sean jerked upright. Huh? What do you want? Elric squinted. Were you crying? Sean's back stiffened. Do you seriously think I was crying? He was shaking. His shoulders trembled silently. Why'd you wake up now? Sean muttered. And why is that even embarrassing? Elric smiled lightly. I'm still pretty sure you were crying. Sean's face was hidden in the shadow, but his silence answered everything. It's okay, Elric said gently. You can cry if you want. He chuckled. Actually, you cried in the nest too. That did it. Sean whipped around, furious. What did you say? Elric panicked instantly. Wait, my bad. Later at the academy, Elric found out Sean had personally brought an entire rescue team to save him. Sean confirmed it while Elric rolled an egg across the huge bump on his forehead. That's exactly what I did, Sean grumbled. Elric frowned. Couldn't you use healing magic instead of giving me an egg? You should thank me, Sean snapped. At least I gave you something, your mother. Elric froze. As the head of my family, hearing your mother that is a bit. Sean cut him off, slamming the table. What did you just say? Elric opened his mouth, trying to explain what he wanted to say earlier, but Sean shut him down instantly, shaking his head like, nope. I didn't hear anything. That irritated glare on Sean's face said everything without words. If you pull something dangerous again, I swear. But then his expression shifted. Something caught his eye. Sean suddenly shot up from his chair, excitement bursting out of him. Get up. Now. Elric blinked. Why? What happened? Just shut up and stand. Sean barked. Fine. The moment Elric stood up, Sean raised a hand beside him, measuring him, eyes widening in disbelief. Bro, did you get taller? He dragged Elric toward the mirror. Look at yourself. Remember your old height. Elric pupils trembled. He didn't understand. Did this happen because someone tried to take over my body? Before he could gather his thoughts, Sean leaned in, urgently asking, what happened? What went down inside that nest? And the dragon, what about it? Elric turned away. He couldn't. Not yet. I'll tell you, when the time is right. Sean exhaled, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. All right, I trust you. Just make sure you know what you're doing. Then he immediately shoved Elric away, grumbling under his breath. And I'm still mad that you don't tell me anything. Elric hugged him from behind dramatically. Don't be like that. Sean peeled him off, rolling his eyes. Fine, fine. Whatever. Anyway, what happened to the nest? He cracked open an egg and started eating it casually. My family's guarding the lair. Elric sat on the windowsill. Then they must be busy excavating, right? Nope. Sean plopped down beside him. They're guarding it so no one enters. Elric's face twisted in horror. What? What? Sean swallowed the egg before answering. Because it belongs to you, idiot. You're the one who found the nest. My family can't just take it and do whatever they want. Cut to a group of men in business suits shaking hands in front of a massive chained-off door. Elric narration filled in the rest. By law, whoever discovers a dragon's nest owns it. But big scientific institutions? They always buy their way into a share. Excavation rights, research rights, anything they can grab. Sean laughed. The Magic Tower and the Academy are losing their minds trying to get a piece of it. Elric turned slightly pink and stared at his friend. Sean flinched. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Elric bowed his head slightly. Thank you. Sean jerked his gaze away, embarrassed. His smile returned, quiet, confident. He knew the Nestor family wanted a license too. Yet they were protecting the nest for him. You piss me off, Sean muttered. And don't ever say stuff like that again. The two bumped fists, a friendly punch. Sean grinned. You find this funny? You're crazy. Elric snorted and pushed Sean's shoulder back. Thanks for the compliment, you son of a dog. Sean froze. But before he could even react properly, Elric's expression shifted. His smile evaporated. His eyes sharpened. Something important had just snapped back into place in his mind. The Dean. That crafty old man. Elric could already imagine him pulling every string he had, twisting every connection, begging for a license before anyone else could touch the nest. A quiet fire burned behind Elric's eyes. Then, with a slow, insane smile spreading across his face, he muttered, So Barracks tried to kill me, and now he want a license? He really dared, huh? Sean saw the transformation, the crazy grin, the ominous aura, and screamed, pointing at the reader like he wanted witnesses. Hey, what is he trying to do now? I know that smile. He always does something insane when he looks like that. Elric turned toward him calmly. Sean, don't. You better not. Sean backed up immediately, but Elric kept walking toward him with that devilish, glowing smile. I need a small favor. I can't. I'm not listening. Lalelo. Spread the word that I was seriously injured. Sean collapsed into a chair, burying his face in his hands, as if accepting his fate. Why do I hear things I shouldn't hear? Meanwhile, footsteps echoed over the cobbled path. A man in polished armor marched toward the entrance of the magical Imperial Hospital, a family crest shining on his cape. Several guards were stationed outside. Barracks stood among a crowd of scholars, nobles, and opportunists, looking ready to cough up blood from frustration. What did you just say? He demanded. A bespectacled man peeked out from behind the gate. Cadet Elric Melvinger is in a coma, due to severe injuries sustained inside the dragon's nest. You cannot enter. Please leave. Barracks trembled with rage. I traveled all the way here, and you're telling me to go back. Another man with a gray mustache pushed forward. What about the excavation rights? A third shouted. Are you planning to abandon the nest? The crowd erupted. Why is the Nestor family blocking the hospital? Let us in. This is unfair. Elric watched the chaos unfold from his hospital window. Idiots, he muttered. Just then, the door opened. A man entered carrying a wooden plate. Carl Donitz, a representative of the Nestor family. Sir Elric, he said gently, please rest. Your health is the priority. Elric didn't answer. He just stared out the window as the evening light spilled across the room. Carl bowed slightly and stepped out, closing the door softly behind him. The moment he left, Elric exhaled, and a slow, dangerous smile crept onto his lips. Perfect. He turned, eyes piercing straight at the reader. Mephistopheles, can you stop staring at me like that and start talking? How long are you going to keep this up? A low growl filled the room. The demon's lip curled in irritation. Show some respect. You're speaking to the king. Images flashed through Elric's memory. Mephistopheles standing atop a mountain of bones. The former demon king who once drowned the world in chaos. The ruler whose name terrified entire continents. But now, the same demon was hovering in Elric's mind, constantly watching, constantly criticizing, constantly judging. And Elric stared right back, unfazed. Elric casually picked his nose, completely ignoring the demon's murderous glare. Well, in that case, he flicked his booger away without shame. I think I'll call you Felis, the legendary demon king, the terror of eras, the destroyer of nations, froze. For the first time in 1,000 years, he had no comeback. He just sputtered in pure rage. Because right now, The great Mephistopheles was nothing more than an angry, evil spirit floating around Elric like an offended mosquito. Suddenly, Mephistopheles lunged at him, pounding Elric on the back as if trying to kill him. Die, die, die already, human. Elric didn't even flinch. Your hits feel like a cotton ball. Not bad for a massage. Mephistopheles screeched. Imperial Hospital, behind the fence. Away from the chaos of the crowd, Elric leaned against a closed wooden door, rubbing his chest. Well, in any case, a sophom vibrated under his palm. Blue energy leaked from beneath his skin, pulsing like a heartbeat made of mana itself. So I wasn't imagining it, he muttered. Inside him, the dragon's heart, the core of the ancient dragon race, the source of perfect authority, was beating. He remembered the moment clearly now, when Mephistopheles thrust his spear into the ancient dragon, when the creature let out its final roar. At that exact moment, the heart had flown into Elric. He could still feel the dragon's mana swirling inside him, wrapping around his own heart like a second life. I can only recall everything up until Mephistopheles tried to take my body, he whispered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Inside his thoughts, images flashed like illustrations from an ancient scripture. Between light and darkness stood two colossal gods. Around the demon lord, the god of darkness, stood his four servants. Phinus, the eastern dragon whose flames could end worlds. Insaner, the bird whose screams drove armies insane. Fornications, the twisted man with two snakes for hair, each one whispering ruin. Est originale peccatum, the firewolf with a skull head, howling at the moon. And above them all, the strongest of the strong, the apex of all demons, Mephistopheles, the highest demon king in history. The same guy who was now vibrating angrily behind Elric, like an offended chihuahua. Elric's thoughts shattered as Mephistopheles screeched, stabbing his forehead with an angry finger. I told you already. My name was bestowed upon me by the demon lord himself. He glared, stepping forward like a furious goblin. I swear I will rip you to pieces. Elric sighed. You're seriously annoying. Mephistopheles twitched. Then Elric added with a blank face. Are all demon kings this stupid? Must be an age thing. Maybe your hearing's going bad. Mephistopheles' jaw dropped, so far it almost hit the floor. Elric lay down on the bed, scratching his but casually. Mephistopheles hovered behind him, trembling with centuries of rage. 1,000 years. I waited 1,000 years, and my mana was stolen by this brat. A distorted silhouette of Mephistopheles flipped upside down behind him. A demon who once believed the world should kneel beneath his feet, now reduced to arguing with a kid lying sideways on a hospital bed. Mephistopheles gritted his teeth, so hard sparks almost flew. In Mephistopheles' fading consciousness, the past rose again like a nightmare carved into stone. He remembered the mountain of corpses, the battlefield where he stood tall above the defeated. Back then, the carnage stretching beneath him wasn't horror. It was purpose. It was the meaning of his existence. Then came the roar. A massive silhouette soared across the full moon, wings blotting out the sky. Closer, closer, until every scale gleamed like polished steel. Shaynark, king of dragons. The ancient dragon opened its colossal jaws, preparing to unleash a world-ending breath. Mephistopheles only smiled. That cold, merciless smile of a being who knew, absolutely, who was superior. With a single motion, he slashed through the dragon's attack, cutting the stream of power apart with his spear. The dragon roared again, releasing thick chains from its mouth. Divine restraints forged for demon kings. Mephistopheles remembered it all, clearly. The moment Shaynark blocked his path. The moment the dragon lunged. The moment those chains wrapped around them both. He remembered the crushing weight as the dragon dragged him down, burying both king and demon deep beneath the earth. But that time, there was no vessel nearby. No human body to slip into. No soul to claim. So Mephistopheles waited, and waited, and waited. Thousands of years passed in darkness, until a group of heroes stepped into the cave. Their torchlight cut through the gloom, and among them stood the boy. Mephistopheles' lips curved into a predatory grin in the memory. Finally, my vessel is here. He remembered Elric looking up toward his presence, as if the boy could sense him through the seal. Yes, this was the child who would free him. The perfect vessel that passed every trial meant for the demon king himself. He remembered how close he came, how he almost succeeded in devouring Elric's body and soul. But then, the boy's bloodline awakened, a force Mephistopheles had never seen, a power that absorbed him instead, crushing his millennium-old plans in a single instant. Back to reality, Mephistopheles drifted weakly beside the window, his expression twisted with bitterness. All he had left now were scraps, particles of demonic residue, clinging to existence. What kind of power was that? He whispered, trembling with rage at the memory of being consumed. Elric, lying on the bed, glanced at the demon-possessed amulet. Stop acting so high and mighty. You're not exactly powerful anymore. That snapped something in Mephistopheles. The demon exploded. How dare a mortal offspring speak to me like that? If I were 1,000 years younger, I would. This is the problem with you Melvingers. Acting like you're something divine. In MY era, I went against the entire world. Elric didn't even look at him. He just squinted with one eye into the amulet, tuning out Mephistopheles' tantrum. Inside the crystal reflection, he remembered the words. The prophecy that whispered through his dreams. One day, in the distant future, our voices will reach the descendants. He saw again the moment he was nearly overwhelmed by demons. In the instant when this mysterious power awakened within him, he rolled the amulet between his fingers. In his mind, an image formed. The profile of his grandfather, and the mysterious man from the visions. Could it be his voice? He murmured. Then the memory struck sharply. The moment he absorbed Mephistopheles. The echoing voice that followed. According to the contract, the first demon shall be absorbed. Elric's eyes widened. Everything clicked at once. Elric's eyes snapped open, pupils trembling. Wait, if I absorb Mephistopheles, does that mean I absorb his power too? He jumped out of bed and grabbed the pendant in his hand, staring at it like he had just discovered a divine treasure. So this thing, this magic pendant, it's an item that absorbs the Demon King. He looked even closer. No, not just the Demon King. His voice lowered, eyes narrowing with realization. It's an item that absorbs demons. A single drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He slowly turned to look at Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles stared back. Why are you staring at me like that? The demon asked nervously. Elric didn't answer at first. He just studied the pendant, then the demon, then back to the pendant. If that's the case, then is it possible to absorb demons like Mephistopheles too? Images flashed in his mind. The 4 great demons, the first demon, the ancient ones scattered across worlds. If there was a first, then there would be a second, a third, a fourth, a whole lineage. A wicked, predatory smile crept across Elric's face. His pendant glimmered ominously. I hit the tens pot, he muttered. Kings, better get ready. You're already dead. Mephistopheles shivered violently as an icy wave crawled down his spine. The atmosphere around Elric felt wrong. Too calm, too focused, too dangerous. Later, Elric and Mephistopheles stood before a long stretch of mountain ranges split by a flowing ribbon. The winds were gentle, but the tension cut like a blade. Mephistopheles blinked. What is this sudden walk for? Hey. When an adult asks a question, you should answer. Elric sighed. You're too loud. Shut up for a while. He removed his cloak and laid it neatly on the ground. Then he sat down cross-legged, folding his hands. Until I understand how to use this pendant, I need to confirm something. With calm breath, Elric closed his eyes. The world fell silent. Meditation realm. Then, everything exploded in color. A brilliant blue light washed over the entire landscape. He felt flowers nearby. He sensed a tiny bug buzzing toward them. A ladybug landed gently on a petal. Fwhip! The flower behind it burst into drifting petals, floating upward like glowing feathers. Then, they accelerated. They raced toward Elric, swirling in the air like they were answering a silent command. Still with eyes closed, he whispered in awe. I can feel it. The ladybug's wings. The breeze touching the petals. The smell of flowers in the air. I can sense everything. His eyes opened. If my guess is right, he reached forward. His hand touched a shimmering green mesh. Pure, concentrated magic. His face darkened in shadow. He slowly closed his hand, then clenched it into a fist. His heart thundered in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. A spark flickered at the tip of his finger. Then, burn, whoosh. A violent pillar of flames roared upward in front of him, turning the air molten. Elric's face twisted in pure shock. What? A close-up of his widened eyes. Mephistopheles stared, horrified. That's... His voice trembled. That's dragon magic. Elric stood there, flames still crackling in front of him, his finger raised in disbelief. Mephistopheles stared at him, completely stunned. This is impossible. How can a mere human use dragon magic? Even for a Melvinger, this is far too much. The last wisps of magic dissolved into the air, scattering like glowing dust. Elric raised his head and laughed softly. Fire burned in front of him, wild and alive. He stared into it, then pressed his lips together, because he finally understood. He could use magic, not a trick, not borrowed strength. His magic. And that meant one thing. The curse that had blocked his entire life. The disease that strangled his mana. The condition that made the world call him useless. It was finally cured. His mind flashed back to childhood, to the voices that had stabbed him over and over. Disgrace of the Melvinger family. Probably picked up from the street. He's trash. A failure who doesn't know his place. On lonely nights, he had heard every whisper, every insult, every cruel laugh. Now, standing in the glow of the sunset, firelight reflecting in his eyes, Elric exhaled slowly. Everyone who betrayed his family. Everyone who ignored him. Everyone who spat on the Melvinger name. His face hardened. Determination blazed in his eyes. I'll make every one of them regret it. A group of reporters stood near the riverbank, golden light dancing across the water. Camera lenses zoomed in. "We have news regarding the student Elric Melving," one reporter announced. "Details about the dragon's nest excavation will be released soon at the Magic Tower." Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Carl, the servant who had been forced into humiliating tasks, all thanks to Sean's reckless temper, walked quickly, his nerves frayed. He had lied to the Imperial family. He had deceived the Magic Tower. And all because Sean insisted everything would work out. Sean claimed he had it under control. Carl wanted to believe him. He really did. But the consequences could be disastrous. Carl hurried back to the room and asked where Elric was. "Gone," someone replied. "He left. Didn't say where." Carl froze. What? All that remained was a small note Elric had left behind. Carl unfolded it, and his face drained of color. He immediately turned to Sean. "We have a problem." Sean sighed loudly. "What now?" Before Carl could answer, bam! The doors burst open with explosive flare. A young woman strode in, flames flickering faintly around her hair. Sean's jaw dropped. "Sister." His sister stepped forward, irritation on her face. "Why do you look surprised? Are you not happy to see me?" This was Tasha Nister, the Firebird Witch, the youngest Grand Mage in Empire history. A prodigious genius forged by the Magic Tower, the Imperial family, and the Protestant Union. One of the Empire's legendary 3 new stars. And she was currently glaring at Carl Donuts like she was about to burn him alive. "Did you do what I asked you to do?" Carl nearly fainted. Yes, Lady Tasha." Sean rubbed his temple, overwhelmed. "Why are you even here?" Tasha crossed her arms. "I heard about your mess," she said, voice sharp. "And there was no way I could just sit and watch." Carl swallowed hard, fear twisting inside him. If someone like her was stepping in, things were already far worse than he imagined. Sean knew it was bad, very bad. If Tasha entered the room and didn't see Elric, his sister could sense trouble instantly. She grasped everything on the fly. He needed to keep her away before she discovered anything. But Tasha asked the most dangerous question in the world. "Is it all true?" Sean smiled nervously. "Well, you should leave. You'll disturb the doctors." Tasha blinked. "Did my little brother just tell me what to do?" She stepped closer, expression sharp. "Reveal the truth about the dragon's nest excavation." Sean nearly choked. Of all things, she remembered that. Of course she did. Tasha had been obsessed with dragons since childhood. "No one took the dragons, right?" she asked, voice trembling with excitement. Sean forced a straight face. "I'll handle it myself." She grabbed his wrist tightly. "Call me the moment your friend wakes up." Sean froze. Like hell I will, he thought. But then Tasha leaned in, eyes glowing. "Or I'll beat you." Sean flinched like lightning struck his back. "Yes, I'll definitely. Absolutely. Probably call you." Panic swirled in his mind. "Elric, think of something, please." At that moment, Carl staggered in, clothes torn, face bruised, clearly beaten. "It's over," he whispered. "There's a rumor spreading that the heir of the Melvinger family is in a coma." Sean nearly fainted. A long coat swayed behind him as he walked calmly down the town's main street. He passed Sean's newspaper stand and paused at the latest issue. On the front page, a familiar face. "Dean." Elric stared. The man was smiling confidently in the photo. Far too confidently. "So you got yourself on the front page. Congratulations," he muttered. The dean hadn't wasted a single second. He was already plotting something insidious. The dean entered the director's office proudly. "Now I finally have the right to do everything I wanted." The old director didn't even look up. "Don't rush. The elections haven't started." The dean frowned. "You were reckless. I failed to notice how much you wanted to protect that boy." The director sighed. "I'm not a director yet." He paused. "What about student Elric? How is he?" The dean smirked mockingly. "Unfortunate. If he wakes up, it'll be troublesome. We'll need mercenaries to handle him." Slam. "Shut up." The director's voice thundered through the room. The dean immediately bowed his head. "I apologize. Forgive my words." The director leaned back, smoking a cigar. "There will be a vacant professor's position soon." The dean blinked. "Who will take the position?" "You." The dean panicked. I can't be a professor. I don't even know what's happening outside the academy." But then pride won. "However, I will not disappoint you." The director exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, watching him with unreadable eyes. The entire city lay under a quiet blanket of darkness. Elric walked through the empty streets, footsteps slow, deliberate. He stopped. "Should I start with the third eye?" He focused. The world around him dimmed. He could see another world layered on top of his own, an ethereal plane. He needed a hidden place, a quiet location to channel mana through the dragon's heart, a safe way to tear open the boundary to another world. He gathered power. Boom! An explosion erupted across a distant cliff. Dust and flame rose into the moonlit sky. A silhouette stood there, a man in a cloak, unmoving, watching Elric from afar. The night grew colder. But who was that? Elric narrowed his eyes at the distant cloaked silhouette, but the figure vanished into the darkness like smoke. He lowered his hand and inhaled deeply. I can use magic without complicated spells. The realization hit him again, a rush of relief washing over his face. Finally, Shangle. He exhaled, staring up at the dark sky. He was standing at the starting line, just a few steps away from everything he wanted: revenge, strength, and the truth. To execute his plan, he needed to become stronger. Much stronger. Elric looked out over the night horizon, wild ambition burning in his eyes. He advanced slowly, taking his first step toward the unknown. He glanced sideways at the sky, gathering mana around his feet. Then, he pushed off the ground and jumped. I'm at the starting line. From behind, the Demon King scoffed. That pathetic jump? After I bestowed my power on you. Elric shut his eyes tightly. He's right. I need to be faster. And stronger. What are you doing closing your eyes? Mephistopheles roared. In my era, humans, demons, and dragons trembled in fear at my presence. But Elric was remembering something. The dragon seal. The ancient teachings he'd glimpsed inside the nest. Among the dragons, magical language. There was something called soul speech. He reached his hand into the magic around him, and a glowing symbol formed before his palm. Elric whispered a word woven from mana itself. The Demon King froze. The symbol pulsed, and magic exploded outward. Elric clenched his teeth as his body lifted off the ground. Slowly, higher, higher. Then suddenly whoosh. He shot into the sky, carried by raw mana. WWHA. Mephistopheles' jaw dropped. You created flight. Elric soared above rooftops, lights shrinking beneath him. The city spread out like a shimmering map, every street glowing faintly. His eyes widened in fear. I'm too high. The spell was simple, yet unbelievably powerful. And he wasn't done. He cast it again. Mephistopheles flew after him, voice cracking. A child who just learned magic, using soul speech, and a double spell. The Demon King couldn't believe it. Even among the monstrous geniuses of the Melvinger clan, no one possessed this level of talent. There had only been one person, a man whose face was always hidden beneath cloth. The predecessor of the Melvingers, a smiling monster of a mage. Mephistopheles remembered him too well. And now this brat. The Demon King's expression darkened. If Elric kept growing like this, before long, he would become something terrifying, which meant only one thing. Mephistopheles had to take over his body, destroy the boy's ambitions, claim the vessel before it was too late. He flew closer, thinking desperately of a method. Meanwhile, Elric looked ahead, wind tearing past him. The soul speech was incredible, but hard to master alone. He clenched his fists. To grow stronger, I need to understand real dragon magic. His eyes narrowed. And for that, I need a teacher who can keep a secret. Elric knew one thing for sure. The academy was already under Barak's control. There wasn't a single mage left who was qualified, or trustworthy, enough to teach him dragon magic. He stepped firmly onto the ground, then sat down, folding his legs. I need someone who's at least Castellan rank, he muttered. His grandfather flashed through his mind. His father. His uncle. Strong mages all gone. Mephistopheles hovered off to the side, watching him silently. Elric suddenly called out. Mephistopheles. The demon blinked. What now? Elric smiled. Can you teach me magic? Mephistopheles' entire face twisted in confusion. What in the abyss are you talking about? Elric stared at him, without blinking. The Demon King's expression slowly shifted, and then a sly smile crept across his lips. What do I get from this? Mephistopheles asked calmly. Elric smiled, even wider. I'll make a brand new vessel for you, using alchemy. Mephistopheles stared at him like he'd just heard the world's dumbest joke. A human brat making a vessel strong enough to contain me? Impossible. Elric shrugged. Then make your own offer. Mephistopheles frowned. No. He closed his eyes as if lecturing a child. Why should I pass information to you? If anything, he smirked. You should become my ally. Then I can consider it. He watched Elric's face carefully. The boy worried for a moment, and Mephistopheles chuckled. Serves you right. You were too weak to absorb me, he mockingly added. But, the demon continued, lowering his voice. If I teach you just a little dark magic, your soul will be influenced by it, slowly corrupted, and eventually, a wicked glint flashed through his eyes. I'll absorb you anyway. Mephistopheles leaned forward, smiling like a viper. Fall to your knees. Beg me to accept you as a disciple. Elric blinked. Mephistopheles blinked back. Forget it, the Demon King said. No deal. Elric tilted his head, smiling. You really don't get it, do you? If you play hard to get, you get nothing from me. He released a small wave of magic. The demon jolted. Hey, what are you? Elric looked forward calmly. Close your mouth. Mephistopheles' mouth snapped shut instantly. The protagonist smirked. It works even better than I expected. Mephistopheles thrashed, trying to scream through a sealed mouth. You, MF, MMM. You can't control me with just soul speech. The demon tried to yell, but his voice was barely a muffled growl. Elric raised a finger. Be a cute bunny. The world went silent. Two fluffy pink bunny ears popped onto Mephistopheles' head. A tiny glittering blush mark appeared on his cheeks. His expression turned adorably harmless. Elric stared. Mephistopheles stared. Elric went pale, gagged, and turned to the side. Bluer. He spit into the grass. Why? Why did I even order that? The protagonist held his stomach, horrified at himself. Mephistopheles stood there with bunny ears, looking like the most humiliated demon king in history. Elric wiped his mouth and glared at Mephistopheles. I don't want to see that either. If you've changed your mind, he pointed at the notebook. Write a full explanation of soul speech. He stood, stretching his arms, deciding to use the time for training. Mephistopheles snarled. I will not simply obey you. Elric trained tirelessly under the moonlight, carving runes into the air, sweating, focusing. Mephistopheles hovered behind him with crossed arms. I might forgive you, he said smugly, if you admit you were wrong. Elric ignored him. Elric continued training. Mephistopheles continued waiting for Elric to beg him for magic lessons. He didn't. Elric pushed his body harder. Mephistopheles stared at him, now confused. What is wrong with this kid? Mephistopheles sagged with exhaustion, watching the boy practice. Finally, he decided to pretend to obey, just to see how Elric would react. Elric didn't react at all. He simply sat by the fire, taking notes, jotting down symbols and phrases. Mephistopheles growled. I can't just obey you. But Elric was already writing. Mephistopheles' eye twitched. Why are you acting like a dog? He finally shouted. Elric didn't even look up. The foundation of soul speech is ancient knowledge you won't find in any book, he said calmly. His notebook was full of scribbles, diagrams, and dozens of spell structures. Mephistopheles tried to say something, but the soul speech seal choked his voice. Elric showed him a sheet of paper. If you want to speak, explain this spell. I might let you talk. Mephistopheles muttered curses under his breath, barely audible. Elric lifted the paper again. You know you have to write more than yesterday. Don't slack. Mephistopheles froze. Elric grinned. If you write several pages a day, I'll remove the spell for 3 days. The Demon King's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. You brat. The dark magic in these texts would tear your disrespectful body and soul apart. Mephistopheles snapped. What you've studied is only the introduction. But Elric didn't back away. He looked at the ice-crusted spell circle he'd created. There's so much power in it, he whispered. Mephistopheles stared at him, confused. Why weren't there any signs of dark corruption? His body should have changed by now. He should have been twisted by demonic influence. Elric noticed the demon's expression. What's wrong with your face? You look like my body was supposed to mutate, but nothing happened. Mephistopheles looked away sharply. I don't know what you're talking about. Elric smiled. I reached a new level, didn't I? Mephistopheles' eyes widened, then narrowed. He knows. He knows everything. Elric flipped to a new page in his notebook, genuinely surprised by his progress. Mephistopheles cursed loudly. You damn. Elric casually used soul speech again. Silence. Mephistopheles' mouth snapped shut for the second time. Elric blinked, impressed. Still works. Mephistopheles sagged in defeat. Fine, he said weakly. I have nothing left to teach you, except true speech. Birds flew overhead, cutting across the sky. Elric looked forward. You mean the highest rank of soul speech, he said quietly. Beyond everything else, except the voice of God. Divine speech. Mephistopheles' silence confirmed it. The demon spoke with a calm, almost bored tone, telling Elric that at his current level, he couldn't help with something like this. And unlike humans, the monster added, demons don't lie. Elric stared ahead, confused. The demon continued, saying the Melvinger family had always known this truth. Magic only becomes real on the battlefield. That was the core principle of the Melvingers, the family that had defended the continent from demons for generations. A memory surfaced. His father, calm, steady, holding young Elric in his arms on the very land that had been torn apart during the war. He never spoke of the scars left behind. Yet even then, Elric could feel how much his father missed the battlefield, the days when he fought side by side with Elric's grandfather. Little Elric tugged at his father's clothes, saying that when he grew up and went to fight, he'd use magic just like Grandpa. His father looked away, silent. His sister leaned in with a bright smile and asked him what he needed to become a strong mage. Annoyed, Elric muttered that he needed to study. She laughed softly, telling him he couldn't magically become absurdly strong like their father. Their father clicked his tongue in confusion, telling her not to talk like he wasn't standing right there. Their mother pushed the stroller and scolded him to stop acting so proud. Elric listened as his father finally began explaining how one truly strengthens magic. But the memory suddenly shattered. Everything went blank, and his father's figure faded away. His mother's voice echoed next, telling him to read a study on the relationship between the ancient geometric system and the language system of the new era. But Elric snapped, shouting that he wanted to play with father instead. His father smiled gently, telling her that studying was important, but kids needed to play too. His mother glared at him, accusing him of spoiling Elric and causing bad habits to take root. The memory shifted again. Crying filled the house. Elric and his sister sat beside their parents' bed. Their father's illness was worsening, and the mother who cared for them also collapsed soon after. In the end, their father used the little life he had left to keep her alive a bit longer, so they could leave the world together. Their father whispered to their mother that she had always shone brighter than anyone. With a tired smile, she replied that ever since meeting him, she hadn't had a single day without happiness. They held each other's hands tightly as they thanked their children. Their mother turned weakly to her daughter, asking if she was still there, urging her to take care of her little brother. Their father looked at Elric, eyes heavy with guilt, saying that the illness blocking his magic was his fault. Elric broke down, screaming through tears, asking how his father could just leave him like this. Elric didn't know what to do. His father gently cupped his face, smiling weakly as he told him that he was lucky to have spent his life with a son like him. Elric froze, stunned. His father's voice grew softer as he told him he didn't need to become a mage. He just needed people who would make him happy. Then his father's hand slipped, slowly falling. Elric stared at the motionless hand still intertwined with his mother's. He turned away, his vision blurring. Outside, the boy looked at the world with hollow eyes. He whispered to himself that the world didn't work the way his father hoped. If you weren't strong, you were thrown aside. That was reality. He clenched his fists. He would become stronger, so strong that no one could ever ignore him again. With that resolve burning inside him, Elric repeated the truth drilled into the Melvinger bloodline. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. He needed a place to grow stronger, a place brutal enough to force his magic forward. His first thought was the ghostly Crimson Forest, a region crawling with ghost-type monsters. The second was the Goblin Cave, but it was always crowded with adventurers. Then he remembered his father's words, ancient shelters scattered across the continent, built by their ancestors. Elric turned to the demon beside him. We're going, he said firmly, to the Yeti Highlands. Morning light filtered through the forest as Elric bathed in a cold stream. He washed his face and sighed. If anyone recognizes me, that'll be a problem, he muttered. He raised his hand and cast water magic over himself. Moisturizing spells swirled like mist, soaking his hair. Then he activated cutting magic. Strands fell into the stream as water magic swept away the excess. When he finished, he activated the power of transformation, shifting his features just enough to hide who he was. With a new face and a confident smirk, Elric stepped out of the water. Voices echoed from the nearby guild house. Hey, the kid's lucky. Our group's heading out now. A man pointed ahead. But Yeti Highlands. No one goes there these days. And he's going alone. Elric shook his head. Not alone. A few will come with me. Two boys with a small child stepped forward, smiling at the newcomer. Four herbalists waited off to the side. 3 monster hunters stood behind them. 5 more adventurers stood quietly, their energies hidden. The child stepped up first, cheerful and unafraid. I'll introduce myself. In our clan, we get named after the month we're born. I'm Mingma. It means the second dawn of the week. The Demon King floated behind Elric with an irritated scowl. This brat talks too much, he muttered. Elric crouched a little, looking at the child. What's your? Elric asked the child if he could buy a crystal communication sphere anywhere nearby. All the boys shook their heads at once. There wasn't a single crystal sphere in their entire village. If you need to contact someone, just use a dove or write a letter, one of them said. Mingma laughed cheerfully. Let's just go. I'll tell you everything on the way. But Elric frowned inwardly. If I don't contact my sister soon, she's going to kill me. The group traveled deeper into the Yeti Highlands. Mingma kept chattering, jumping from story to story without taking a breath. The Demon King walked ahead through the rocky terrain, his brows furrowed as he muttered that this place felt familiar. This is the habitat of the Yeti, Mephistopheles said coldly. Elric stared at him in surprise. He'd always thought Yetis were just monsters. He never imagined they had any connection to demons. Mephistopheles stopped, his back turned to Elric. They were worthless creatures, he said. But their former king had his uses. Because of that, the demon lord granted him mercy. His fate was brighter than the rest. Elric blinked. The Yeti had a king. Mephistopheles nodded slightly. His grave should be here somewhere. Elric stared at him. Do you know where it is? No idea. Mephistopheles answered instantly. Elric narrowed his eyes, annoyed. If the Yetis were tied to demons, then their king's grave had to have some connection to his family's ancient hideout. His father's voice echoed in his mind. The hideout was built to protect the family's legacy. He saw the memory clearly, his father's steady gaze, the pendant hanging at his chest. When you become the head of the family, Elric, the first place you must go is the Yeti Highlands. You must confirm our legacy and honor our ancestors. Elric looked down at his father's amulet, wondering if it held answers he hadn't unlocked yet. They kept walking, the boys still listening to Mingma's endless stream of stories. Dark, strange energy began leaking from the sword Elric carried. The demon snapped. Can you shut that thing up already? Elric glanced at the blade in confusion. Why hadn't a single Yeti appeared yet? This place was supposed to be crawling with them. Mingma finally stopped talking and grinned. We should hurry. The road gets harder from here. Night fell. The group made fires around the camp. Flames flickered across the clearing. Elric walked up to one of the fires. Mind if I borrow some? He crouched, exhausted, warming his hands. He glanced at one of the older boys and muttered, Your strength, it's almost on the level of a noble knight. The boys exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Their stance was subtle, but Elric picked up on it immediately. They weren't here for him. They had a mission of their own. A secret one. One silhouette stood out, the leader. His presence was sharper, heavier. Elric slowly reached up and removed his hood. Elric stared at the scene in disbelief. Everyone suddenly looked away, flustered. Isabel stepped forward with a bright smile, casually announcing that she was just using everything for its intended purpose. One of the men whistled, impressed. Another adventurer stepped closer, laughing as he asked her why she had been hiding such a cute face. They couldn't get enough of looking at her. But someone else in the group wasn't smiling. A man gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. Magic surged around him, too quickly, too violently. Before anyone could react, one of the heroes shot forward like a flash of light. The tip of his sword stopped right at the man's throat. That's unforgivable, the hero growled. You'll pay with your life. The others screamed in panic, yelling for him to put the sword down. Elric and the demon watched the chaos unfold with matching confused smiles. They had absolutely no idea what was happening. The group settled near the fire, tension still crackling in the air. The furious hero pointed his sword at the trembling man. Let him go, Isabel shouted, her voice echoing across the yard. The swordsman hesitated, then slowly lowered the blade. The man backed away with a sorrowful expression, unable to look anyone in the eye. Elric let out a loud shout from the fire pit, scolding all of them to calm down before they killed each other. The silhouette who started it all froze, unsure of what to do. No one else moved. No one dared breathe. Then, chaos erupted. The man raised his sword defensively, and countless attacks rained across the yard. Mima's eyes widened. What is happening? Blood splattered as someone was struck down instantly. Protect the princess. Elric roared. Everyone scrambled in confusion. Icicles, hundreds of them, fell like daggers from the sky. Elric sprinted, weaving through the barrage. More attacks streaked toward him, too many to count. He threw up shield after shield, blocking the incoming hailstorm of death. Ice shattered around him as he covered the others. Screams echoed. Swords clashed desperately. One adventurer fell, pierced clean through. Another collapsed moments later. Bodies dropped fast. Elric gritted his teeth, furious. The demon floated behind him, watching with casual interest as the slaughter unfolded. Ah, the Crimson Eyes tribe. Mephistopheles chuckled. Such a stupid bunch. Elric stiffened. Reflected in his eyes, silhouettes. Dozens of armed Yeti emerging through the snow. I heard Yeti move in groups of 10, he muttered. But this was far more than 10. The monsters marched toward them in formation, organized, ruthless, unrelenting. This is too much. Elric shouted. We destroy them. One of the men screamed, swinging his blade wildly. The Yetis lunged. Hands like boulders smashed into the adventurers. Bones cracked. Bodies flew. The demon smirked. Hardcore difficulty, he said. The highest challenge life can give. Shut up, Sean yelled, slapping another silent spell over Mephistopheles' mouth. The demon's eyes bulged as the magical tape resealed itself. Elric stared ahead, jaw clenched. The Yetis were coming. Even after everything, Elric could see the Yetis were just as shocked as they were. Power surged in their eyes, raw mana overflowing. Weapons, pistols, and blades were flung across the battlefield as if the entire world had been pulled apart. Elric glanced at the sky. I want to see more, but the time amp won't hold. He realized something terrifying. One wrong move, and the entire group was done for. But if he made the first decisive strike, the situation would flip entirely. Objects crashed apart in every direction. Elric felt his body illuminate from the inside, every nerve firing at once. He activated information cancellation. The weapon's energy redirected into his own body, focusing into his core. Elric leaped down into the middle of the monsters. Dozens of Yetis stood before him in a rigid line, unsure how to react. One Yeti twitched. Its gaze shifted sideways, sensing something or someone it couldn't understand. Elric didn't wait. He shot forward and smashed his fist into the monster's skull. The entire row erupted. The Yetis roared at once, charging him from every direction. Elric clenched his teeth and threw out waves of magic, trying to slow them. Then, boom, an explosion rippled across the entire highland, shaking the ground. He looked to the side. More Yetis were advancing. Fine. Then he'd burn them all. Elric activated burning magic. Flames exploded outward, swirling like living beasts. Cold fragments shattered through the air, then sharpened into icy blades. The Yetis froze, watching the storm gather around Elric. He unleashed piercing force. The shard shot forward like a rain of knives. Sharp weapons tore through the Yetis' bodies one after another. Within seconds, the field was quiet. The monsters were down, except two. Elric approached the two surviving Yetis. Where are you going? he asked calmly. They said nothing. Elric smiled faintly and activated the binding force. The two were instantly immobilized. He finally exhaled and dropped to the ground, looking at the defeated bodies around him. Huh, I'm an unbelievably handsome man, he muttered, sitting on one of them. All right, he said, de-esting off his hands. We talk now. Mephistopheles. The demon materialized instantly, staring blankly at Elric, head tilted. Why are you still mute? Elric asked. Mephistopheles lifted his finger proudly and screamed like he'd been waiting all day to yell. Elric cut him off immediately. Shut up. Mephistopheles froze mid-pose, offended, finger still pointing. Elric turned around. We don't have time. You're my translator. Mephistopheles sighed, annoyed. Why me? Just do it. Elric faced the Yetis. Tell them if they talk, I'll spare their lives. Mephistopheles squatted next to the monsters and spoke in a harsh, unknown tongue. The Yeti answered. Mephistopheles turned to Elric. He says he'll tell you, if you untie him. Elric raised a brow. And why should I trust that? Mephistopheles added, frowning. Because right now, this is when face-to-face negotiation works better than intimidation. Elric snapped his fingers. Fine, I'll release them. Hurry and talk. Mephistopheles leaned forward, whispering something into the monster's ear. The Yeti's expression shifted. Mephistopheles kept whispering into the monster's ear, and a sarcastic grin slowly spread across his face. Elric narrowed his eyes. Something fell off. He activated his translation ability, quietly, without letting Mephistopheles notice. And then he heard it. Mephistopheles wasn't negotiating. He wasn't translating. He was telling the Yeti, let's send this annoying human to hell together. Elric barely had time to react. A massive bear-like Yeti lunged at him, rising on all fours with a thunderous roar. Elric was knocked back, but he didn't panic. While sliding across the ground, he pointed his finger and unleashed an ice block, slamming his attacker into the snow. He lay there for a moment, breathing hard, still pointing upward. Then he looked forward, pale and shaken. That was close. He glanced at Mephistopheles and the bound monster, both trembling like they had just seen a ghost. A second later, Elric's fear vanished, replaced by a cold, wicked smile. So, he said, voice dropping, should we continue our little conversation? A loud scream echoed across the forest. Some time later, Elric ran across the snow, following a fleeing Yeti. He clicked his tongue. Because of you idiots, all the decent Yetis ended up dying. Mephistopheles, walking beside him, made a face. You're the one who killed them, he thought bitterly. Suddenly, Elric clutched his chest. His heartbeat stopped for an instant. Cold, sharp, terrifying. The dragon's heart, filled with the mana of a dragon and a demon king. I can only use about 3%. If I push further, my body will explode. The Yeti village came into view. Elric exhaled slowly. If I fight like last time, I might die. He clenched his fists. But I can't back down. Not over something like this. If I retreat now, I'll never revive my family. He narrowed his eyes, and then a thought stabbed into him. Is that noble lady okay? Meanwhile, blood splattered across the snow. Chun looked up, horrified, breathing hard along with the surviving members of his group. A girl with blue hair stumbled forward, panic in her voice. One person is missing. Chun wiped the blood from his mouth and muttered. Either he died running, or he's hiding somewhere. He forced a small smile. Let's assume he escaped safely. The girl glanced around the devastated battlefield, anxiety tightening her voice. I hope so. I really hope he's okay. Back to Elric. He stood facing the entrance of the Yeti settlement, his expression dark and sharp. Dozens of massive Yetis emerged from the shadows, surrounding him. Elric crossed his arms, smirking. No need for pointless bloodshed. Just bring me your tribe's leader. The Yetis growled, stepping closer. Then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Moo! The Yetis instantly scattered to the sides. A massive foot slammed into the snow, shaking the entire mountain. Elric froze. Emerging from the darkness was a monster so huge it dwarfed the others. A titan covered in scars, each one telling the story of a brutal life. It glared down at Elric, frowning. Elric stepped forward, facing the enormous Yeti leader. I need to ask you something, he said calmly. The leader growled low, studying him. Elric reached into his pocket and pulled out a small blue crystal. His expression tightened. I hope it doesn't come to this, he thought. If negotiations fail, I'll have to kill him before he even moves. Before Elric could continue, the leader lowered his massive body and spoke. Green eyes, what is your name? Elric blinked, surprised. Elric Melving. The leader stared at him for a long moment, then nodded. Follow me. Elric, the leader, and a few Yetis began moving through the snowy paths. Without warning, the leader said, There's a legend in our tribe. Elric raised a brow. What kind of legend? The answer froze him in place. Long ago, a king ruled this mountain. Elric turned sharply. Mephistopheles was already in front of him, looking irritated, as if expecting trouble. The Yeti leader bowed his head respectfully as he continued. The legend says, There was only one human the king called his friend. An image flashed in Elric's mind. A towering Yeti king, standing beside a man. The human had light green eyes, and his name was Melvin. Elric felt his heartbeat skip. So one of my ancestors was the Yeti king's friend? The leader's voice hardened. The head of our tribe made a promise to that king, to protect the house of Melvin. Elric exhaled, eyes narrowing. Then tell me, where is he? The leader clenched his teeth. Below. He led Elric to the edge of a sheer cliff. Both of them leaned forward, peering into the darkness below. Elric felt his stomach twist. Deep in the black abyss, a tiny structure flickered into view. There's a house under this rock. He stared harder, horrified and amazed. Is that really? A violent wind blew upward from the depths. An updraft, Elric realized. Even the Yeti stepped back from the edge. One time a year, the leader said. That is the only moment our tribe can descend. When the wind stops. Mephistopheles suddenly materialized beside Elric, grinning mockingly. With your magic? You can't even protect yourself from freezing, he scoffed. What will you do down there? At your current skill level, it's impossible. Elric said nothing. He stared into the abyss, silent. Mephistopheles continued. Seriously, if you go down there, you... But Elric cut him off in his mind. He's right. With my skills, it's dangerous. But if I retreat here, I'll never take another step forward. He stepped closer to the cliff's edge. And if my ancestors are watching, if they want to judge the strength of their descendants. Elric took one last breath. Then I should show them properly. And he jumped, falling straight into the darkness. A fearless smile spreading across his face. Above him, Mephistopheles screamed, You crazy bastard. Elric shot downward like a falling meteor, wind tearing past his ears. I'm gonna die. He gritted his teeth, refusing to panic. The speed only increased. This was far worse than he expected. Mephistopheles finally caught up, face twisted with disgust. Concentrate, you idiot. If you don't, you're dead. Elric forced his legs down, adjusting his posture mid-fall. Right, this is what I need to do. He narrowed his eyes, steadying himself despite the violent descent. But he was still dropping too fast. Slowly. I need to do this slowly. Far below, the tiny house came into view, just a speck in the darkness. He used thread, mana bursting beneath his feet. The house grew larger, then larger again, then massive. The yellow glow flared beside his foot. A magic circle sparked to life as he kicked off the cliffside wall, accelerating into a controlled slide. One more jump, another burst, and he was almost there. He slammed into the ground at brutal speed. Boom! Stones exploded away from him, in every direction. Elric stood up with a threatening glare, and then collapsed flat on his back. I thought I was dead, he gasped. Mephistopheles floated down, expression blank. I have no words, he muttered. Only emotions. Elric laughed breathlessly, then turned toward the ancient house. In any case, this place is too simple. He approached, grabbed a handle, and a purple seal flashed violently. Ancient magic. Elric stepped back, eyes narrowing. I didn't think unlocking it would be difficult, he muttered. Mephistopheles shook his head. Try translating the mana pattern into words. Elric placed his hand over the glowing seal. A noble magician family, a demon king, a demon hunter, a yeti, a squirrel delivering bread, history. He stopped. No reaction. This isn't a mana drawing, he muttered. There must be a key. Then it hit him. The family emblem. What if I put the Melvinger crest into the seal? He pulled out the emblem, pressed it into the circle. Flash. The door glowed, and slowly opened. Inside was a colossal hall filled with relics, scrolls, tools, artifacts. A treasure hoard of ancient magic. Elric grabbed a book off the nearest shelf and froze. Then he snapped. He sprinted around the library like a madman, shouting. This is the basic doctrine of magic. Fairy magic. Beastman magic. Even black magic. Mephistopheles watched him spin in circles. The winter sage must have lived here, he said quietly. Elric peeked around a corner, eyes wide. What are you talking about? For once, Mephistopheles lowered his head, silent for several seconds. Someone who knew the Yeti King, and the Melvinger ancestors. Someone who knew both worlds. He finally asked, What book did you just pick up? Elric held it up. A massive tome with an ornate, ancient cover. A book fit for a legend. Elric wiped the dust off the old pages and opened the book. The history of the Melvingers, he muttered. The pages were worn, stained with age. But the words hit him immediately. The destruction of demons is the sole duty of our family. Elric froze. That wasn't what he heard in his dream. He turned the page, and a faint green glow seeped out from the ink, swirling above the parchment. A voice echoed from the text itself. This shall become the vessel, once all prerequisites are fulfilled. Green seals spun into existence around him. The room filled with an eerie green aura. Elric continued reading. The debt given to our family by the heavens can be repaid. The entire chamber was bathed in emerald light. Elric's eyes narrowed. If I could absorb demons properly, including the ones I'm absorbing right now. He flipped to the next line. Only then will a new harmonic combination of magic be born. Then, an ominous pulse. The air trembled. Elric read deeper, and power surged into his gaze. Eat, absorb, devour, fill yourself with demons. His family's old seal glowed, cracked, and shattered. A new seal formed in its place, polished, intricate, embedded with rare jewels. The Shin seal. A giant crystal in the center of it burst into light. Visions flashed before Elric. Memories, battles, family, death, hope, everything. The descendant who passes the first trial, claims the first pendant, and absorbs the first demon, begins the true lineage. The world went white. Sometime later, Elric lay on soft grass, staring at the sky in confusion. Where am I? He pushed himself up. A voice spoke behind him. So, you must be our descendant. The one chosen to inherit our destiny. Elric spun around. A tall man approached slowly. A monocle over one eye. Light stubble on his chin. Sharp, refined aura. Elric stood, frowning. Who are you? The man placed a hand over his heart. I am Otto Han Melving. Then his expression hardened. I am the one who guides and tests the future heirs of our blood. Elric stiffened. Otto Han. He remembered the stories. The ancient founders of their magic system. The 5 revered ancestors who shaped the Melvinger family. Otto Han smiled faintly. So you know me after all? Elric swallowed, still confused. You're the revered ancestor. The Winter Sage. Otto Han blinked, then frowned, then stared sharply. No one in the world should know that nickname. Unless someone told you. Elric raised a hand hesitantly. Mephistopheles said something like that. Otto Han's face went white. Mephistopheles. The demonic king of original sin. Yes. Elric answered casually. Otto Han stepped forward immediately, slapped his hand on Elric's shoulder, and burst out laughing. Otto Han laughed, so hard he could barely breathe. To think the first demon you absorbed was that one. He wiped a tear from his eye, smiling wildly. We have a marvelous descendant. In fact, maybe I should increase the difficulty of your tasks. At the same time, Mephistopheles clenched his fists, shaking with fury. Who dares insult the great king? He roared. I'll cut off their limbs and... Back to Elric. Elric raised his hand. So, about the task. What will I be dedic? Otto Han placed a firm hand on his head, stopping him. You must have many questions. He smiled gently, eyes closed. And yes, sometimes I wonder why our family complicates everything. We could simply write notes, but no. Elric stared at him, stunned. Otto Han extended his hand. Lightning crackled around his fingers, and a white seal formed in his palm. Because, he said, we created something like a wheel. A surge of aura exploded around him. He flicked his wrist, and a glowing projectile shot forward, spinning faster and faster, its power growing with every rotation. Once it starts spinning, Otto Han said, it cannot be stopped. We can't trust something like this to just anyone. So we must examine every error carefully, no matter how long it takes. He turned to Elric. And since you passed our test, the choice is yours alone. Elric stared at the white seal hovering in front of him. Whether to stop the wheel, or spin it. Otto Han repeated. The choice is only yours. Elric didn't answer. He just stared at the seal. Jaw clenched, veins tight. If I make the wrong choice, everything in my life could shatter. He pictured the seal inside his mind. The weight of his family's past pressing down on him. Then, without hesitation, he grasped the seal tightly. This is my last chance. Otto Han exhaled in relief. Good, he said. I respect your decision. Elric looked him straight in the eyes. I will revive our family. Otto Han froze, speechless. Elric continued. I will fulfill the dreams of my grandfather, and every ancestor who fought before me. Images flashed in his mind. Heroes of the Melvinger line battling colossal demons, standing against impossible odds. I will carve my name into history, he said, voice steady. As a powerful magician of these lands, he pictured himself in the distant future, standing before a giant statue of himself, towering over the capital. Elric lifted his hand. A magical seal appeared in his palm. Elric placed the glowing seal on the ground. It immediately began jolting left and right, bouncing with insane speed, as if something inside it was trying to break free. Both Elric and Otto Han watched silently. Then Otto Han's eyes widened in surprise. A huge smile spread across his face. He slapped Elric hard on the shoulder. Wonderful. Such courage truly befits our heir. Elric winced. That actually hurts. Otto Han ignored him, lifting his hand. A second later, flash. The world shifted. Elric staggered as freezing winds hit him from all sides. They were standing on icy mountains. Endless snow, razor-sharp cliffs, and a cold that cut straight through the bone. He shivered uncontrollably. H, how do we get here? Where is this? Otto Han folded his arms. This is the test area. Here, you will receive your first task. Elric gritted his teeth. A test in a place like this. Then I'll become even stronger than before. Otto Han turned, noticing Elric's grin. You're smiling? Good. You'll need that spirit for what comes next. He pointed into the distance. Look over there. Where exactly? Elric asked. Further. Otto Hahn said. Look deeper. Elric narrowed his eyes. Far away, something pulsed in the blizzard. Dark, heavy, suffocating energy. Then his vision blurred, and a massive shadow appeared in front of his mind's eye. A huge yeti. What is that? Otto Hahn lifted a hand, conjuring visions of several yetis. That, he said, is the king of the icy mountains. The first and last ruler who united all the yetis under one banner. He continued. He wanted to restore the yetis to their former status as demons. But eventually, he was consumed by his own ambition, corrupted by it, and he became a demon himself. Elric stared at the monstrous energy in shock. Otto Hahn added calmly. That is the second demon you must absorb. Elric spun around, furious. He pointed off to the side and shouted. I'm supposed to finish that thing off. Otto Hahn shook his head. No, you do not kill him. You absorb him. He pointed toward the swirling darkness. From this point forward, you must absorb demons and tear away their seals, the source of their life energy. His voice grew darker. In a demon's mind, the emotions of fear, despair, sorrow slowly twist into ego. That ego then grows into evil thoughts and ambition. That is the essence of a demon. Elric looked down. Black marks were appearing across his hand, twisting like vines under his skin. Otto Hahn nodded. Each demon has its own desires, its own nature. That is why they differ in character, rank, and emblem. He pointed to the blackening marks. The source of their evil thoughts, the core of their twisted soul, is what we call a seal. Otto Hahn's expression sharpened. The seal of original sin. The embodiment of Mephistopheles himself, standing right before him. Elric froze, staring at his own hand in disbelief. The mark glowing across his skin wasn't just any symbol. It was the seal of the tiger, the ancient crest belonging to the demon king of mountains. Before he could even process it, Otto Hahn grabbed his wrist, his voice cutting through the cold air like thunder. From now on, you will hunt demons, he declared, and you will take their seals, the very sources of their life. His hand descended onto Elric's shoulder, and the moment their energy linked, a violent surge shot through Elric's entire body. He gasped, eyes widening, as Otto Hahn roared, absorbing the demon's essence in an instant. Elric stared forward, overwhelmed. Otto Hahn, his ancestor, stood tall, his voice heavy with power. All of their abilities will become yours. Secundus lifted his gaze toward the massive storm of dark energy swirling before them. Monstrous, suffocating, impossibly vast. If he could take that into himself, just how powerful would he become? The thought alone made his heart pound. He lowered his head, breath quickening, unable to hold back the excitement rising inside him. Then, boom, energy exploded around him. Elric shot upward, aura flaring violently, his eyes sharpening as he activated weapon manifestation. A single dash, and he blasted forward like a comet, fist clenched, rushing straight at the enemy. But Otto Hahn's voice cracked across the battlefield like a whip. Remember, you do not kill them, you absorb them. Elric skidded to a halt, teeth clenched. Absorb, not kill. But how? He turned back toward the dark mass, examining it closely. The swirling shadows, the monstrous presence within. That's when he finally saw it. A silhouette, towering, hulking. The Yeti King. Shock struck him. This mana, could it really be Mephistopheles? Mephistopheles, hearing the Yeti King's mocking challenge, glared ahead, his aura turning razor sharp. The Yeti King's voice boomed, daring him to show what he could do. But Otto Hahn shut it down with a single cold stare. Elric pushed forward again, speed ripping through the frozen air, until suddenly, he froze mid-flight. A wall of darkness stood in his path. Hundreds of black silhouettes emerged from the storm, lined up like an army of executioners. Their presence alone made his breath hitch. The Mountain King's warriors, he whispered. There were so many, far more than he expected, and each one radiated power leagues above anything he had fought before. Then he saw him, a massive yeti with a heavy beard and a sword almost the size of a tree. Just the sight of him made Elric swallow hard. Especially that guy. Do I even have the skills to beat something like that? His eyes drifted to the seal on his hand. If only he could activate the seal of original sin, he could end this in minutes. Maybe even take down the king of the icy mountains himself. But he couldn't. He didn't know how. For now, that power was nothing but a dream. A sudden roar ripped through the battlefield. One of the warriors lunged, mouth wide, voice shaking the entire mountain. Elric slowly lowered his hand. No shortcuts. No forbidden power. This is the first test, he whispered. Using that seal would just be cheating. He raised his palm, and a flame ignited, burning fiercely in the heart of the frozen world. The moment Elric unleashed burst, the entire battlefield trembled. A heartbeat later, a blazing fireball slammed into the nearest Yeti soldier. The blast so violent it nearly swallowed Elric himself. He staggered back, and then froze. A sword materialized right in front of his eyes. For a split second, he stood in a trance, unable to move, breath caught in his throat. Then crack. Blue lightning tore across his body, instincts exploding awake as he dodged the killing blow by a hair's breadth. He exhaled sharply, chest heaving. The Yetis pushed straight through the explosion, emerging from the flames like monsters carved out of nightmares. In seconds, they were on him. Elric threw one hand upward, then slammed both palms together. Raise and penetrate. Ice spikes erupted violently beneath the enemy ranks, launching several Yeti warriors into the air. The rest were shredded by the hail of deadly fragments. Elric's eyes hardened. More shadows rushed toward him from the distance. So, they were once part of the demonic society, he muttered. But they were abandoned. One of the Yetis growled, teeth clenched, eyes filled with wounded rage. Elric took a step forward, gaze burning. I get it. You're terrified of being thrown away again, once you're weak. The Yetis roared and charged as one. Elric didn't flinch. If this test is what I need to grow stronger. He thrust his hands forward, brows tightening. Then I'll take it as many times as it takes. A massive crimson sphere formed between his palms, swelling, pulsing, burning hot enough to melt the frozen air. Then it detonated, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. The approaching Yetis vanished in an instant, erased by pure force. A beam of molten light carved through the battlefield, wiping out everything in its path. But then doom. A colossal Yeti warrior slammed his sword into the ground. The shockwave ripped through Elric before he could react. Blood burst from his mouth as the impact launched him backward, tumbling across the icy floor. He crashed face first and lay still. He lifted his head weakly, vision shaking. At this rate, I'll lose. Mana spilled from his lips like steam. No, not like this, he growled. I won't fail the first trial so miserably. A fierce aura erupted around him, blasting outward. He forced himself up, every cell screaming, power flooding out of him uncontrollably. Even if his body couldn't handle it, even if it tore him apart, he pushed off the ground with all four limbs, launching himself forward like a wild beast. He closed the distance in a blink. I'll extract more mana, whatever it takes. The massive Yeti looked down at him, eyes cold, and swung. Elric twisted out of the blade's path, sparks cutting across his cheek. He lifted his gaze. That feeling. His pulse roared. This is from a demonic heart. The Yeti attacked again fast. Faster than before. But Elric was faster. He ducked under the strike, dashed in close, and delivered a brutal, clean, devastating blow straight to the monster's core. A strike precise enough to kill a demon outright. Elric raised his hand again, whispering the next command. Bloom and scatter. In an instant, the massive monster froze solid. A heartbeat later, crack. A forest of ice spikes erupted and tore through its body, stopping the beast mid-roar. Elric lowered his head, shoulders trembling. A dark aura seeped from his body like smoke. His breath hitched, mouth open as he struggled to inhale. Then his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the icy floor. For a moment, he simply lay there, eyes closed. Then he forced them open, scanning the frozen battlefield. What was that? He muttered. He turned and saw it. A towering mass of dark aura gathering behind him, thick and suffocating. No matter how you look at it, this is way too ruthless for a first trial. He glanced at the defeated monster, clutching his chest. It felt like his heart was about to burst out of his ribcage. Were the Guardians appearing again? What was he supposed to do? The dark aura drifted toward him like a living shadow. Desperate, Elric thrust out his hand. A blue flame erupted into existence, calm, cold, and beautiful. He stared down at his palm, stunned, as the seal etched into his hand blazed with light. The dark energy was being pulled toward it, absorbed into the glowing mark. A new seal, he whispered. It wasn't as overwhelming as the seal of original sin, but its power was undeniable. Somehow, the mana from his demonic heart had stabilized. Footsteps crunched behind him. Adohan approached, voice calm but heavy with meaning. Demons call the seals by their true names. If you want to wield a demon's power, you must know that name. Elric frowned. And how am I supposed to know that? It's not like they'll just tell me. Adohan stared at the newly gathered army of Yeti guards. You don't need to worry. When the time comes, you'll know. Elric closed his eyes, lowering his head. Energy gathered between his palms, slow at first, then rapidly spiraling. The Yeti's true name, he murmured, is cruelty. He couldn't explain how he knew it. He just did. The seal pulsed, answering him. Snow fell thicker, harsher, across the mountains as Elric rose to his feet. Dozens of Yetis advanced through the storm. He stared at them, unblinking. If they're cold, he smirked, then they're heartless. He unleashed a narrow stream of ice that blasted through several opponents at once. But the rest took to the sky, surrounding themselves with shields before diving at him. Boom! A massive ice explosion engulfed the battlefield. Elric staggered backward, barely able to stand. His legs shook violently. And mana consumption is a little high, he muttered with a pained smile. Then, a giant seal appeared beneath his feet, expanding outward in a burst of brilliant blue. Every enemy trapped inside froze instantly, encased in shimmering glacier-like ice. This is the power of the seal. The magic circle widened again and again, swallowing the battlefield whole. Yetis fell one after another, turned into frozen statues, shattered by the pressure of the aura. Elric looked at the mountain of frozen bodies and let out a tired, breathless laugh. Now I just have to. Guh. Blood erupted from his mouth. He dropped to his knees. Then he collapsed. Elric's vision began to fade. His thoughts blurred. The world turned into static. Why is this happening? Everything went black. Elric jolted awake. He sucked in air like a drowning man, chest rising and falling rapidly. Sweat dripped down his face. He was no longer on the battlefield. He was lying on the cold floor of the library. Books were scattered everywhere, shelves shaking, and beneath him the stone tiles were cracked. He stared at the destruction with wide eyes. What was that? A calm voice answered. Mephistopheles appeared beside him, arms folded, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Looks like you ran into a pretty rough test, he said casually. The demon looked away, clicking his tongue. I figured something happened when your pendant went berserk the moment you fainted. Doesn't take a genius to guess it wasn't pleasant. Elric lowered his head. A task. It had to be a task. Which meant, I'm not dead. He looked at his hand, the blue seal still glowing faintly, and suddenly the realization hit him like a dagger. I trusted the seal too much, he muttered. That's how I got careless. The moment his mana dried up, his consciousness collapsed. He remembered standing on that massive magic circle, remembered the overwhelming force flooding his veins. That power was beyond anything I imagined. He stared at the seal, shivering. If this incomplete seal was already so strong, then the seal of original sin, fully awakened. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Mephistopheles glanced over. So, that's the seal of cruelty, huh? The snow sage set you up with quite the trick. Elric raised his head, frustration creeping into his voice. Then how do I use the seal of original sin? Mephistopheles didn't even pretend to consider it. I was helping a friend by letting him ask my true name, he said with a dark glare. You really thought I'd reveal that to you so easily? His expression hardened. No matter what humiliation you drag me through, I will never speak a single syllable of my true name. Elric groaned, turning away and scratching the back of his head. So much for just asking. He frowned deeper. He really expected Mephistopheles to tell him. But of course he wouldn't. Seal names were everything to demons. Elric looked at the massive shadow engraved into the seal of original sin and sighed. If I gave him full control of the original sin seal, he'd lose everything that makes him a demon. No wonder he's guarding it. For now, he'd have to step back. He hid the blue seal and exhaled. And besides, this one belongs to a demon king, he thought. If I can't even withstand the Yeti's seal, the king's power is way beyond me. Elric finally stood, brushed the dust off, and extended a hand toward Mephistopheles with a sharp grin. You know the king of the icy mountains, right? Mephistopheles turned, suspicious. Why the sudden interest? Elric's smile widened. Because this place is his grave, and I need to win. Mephistopheles paused. Then his lips pulled into a massive, feral grin as he burst out laughing. I knew Otto Hahn was insane. Mephistopheles scoffed under his breath, unable to believe it. Letting a brat hunt an entity, even he acknowledged? Ridiculous. Elric, however, simply smiled. I've got some good ideas, he said confidently. Mephistopheles drifted to the side, eyes narrowed. None of your ideas are good. Elric just spread his arms wide, grinning. Oh, come on. You're not even part of the demonic race anymore. You could at least help a little. Mephistopheles' expression snapped. His frown twisted into something sharp and furious. You idiot, he roared. Revealing the secret of a seal is exposing the weakness of an entire race. It's like ripping out a piece of the demon king himself. Elric held up 3 fingers. I'll grant you 3 days of exemption. Mephistopheles' eyebrow twitched. He closed his eyes slowly. That's supposed to mean something to me. Elric didn't back down. He shot up his entire hand, all 5 fingers extended. Fine. 5 days. Mephistopheles' jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. You dare show me that level of disrespect? Elric waved dismissively. Forget it then. And that was what broke Mephistopheles. The demon suddenly smiled, a wide, malicious, teeth-baring grin, before extending his hand. Even though it was disrespectful, he sighed dramatically. My kindness knows no bounds. I'll help you this one time. His expression hardened. Listen carefully. With the seal you have now, you can forget the test entirely. You'll never even get close to the Mountain King. Elric blinked. Then what do I do? Mephistopheles folded his arms and smiled again, but this time there was cruelty behind it. Well, I wouldn't say there's no way. The icy mountains returned. The wind stabbed like knives. The cold wrapped around him like chains. Elric squinted ahead. Damn, I really didn't want to come back here. A swirl of dark aura hovered before him. A reminder, a clue, a hint Mephistopheles had passed on. Elric leapt forward, reaching toward the dark energy, Mephistopheles' words echoing in his mind. Seals are divided by rarity. Simple, advanced, precious, unique, mythical. Even within the same rarity, Mephistopheles had said, achievement levels change everything. That's why seals with equal rank can differ wildly in real power. Elric spun midair, dodging a downward strike from a Yeti warrior. He remembered the rest. The seal of cruelty, its precious ranked. Not low tier, not garbage, but its achievement level was barely above 1 star. A Yeti guard thrust his sword forward, aiming for Elric's throat. The protagonist slipped past the attack like water, eyes cold. And the Mountain King, Elric recalled, has a full 10 stars. He crushed the guard in an instant, ice bursting around him like shrapnel. So that was the gap. 10 stars versus 1. Mephistopheles' conclusion burned in his mind. To face the Mountain King, you must raise your seal to 10 stars, or elevate its rank to unique. Elric clenched his fist. His seal of cruelty, a single star. One tiny flame against a frozen mountain god. But his smile only grew sharper. Then I'll raise it, he exhaled. One way or another. Elric smiled wide, eyes sharp with confidence. He activated the seal on his hand, and the mark blazed to life. A single sweep, and the swirling dark matter shattered around him like smoke under a storm. Some time later, Elric knelt in deep snow, breath forming white clouds in the frozen air. Before him, a colossal dark aura rose like a mountain. So we finally meet, he whispered. The king of the icy mountains. The dark mass shifted, twisting, reshaping. Its presence was suffocating. Elric clenched his jaw. No matter how many enemies I've killed, my achievement level won't rise past 2 stars. Meaning there was only one path left. Face the king directly. The aura grew heavier. He stared into the storm. What kind of monstrous demonic energy is this? How strong was he in life to reach such a level? His fear flashed. Not from weakness, but from respect. He remembered Otto Hahn's smile. And it hit him. Of course. Only someone from MY family could be this terrifying. Definitely an ancestor, not an enemy. Later, in the icy mountains, Elric stood tall, snow whipping around him. I still have to try, he said quietly. It'll be hard, but I can't run away. He lowered his head, then straightened. A smile curved across his lips. I'll win, no matter what. Mephistopheles watched him from the side, intrigued by the stubborn spark in his eyes. But then, Elric opened his eyes again, and he wasn't in the mountains anymore. He was lying on the library floor. Books everywhere. Cracks under him. Seriously. He burst into laughter. All that effort. All that fighting. And I died before I could even lift a finger at her. Flat on the floor, he muttered. And I thought I was capable of defeating her. Mephistopheles floated down, arms folded. You finally get it. Just give up. You can't absorb a seal of that level. Elric's eyes suddenly gleamed. He pointed at Mephistopheles with a smug grin. The seal of original sin trembled violently. That brat. Mephistopheles snapped. He's doing it again. Elric raised a finger. I didn't expect the king of the icy mountains to be a woman. Silence. Then Mephistopheles' face twitched. He looked away awkwardly, refusing to make eye contact. Why are you looking at me like that? He yelled, pointing straight at Elric. What's with that expression? Elric stared at him for a long moment. So that's it. There was definitely something between Mephistopheles and the Mountain Queen. But for now, he shelved it. He gazed at the seal glowing faintly on his hand. The seal of his own lineage. More important than gossip was one thing. Absorbing her power. He stretched out his hand, aura swirling. He didn't know the method yet, but his instincts roared awake. His vision lit up. Flashes of countless scenes exploding behind his eyes. If I beat all the truth out of her, he muttered, I'll figure everything out. Sometime later, Elric launched forward. Lightning burst across his arms. Thunder cracked behind his steps. His dash tore through the snow like a meteor. Elric blasted forward, lightning tearing across his body as he shot straight through the Mountain Queen's attack. But a heartbeat later, crack, his entire body froze solid. He fell like dead weight, smashing into the snow, unable to move, unable to breathe. And that was only attempt 1. More than 100 tries followed. 100 deaths. 100 agonizing ends. Each time his consciousness faded, he thought the same thing. It hurts so damn much. On another attempt, a massive ice sphere hurtled toward him. This time, Elric planted his foot, thrust out his hand. Boom! He actually reflected it. Through the blinding blizzard, he saw her face, the Mountain Queen, and his heart raced. I can't believe it. I'm actually getting closer. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Her attacks didn't slow, didn't soften, didn't hesitate. Elric dashed forward, teeth grinding. I get it now. How the seal of cruelty works. How the Mountain King used it. But I'm just a brat who barely awakened mine. I can't match someone who mastered it for centuries. The Queen raised her hand. Elric mirrored her. Their palms collided. In that instant, Elric dug deep into her gestures, her instincts, her theories, everything. K-boom. A monstrous explosion tore the mountain apart. The shockwave carved trenches through the snow. Elric's arm cracked from the force, fractures crawling up his skin like roots. Even if I have to steal everything from her, I'll take it. Another explosion blasted him into the air, tearing him apart. Mephistopheles watched from the side, arms folded. It'd be normal for someone's ego to break, he muttered, after dying 100 times with zero progress. Elric lay ahead of him, arms torn off, body mangled, and he was smiling. Mephistopheles exhaled, eyes narrowing. He's not just talented, he has an iron will, a hunger for improvement without end. Another attempt. Elric rushed forward, only for his head to be sliced off in a blink. Another attempt. His hand dissolved into dark aura, but he kept coming back. Again and again. He slammed his foot down, seal glowing violently. I already reached 3 stars, he laughed. He dodged as a massive axe whistled past his skull, barely missing. The Mountain Queen's blade cut the air with terrifying precision. Elric slipped under it at the last moment, countering with a punch. She doesn't give me a single second to breathe. The Queen flipped her blade, switching her grip with flawless mastery. A freezing aura burst around her weapon, colder than death itself. Elric froze, in fear, then quickly thrust both hands forward. Protective barrier. For a moment, it held. Then, crack! The Queen shattered it and struck him cleanly. Elric staggered, teeth clenched, fighting against the overwhelming dark energy, crushing his body. Is this really my limit? Ordinary theft wasn't enough. Mimicking wasn't enough. Learning wasn't enough. He stared at the Mountain Queen as she raised her weapon again, power surging. And he understood. To beat her, to absorb her seal, to overcome his limit. He needed something more than technique. He needed domination. Elric clenched his teeth. To defeat the Mountain Queen, I must restrain her. He stopped mid-step. No, that's not enough. He dashed forward, lightning bursting beneath his feet. I have to become her. Dark energy wrapped around him like a storm, crushing from every direction. His seal burned on his hand, too bright, too violent. His face drained of color. Did I die again? He whispered. The world twisted, then steadied. Mephistopheles hovered above him, arms folded, looking down with a cold smirk. Then prove it, he said. Elric blinked. What are you doing here? Mephistopheles' eyes narrowed. Prove you're worthy of being part of our race. Then everything shifted. He was no longer himself. He was her, the ruler of the icy mountains. Elric found himself inside the Mountain Queen's body, his palms pressed to the frozen ground as her seal glowed beneath him. When he opened his eyes again, a massive yeti stood before him. He knows she reached out a small hand. A child's hand. What is this? Elric breathed. A shaman stood nearby, lifting his arms to the sky. The Lord of all demons has sent us an oracle, he roared. A yeti elder holding a small child lifted her high. Our queen, the one destined to rule the highlands. A tiny yeti girl waved her hand, eyes sparkling with innocence. The shaman shouted, the mountain range will be hers. Elric felt the truth strike him. She was born a ruler, destined to command the icy mountains. He watched the small girl stare into swirling dark matter, and felt the Mountain Queen's thoughts echo through him. This was her memory. The girl grew, eyes sharpening, resolve hardening. She became the first in the history of the icy mountains to unite every tribe. But power in one region was never enough. Her crimson eyes glowed like burning stars. I must reclaim the peaks that once belonged to us. I must restore our ancestral glory. She turned to her warriors, towering yetis ready for war. Listen, she roared. We were once part of the great demon army. She raised her axe as the mountains trembled. And we will take back what is rightfully ours. Her armies stormed forward, crushing knights and demons alike. Snow turned to blood. Mountains cracked. Cities fell. She stood under a black sun. An eclipse, feeling triumph, surged through her. Finally, we are recognized again as demons. But the moment her ambition swelled, her warriors collapsed one by one. The battlefield fell silent, and a presence far greater than the mountain itself descended. Mephistopheles, the original sin, the demon king. He stood before her, smiling down, shadow covering the world. She trembled. An insurmountable wall. He approached slowly, gripped her, forced her to bow. She realized there was no victory, no escape, no defiance. She could only accept defeat. In shame, the Mountain Queen lowered her gaze to the icy peaks she once vowed to rule. But even as defeat wrapped around her like frost, one thought burned fiercely. I must clear my true name. I must strengthen my seal. She stared into the dark aura swirling beneath her feet. This is only the first step. She turned, determination flaring in her crimson eyes. Just a little more, and Mephistopheles would have acknowledged me. I was so close. Suddenly, a voice thundered from the sky. Stop! A girl descended, a knight following behind her. The queen's heart tightened. My path is blocked. Knights surged toward her, blades drawn. And then she saw Otto Hahn, standing ahead of them. A wall of power, so immense that her breath stopped. Compared to him, even Mephistopheles felt distant, unreachable. The queen of the icy mountains drew her axe and roared. All troops attacked, but the moment she turned, her forces disintegrated. One by one, her subordinates turned into dust. They didn't even scream. They simply ceased to exist. What is happening? She cried. A warrior shot past her, cleaving through her soldiers with a single strike. Thousands of Yeti warriors were torn apart in an instant. Even their bones couldn't withstand the force. A terrified Yeti screamed, "Help me, I don't want to die." Others backed away, their eyes empty with fear. A massive demon appeared, towering over them, roaring like a beast of calamity. Then, something fell from the sky like a meteor, the shockwave blowing apart the snowfield. The queen raised her axe to block, sliding backward in the frozen dust storm. Still, she planted her feet, took her stance, and shouted to the survivors. "Calm your fear. We are the great demon race. There is nothing we cannot do." She inhaled and let out a war cry that shook the mountains. "Show them our wrath." A heartbeat later, splash, blood erupted everywhere. The queen's eyes trembled. What is this? Her allies' heads tore off all at once, fountains of blood shooting skyward. Their bodies collapsed like puppets cut from their strings. She stood alone, unable to understand how death claimed them faster than thought itself. Otto Hahn stepped forward, lifting his hand. The world burned behind him. The queen staggered, whispering through cracked lips. "We lost the war against the humans you led, and were driven back to these mountains." Her face twisted with despair. Why? Why is this happening to us? She glared at the distant human army. They already have everything they ever wanted. Why won't they let us have even a grain of what we want? She crawled forward, fingers digging into the snow. A mark formed on her hand, and from deep within her chest, an enormous dark energy burst outward. Elric watched in silence. He didn't move, didn't speak. He simply observed her with heavy eyes, the weight of centuries etched into her grief. After several seconds, he stepped closer. This is her burden, her destiny, her duty. Aloud, he said quietly, even through all this despair. Elric stared at the raging dark aura engulfing the mountain queen. You still stood alone. Elric stepped closer, voice low but steady. You endured all of it. In his mind, he saw it. Himself as a small child, walking toward her through the snow, and the queen mirroring the gesture, extending her hand with the same lonely determination. Countless hardships, countless losses. He stretched his hand toward her. To bring your race back to its former glory, you kept walking, even when it broke you. The queen's eyes trembled. They cried together, two souls bound by different eras, different duties, but the same unbearable weight. Elric wrapped his arms around her. This burden is greater than anyone can imagine. A clash of weapons echoed in the distance. Elric remembered. After that day, Otto Hahn settled in the icy mountains, watching over the queen. Battle after battle, their blades crossed so many times that the hatred faded, replaced with respect. They weren't enemies anymore. They weren't allies either. They simply understood each other. They shared moments. They shared mountains. They shared silence. But even so, the queen's darkness never disappeared. A demonic aura burned from her body. Her eyes filled with rage, trembling with old hunger. I must restore our race's pride," she whispered. Her voice cracked. She couldn't break free from her temptations. Her ambition became chains. Her determination became poison. In the end, she became a monster. Otto Hahn folded his hands, dark aura building between his palms. He clapped them together and unleashed a shockwave. Did he enter life that day? Even Elric didn't know. He narrowed his eyes, then snapped them open. A voice spoke. "So, you must be that descendant." The mountain queen stood beside him, regal, stern, chin raised. "One-handed Otto Hahn told me about you," she said, smiling faintly. "Considering you burned away most of my mana, and even severed my arm, your reputation wasn't empty bragging." Elric stepped forward, extending his hand. "I pity you." The queen lowered her head, then turned away sharply. "I may have died miserably, unable to abandon my ambition," she said. "But I was a queen, and I was a warrior." Her eyes hardened. "So I do not accept pity from an enemy." Elric flinched at her tone. The Ice Mountain Queen simply smiled, cold, resigned. "It seems our fight is nearing its end." She lifted her gaze toward the sky. "I should apologize to my subjects who sacrificed themselves. I must honor their memory." Elric clenched his fist. The queen whispered, voice trembling. "Why did I obsess so desperately over rejoining the demon army?" Dark aura poured from her like a tide. Why, when being happy with the ones I loved should have been enough? Her screech tore the mountains apart. The dark aura burst away from her in every direction. Elric watched silently, then whispered, "She's being consumed by demonic energy." He narrowed his eyes. "What do I do now?" But before he could answer the thought, a surge of crimson power exploded around her. A violent red aura engulfed the mountain peak. Elric gritted his teeth. "No. Focus. My enemy is the Ice Mountain Queen, the ruler who united an entire chaotic mountain race. The one whose will alone reshaped the frozen north. The queen lifted her head. Her eyes glowed with pure, unrestrained fury. The battlefield trembled. Elric stared at her, the queen of the Ice Mountain Yetis. In his mind, she wasn't just a monster. She was their greatest warrior, a foe worthy of being absorbed. A foe he must absorb. Demonic energy poured off her in waves as she stepped forward, eyes burning with killing intent. Elric lifted his hand, jaw tight. If he held back even a fraction, that would be an insult to her strength. So he let his aura explode. Power flared around him, the air trembling as he took his stance. They leaped at the same moment, two beasts charging straight toward each other. No hesitation, no fear. Elric could almost feel the weight of her oath, the pride she carried, the debt she had sworn to repay. The queen stomped the ground with a thunderous crack. Elric answered by launching himself forward, their bodies streaking through the frozen air like falling stars. Their eyes locked, rage burning, madness boiling. They swung. Her demonic energy roared out like a tempest. His power surged forward to meet it. The collision shook the entire mountain, pressure ripping the air apart. Her giant axe whistled down. Elric seized a fallen axe from the ground, muscles bulging, and met her strike head-on. The impact blasted her back a few steps. Gritting his teeth, he charged again. I have to become stronger than her. I must. They traded blows at blinding speed. Steel clashed against steel. Aura clashed against demonic fury. At one point they were so close their breaths mixed, both fully intent on killing the other. The queen stomped again, her life hanging on this battle. Elric matched her movement perfectly, launching forward with equal desperation. A blinding flash exploded between them. The shockwave shattered stone, sent massive boulders flying, tore the ground apart. Elric felt every pebble, every vibration, through his body. Raising his hand, he moved to strike, feeling something strange inside him, as if fighting her filled him with a twisted sense of joy. The queen's brows furrowed. She drew her fist back. Another flash burst forth. Elric was thrown aside, vision white for a heartbeat. She came at him with her axe, but he managed to parry, twisting his body away. She chased him like a wild beast. Elric spun, opened his mouth wide, and let out a roar that shook the earth. The queen staggered back. Both pushed off the ground again. Both soared. Both landed facing each other in identical stances, battered, trembling, and ready to finish it. Elric's teeth clenched, so hard they might break. Rage burned behind his eyes. Across from him, the queen's gaze was just as wild. We're at our limit, he thought. This final dash, this will decide it. They moved. In a blink, they were beside each other, power exploding in all directions. And in that instant, Elric realized something. The technique she was about to unleash, the move that once crushed countless races beneath her feet. This was the secret art of the queen of the Ice Mountains. The queen glared ahead with a terrifying calm, her killing intent bursting like frost in the air. She lifted her palm, massive, icy, and filled with destructive power. Elric mirrored her, eyes blazing with the same ferocity. The moment their palms collided, the world exploded. A blinding surge of power erupted between them, lighting up the mountains like a second sun. The ground beneath their feet split open, cracks racing across the ice like spiderwebs. For a heartbeat, everything vanished into dust and roaring wind. Then, two silhouettes appeared in the haze. Elric stood unmoving, arms still outstretched. The queen, her massive frame trembling, had a gaping hole torn through her body. Elric's eyes widened in horror. He had struck with everything he had, but even he hadn't expected this. The queen stared forward silently for a few seconds. Then, slowly, she lifted her head and laughed. It wasn't madness this time. It was relief, peace. She whispered that this would be the last time. Her words made Elric's entire body shake. He lowered his head, teeth clenched, trying to hold himself together. Then her final words came. Thank you. Elric's eyes snapped open in shock. The queen turned away, tears pooling in her eyes. She dropped to one knee. As the sun broke through the icy sky, its warm light fell on her face. She smiled, softly, looking ahead one final time. Elric stood over her, unable to speak. Then, her body dissolved into glowing particles and evaporated into the wind. Silence. Elric looked down at the seal on his hand. Blue energy swirled around it like a calm ocean. Suddenly, a tattoo of mountains carved itself across his skin, the symbol of the Ice Queen. At his feet, two small green leaves appeared on the frozen ground. Slowly, a stem rose from between them. A bud formed, then blossomed into a vibrant flower. Elric whispered gently, "Rest in peace, Queen." And just like that, his first trial came to an end. Otto clapped loudly behind him. Well done. You actually absorbed the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Incredible. Elric turned, exhausted. Isn't that a bit much for a first challenge? He asked with a tired smile. Han grinned. Like I said, everything about our family is intense. If you can't overcome something like that, how could you ever call yourself a Melving? Elric sighed to himself. So that's why people call them selfish. Han stepped forward, expression slightly more serious. But honestly, I'm impressed. Even with your talent, I was sure it would take at least 1 to 3 years to beat a mountain queen. Yet a fledgling mage, someone barely past the basics, did it in 1 month. Elric blinked. 1 month. Han nodded proudly. That's what I said. Elric raised a hand. No. I meant that I've only been learning magic for a single month. And since I've been stuck in this place another month, that means I started 2 months ago. Silence. Han stared at him. That's a terrible joke. Elric stiffened. I'm not joking. Han's eyes widened. Wait, you're serious? This isn't some pompous Melvinger-style speech. Before Elric could answer, Han grabbed him by the shoulders and burst out laughing. Huh, I knew it. I've always had a good sense for people. Elric groaned. Didn't you literally just say something completely opposite? Even despite your talent. Han tilted his head back and roared with laughter. You bastard. Hey, it hurts. And your beard is poking me. Elric yelled. Han only laughed harder. Elric and Han stood side by side, staring at the distant frost-covered mountains. The battlefield was quiet now. Too quiet. Han broke the silence first, voice low. So, how were her final moments? The camera zooms in on the back of Elric's head. His hair shifts slightly in the cold wind as he answers. She was smiling. Han let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. That is an incredible relief. Elric lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Thank you for everything. Han smiled gently. Good luck on your way back. But Elric hesitated. A small frown touched his lips. I doubt I'll be able to visit often. Han's face darkened with a hint of loneliness. I understand. Being the head of the family, it's a heavy burden. Elric turned and began walking away. Han watched him go, expression bittersweet. Suddenly, Elric stopped, spun around, and stared back. Han blinked. Elric scratched his cheek, awkwardly. How do I get out of here? Han stretched out his hand, completely baffled. You've left tons of times already. How do you not remember? A blinding flash erupted. Elric stared forward in shock as the world dissolved in white. Then, he slammed face first onto the floor. He groaned, looking up at the ceiling. That damn old man. Mephistopheles floated nearby, with a smug grin. The old guy should have finished you off while he had the chance. Elric glared at him. How can you just kill someone with no warning? And then Mephistopheles emerged, smiling like a satisfied fox. So, did you absorb the queen of the ice mountains? Elric lifted his forearm to show the new mountain-shaped tattoo. It literally happened just now. Mephistopheles threw his head back with a victorious laugh. Splendid. All thanks to my guidance, of course. Elric's voice dripped with sarcasm. Truly, you're the best demon lord in the world. Mephistopheles froze, startled. Best? Demon lord? He stared at Elric, mind spinning. It wasn't enough to call this boy a genius. He was a monster in human skin. Elric lifted a finger. But I do want to know one thing. Didn't you have some kind of special relationship with the Mountain Queen? And why didn't you let her become a demon? Mephistopheles stiffened and looked away, suddenly awkward. How did you even figure that out? I caught a glimpse of her memories. Elric replied firmly. So answer me. The demon lord's mind drifted back to a mountain built from bones. I'm a demon lord, he began coldly. She was nothing more than low-grade demon scum. At that time, I was simply bored. He looked out toward the snowy mountains, eyes narrowing. I heard rumors that someone in the ice mountains might become a demon. So, I went to see for myself. The scene shifts, Mephistopheles holding the horned creature by the chin, examining her with detached curiosity. She wasn't anywhere near the level of a proper demon queen. But her skills, they were decent. A faint smirk curled onto his lips. In the end, she was lucky she met a kind-hearted demon lord like me. If it had been Azazel or Lilith, he chuckled softly. They would have torn her into tiny pieces without a second thought. Mephistopheles flicked his hand, dismissively, as if brushing away a memory. And in the end, find me again when you've grown stronger. That's what he told her. And then the mighty demon, Lord Mephistopheles, simply turned around and left. Elric stared at him, stunned. That's it. That's the end of the story. Did you ever meet again? Mephistopheles' expression instantly twisted with irritation. Why would I see her again? Why would I go back to see her? But the image betrayed him. A blizzard sweeping over the ice mountains. Footprints on untouched snow. A lone figure with a massive axe waiting in silence. Mephistopheles gritted his teeth, eyes clouded with something dangerously close to regret. Elric noticed. He slammed his fist into his palm. I get it now. Mephistopheles snapped. Get what? Elric smirked. You're exactly like those bratty boys who bully the girl they secretly like. Instant rage flared. I'm not a brat, and don't you dare imply anything about unrequited love. Elric chuckled. So that's why, even after 1,000 years, you still haven't found anyone for yourself. Mephistopheles pointed at him, trembling with fury. You bastard. How dare you mock the great Mephistopheles? Cut to a comedic close-up of the room. Elric leaning on a desk, voice casually evil. Honestly, you're probably destined to be alone forever. Forever alone. Mephistopheles roared. I hope you die. Meanwhile, Han's fist smoldered like a volcano behind them. Otto Hahn closed his eyes, letting the smoke drift around him. One interesting kid, he thought. Leaves drifted in the wind as Han lowered his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and whispered, almost to himself. She felt the same way, didn't she? Did she hold a grudge until the end? The scene shifts sharply. Hands drenched in blood. A man holding a limp corpse. His voice shaking. How could I do this with my own hands? Bodies piled around him. Pain. Regret. Rage. Otto Hahn's voice cut through the despair. The Queen of the Ice Mountains. The man's eyes snapped open, glowing, furious. A monstrous scream tore from the creature's throat, smoke erupting around him. Kill me. Otto Hahn approached, half his face swallowed by shadow. He clasped his hands together. Forgive me. A violent blow. A hole punched clean through the creature's chest. Otto Hahn exhaled, monocle glinting as he opened his eyes fully. Thank you, and rest. Leave your regrets, your dreams, to this child. Tears welled up as he smiled softly. Maybe, in the next life, we can meet again. And I hope the world you see then is more beautiful than the one we left behind. He turned his gaze to the sunset, letting the wind carry the moment away. Back in the library, Mephistopheles frowned. What are you rummaging around for? You've turned the entire place upside down. I'm looking for something, Elric muttered. And what requires destroying an entire library? Elric finally lifted something glowing. Mephistopheles froze. Is that what I think it is? Elric held up a rock shimmering with cold light. An ice crystal? Han nodded. Take it. And find God of Camellia. Elric squinted at him. Find the god of what, exactly? Elric lifted the strange crystal, still unsure what to make of any of this. He pointed at it and asked, So, this Camilla flower thing, that's really it? Otto Hahn nodded calmly, as if everything made perfect sense to him. Then he added, almost casually, that the person connected to this flower would become Elric's next instructor. Elric scratched his head. Wait, this is the test. Seriously. Otto Hahn confirmed it without hesitation. Elric stared at the crystal again, baffled. So, how long am I supposed to be stuck doing this? At this rate, I'll be old before I'm done. For the first time, Otto Hahn's expression hardened. Until you reach the level of our progenitor. Elric froze. What rank is the progenitor? Otto Hahn didn't answer directly. He simply stood there with Elric under the gray, heavy sky, and said, In time, you'll understand everything. The progenitor fulfilled countless duties, and left behind many more for this world. And for you. They both looked up at the swirling clouds as Otto Hahn continued. We prepared trials, so you can follow his path. All you must do is walk it, steadily and without hesitation. Elric clenched his fists, determination rising in him. I won't lose what he entrusted to me. Otto Hahn's voice softened, almost regretful. I'm sorry to place such a burden on you, but this path belongs to you alone, Elric, head of the Melvinger house. Then he turned away and urged him to begin immediately. Elric glanced down at the crystal again. So basically, you're telling me to deliver this ice crystal to the god of the Camilla? That was all Mephistopheles needed to hear. The demon burst into laughter. He smirked at Elric. If it's the god of the Camilla, that means he plans to recreate winter. Elric blinked and looked at the crystal in his palm. Do you know what that's supposed to mean? Mephistopheles rolled his eyes. It's the same 4 seasons. The ones who hunted demons like us. Elric immediately jumped to his feet. Tell me everything. All of it. Now. Mephistopheles raised a brow. And why would I? Elric held up 4 fingers. 5 days of release. The demon scoffed. You think that tiny bribe works on me? Elric grinned wider. Fine. Silence release. But that's the final offer. Mephistopheles' mood changed instantly. Deal. He leaned forward, voice lowering. Listen carefully. There are 4 forces that supported your ancestors. 4 beings whose strength helped build the House of Melvinger. 4 silhouettes, known as the 4 seasons. Elric swallowed hard, listening without blinking. The demons call them that because their powers and personalities match the seasons themselves. And among them, a snowstorm whipped across the vision, forming behind Mephistopheles. Otto Hahn is the one who represents winter. He frowned, the wind howling behind him. And the fact that someone like him arranged your trials, that alone should tell you how serious all of this is. Elric froze, staring at Mephistopheles in horror. The demon only smirked and continued calmly. This can only mean one thing. He intends to pass on the very power he once held himself. A cold bead of sweat slid down Elric's cheek. If he completed this test, if he survived it, would he be allowed to challenge the other seasons too? A silhouette flickered in the swirling clouds above. Elric tightened his grip and swallowed hard. If I absorb the power of all 4 seasons, wouldn't that put me on the same level as the progenitor they once served? A tattooed hand flashed through his mind. The hand of someone who stood at the peak. And if I keep absorbing seals even stronger than the seal of cruelty? He frowned slightly as the realization hit him. Then maybe the revival of my family isn't impossible after all. He turned back to Mephistopheles. So what's so important about this ice crystal? Why would the god of the Camilla flower need it? Against a backdrop of jagged, frozen peaks, Mephistopheles finally spoke. That ice crystal is the core of winter itself. It forms only in the deepest, eternal layers of the snow-buried mountains. In other words, a violent flash tore across the sky. It's the egg of a spirit. Elric blinked, speechless. The camellia blooms only in winter, Mephistopheles went on. And there's no better pot for that flower than an ice crystal. He closed one eye, listening to Elric's next question. So where do I find the god of the camellia? Mephistopheles shrugged. Presumably, the flower temple, somewhere far in the north. Elric stepped back in shock. The flower temple? That's just a fairy tale. Doesn't that place only exist in myth? Oh, it's very real, Mephistopheles replied. And that noisy idiot is probably guarding it right now. Elric stared at him, confused. He'd have to check the records in the Imperial Library to confirm any of this. He narrowed his eyes. Isn't he acting too cooperative? What's he plotting? Mephistopheles stood there with his arms crossed. Elric could swear the demon's spiritual form looked brighter. Mephistopheles' eyes twitched with madness. So, the brat noticed it. A sliver of my power has returned. The trials are affecting my demonic energy too. He wondered if Elric could actually do anything even if he figured it out. Far in the void, Elric stood quietly, lost in thought. I have no choice, Mephistopheles mused. If he keeps passing these trials, I'll grow even stronger. Elric looked down, realizing the truth. Each trial made him stronger, but it also restored more power to Mephistopheles. A vision of Mephistopheles at his peak flashed through Elric's mind. Don't tell me, he thought, horrified. I'm helping revive the Lord of Demons. And if that happens, Mephistopheles muttered, the entire world will be thrown into real chaos. Elric lowered his head, staring at the ground with a heavy, defeated expression. Mephistopheles watched him silently, then smirked in his mind. What an adorable little face. Of course he's scared, as he should be. He folded his arms and clicked his tongue. Look, I'm not thrilled about letting the Melvingers grow stronger. But my recovery comes first. Understand? But instead of fear, Elric slowly lifted his head and grinned wickedly. Mephistopheles frowned. Why are you smiling again? Elric kept that sharp grin, and his thoughts raced. If the trials restored some of Mephistopheles' power, it meant Elric could take even more of it back. If he kept getting stronger, Mephistopheles would eventually be forced out of his body. He just had to keep pushing forward. Elric smiled with satisfaction. Mephistopheles felt a chill. This brat is unsettling enough already. Stop getting excited on your own. Elric clapped his hands lightly. Great. If everything's ready, isn't it time we head out? A spark flickered across the snowy sky. Another spark, brighter this time. Elric walked ahead with confidence. Crazy. Just a month ago, this whole journey felt impossible. Now it's easy. You're unbelievably narcissistic, Mephistopheles muttered as an avalanche thundered in the distance. Elric ignored him. Since I need a guide, why not visit the Crimson Eye tribe? He smiled again, thinking to himself. Maybe it was because he fought the Yeti for so long, or because he'd absorbed the Queen's seal, but he genuinely wanted to see them again. But then, Elric stopped. His smile died instantly. The village was a massacre. Shattered huts. Pools of blood melted into the snow. Corpses torn apart, left like trash. Elric's eyes widened in horror. What the hell happened here? A crimson silhouette lay impaled on black ice spikes. Mephistopheles hovered beside him, gaze cold with disgust. Judging by these wounds, their deaths weren't quick. Whoever did this enjoyed it. He shook his head. I don't know who or what was responsible, but the nature of this creature is more monstrous than most demons I've met. Elric didn't respond. Mephistopheles stared at the back of the boy's head. Elric finally moved, stepping deeper into the ruined village. He clenched his teeth. Yes, Yetis were monsters. They could be killed. Even he killed them. But treating them like toys, he growled under his breath. This is disgusting. The emotion swelling inside him wasn't his own. It was the Queen's power screaming inside him. Elric forced his jaw shut. I need to calm down. I'm not a Yeti. I'm not allowed to feel their emotions. But then, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in terror. Dark shadows twitched in the distance. Elric stepped forward cautiously, dropped his knees, and pushed the snow aside with his hands, searching for whatever was hidden beneath. Elric clenched his teeth and dug deeper into the snow, his fingers shaking. Then he froze, eyes widening. It looks like someone new has arrived. A small child peeked out, hands raised in innocent excitement. But the voice behind him shattered the moment. The journey ahead will only get harder. Before you set out, you should prepare yourself. Mephistopheles stood behind Elric, unimpressed, while corpses stuck out of snowdrifts, buried upside down like broken stakes. Elric's jaw tightened. This is her work, right? Mephistopheles nodded without hesitation. Elric looked ahead, breath trembling. So, they're the reason I feel this sickening rage crawling inside me. Before he could process more, the scene shifted. 3 figures in cloaks sprinted through the icy storm. Isabel gasped for breath. Her legs buckled over a ridge of snow, and she collapsed. Lady Isabel, are you all right? The two men ran to her side, eyes full of panic. I'm fine, she forced out. Don't worry about me. We don't know when those killers will strike again. Focus on finding the grave. One of the men insisted she rest. She grit her teeth. I'm the daughter of the Blue Lion. I refuse to be a burden. He flinched at her words. Young lady. Isabel staggered forward, thoughts trembling. Too many people had died. Hunted. Slaughtered. All to protect her. And she couldn't let their sacrifice be meaningless. A month had passed since the chase began. A whole month searching for that grave. She frowned over the worn-out map, exhaustion weighing on her shoulders. Where is it? Where is this grave supposed to be? Her voice cracked. Father. A banner rippled in the wind as her memories pulled her backward. The estate of the Blue Lion family. A noble clan built on strength. A clan where weakness was unacceptable. Isabel walked through the corridor beneath judging whispers. Lions only walk behind the strong. The second lady should keep quiet. Blue Lion might hear. Whispers turned to blunt mockery. Isabel gripped her practice sword. She swung. The blade slipped. It stabbed into the floor with a dull thud. She panted, face pale. Why? Why do I have no talent? Why can't I even swing a sword properly? She grabbed her head as voices echoed around her. The only daughter of the Blue Lion can't even hold a sword. That family's future looks bleak. They were cursed with a girl as their heir. What did they expect from a woman? She can't even try. Isabel trembled, unable to breathe under the weight of their scorn. How can I call myself the child of the Blue Lion? Footsteps echoed behind her. A man with a thick mustache approached slowly. The man with the mustache wasn't just anyone. He was Isabel's father, Herman Weil. They sat together under the night sky, the moonlight quiet and cold. Herman Weil sighed softly. I'm sorry for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. Isabel lowered her head. The real problem is, I'm just not good enough. Herman Weil chuckled and shook his head. You don't need to follow my path, he said warmly. You don't need to become the next Blue Lion. Isabel blinked in confusion. Then what am I supposed to be? Herman Weil smiled proudly. You are not the Blue Lion, Isabel. You are the honorable daughter of the Whale family. He flexed one of his huge arms dramatically. And look, I'm still in peak condition. Touch my steel muscles. Isabel stared at him blankly. Father, that's armor. Herman Weil kept grinning like nothing happened. Anyway, don't worry about your father. He paused. No, don't worry about the Blue Lion. Isabel's eyes filled with tears. Herman Weil reached over, patting her head. Just like before, I'll keep chasing my dream. I'll become the greatest swordsman on the entire continent. Isabel finally smiled. But that smile didn't last. The hallway was silent. Too silent. Isabel sat beside her father's bed, gripping his unresponsive hand. Why hasn't he woken up? The doctor approached with a grim expression. He is showing symptoms similar to ceiling disease, he said. His mana circulation collapsed. He overused his aura. Herman Weil lay motionless, his breath shallow. If this continues, his muscles may begin to waste away. Isabel's heart cracked. The doctor continued. We can solve it, if we manage to restore his mana flow. But with the amount of mana your father holds, it's practically impossible. Isabel lowered her head, devastated. In a case like this, the doctor added, your only hope is magical items. Isabel mounted her horse with trembling determination. I'll save you, father, no matter what. The tower's peak glowed in the distance as she rode. Normal items won't work on him, she thought. So I begged the Academy's magic tower for help. A cloaked mage frowned, raising his hand dismissively. Even their rarest items failed to help. So Isabel and her escorts kept searching. The entire continent, border to border. Weeks passed. Nothing. The Highland fortress loomed in the mountains. Not a clue. Not a whisper of hope. Then, from inside a tavern, voices drifted out. I've never heard of the tomb of the king of the icy mountains, one man said, lowering his voice. You know, the king who once ruled all the Yetis. If his tomb exists, it must be packed with treasure. Magical items beyond imagination. Isabel froze, listening. The first man continued excitedly. If we could get even one of those treasures, we'd be rich. Maybe. His friend smacked him. Idiot. That's just a fairy tale. But Isabel had already turned around, eyes wide. A fairy tale, or not. It was a lead, and she had nothing left to lose. The drunken man at the tavern slapped his table and declared loudly, if that tomb is real, I'll become a Yeti's dinner before believing it. The others turned to him, and he quickly waved his hand. Forget it, nonsense. Let's just drink. But the laughter died instantly when Isabel stepped up to their table, eyes firm. That nonsense, she said, is the straw I grabbed onto. The noisy tavern fell silent. I started investigating, she continued, and I found out the tomb of the king of the ice mountains really exists. I even discovered its exact location. Someone whispered behind her. A hand tightened around a wine glass. But there was a problem, Isabel said bitterly. My uncle heard about it. She remembered the moment clearly. Guards burst into the hall, faces pale. Lady Isabel. Run. Hands grab her arms, dragging her away. Her uncle, Paul, the man who coveted the Blue Lion's seat, had sent assassins to eliminate her. The rightful heir. Back over her map, Isabel ground her teeth. How can he be so inhuman? All because I'm the heir. Lady Isabel. A guard shouted. Hide. Now. Another guard seized her wrist. Before she could react, shadows approached. We finally found you, a voice said. A cloaked man stepped into the moonlight, smirking. Isabel's heart dropped. The 6th Squad of Blue Wolves. Her uncle's secret elite unit. Knights trained exclusively to hunt down his enemies. The man chuckled. If I'm here, then the young lady must be close as well. The guard in front of Isabel trembled with rage. You bastard. You'll pay for killing my comrades. I swear. But inside he was pleading. Run, Lady Isabel. Run and don't look back. He grabbed her harder and shouted. You can't fight them. We can't handle this squad. Isabel struggled, kicking wildly. Let me go. He'll die out there. The second guard is risking his life to buy us time, he yelled. Do you want his sacrifice to be wasted? Isabel tried to protest, but then a chilling voice echoed through the snow. Lady Isabel. She turned around, frozen in terror. The cloaked man held her loyal guard by the hair. Your knight is about to die, he sneered. Why don't you come out and watch? He rammed his blade through the guard's chest. Blood splattered onto the snow. To think the lady abandoned her glorious knight, he said mockingly. Lady Cruelty. He lifted his sword again, preparing to sever the man's head. Stop! Isabel screamed, stepping out from behind a rock, tears burning her eyes. If I'm your target, she cried, voice cracking, then take me, just take me, and let them go. The camera zooms in on her trembling face. A desperate girl, standing alone against death. The cloaked man tilted his head, almost apologetic. I'm sorry, but that won't work. Isabel's eyes widened in horror. We were ordered to kill everyone even slightly connected to this mess, he said coldly. Isabel tried to speak, but bloody handprints stained the snow beneath the corpses. If you hadn't run for so long, the man continued, smirking, maybe all these innocent people wouldn't have died. Truly pathetic. The bloody handprints dragged across the ice, mocking her. Isabel broke, stunned, devastated. They died because of me. The cloaked assassin lifted his sword and stepped forward. Well then, time to end this. But suddenly, a calm voice cut through the wind. All right, I've heard enough. The cloaked man spun around. What? Who's there? A branch creaked overhead. Snow slid off it. Someone had used transformation magic. A leg appeared first. Then a full silhouette perched casually on the branch. Elric. The assassin bared his teeth. Elric crossed his arms and said casually, just Satan passing by. Then he glared down at them. You vile bastards. He dropped from the branch and charged straight at the cloaked man. The narration tightened. Elric intervenes, stepping in as the hero of this moment. The assassins moved to counterattack, but Elric pointed his hand at them. Trash like he doesn't deserve mercy. A crystalline glow pulsed in his hand. The ice crystal. Narration continued. After completing his first trial, Elric had been ordered to recreate winter. He was ready to leave the icy mountains, but something stopped him. The bloody scene he'd witnessed. The bodies of Yetis and humans butchered mercilessly. He couldn't walk away. Meanwhile, Isabel had been racing across the continent, desperate to find the tomb of the king of the icy mountains to save her father. But her uncle Paul had unleashed the elite blue wolves to kill her. And Elric appeared exactly when the cloaked man swung his blade. The moment everything was about to end. The assassin snarled, Satan? What a ridiculous joke. Did you crawl out of some cult? He spat on the snow. You should have saved your life, and kept running. His anger exploded, and he struck forward. Elric didn't flinch. Magic crackled. The cloaked man recoiled, startled. Magic? What the hell? He leapt back, landing deep in a snowdrift. Who the hell are you? The wounded guard and Isabel stared in shock. Elric looked back at them. You two okay? Yes, the guard gasped. Isabel nodded shakily. And you? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Elric answered. Meanwhile, the cloaked assassins whispered among themselves. Mages always land like that. Maybe he tripped. Possible. But standing up again, unlikely. They were wrong. Elric rose slowly, eyes cold, killing intent rising like a storm. Elric pushed himself up, trembling slightly, not from fear, but embarrassment. If the snow wasn't this deep, my entrance would have looked way cooler. Before he could complain further, Isabel's eyes widened. Wait, isn't it the man everyone says went missing? Her heart tightened. She couldn't drag someone else into her nightmare. You, she shouted. Run away. This has nothing to do with you. But the cloaked assassin cut her off coldly. I already said this, didn't I? No witnesses live. His face twisted into anger. Kill the Satan first. The squad charged. Isabel screamed. But Elric didn't move. He just whispered. Trash. His eyes burned bright green. Trash like you doesn't deserve mercy. He activated Gust, snow exploding beneath his feet as he vanished upward. A blinding glow tore across the battlefield. The assassins looked up, too late. Elric's fist crashed down like a hammer. Blood mist filled the air. The guard stared, speechless, unable to understand what he'd just witnessed. Don't just stand there, the cloaked man roared. Kill him. Don't give him time to cast. But Elric didn't need time. He turned calmly, lifting his palm. Slash. A wave of force shot outward, freezing, compressing, and detonating all at once. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, skewering squad members before they could react. Block it. Block half. Blood sprayed across the snow. The cloaked commander reached out helplessly. Help. Someone. Another spike pierced him, blood bursting outward like a crimson cloud. He staggered, shaking, fury twisting his face. Where the hell did you come from? Do you even know who we are? Elric laughed. I don't care who you are. Bow your heads before me. Isabel peeked from behind a tree, terrified. He defeated the blue wolves, effortlessly. Who is this man? But now's not the time to think. I need to move. She watched as the last assassin lunged toward his wounded man. If I die, I'm taking you with me, he screamed. Elric frowned. He's fast. Keep your distance. Isabel yelled. Elric's eyes glowed again. Armament enhancement. Ice wrapped around his arm like armor. The assassin swung. Elric stepped in, raising his hand. Cleave. A colossal burst of ice surged forward, splitting the ground apart. The cloaked man dodged with a snarl. You think magic like that can stop me? He broke through the wave of frozen shards, screaming furiously. The cloaked man screamed. You're finished. He swung his blade. But the moment the steel touched the rising wall of ice, it stopped cold. Elric countered instantly. Penetrate. A massive slab of ice erupted in front of the assassin's face, blocking his attack completely. The man's eyes widened. Why isn't the ice breaking? From behind the wall, Elric smirked. You should be worrying about something else. He casually brushed his hair back. Because I'm about to bury your skull in the ground. The cloaked man froze, realizing far too late that he'd already lost. Elric shot forward, his figure blurring. Boom. A single impact. When the snow settled, only shredded pieces of the assassin's cloak fluttered in the wind. The surviving guard trembled. He destroyed the blue wolves in an instant. Another guard swallowed hard. A mage like this just wandering on the mountainside. Isabel stared at Elric, stunned. He looks the same age as me. How can someone that young be this strong? The wind whipped snowflakes around him, blurring his outline. With power like that, is he on the same level as Tasha? One of the 3 rising stars. How have I never heard of him? Elric stood motionless for a moment. Then he closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and finally exhaled, relief washing through him. The image of the child and the Yeti flashed before him. He opened his eyes and whispered, May the dead rest in peace. Mephistopheles appeared beside him. Hey, they're staring at you like you're about to explode. Maybe say something. Even I feel uneasy from that intensity. Elric panicked. He absolutely did not know what to say. Are you even listening to me? The demon snapped. Isabel blinked, dumbfounded by his sudden awkwardness. Elric turned to them. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The guard frowned immediately. Even if he saved us, he's a stranger. We can't lower our guard. If he has other motives, he's just as dangerous as the blue wolves. The guard glanced at Isabel. Isabel stepped forward and bowed. Thank you. Truly. The guard shouted. Lady Isabel, you don't need to bow to him. Elric's eyes widened. No, don't. It's really not necessary. But Isabel ignored them. She called out to the guards. They all stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us. Elric froze like a statue, completely overwhelmed. And no, really anyone else would have done the same, he muttered. Please just stand up. Mephistopheles snorted. Well, Isabel knows gratitude. Can't say the same for the other 2. Isabel straightened up. This may sound rude, she said carefully, but may I ask you for a favor? Elric sighed. It's time for me to go. But Isabel reached out, crossing her fingers over his palm, and said. Isabel swallowed nervously, then gathered every ounce of courage. I would like to hire you. Elric raised an eyebrow, then slowly looked up at the night sky. Moments later, a chariot pulled by horses raced through the snowy mountains. Inside sat Elric, Isabel, and her guards. Mephistopheles floated behind with a deep frown. Tisich, even I can see the corners of your mouth lifting, he muttered. If you're going to hide it, at least try harder. Elric crossed his hands behind his head. Well, it's only natural, he thought smugly. He held a small brown stone in his hand. No, not a stone. A gold emblem. Isabel had handed it to him moments earlier. Gold, and the symbol of the blue lion, Elric realized. He looked down at her. So you're from the whale family? Yes, she answered softly. Though, I'm not really worthy of being called one. Elric studied her features in the flickering light. That explains her delicate looks. Stained glass panels reflecting the blue lion's crest shimmered behind her, in his memory. Isabel, a scentless flower. Though beautiful enough to become a crown princess, her engagement had been rejected, because she was considered talentless. A blue jewel glowed faintly in the background as Elric continued his thought. In the whale family, If a lion has no fangs and no claws, he has no value. In the silhouette behind her, he recalled the rumors. After her engagement was broken, she became a recluse in her own estate. Isabel lowered her head sadly. Elric smiled gently. My name is Rick. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion. Isabel flinched. Why would it be an honor to meet someone like me? Elric closed his eyes. You should be more confident. With the tenacity you just showed, you're more than worthy of the title. Isabel's eyes filled with tears. Thank you. Elric extended a hand. You mentioned hiring someone. She nodded quickly. Yes, but I don't have anything with me right now. She hesitated, then looked up. Could you accompany us to the Imperial capital? Lady Isabel. One of the guards barked. We still haven't found what we were looking for. Isabel turned sharply. I won't risk your lives for my own greed. Before anything else, I must settle matters with my uncle. Elric turned his gaze back toward the bloody battlefield. Her uncle? These knights looked like members of the same family. There's serious discord within the Blue Lion household. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, wasn't the leader of the Blue Wolves rumored to have reflux disease? Symptoms almost identical to mana blockage. Elric's eyes narrowed. Things were starting to connect, and the picture wasn't pretty. Elric stared blankly for a moment. Then a slow grin tugged at his lips. Wasn't this the perfect chance? If he played this right, he could make the head of the Blue Lion family owe him a debt. And if the reborn Melvinger house became allies with the Blue Lions, that alone could rewrite the future. In his mind, he imagined the scene playing out. The Duke of Melvinger and the Blue Lion patriarch clasping hands, smiling like old friends. The crowd whispering. A Melvinger saved a Blue Lion heir from a fatal curse. The two great powers, magicians and warriors, binding themselves in a powerful alliance. Elric smirked. Being smart feels damn good. Goosebumps raced up his arms. Isabel, sitting across from him in the chariot, carefully explained that the coin she offered wasn't worthy of his skills, but they would pay him double once they reached their destination. Elric eyed the coin, and before he could answer, she nervously added, Do you mind? He reached out, grasped her trembling hand, and flashed a confident grin. I'll escort you safely. You have my word. Outside the chariot window, the night sky drifted by. Mephistopheles' voice echoed in his mind, annoyed as always. There's a mountain of treasure in that temple. Why would you even bother with these pennies? Elric leaned on his hand, speaking through the silent soul channel. Because I have a plan, and unlike you, I've known hunger and freezing nights. Humans need food, a warm bed. You don't. You're a ghost. Mephistopheles twisted in irritation. You people are so troublesome. Elric chuckled inwardly. This sound transmission skill is incredible. I can talk without moving my lips and spend almost no mana. The demon scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. I taught you because your silence was driving me insane every time someone showed up. Elric shot back calmly. No wonder you were raging when I shut you up earlier. Mephistopheles cursed under his breath. On the outside, Elric hadn't said a single word for minutes. Isabel blinked at him, confused. He hasn't spoken at all. He must be upset I hired him. She bit her lip. With her uncle sending assassins, and possibly an even stronger wolf squad next, they wouldn't survive without him. The chariot rolled onward through the dark. Scene shifts. High towers rose over a vast estate. A man sat upon the throne, fingers tapping the armrest as a report was delivered. The sixth wolf squad was destroyed. His eyes narrowed. The man in the dark cloak dropped to his knees, forehead nearly touching the cold floor as he stammered out excuses. But the lord of the estate didn't bother listening. With a single swing of his arm, a sharp line of blood splattered across the marble. He stood sideways, calm as ever, and asked, Where do you think El is headed? One of the subordinates swallowed hard before answering. She has left the territory of the icy mountains. It's been confirmed. The doors to the hall opened as more people slipped inside, heads bowed. Most likely, the man added, she will return to the Imperial capital soon. That means, the Lord replied coldly, she intends to contact him. The leader of the first Blue Wolf squad lowered his gaze. It seems very likely, my lord. The uncle's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. El, that stupid child. His voice dripped with contempt. How dare a weak, pathetic girl dream of negotiating with me? He turned, cape sweeping across the floor, and sat back on the throne. Hilton, he called, voice echoing across the chamber. You have only one chance. Scene shifts. The horses came to a stop. Elric and the others looked around from the slope, overlooking a bustling stone city. They had arrived in Liceni. Isabel rubbed her shoulder, wincing. Her entire body was stiff. They hadn't stopped once, and somehow reached in just 2 days. Mephistopheles collapsed dramatically. My whole body aches, why didn't we rest? Elric laughed. Funny, coming from a ghost. The demon glared. He clearly hadn't realized his upside-down posture was the reason he suffered the whole ride. As they entered the massive archway of Liceni's gate, Elric noticed men in blue robes standing guard. Inside the fortress hall, mercenaries knelt before Hilton. Send the second Blue Wolf squad. Hilton ordered. One man raised his head carefully, voice trembling. Oh, Lord Hilton, does it truly require one of our strongest squads? The young lady returning could be seen as raising a white flag. Crack. A blow rang out. Blood sprayed. The pack moves as one. Hilton snarled. If she's heading from the icy mountains to the imperial capital, she must pass through Lyseni. Elric, eyes widened. So this was their trap. Hilton grinned viciously. Let Lyseni, the land of the blue lion flag, become their grave. Isabel grit her teeth. I knew things would be difficult under this lord, but this is insane. Shin whispered. Should we turn back? No, she replied sharply. They already saw us. Turning back will only make them suspicious. One of the warriors pointed toward their carriage. Hey, look over there. Isabel quickly looked at Elric. We need to get out of the carriage quietly and find another route. No need. Elric cut her off. That wicked grin spread across his face. The girl froze. What are you planning? Elric lifted a hand. Transfiguration. Moments later, they rode straight past the Blue Wolf squad, disguised perfectly. Shin stayed on horseback, eyes down. Isabel lowered her gaze as the carriage rolled through the fortress gates. The illuminated arch swallowed them whole. The heroes finally stepped into the bustling city streets, dust rising beneath their boots. Isabel climbed out of the carriage first, stretching her stiff limbs, then looked at Elric. What magic was that? How did you disguise us? Elric brushed it off with a shrug. Nothing special. I just cast an illusion that changes the outer shell. It's weak, easy to dispel, so don't rely on it too much. He turned to leave. Isabel waved both hands, bowing her head gratefully. Thank you truly. We entered the city only because of you. Elric nodded. You can rest here for the night. I've got something to take care of. I'll return soon. She told him to be careful, and the group walked off into the flow of the city. As they made their way down the busy street, Mephistopheles' voice echoed sharply in Elric's mind. Why illusion magic? You could have just killed them. Elric kept walking. I didn't even know how many enemies there were. I'm not going to waste mana on a pointless fight. I need it for emergencies. The demon crossed his arms in annoyance. And what about the seals? Are you just being lazy, or are you trying to justify yourself? Elric said nothing. Mephistopheles leaned in, squinting. In any case, shouldn't you hurry to the academy? Yes, Elric answered. But before that, there's something I need to confirm. A cold smirk crept across Mephistopheles' face. So much time passed, yet you still haven't let it go. Elric remembered Dean, the person he needed to face. If I want to reunite with him properly, I need to know what happened. Mephistopheles sighed impatiently. I don't know who this Dean fellow is, but if you're targeting him, I pity him already. Elric ignored the remark and watched a group of children swinging wooden swords nearby. A faint shimmer pulsed around them. Mephistopheles frowned. Is that mana coming from them? What is that? They stopped walking. Elric pointed toward the glow. That's an aura chain. You probably missed the moment it formed. He raised a finger and explained. Originally, mana belonged only to mages. But eventually, someone invented a technique that lets even normal warriors draw mana into their bodies. Mages use magic circles in their hearts, but martial artists strengthen themselves by wrapping energy chains around their mana accumulation points. He continued calmly. A mage's strength is measured by the number of circles. Warriors, by the number of links in their chains. For example, Lady Isabel is a first link beginner. They continued walking, the children's laughter fading behind them. Are there only 5 ranks? Mephistopheles asked. Yes, Elric replied. But there's one exception. He lowered his head as the silhouette of a massive warrior filled his memory. The Golden Lion, the only person who surpassed the 5th link. He's considered the strongest being on the entire continent. Mephistopheles scoffed. That's an arrogant nickname for a human. Elric shook his head. In raw power, he was equal to my grandfather, one of the greatest descendants of the Melvinger line. Elric stopped walking. They had finally arrived. Mephistopheles crossed his arms thoughtfully. So that's the place. I wouldn't mind meeting this Golden Lion someday. Elric ignored him and stepped up to a small counter stacked with publications. The clerk glanced up, confused. Elric thought to himself, the old man must be planning something again. But right now, I can't worry about that. He gave the clerk a friendly smile. I'd like to buy all the newspapers from the last month. He needed information, everything that happened while he was gone from the world. Scene shifts to the academy. Inside the towering castle-like building, tension hung in the air. This issue, the dean muttered, is still unresolved. A young man knelt before him, riven. He apologized, voice trembling. The Nestor guards are treating the infirmary like an iron fortress. We can't even get close. The dean's cold eyes narrowed. Since news of the nest reached the academic press, Barracks' reputation has soared beyond all other candidates. If we fail to obtain the rights to research the nest, everything collapses. He leaned forward. I need a decisive victory. Riven's lips twisted into an obedient, bitter smile. I'll carry out your orders, no matter what. The dean finally smiled. Scene shifts to Shonda. Sean sat at a table, shoulders heavy, trembling slightly. The dean's command echoed in his mind. Keep pressuring the nesters. Do not stop. A servant approached, bowing nervously. The rights to excavate the nest are still in a state of extreme conflict, sir. Other professors fear this may be seen as betraying a senior colleague. The servant hesitated. Young master, you were sighing again. Sean clenched his jaw, eyes burning. My sister, she comes every day, and that Elric bastard hasn't shown up once. His voice cracked. The readers have probably forgotten I exist. I barely get any screen time anymore. He slammed his palm on the table and stood up. No, I've already decided. I'll keep trying until Elric returns. Back to Elric. He spread the newspapers out on the table, scanning the headlines. The dean's name popped up again and again. Still as slippery as ever, Elric muttered. And Sean, he's suffering because of him. Mephistopheles glanced at Elric's expression. That dark, wicked grin was becoming dangerously familiar. Elric chuckled. That fox, the older he gets, the better he manipulates the press. He tightened his fist. Good. Let him climb higher. The higher he stands, the louder his fall will be when I make my return. He cupped his chin, thinking. But still, I feel bad for Sean. I need to help him somehow. Boom. A violent flash lit up the window. A thunderous explosion shook the entire building. Elric jolted up, eyes wide. Flames flickered wildly through the glass door. People screamed, panicking. Fire. Bring water. A little girl cried out for her mother. Someone shouted for help. Elric burst out of the building, stunned, mouth hanging open. Something massive was burning, and it wasn't an accident. Elric rushed outside and froze. The entire city was burning. Flames tore through rooftops, smoke clawed at the sky, and the streets echoed with screams. Scene shift to the inn where Isabel and the others stayed. A worried servant turned to her. My lady, do you truly trust Elric? Isabel sat at the table, hands folded. Yes, we owe him our lives. Chin stepped forward, uneasy. Maybe he's not working for Paul, but more than one faction wants your position. Someone else could have sent him. Isabel lifted a sheet of paper and thought. Chen continued, voice tense. I'm not saying he's suspicious, but we can't say for certain. We must be careful. She understood what he was trying to say, but after the attack in the icy mountains, Chun had become overly anxious. She turned toward him. Your words make sense. Chun tried to explain further, but Isabel raised a finger toward the paper. Remember one thing, she said. Doubting Elric was the same as doubting her judgment. Both men stiffened. Isabel pictured Elric's face, the sincerity in his eyes, the way he held her hand. I trust him. A face like that can only belong to someone genuine. Chin sighed. Even so, isn't he just a mercenary now, hungry for a reward? She shook her head with a small smile. That was just an act. Chin blinked. An act? She faced the servants. From the beginning, he helped us without expecting anything in return. He never tried to gain benefits. And the moment he discovered we were members of the whale family, his expression completely changed. Her companions lowered their heads, listening silently. She continued softly. With our family's reputation shattered, he lowered himself on purpose. He didn't want me to appear weak or pitiful. Ed's eyes lit up in understanding. She nodded slowly. I see. Isabel beamed, warm light falling on her as firelight from the window flickered through the room. Scene shifts. A mountain overlooking the city, now swallowed by flames. A group of mercenaries watched the chaos from above. It's burning nicely, one of them remarked. Blue Lion Knights stood behind him, faces lit by the inferno. Simon whistled. The fourth circle spell, Advent of Heatwave, definitely worth every coin. Beskov raised an eyebrow. You think this is funny? Simon snapped back at him, waving the scroll indignantly. Hey, just earlier you supported the plan, and now you're acting serious? Do you even know how much money I put into this? Beskov frowned, rubbing his chin. With the young lady's nature, she'll definitely try to help the wounded. There wasn't a better way to lure her. Simon's voice trembled slightly. Should we add more fire? Beskov shook his head. The sixth squad was wiped out. According to Hilton, there are at least 3 enemies with her. One of them should be a mage. Be cautious. Simon ripped off his hood, annoyed. Relax. Even I could kill that entire 6 squad with my eyes closed. He licked his lips, excitement and nerves mixing. After all, he didn't come all this way for nothing. The blue wolves scanned the burning city from the ridge. Simon scoffed, closing his eyes with a grin. It would be nice to meet someone strong for once. Behind him, warriors knelt as their leader barked orders. Find a princess. Exterminate everyone except her. Scene shifts. Isabelda. She lay on the wooden floor, ears ringing, the world muffled and distorted. Screams echoed outside. Hide quickly. Those are blue wolves. They're here for you. Isabel pushed herself up, calling shakily. Jun, Ed, are you hurt? No answer. She gritted her teeth. Outside, a burning tree collapsed. A home exploded in flames. Smoke suffocated the streets. A child screamed. A woman fell to her knees, clutching her head in terror. A girl ran past with blood dripping down her face. Bodies everywhere. Blood staining the earth. Isabel stared blankly. Is this what Paul wanted? A servant shouted her name. Boom. The blast wave slammed into her, hurling her into the air. Chun, trapped under rubble, reached out desperately. My lady, run. Please. Isabel hit the ground hard, searching blindly with trembling fingers until her hand brushed the hilt of her sword. A twisted grin cut across her face. Rage boiled inside her. Rage at her helplessness. Rage at this massacre. Rage at being powerless. Ash drifted down like snow. She needed to fight back. But the truth crushed her. She didn't have the strength. She didn't have the talent to stop them. Her lip trembled. But still she refused to run. Living like this, hiding, depending on others, it disgusts me. She remembered Elric's words. From your tenacity alone, you're more than worthy of the Blue Lion name. She wanted, more than anything, to be like him. A faint light glowed in front of her. She rose, eyes blazing. I am a member of the Whale family, she whispered. Defenders of the Empire, even in the face of death. She raised her sword high, fury burning in her gaze. I will fight to the last. Boom. Smoke exploded upward. Isabel shut her eyes, then opened them slowly, and froze. The ground beneath her was coated in frost. Sparkling? What happened? She looked up. Elric stood in front of her. A burning house behind him froze solid in an instant. Snowflakes drifted down. Fire died at his feet. People gasped as the flames vanished, replaced by shimmering ice. They were saved. Isabel stared at him, tears spilling over. A flash lit the sky. Stones rained down as structures collapsed. Elric, she cried. He didn't move. She didn't know how long this path of his would take. Years, decades, maybe more. But she wished, someday, she could stand beside him. Elric clenched his teeth. The bodies inside those houses, the burnt families, the innocent screams. Why? He whispered. Why do knights kill civilians? Mephistopheles appeared behind him, watching coldly. It doesn't happen often, he said quietly. But when a Melvinger gets angry, truly angry, the spark becomes a wildfire. And once that rage ignites, stopping it is nearly impossible. He had seen it before. And now, he was seeing it again. Before Elric could even speak, the truth was already clear. Unlike ordinary people who panic and crumble when anger takes over, Melvingers become colder, sharper, more lethal. Elric stood atop the castle roof, staring down at the blue wolf squads assembling below. Mephistopheles hovered beside him, frowning. There are a lot of them, stronger than the ones before. Do you really think you can win? Below, the terrified townspeople looked up at the lone boy, standing against an army. Elric exhaled slowly. It won't be easy. My mana won't last forever, and I need to fight without hurting civilians. Light gathered beneath his feet, forming glowing circles. Mephistopheles asked quietly, so why aren't you thinking about saving yourself? Elric, eyes flickered with green sparks. My family has a saying. He looked down at a memory. A young Melvinger soldier hugging a crying child on a battlefield. Those who have power must take responsibility. That's why, Elric whispered, in every war, Melvingers were the spearhead. Scene shifts to the blue wolves. Simon grabbed his head. My scrolls. That was fourth circle magic. I spent everything on those. Beskov cursed under his breath. Where did this brat come from? He's from the magic tower. If we provoke the tower, we're dead. He squinted at Elric standing above them. I know every follower from the tower, but I've never seen him. Be cautious. His voice hardened. We eliminate the girl and retreat immediately. Simon's expression twisted into a feral grin. And what if that mage interferes? Blue light burst across the horizon. Scene shifts. Isabel. She jolted to her feet as mercenaries lunged at her. He interferes, the captain growled, raising his blade. Then we finish him too. Isabel's eyes widened. Her legs refused to move. But Elric appeared beside her, gripping her hand firmly. She looked up. His expression had turned ice cold. Scene shifts. Aerial view. Glowing lines crisscrossed the burning city as Elric dashed through the streets, carrying Isabel in his arms. Below, mercenaries shouted. Formation. Third squad, follow me. Elric counted quickly. More than 40 opponents. Great. Blue fireballs streaked across the sky. I need to draw them somewhere empty, he thought. A sharp whistle rang out. Blue wolf warriors rushed in, blocking every exit. Elric vanished, and reappeared behind them in a flash. But more mercenaries burst from the alleyways, surrounding him completely. Elric bent his knees, spread his stance wide, and dropped down onto the ground. In an instant, he was surrounded. One of the blue wolves behind him smirked. Got you. Simonin stepped forward, trembling with excitement, sword already in hand. This is my first time hunting a mage, he shouted. Where did you hide the girl? Elric raised his arms casually. You really think I'd answer that? You're not very bright. A crooked, evil smile stretched across his face. Of course you're chasing me, like a pack of mongrels. Simonon's face tightened with rage. Can't wait to die, huh? Bring me his head. Blinding flashes rained down. Elric shielded himself with his forearms. He had already spent too much mana, freezing the entire burning city. He clenched his fist. At least the Seal's Dragonheart mana reserve has increased, but if I push too far, my body won't survive. Magic tore past him, slicing the ground. This time, there was no respawn, no second chance. One mistake, and he would die for real. He scanned quickly. 30, no, 40 attackers, all moving as one. Just like El said, these wolves fight like a single organism. An axe materialized in his hand. His gaze locked onto their leader. I'll take him out first. He burst upward, but his body didn't respond the way it had during his fight with the Mountain Queen. Mephistopheles appeared beside him, watching him dodge. Are you sure you defeated the Queen of the Icy Mountains? Elric gritted his teeth. In that fight, my body moved exactly how I wanted. I was furious. The demon snorted. Idiot. A blade smashed into the ground where Elric's head had been a second earlier. Shards exploded everywhere. Mephistopheles crossed his arms. You seriously thought reality would be like the game auto-designed for you? Elric snapped. Then close your mouth if you're not helping. Human silhouettes lunged from every direction. Move, the squad leader roared. Elric parried, steel clashing, sparks bursting. Simonon rushed at him with a manic grin. Stupid choice, fighting us in close combat. Where's that overwhelming magic you used earlier? Elric's jaw tightened. Cut. A flash of steel. The mercenary staggered back, spreading his arms. That's it, he barked. That's all you've got. He swung again, a wide, savage arc that forced Elric to twist out of the way. Another blow smashed into the ground, cracking the stone. Simonon's smile only grew more twisted. Come on, Mage, entertain me some more. Elric roared, a raw scream of fury ripping from his throat. Flash. The sword thrust scraped along the ground, sparks flying. A cloud of purple smoke burst outward, and when it cleared, Elric's silhouette emerged again, eyes blazing. One of the mercenaries clicked his tongue. So, this is the result of all that running? We've got you surrounded. You're caught in a mousetrap. A spark crackled in the air. Time to end this. A sudden burst. Boom. A firework-like explosion lit up the night. Simonon blinked, confused. What was that flash? But Elric only bared his teeth. Glowing lines snaked across the ground. Every path, every corner. He had gathered them all. The entire squad was trapped inside a massive magic circle. Simonon's face twisted. Enough with these tricks. Then he froze. Above Elric, the image of a monstrous wolf materialized, its eyes glowing an unnatural green. How can a human have eyes like that? He thought, trembling. Blue wolves surged in from both sides. Kill him before the spell completes, their captain shouted. Elric smirked. Simonon raised his sword. The pentagram beneath Elric gleamed brilliantly. Going to kill me? Elric mocked. Sure try. Flashback. Earlier, when Elric carried Isabel in his arms, the mercenaries had surrounded them back then too. Elric said calmly, I'll gather them in one place, then wipe them out with a single volley. Isabel blinked. A trap? That could work. She turned red when she realized what she'd said. Elric asked her for a favor. Once the townspeople clear the square, use the signal whistle. He planned to destroy the wolf's eye, the core of the magic trap. Back to the present. The square was coated in white, frozen. The entire city was buried under a shell of ice. A warrior was frozen mid-strike. Another blue wolf locked in place, frost binding his arms. Elric shivered from the cold. Yeah, magic circles really help with mana accumulation. His gaze landed on Simonon. The man was shaking violently. It's impossible. Elric tilted his head. How stupid do you have to be to not notice a magic circle beneath your feet? He reached towards Simonon's frozen face. Stay back. Simon screamed. Elric frowned. You won't even get the mercy of a quick death. Suddenly, clang. A blade swung from his side. Beskov appeared, face shadowed. This is where your luck ends. Elric turned. More enemies approached from behind, the entirety of Formation B. They surrounded him in a tightening noose. The squad captain stepped forward, staring hard. He gathered us all to annihilate us with the circle, the man realized. Without perfect calculations and insane confidence, pulling this off would be impossible. He noticed Elric smiling. He knew. He knew we were hiding here. Is that possible? No. I couldn't sense anything. If he knew in advance, he wouldn't have used the circle so early. The captain leaned in, voice low. We'll spare your life, if you hand over the young lady. Elric blinked. Really? That's all. The captain flinched. He had just realized. They weren't hunting prey. They had walked straight into the jaws of a predator. Elric blinked slowly, almost bored, when he heard the offer. Spare his life. He wasn't planning to leave a single one of them alive. Suddenly, flash. A violent burst of light swallowed the entire square. Elric squinted slightly. You've made a terrible mistake, he said. Knights who abandon their code of honor don't deserve mercy. Beskov snarled and lunged, weapon raised. Strengthen your bodies with mana. Don't break formation, he roared to the others. Steel clashed. Elric caught the incoming blade with his bare hand, a thin shimmer coating his fingers. Blunting magic. He pulled his hand back, frowning. My curse didn't work? The mercenary's eyes sharpened. He had resisted it. Elric flicked his wrist. Impulse. The shockwave slammed forward. The enemy barely parried it. This spell is weaker too, Elric thought, sliding back with a grunt. It must be the seal of cruelty. Non-ice magic is weakening. His breath frosted. He glanced down at his own fingertips. Ice crystals clung to his skin. I need more seals. Only then can I use my full magic. He swung down, icy force bursting outward. But it was nothing like the overwhelming storm he summoned in the highlands. Here, inside the city, he couldn't unleash the seal's true power. Worse, it consumed mana like a monster. Elric crossed one palm over the other. Sparks flew. Weapons clanged. A blinding flash erupted as blades locked. He bent his back slightly, spread his legs wide. Rush. An icy whirlwind exploded around the entire squad. Beskov waved frantically. Block it. Elric struck again. Steel screamed. The squad leader spun to guard, but the hero slipped past him. A mercenary screamed. Fingers severed. Face slashed open. Elric raised his hand. 3 fingers pointed forward. He closed his eyes. Boom. An explosion erupted behind the squad. Beskov growled, dust swirling around him. I've had enough of your tricks. I won't waste another moment on you. He turned, opening his mouth to deliver the killing order, and froze. Literally. His eyes widened as he saw it. The warriors of Formation B were turning to ice. Frozen mid-movement, frost crawling up their arms, their chests, their faces. How? Beskov gasped as ice spread across his own skin. Elric tilted his head. The ice potion freezes anything it touches, even the slightest contact. You miscalculated by blocking instead of dodging. Beskov trembled. I've never heard of such a curse. Elric smirked. Why so shocked? I just infused my ice spell with a curse. He leaned in. Beskov gave a strangled laugh. So the first commander was wrong. He shouldn't have sent only us. Elric's grin widened, satisfied. The SC leader gritted his teeth. I admit it. You're unbelievable. His voice dropped, face twisting in fury. But you will regret this. Deeply. He roared. The leader of the first squad will come personally and finish you. Elric tilted his head, expression darkening. So it was him. He turned away from the frozen Beskov, raising his hand toward him. The one responsible for all of this, he said quietly, shouldn't expect a peaceful end. The frozen sculpture of Beskov glistened under the moonlight. Elric's eyes glowed in the dark, perfectly round, terrifyingly calm. Don't worry, he whispered, voice cold as death. You won't be bored on your way to hell. Soon, he'd send him there. Scene shifts. Outskirts of the city, buried in ice. 2 mercenaries limped towards Simonin, trembling. Sir, take this. Simonon's face twitched. What is it? They revealed a scroll. A thick, ominous parchment, sealed with the mark of the 6th circle. The fire burial spell, one whispered. They had escaped only because Beskov sacrificed himself. Simonin lowered his head. But we can't just leave. We're blue wolves. He slammed his hand down on his knee. Run until your feet bleed. Ignite flames everywhere. And if that's still not enough, burn your own bodies if you must. Simonin's eyes bulged with madness as he held the scroll. It doesn't matter if the girl survives. We will reduce this city to ASH. Scene shifts. A giant block of ice behind the temple dot. A voice echoed over the ruined city. Blue wolves can't flee like beaten mongrels. Elric and Mephistopheles stood atop a cliff. The same voice repeated, now filled with rising hysteria. Run until your feet are rubbed raw. Burn everything. And if that isn't enough, cover your own flesh in flames. Mephistopheles smirked. Looks like they're planning something awful. Elric heart jolted. What are you talking about? His green eyes flickered. Kaboom. A massive explosion shattered the silence. Sparks rained down over the ice-covered city. Elric clenched his teeth. Humans, truly, are the only race crazier than demons. Brilliant sparks drifted over rooftops, closing in on houses. No matter how humans hid their nature, their true madness always revealed itself. Elric, expression twisted with fury. There are still 3 wolves left, but I can't see any of them. His eyes darted around. But the scroll, that cursed 6th circle scroll, was all that mattered now. One mistake, and the entire city would be burned alive. Far away, Simonin grinned wildly, flames reflecting in his eyes. Will your magic save you this time, Mage? Elric shot across the street, surrounded by streaking sparks. Simonin raised the burning scroll, laughing hysterically. Too late. You won't stop it. Not now. The spell's words never had the chance to fully form. Elric turned around, both hands raised, ready to unleash something that would decide everything. Elric gripped his sword tightly. The mercenary stared in shock, because in the blink of an eye, he had lost his arm. Elric stood in a furious stance, sparks spinning wildly around him, frost biting at the air. I noticed it back in the mountains, he growled. But she's truly fearless. Isabel swung her sword, face burning with determination. Elric smirked. To use a spell like that without hesitation. Just think about it. A plus-grade talent? She absolutely earned it. Isabel glared forward, eyes blazing. Simonin lunged at her with a dagger, screaming, "Die!" A flash. A freezing spell burst outward. Simonin froze mid-strike. People nearby muttered, "How stubborn is he? Why fight so hard if he's going to die anyway? And what's wrong with his face? He only lost an arm." Elric. Eyes glowed bright green. He reached toward the frozen Simonin. "I'm sick of this," he muttered. But Simonin's frozen lips twitched. "You really think this is the end?" Elric paused. What? The question hung in the air. Had he really forgotten the remaining two? More sparks shot across the sky. Bright, deadly, racing toward the houses. A voice echoed above the roar of flames. "While you two were busy with me, my subordinates should have completed their preparations." A blue wolf officer in a robe stood on the rooftop. "Even if we're defeated," he said proudly, "we will not disappoint our master." In Elric's mind, the image of the burning six-circle scroll flashed again. He miscalculated. Soon this entire city will drown in flames and human screams. Elric exhaled, closing his eyes, then said calmly, "I already dealt with them." The frozen man twitched. What? Elric tilted his head. "Weren't you wondering about my magic earlier?" Simonin's earlier memory replayed. The man on the roof, and Elric standing beneath a sky filled with sparks. Elric turned, and the spell began. Pierce. A smile appeared on his lips. Burst. Flash. The air ruptured with exploding light. What is happening?" Simonin screamed, panic twisting his voice. Flashes burst around him. Eyes shattered. Sparks flew like shattered stars. The frozen mercenary stared at Elric in terror. Even their trump card, even the six-circle scroll, was useless. All three blue wolves stood stunned beneath the open sky. Simonin stammered, shaking violently. This is impossible. This is a joke. It has to be a joke." He turned desperately toward Isabel. Wait. Listen, please. If you let me live, I'll put in a good word for you. For Mr. W. I swear, at the start we were only supposed to scare you, then escort you to him. I'm the leader of the third squad. He'll listen. He will listen." His voice cracked with fear. But there was no sympathy left for men who burn an entire city. Isabel glared straight at Simonin, fury burning in her eyes. "Do not dare desecrate the name of the whale family." Simonin trembled. Sparks danced around him like burning embers. Isabel lowered her gaze, suddenly embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I lost my self-control." Elric shook his head. "It's fine. I plan to leave him to you anyway. Are you hurt?" Isabel covered her eyes, cheeks turning pink. "And no, I'm okay." Elric stepped closer, expression softening. "Your body is in shock. Hold still." He placed a hand gently on her shoulder. A warm glow spread beneath his palm. "Elric," she whispered. "Yeah," he answered. "Just a moment." A voice echoed through the cold air. "Leave, when the blue wolves alive." Isabel blinked, and suddenly, memories and images surged through her mind. Castle walls, knights standing rigidly, men and women bowing, not out of respect, but obligation, only because she was the daughter of their lord. Not love, not admiration, just duty. Talentless Ares, a girl unworthy of the whale name. She remembered the blue wolves, some polite, some cold, and some glaring at her with open contempt. All their eyes, empty and chilling. Bowing before her now, Simonin asked weakly, Why are you letting me live?" Isabel's gaze sharpened. "Someone has to deliver my message to my uncle." The remaining blue wolves flinched. They were terrified of her now. She stepped forward confidently. "Tell Paul this. The title of Blue Lion will never pass to him." Behind her, Elric stood like a shadow of power, eyes glowing brightly. For a moment she thought, let's be honest, they're scared of him, not me. The ice binding Simonin cracked and fell away. Elric gave him a lazy wave. In Isabel's mind, a sudden ache. If only I had the same strength, the same talent. Elric lifted 2 fingers in a casual thumbs up and smiled. Isabel clenched her fist. "No, I need to pull myself together," she thought. "I can't keep pitying myself. If I want power, I have to change." She took a breath. Finally, the girl of the whale family stood tall. Elric looked at her. "So, where are you heading next?" Isabel smiled. "To see my father in Karoe. We'll make a new plan." Elric nodded knowingly. "Want to increase your combat power?" She looked at the smiling protagonist. "Yes, I'll ask for help from my father's old comrades. The ones who owe him." Elric grinned. "A wise choice. No one will dare attack the fortress of the Blue Lion." Isabel pressed her lips together firmly and took her first real step forward. Her lips barely moved, yet her voice held firm, an answer shaped entirely by his presence. Standing before the protagonist, Isabel's thoughts churned. If father doesn't wake up, this battle will be impossible. With Elric, their chances would skyrocket. But lions were forbidden from relying on magicians, and she already owed him far too much. Isabel lowered her eyes, sadness flickering across them. She didn't want this moment to end like that. but they had no choice. Then Elric stepped forward and quietly handed her a stack of papers. Take this. She blinked at the sheets. A dissertation. They stood facing each other. Elric exhaled and admitted, forgive my boldness, but I heard the blue lion's symptoms resemble the occlusion disease. I wasn't sure, so I. He closed his eyes with a calm confidence, and Isabel watched, stunned, as he continued. I believe this can cure him. What does that mean? The question echoed in her mind. Isabel glanced at the men, kneeling nearby, confused. What does he mean? One of them opened his mouth to answer, just as Elric lifted his hand, a bright glow forming beneath his palm. First, he said, I need to apologize for hiding my identity. Isabel froze. Hiding. His appearance began to shift, features settling into a form she recognized from old portraits and imperial records. My name, he said, is Elric Melving. Her eyes widened. And I'm the current head of the Melvinger house. He clasped his hands together. The Duke of the Shining Star. That title alone shook her. A title granted only to the Melvinger who defeated the demon army, the mage whose brilliance had once turned entire battlefields into starlight. Though the title held no political power, its prestige was absolute. The Duke of the Shining Star, Isabel whispered. But then confusion hit her. You're supposed to be lying in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital. Everyone said you. Elric smiled, almost apologetically. There are circumstances I can't explain. But yes, I suffered from the same illness as your father. Her breath caught. And what you're holding, he continued, nodding at the pages in her trembling hands, is the treatment method I developed after recovering. Since the blue line affliction mirrors the symptoms of occlusion disease, it should help him. Isabel's eyes widened, disbelief crashing into hope. And besides, Elric added quietly, you deserve the chance to punish every traitor who wronged you. It would be a tragedy for the blue lion to fall a moment like this. Isabel's lips parted in shock. And then, quietly, a single tear slid down her cheek. How can I ever thank you? She whispered. Elric gently placed a hand on her head. You don't need to. She looked up, eyes shimmering with tears, but he continued calmly. You'll understand soon enough. It will happen on its own. Silence fell between them. They stood side by side, the air warm with unspoken emotion. Elric studied her with narrowed eyes. Isabel smiled, first small, then wider, as another tear rolled down her face. Then at least, she said softly, let me repay your kindness this time, even if just a little. Her smile sharpened into a playful grin. So, would the great Elric like me to make him a hero? Around them, half-ruined houses framed the scene. Workers rushed back and forth, shouting for space, calling for patience, offering help to the injured. The entire town moved like a wounded but determined beast trying to stand again. Mephistopheles, arms crossed, voice annoyed, asked, Are you sure it was wise to reveal your identity so easily? Elric didn't hesitate. That man, Paul W., he'll come for me anyway. The workers kept repairing rubble, unaware of the storm brewing. Elric looked over the town and thought back to the countless blue wolves he'd cut down. A man like Paul wouldn't accept defeat. Not quietly. Elric turned to Mephistopheles. And besides, my magic isn't exactly subtle. Once I flip the academy upside down, everything will come out anyway. Mephistopheles squinted at him. So you want to prepare the ground first? The townspeople cheered in the distance, raising their hands as the rebuilding effort pushed forward. Elric lifted his own hand lazily and said, You could call it that. But saving the Blue Lion house, that alone will push their restoration forward. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. Oof. You even secured yourself a solid ally. I thought you were smart only in magic, but you're a strategist too. Elric didn't answer. His eyes had drifted to a woman holding her child. She stepped closer. Are you really leaving? Can't you stay a little longer? Elric shook his head. No, I've already taken too much of your hospitality. You'll all return to your normal lives soon. He glanced at the small child sleeping on his mother's shoulder. She bowed her head deeply. If you hadn't dealt with those bastards, She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Elric turned away, uncomfortable with the weight of her gratitude. I don't know how to thank you enough, she said. His eye twitched. Why are you still making that guilty face? I told you. I only did my duty. A man stepped forward, thumping a hand against his chest. I am a knight of the whale family, Chun. I'll never forget your kindness. Elric sighed tiredly and waved him off. Enough. Please enough. It's not worth thanking me, Elric said. But before he could finish, Mephistopheles stepped in with his usual bitterness. There's no need to thank him. He only acts out of self-interest anyway. Elric shot him a mental glare. Shut up. With a calm smile, he turned back to Chun. So what will you do now? Chun straightened, jaw firm. Even if Paul W. is the direct culprit, the responsibility falls on our entire family. His eyes sharpened. On behalf of the whale family, I'll help the locals rebuild first, then head to Karoe to retrieve the young lady. Mephistopheles' frown deepened. So that's their plan. They want to sway public sentiment, while spreading bad rumors about her uncle. He clicked his tongue. That woman is far more cunning than she looks. Elric opened his mouth, responsibility weighing on his thoughts. Mephistopheles narrowed his eyes at him. Responsibility? That's what nobles are supposed to carry. The thought flickered across Elric's mind. He turned toward the crowd. People shouted thanks, begged him to visit again, told him they wanted to grow up to be like him. Dozens of hands waved at them with genuine warmth. Chin closed his eyes, satisfied. Mephistopheles jabbed him with his words. Go ahead. Shove that responsibility deep down. It's just an excuse anyway. Elric ignored him and walked toward the distant glow, toward the academy. Time to meet the dean. A massive structure rose before him, countless pillars reaching into the sky like ancient guardians. Inside, Riven bowed deeply before Barracks. The old man exploded instantly. I told you to secure the rights to that excavation. Immediately. Even if someone stands in your way. What the hell have you been doing? Riven bent even lower. I'm sorry, sir. But Sean, he interfered. He blocked everything. From now on, I won't allow him to set foot in this academy again. Barracks's face twisted. Find a way. Use the press. Bribe the authorities. I don't care. Just handle it. His shout shook the room. The dean turned away, eyes landing on the newspapers lying on a table, each one containing damning headlines. Only 3 days until the election of the new director, he muttered. If I don't get approval by then, it's over. Purple flames burst from his fingertips, burning the papers into ash. The fire hovered dangerously close to his own chin as the last page crumbled. Barrack spun around. Repeat what you said earlier. The man beside him grinned, twisting his lips into something cruel. You're finally ready to cooperate with us. On the couch sat a man with a glowing, blood-red eye, watching everything with amusement. Inside the dean's office, Barracks leaned forward, voice tense. So, you'll make me director, right? And how do you plan on getting excavation rights? The stranger on the couch smirked. All preparations are complete. We only need your consent. So, have you finally decided to cooperate with us? Barracks frowned. How will you accomplish something even we couldn't manage? The man's grin sharpened. If you doubt us this much, perhaps we don't need a contract at all. Barracks's eyes narrowed. You're not the only candidate for director, the man reminded him. The dean hesitated, then exhaled slowly. Fine, I'll trust you. What exactly do you want from me? Nothing special, the stranger replied casually. Just support us. Barracks's eyes widened. That's it, nothing else. The man stretched lazily on the couch, a wide smile on his face. That alone will be more than enough. Sunlight poured across the capital streets. 2 voices echoed between the alleys. Hey, have you heard the rumors? Rumors about what? A river flowed between the stone roads as the whispers continued. Remember that small town, Lyseni? They say the Blue Lion people caused a massive disaster there. Internal conflict again. That family always uses violence, never caring how ordinary citizens suffer. A shield bearing a crescent moon, symbol passed by as someone muttered. This time it was brutal. A ton of victims, half the houses burned. How cruel. Inside a crowded tavern, several people sat at wooden tables. And then, one of them added, some wizard showed up and stopped every last one of those scoundrels. Seriously? Someone can actually do that. Who was he? At another table, 3 men talked over their food. If the rumors are true, one said with a grin, he's a cute kid. They're calling him the hero of Lyseni. On the table beside them, a demon lay sprawled out, glaring at Elric. Ever since we arrived, the demon grumbled, people won't shut up about you. Humans lose their minds when they hear the word hero, don't they? Elric shut his eyes shyly, waving a hand as if brushing the praise away. I just came here to eat, he muttered. I haven't been to the capital in ages. And, please keep everything quiet. In his head, though, he sighed. Mephistopheles will definitely not shut up. A question lingered in the air. Did he actually want to be a hero? Isabel's face flashed before his eyes. She had told him, with that gentle smile of hers, a heroic story is the fastest way to win ordinary people's hearts. She was certain it would do him good once he revealed himself to the world. Closing her eyes, she had added, and I will create a stable foundation. I'll pressure Paul. You focus on the front. Elric wasn't sure if that was actually good for him, but her confidence was unwavering. Around him, the men at the tavern kept chatting loudly. I heard he even saved a lifeless flower. The Blue Lion's daughter. She almost became crown princess, right? Yeah. And did you hear? The hero of Lyseni is heading to the capital. If those two are dating, then who's the lucky guy, huh? Word is, the crown prince still loves her. And the culprit behind all this was some scumbag from a great magic family. So that means a love triangle. Elric, I twitched. Is this the benefit she talked about? Whispers turned his heroic deeds into some kind of romantic melodrama. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, exhausted. Forget it. I'll eat somewhere else, he said, standing up. Inside, he admitted something grudgingly. She really laid a good foundation for me. And whether it's a heroic tale or a romantic one, it all spreads my name. Stretching his shoulders, Elric let out a slow breath. Isabel's talents, they would be a massive help in restoring his family. He only hoped she'd safely reach Karoi. Turning around, he called out, Mephistopheles, get up. Before he could finish, a man materialized beside him. I found you. A shockwave blasted outward. Tables shook. People screamed. The stranger's fist slammed into Elric's chest. Smoke shot up from the street outside. People stared, terrified. What was that? Did something explode? Paul wails people. Are they causing riots even in the capital? Everyone back away. Through the smoke, the clash became clear. The man's fist collided again with Elric. Mana crackling in the air. So that smell, Mana. The stranger glared at him. You dare turn your back on me? Elric wiped dust from his cheek and smiled calmly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Elric sighed inwardly. All right. Maybe the joke went a little too far. The man in front of him clenched his fist, knuckles cracking. At least imagine what I went through because of you, he growled. If you have even a shred of conscience left, take one hit. Just one. His glare sharpened. Or, do you think I'm the kind of man who abandons his friend? Sean's eyes locked onto Elric with pure frustration. Elric raised both arms wide, smiling like an idiot. Look who it is. My amazing best friend, Sean. People nearby blinked in confusion. Wait, this is a greeting. A moment later, the chaos was gone. Elric, Sean, and Mephistopheles sat around a table, as if nothing happened. Sean clicked his tongue. Cleaning up after you is a pain. But with a hopeless guy like you, what else should I expect? Elric shrugged. If I'm so hopeless, you should at least buy me a beer. Sean glared. You're begging me for money when I own the nest. He lifted a finger. Fine. Last time. But answer me this. How's your rainbow-colored romance with the Blue Lion's daughter? Elric nearly choked. I'm joking. And we don't have that kind of relationship. He thought silently. Sean sighed. Forget it. I'm treating you. But don't think you're fooling me. The waiter arrived. We'll take iced tea, RW knife beer, capra pasta, butter raisin bacon, Sean said smoothly. Elric froze. Damn him. He forced a grin. He smelled the mana. He knows something. He's waiting for me to talk. Sean tapped his chin, watching Elric's stiff expression. Why the serious face? That's not like you. Stop that. It's annoying. The food is here. Eat before it gets cold. Mephistopheles hovered nearby, grumbling. He's right. Your face is disgusting. They clinked their glasses together. Elric leaned back. For your information, everyone around here calls me handsome. Yeah, and don't forget. You still owe me a punch, Sean shot back. Elric took a long drink. That can wait. By the way, Sean continued, lowering his voice, the preparations for the show, all according to your letter. You sure about this? What if the deal collapses? Elric didn't hesitate. No need to worry. Only two things matter right now. Settling the score with the Dean, and restoring the Melvinger family. Fully. In my own way. Sean stared at the liquid in his glass, before nodding. I'll make sure both happen. Elric tapped his glass. Good. Then continue the preparations. Sean narrowed his eyes, about to say something, but stopped midway. Because of you, Carl is suffering right now. His jaw tightened. This is bad. Really bad. That which has definitely heard the rumors by now. Elric raised a brow. You mean, Miss Tasha? He took another slow sip. Sean let out a bitter laugh. Exactly. If that dragon-obsessed maniac loses her mind over these rumors. The city streets flashed blue. Mana rippled everywhere. The towering castle walls loomed overhead as if the entire capital were shaking. The whole plane might collapse. Tasha stormed down the hallway, her footsteps echoing like thunder. The excavation rites. Were they transferred to the academy? A trembling voice answered. Yes, to the dean of the elemental magic faculty. Her fist clenched hard enough to crack bone. What? How could this happen? We're going to the hospital. Right now. Please repeat that, Tasha snapped. Yesterday, every newspaper was dragging that old man through the mud. So what changed? Hanabi swallowed, voice shaking. For some reason. Every paper suddenly flipped their stance. They're all praising Dean Barracks now. She read rapidly from the headlines. Dean Barracks restores excavation rights. Election for new director postponed. Nestor family withdraws excavation claim. Hexagram families apply pressure. Academy backs down. Tasha lowered her eyes, fury simmering. Even with the hexagram's pressure, my father would never allow this. She stepped closer. What happened with Sean? Hanabi stammered. Mitch hasn't given a clear answer yet. What? Tasha's voice dropped dangerously. He was blabbering about friendship earlier, then suddenly went silent. In the next heartbeat, her appearance shifted. Hair, eyes, aura erupting with raw power. We're changing our destination. Where to? Hanabi asked, terrified. Tasha lifted a finger. Didn't you realize? The excavation rights don't belong to our family, or the academy. The room filled with gasps. How dare they cheat us? The image of Elric, and the third son of the Nimister family, flashed in her mind. Tasha smiled, sharp and deadly. It's time I pay those cunning bastards a visit. On the other side of the city, Elric gritted his teeth. So they dare to fool me too. Maybe it was time for him to see their faces himself. Blue flashes lit up the sky, warning signs near the headmaster of Uston Academy. The entrance of Uston Academy appeared ordinary at first glance, just another grand gate leading into a school of magic. But in truth, it was far more than that. The position of Academy Director carried symbolic power on par with a marquis, a title that influenced both politics and the academic world. A role so heavy that even the heads of the hexagram families and the captains of the Imperial Magic Knights treated it with caution. A man in a black cloak walked past nobles and officials striding along the red carpet. His rank alone placed him shoulder to shoulder with the highest authorities in the Empire. The hood fell back, revealing his face. Magus of the Star, rightful heir of the great Uston Melvinger line. Because today, the election for the new director of Uston Academy was about to begin. Inside the enormous meeting chamber, rows of representatives filled every seat. Barrick stepped forward, bowing with exaggerated politeness. "Thank you all for attending this historic event," he said. Then his polite tone dropped into a confident grin. "As you all know, the opening of the Dragon's Nest is a once-in-centuries opportunity. And I, Barack Barracks, am honored to stand at the center of this moment." From above, he looked like a man bathing in his own glory. "If you vote for me, I will establish a system that allows us to uncover far greater discoveries, far greater achievements." But then, from the shadows, another voice cut through the hall. "Impressive speech," the man said. "But you speak as if the academy already belongs to you." And he continued his speech, even though not all candidates had arrived. Outside, Sean leaned in with a stormy expression. "Are you sure Elric can handle this alone?" He glanced at the voting charts. Barracks' support is miles ahead of the other candidates. Elric sat calmly at the table. Sean continued, low and tense. "I know you planned this carefully, but half these representatives were bribed. The risk is insane." But Elric only smiled. "By tomorrow, they can do whatever they want." Across the hall, Chin approached Barracks with a polite bow. "Director, that was an excellent speech." Barracks smirked, correcting him. "The election isn't over yet, but you already speak as if I've won." He added in a soft, knowing tone, "Of course, I plan to cooperate closely with the Siesta family." Elric narrowed his eyes slightly. A voice whispered to him, "Now it's time for the other candidates. We should continue this later." Elric replied calmly, "I'm counting on you." Barracks walked away brimming with confidence. "Soon I'll be director," he thought, "and brats like them won't be my problem anymore." Lazari exited the hall as well, a dark smile spreading across his face. "Once this is over, I will stand equal to the heads of the hexagram families." So why was Barracks supporting an organization with zero backing, like Siesta? Sean grinned. He already knew the answer. A tiny red dot flickered on Barracks' face, an omen he failed to notice. Barracks thought confidently, "The moment I become director, I'll crush those useless pests." Elric smiled widely. Exactly what he expected. A voice echoed across the hall. "That concludes the speeches of all 7 candidates. Voting will begin shortly. Everyone, please take your seats." The massive room buzzed with movement. Hundreds of representatives shuffled into place. Then, candidate Elric Melving, heads turned. A glowing symbol, a book and an owl, appeared on one of the empty seats, marking his identity. A murmur swept through the crowd. Before the announcer could even finish, a figure wrapped in black appeared in the hall, her heels striking the floor with lethal confidence. 2 men near the front stiffened. "How did she get in here?" The witch snapped her hood back. "Tasha." The gray-haired official stood instantly. "Excuse me, Miss Tasha. This is a restricted zone. Only hexagram family representatives may enter." Gasps rippled across the room. Several candidates stared at her, shocked. But Tasha only smiled. "I'm perfectly aware," she said calmly. "Today, I am representing my family, as its head." Sean clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled. Tasha wasn't finished. "And frankly," she lowered her voice, "I understand what's happening better than any of you." Elric's heartbeat skipped. "She saw me? Does she suspect something?" The announcer tapped the microphone. "Everyone, please remain in your seats." Silence in the hall. Tasha raised one hand elegantly. The entire room obeyed instinctively. Representatives lifted glowing crystals, each one storing the candidates' profiles. "These crystals allow you to view detailed information about each candidate," explained a man with glasses. "And you may cast your vote through them. The results will be tallied automatically." Elric exhaled slowly. "I've waited for this day for so long." Across the hall, a man with a curled mustache leaned back, full of confidence. "The promise I made attracted every figure connected to this academy, enough to pull even the Magic Tower and the Imperial family to my side." Images of 2 other candidates flickered holographically beside him. "And," he thought smugly, "I've already secured deals with most of today's representatives." He tapped his crystal impatiently. "Announce it." "I'm ready." Riven stepped forward, sweating through his suit. I will now announce the election results," he stammered. "Excluding the vote from the Melvinger family, who are not present today, the candidate who received the most votes is..." All eyes focused forward. Sitting proudly, arms crossed, eyes glowing with purple light. Barracks. His thoughts echoed with pride. This position belongs to me. Riven inhaled, preparing to announce the winner. But a voice thundered through the hall. Stop. Every head snapped toward the entrance. A figure in a cloak stepped inside, boots echoing against the polished floor. The man with glasses stiffened. The dark-haired girl beside him turned wide-eyed. Whispers rippled through the hall. Who dares interrupt the director election? 2 representatives stood abruptly, furious. But Kasha? She simply smiled, eyes locked straight ahead. Sean leaned back in his seat with a smirk. Forward, Elric. A shining pendant swung from the newcomer's neck, catching the light. Voices exploded from the crowd. That's Elric, the head of the Melvinger family. Impossible. Isn't he supposed to be in a coma? The man with the curled mustache glared forward, face twisting. Then Elric stepped fully into view. The Duke of the Shining Star, he announced coldly, and a legitimate participant in this election. Gasps filled the chamber. I've come to exercise my right to vote. His smirk cut through the tension like a blade. People rose from their seats in disbelief. Melvinger? That scum from the honored lineage. What is going on? This shouldn't be possible. Riven trembled. Elric. The hero approached the man with glasses, every step calm, confident. Bright magical flashes gleamed behind him. An unspoken warning. How did he get here? The mustache man thought, panic flooding his mind. Someone shouted from the audience. How can an ordinary intern interfere with the election ceremony? Elric stopped, and the air froze. Have the laws of the Empire become meaningless to you? He unfastened his cloak. I'm not an intern today. His voice echoed through the hall, commanding absolute silence. I am the Duke of the Empire, and the legal representative of my family. He pointed to the empty central seat. That chair belongs to the Melvingers. Out of respect for the Academy's founder, the head official sighed softly. I am relieved the Melvinger head is healthy, but the vote is already over. What is your intention? Arms still folded, Barracks' supporter added. Everything is already decided. We should proceed. The official cleared his throat. As required by election law of Uston Academy. Article 7, Section 2. Elric lifted his gaze to the candidates. If a candidate arouses suspicion before the final confirmation, the official continued, a re-vote may be conducted, if the majority of representatives deem it necessary. The hall buzzed with confusion. The official frowned. Are you suggesting? Elric placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder and spoke clearly. I, the Duke of the Shining Star Melvin. Every representative turned toward him in stunned silence. Consider candidate Barracks unqualified to be director of the Academy. Elric smirked, and then dropped the real bomb. Additionally, he said calmly, I accuse candidate Barracks of forging personal documents and attempting to assassinate the Duke of the Radiant Star. The entire hall froze. From above, the view showed hundreds of representatives staring in shock. Barracks shot to his feet, face burning red. Do you even understand the seriousness of that accusation? Where's your proof? The official frowned. If you participate as the representative of a prestigious magician family, you must follow the rules. Accusations without evidence carry penalties. Elric stared straight ahead, unblinking. The announcer cleared his throat. Then let us ask the assembly, does anyone support the Melvinger head's claim? Murmurs rose immediately. Baseless. He's bluffing. There's no proof. Barracks folded his arms. So he thinks he has an ace. Fine. Let him play it. The result won't change. Representatives glanced at Elric in confusion. Barracks grinned internally. He dares challenge me. I'll show him real politics. A candidate leaned forward. So, you said your words would be heard. What now, Duke? Barracks laughed. You're rushing. There is still time to reconsider before a final decision. Elric tilted his head, still insisting, even while standing on sacred ground. Barracks smirked, until Elric responded. The dragon's nest is right there. A hush fell. Elric raised a glowing crystal ball. A voice crackled from within, cold, unmistakable. No other choice. Get rid of him as planned. Take his amulet as a keepsake. Barracks' blood ran cold. That's my voice. The recording continued. Clear, damning, impossible to deny. Elric grinned. Contrary to what was announced publicly, Dean Barak did not contribute to our great discovery. Instead, he tried to eliminate me and steal my family's heirloom. Gasps erupted. Is this accusation still groundless? Elric asked. Barracks shot up from his chair, trembling. Lies. How dare you deceive the public with fabricated magic? Elric's voice cut through him like steel. A fabrication? Do you truly believe someone of your level could deceive a seventh circle mage? Or do you think you're secretly at the eighth? The hall went dead silent. Representatives exchanged terrified looks. No one, Elric continued, can fool an archmage with an illusion like that, much less the entire election assembly. A man whispered. And to think, a blockade patient suddenly rose to the eighth circle. Impossible. 2 other candidates looked away, pale. So, the dean actually tried to kill the Duke, someone muttered. The room erupted. As soon as the shining star emblem flashed, Barracks went rigid. That crystal ball, he recognized it instantly. It was the same one he'd handed Riven back in the dragon's nest, the one he'd ordered him to use to eliminate that man. Yet somehow, here it was in someone else's hand. The hall fell silent. The man on stage turned toward the bespectacled Riven, who stood frozen behind the microphone. Riven cleared his throat and announced, trying to maintain composure. Due to these unexpected developments, the election committee needs to deliberate. Everyone, please remain quiet. Barracks' jaw tightened. This brat, he actually dared to betray him. From the committee's table, Sean leaned back and spoke casually. Funny thing. Yesterday we caught someone loitering around the hospital. Turned out it was Riven. Someone replied. I figured Barrack gave him another shady task. Sean sipped through a straw, eyes narrowing. But no, this time he said he had something to deliver. He was waiting for someone to recover before handing it over. The scene shifted, a wide view of the academy. Whispers spread. Using the press, bribing higher-ups. How deep did this scheme go? Barracks glared daggers. Do it, he growled, furious that things were spiraling out of control. In the corridor, Elric stood calmly. He'd had enough of all of them. Even Riven seemed useless at first. But at least he'd held on a crystal ball. That alone was enough to crush Barracks. Elric raised his hand, voice steady. And why did Riven record the entire conversation? He continued. Insurance. He probably knew something like this would happen. Saving him back in the nest wasn't meaningless after all. The room went dead quiet. Barracks' eyes widened as Elric pressed forward. And that's not all. According to Imperial law, rights to dragons' nest relics belong to whoever discovers them first. Yet, Dean Barrack claimed the excavation rights for himself, without my consent. Sweat rolled down Barrack's temple. So, Elric concluded, he's guilty of far more than plotting against the Duke of the Shining Star. He attempted to steal the Melvinger family's heirloom and illegally seized excavation rights. Therefore, I demand that Dean Barrack be removed as a candidate immediately and a full investigation launched into his crimes. The committee exchanged tense looks. What should we do? One member asked. Discuss it. Another replied. If his excavation rights are invalid, then he brings no value. An elderly member frowned, staring at Elric. I feel mana from him. Has he recovered from his illness? Two other members leaned in, shocked. They say you were in a coma. But now, you look completely healthy. And, someone added, perhaps Tasha can explain that to us. The witch's lips curled into a sly grin. Oh, I'd love to, she said. But the representative of the Melvinger family only ever speaks with my brother. Not me. Then she shrugged. Anyway, that part doesn't matter. Barracks slammed a hand on the table, face burning with fury. I insist that crystal ball is a fake. I'm certain of it. It only needs to be examined. But even as he shouted, panic crawled up his spine. At this rate, I won't just lose the position of rector. I'll lose my head. For now, all he could do was deny everything, and pray Sia intervened. Barracks stood abruptly. That's when he noticed it. Lazuli, standing quietly behind Elric. Why was he beside Sean of all people? Elric turned slightly, a small, mocking smile tugging at his lips. Sean's red-scarfed assistant adjusted his glasses, clearly enjoying Barracks' meltdown. Sean raised one hand lazily. Whatever the case, Carl is practically in hell right now thanks to all this. And honestly, calling you crazy at this point doesn't even sound that harsh. Siesta might suit you better. Barracks' teeth ground together. The realization hit him like a knife. Elric had planned everything from the start, and Barrack had been completely outplayed. Elric stepped forward. With that, all issues have been settled, he announced confidently. He scratched the back of his head, casually, and added, So, let's proceed with the re-election. A murmur rippled through the hall. Now then, Elric continued, who wishes to bid for the director's position? The crowd stared, and then Elric bowed slightly. Thank you for entrusting me with the post of director of Uston Academy. A stunned Mephistopheles suddenly appeared behind him. I have no words, he muttered. How did you even pull this off? Is it boldness, stupidity, or just pure nerve? Elric didn't answer. In his mind, only one thought mattered. If I don't seize opportunities like this, when will I ever get what's mine? He also remembered. He needed to end his academic leave and secure a scholarship. But honestly, what did he even know about that process? Mephistopheles frowned. So, you're just going to let him walk out? Because right now it looks like he's running away with his tail tucked in. Barracks took one shaky step forward. Elric turned slightly, smirking. Barracks quickly looked away, refusing to meet his eyes. Inside, his thoughts were a mess. He heard me. Did he send those words straight into my mind? Elric tilted his head, amused. You know, being a seventh circle mage is impressive, even if you're going bald. Barracks froze. But if you're wondering how I heard you, Elric continued, it wasn't because of talent. A pulse of purple lightning cracked above Elric's head. Barracks exploded in rage. You insolent brat. How dare you? The moment Elric mocked him, a voice rose from the crowd. What is he doing? Before anyone could blink, someone shouted. Run. Barracks' lips stretched into a wide, twisted grin. Run? He's not running anywhere. He's going to die. Elric body tensed. His eyes locked straight ahead. Boom. A burst of purple rays exploded across the hall. Elric pressed his lips together as blue lightning crackled from his hand. Blue and purple mana collided, swirling violently like twin storms. Gasps spread through the audience. That spell, a white blizzard of the fifth circle, and someone blocked it. A purple sphere erupted from Barrick's palm. Elric's blue lightning slammed into the floor, scattering hundreds of mana rays. A gray-haired mage's eyes went wide. That's the magic of the hero of Lyseni. The two boys from earlier swallowed hard. He just reflected a sixth circle lightning strike. One whispered, "Isn't this embarrassing for a prestigious magic family?" Elric braced one hand against the ground, blue sparks drifting around him. He heard someone mutter, "A patient with a mana-blocking disease, using magic like that." Elric grinned. He thought he could handle Barracks alone. But even a balding old man was still a seventh circle mage. Reflecting his spells drank mana like water. Barracks roared and unleashed a massive blast of purple lightning. Elric didn't flinch, but he did think one thing. He'd forgotten where we are. A sharp snap echoed. Hum! A tremendous wave of fire detonated in the middle of the hall. Red flames swirled upward, lighting the arena in a burning glow. Tasha, her fingers still raised, looked down at Barracks coldly. Elric smirked. "For someone your age, you're awfully shameless. Even the first years aren't scared to put you in your place." The entire hall drowned in a curtain of fire. Takis stood at the front lines, shielding himself from the wave. "The phoenix, the witch's firebird," he muttered. Elric met Tasha's eyes. The youngest seventh circle mage. The girl who tamed the phoenix by herself. He hadn't expected Tasha to step in. But if she had, that meant one thing. The fight was already over. Elric faced Barracks again. "Any further attack from you," he declared, "will be treated as terrorism. And this time, no one will protect you." Barracks' shoulders stiffened. "And besides," Elric continued, "the heads of the hexagram are here. The election committee isn't inferior to you in strength. If you create more trouble, they'll subdue you themselves." Barracks glared, teeth grinding so hard it echoed. Is he really intending to stop me here? Halfway, he wondered. Elric straightened his tie, looking ahead with icy calm. Barracks trembled in disbelief. "A moment ago, you acted like you held the entire world in your palm. And now," his voice cracked, "you tuck your tail between your legs, in front of people like them." Elric had overpowered Barracks at every turn. Yet even now, Barracks still couldn't land a proper hit. At best, he managed to scuff Elric's clothes. And that reality burned him more than any spell. Why isn't he acting like before? Where's that overly excited, rabid dog he used to be? A violent purple beam suddenly slammed into Elric's face. Barracks snarled, eyes glowing a furious violet. Boom! A deafening blast of pink light tore through the hall. The witch, her back toward everyone, stared silently at the floor. Sean and Lazary froze, completely confused. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Riven wiped sweat from his brow, voice choking. "The head of the Melvinger family has been attacked. Restrain him immediately." The hall panicked. Elric collapsed unconscious. Mephistopheles looked down at him, voice low. "Seriously? Does he even deserve to call himself the king of demons?" Elric lay motionless on the floor. The demon scoffed. "If he'd been born one of us, he could have been a great king." Elric smirked faintly. "Did you really not realize?" Across the hall, the chained man twisted and screamed in agony. Elric's gaze sharpened. "This is the fate of anyone who crosses me." Days later, the city buzzed with rumors. News of the chaos at Uston Academy had spread everywhere. People whispered about Elric, the boy who was supposed to be in a coma, toppling a prestigious magic family in front of the entire academy. In a bar, customers talked over drinks. "Is it true? They say Elric really did all that. They're calling him the hero who saved Lyseni." At another table, men in suits discussed the scandal. Dean Barrick was expelled and arrested for attempted murder. Reporters are swarming him. And that Melvinger kid, Elric, grandson of the creator of Star Magic. A purple glow flickered across someone's hand as they read the latest report. How did he cure his incurable mana-blocking disease? Did he find some mystical medicine in the dragon's nest? Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl stared quietly at the man sitting on the bed. It was announced everywhere that Elric had transferred excavation rights to the Nestor family, the ones who stood by him. Sean held up a newspaper and laughed. "The Melvinger family is shining again, like a star reborn." He grinned as he read out loud. The proud ascent of a hero who overcame endless ridicule and bullying. Someone beside him scoffed. "Why are you reading all that to me?" "You're a patient," Sean replied casually. "You need entertainment." Outside the hospital gates, dozens of reporters crowded the entrance. "Let Elric out. Open the gates. We have the right to know the truth." Inside, Elric sat on his bed, overhearing everything. "He's pretending to be sick," one reporter shouted. "He's faking it. We need the truth about this pretender." Elric leaned back, eyes calm and unreadable. The storm outside was just beginning. Once upon a time, Elric was just a troublemaker, messing around, pulling stunts, living freely. And now, people were making legends about him. They whispered about who trained him, what monster shaped him, and how he returned so powerful. Elric, resting one hand on his knee, sighed. What did you think? He asked. I've been lying around for months doing nothing. Lucinta, the lady of the Blue Lion family. Sean's eyes widened. Elric looked away quickly, clearly surprised. You don't need to know about that, he muttered. Sean stared at him, confused. So, you're not planning to cause more problems, right? Elric answered with hesitation. Maybe. That didn't sound like a yes, Sean frowned. Before Sean could push further, someone spoke from behind him. Whatever plans you have, leave them for later, the voice said. My father wants to meet you. In the background, a powerful hand shimmered with multicolored rays. Elric's mind tightened. Sean's father, Guy Nestor, one of the great sages of the Ninth Circle, one of the strongest mages in the world, countable on one hand, head of the Nestor family, master of the magic tower. Even my grandfather wanted him as a disciple. A red light flared as the man in glasses stepped forward. He was called a genius among geniuses. Elric swallowed hard. They suddenly found themselves in front of something massive. Sean called their attention to it. Elric stared ahead. He knew Sean lived well. But this? If I'd known it was to this extent, Elric muttered, I would have asked him for a lot more money. A colossal, luxurious castle towered over them, the stronghold of the Nestor family. A portal pulsed above it, glowing like a second sun. The strongest family in the magic tower. Elric smiled. Someday, he vowed, he would stand on this level too. One day, he would be his equal. He stepped forward confidently. White smoke drifted around his feet, swirling like mist. A cloud of dense fog engulfed him. A voice echoed. So, you're staring pretty deeply. See something interesting? Elric whipped around. If you want something that doesn't belong to you, the man warned with a predatory smile, you should be prepared to pay for it. Elric froze. Pay. Before he could react, Sean shouted ahead. Hey, hurry up. Elric ran after him. He didn't expect what came next. His sister was there too. Only now did they hand him a folded note. Sean cursed under his breath. Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused? Contact her immediately. Elric opened the note. His sister had written, I heard you were invited to the Nestor household. Don't bother them again until I arrive. The sun dipped slowly below the horizon, painting the entire mansion in gold. The girl stood ahead of them, a suitcase in her hand, her aura sharp enough to cut stone. Sean whispered, pale. If you run, you die. Just be ready. Elric froze. Horrified wasn't even the word. He was already a corpse in his own mind. So the Melvinger family had their own demon king. And Mephistopheles didn't know. Who was this woman who could make even demons tremble? Something worse than Satan. Something that made Elric regret every choice he had ever made. Sean, in contrast, stared at her lovingly. She's an angel, he said. Elric turned slowly toward him, dead inside. Sure, he was grateful she helped him get into the academy. But if Sean had ever seen her true nature, he wouldn't dare call her an angel. To Elric, his sister was far scarier. Sean's praise only made Elric shudder. Was she called a witch for nothing? At that moment, a familiar silhouette approached. Ever since everyone started calling her a genius, she'd only grown more terrifying. She didn't even act like a normal human anymore. While Sean continued rambling, Tasha stepped right up to them, expression blank, intent clear. She was going to beat him. Elric gulped. If he said one more word, she'd hit him even harder. And she did, smacking him clean across the head. Then she turned away like nothing happened. Elric rubbed his face and quickly said, Thanks for helping during the elections. But she dismissed it with a cold. It was nothing. You could have handled it alone. Sean blinked at her. Why would a stubborn woman like her do something like that? Was she actually interested in Elric? Elric panicked. Seriously? Right in front of my friend. Is she going to act like this now? Tasha didn't answer. Instead, she asked coldly, Who lied to me first? Elric stiffened. They passed deeper into the Nestor domain, toward the true palace of the Blue Fob. To reach Sean's father's residence, they needed to cross this labyrinth first. There are traps everywhere, Tasha warned. Even a six-circle mage can die here. Stay close. But when they turned around, Elric was gone. He stood frozen behind them, staring blankly like someone lost between worlds. Elric, where did he go? Sean called out. Tasha called out. No response. Elric turned left, right, panic rising. Where were they? Where was Mephistopheles? Not that Mephistopheles would be useful in a situation like this. He stumbled forward, and then he saw it. A portal. Not a normal one. This thing pulsed with power. The magic leaking from it was overwhelming. The Nestor family, were they this powerful? Every element existed in the same space. Some violent, some overwhelmingly thick, others razor-sharp. None of them had anything in common. And yet they lived in perfect harmony, because the element of wind held everything together. Elric stood in shock, breath caught in his throat. He didn't know what this place was, but he felt something deep within him. If he wished, he could make this entire place his own. As long as Elric explored the strange space, a voice suddenly echoed from nowhere. Oh, you're looking at something quite interesting. Elric froze. His shoulders tensed as he turned slowly, in every direction. Was someone watching him? Following him? The voice continued, calm and old. Do you even know what that is? Or are you staring at it without the faintest clue? Elric's heart dropped. This wasn't random. This wasn't normal. He knew the rules. Stealing someone else's magic, even by accident, was a capital offense. And anyone capable of controlling a space like this, at minimum, they were an archmage of the Seventh Circle. What do I even do? The voice spoke again. Don't tell me you can't hear me. You reacted. I know you heard. Elric clenched his jaw. Objectively speaking, this was the Nestor family's fault. He didn't wander in on purpose. So, there was no point getting interrogated by some hidden old monster. He decided instantly. Pretend he heard nothing. Pretend he saw nothing. Get alive. He lowered his gaze and ignored the voice. So you plan to run away? You think ignoring me will work? The old man sounded almost amused. Elric felt gears turning in his head, fast. Then, without hesitation, he focused and activated Obscure. Thick white mist erupted around him. The old man's voice faltered. What? Even he couldn't see inside the labyrinth now. Elric slipped through the fog, moving quickly. He was still anxious. If he could have finished deciphering that magic pattern, he might have learned more, but staying here would only cause trouble. But something chilled him. The old man was still watching him. And this was only the beginning. The sand swirled and wrapped around Elric's legs, gripping tightly. If you want something that isn't yours, the voice echoed, you must pay for it. Meanwhile, in the outer hall, Sean glanced at his sister, worried. What do we do? We have to tell father. Before they could act, a calm, powerful presence approached. A man stepped out. Guy Nestor, head of the Nestor family. The true palace of the blue mist has opened, he said, voice cold. What is going on here? Sean spun around. Guy's eyes sharpened. You didn't even enter the palace yet. And he's already gone missing? They turned toward the glowing pentagram. Guy frowned. Father's magic. So he interfered again. Why would he do this? Has his condition worsened? Sean burst out, panicking. We can't just stand here. He's our guest. What if something happens to him? Tasha's lips curved slightly. To think her brother, who didn't even care about his own family, was this worried about Elric. Strangely, it felt nice. She lifted her head with interest. The era of the Duke of the Shining Star. Truly fascinating. Guy shifted his gaze between them. He too looked intrigued. Brother and sister exchanged glances. Because they both knew, whatever was happening inside that palace was far bigger than any of them expected. Meanwhile, deep inside the labyrinth, Elric was losing his calm. He looked away, fear flickering in his eyes. A prestigious magician family, standing at the peak of a magic tower. This is the true palace of the blue mist, the product of decades of research by that old monster. And yet, Elric had not only deciphered the formation, he had broken it, and then used it again. The old man had clearly left something behind before vanishing. An old regret, a strange child he found interesting. Elric took another careful step, then stopped dead. The old man spread both arms wide. Show me everything you can do. Elric spun around. What is even happening? He crossed his arms tightly, muttering under his breath. Why were all old mages insane? Did they all go crazy with age? A barrier suddenly formed in front of him. Elric inhaled deeply, steadying himself. Stay calm. Figure out what this is. He looked at the barrier again. This barrier wasn't created by him. It was protecting him. The mana here wasn't a single element. And yet the Nestor family was famous for their mastery of wind. A realization sparked in his mind. He's molding other elements with wind. Hot wind infused with fire turned water into steam. A gentle breeze gathered the steam, forming fog. Then, wind laced with ice thickened the fog and froze its movement. And if the old man could manipulate all of that so easily, creating a typhoon would be nothing for him. Elric braced himself and raised a shield. Even if the old man wasn't trying to kill him, this was still provocation. Fine. He would just decipher everything he couldn't understand before. He sensed it back in Lucena. Every one of his elements was weak except ice. So he'd use his own method. Convert mana, blend with wind, apply to ice. Mana gathered rapidly in his palm. If he altered the flow between the soul and seals, he could reduce consumption enough to. Elric swung. Ice spread before him. But could he blend other elements into his ice magic? Smoke coiled around him. A sphere of mana formed in front of his hand. He hurled it. The ground shook as it struck. Patterns lit across his arm, glowing fiercely. He reached forward, grabbing hold of something unseen. The wind roared to life. The old man tried to speak, but no words came out. Elric clenched his fists and disappeared. The moment the fog dispersed, he was already standing behind the others. They spun around in shock. A six-circle mage needs a full day to escape this place. Even Tasha took 4 hours and 52 minutes. But Elric, 46 minutes. Mephistopheles stared in disbelief. The seal of cruelty, a high-level formation with a 5-star rating. Even he, a demon king, was impressed. Yet Elric had not only destroyed it, he stole it. Elric had just emerged from the labyrinth when Guy Nestor rushed toward them, clearly shaken. He looked at the boys, baffled. What is wrong with all of you? You should have been preparing for the director's election. And you? His eyes landed on Elric. I heard you recently recovered from a mana-blocking disease, and now a six-circle mage is standing before me. Everyone turned to Elric in disbelief. He six-circle. He broke Tasha's record. Tasha herself was stunned. She had never expected anyone to surpass her time, least of all someone who just recovered from an incurable disease. Elric, however, didn't react at all. He simply stepped forward and shook Guy's hand. Sorry for the late introduction, he said politely. My name is Elric. Guy introduced himself in return. His eyes softened as he looked at the boy. I'm sorry, he said quietly. You've been through a lot and faced burdens you shouldn't have. Elric smiled. No apology needed. It was an interesting experience. Sean and Tasha turned toward the palace entrance. Elric followed their gaze. Their mother and the rest of their powerful family were waiting inside. Elric lowered his head. He still wasn't used to hearing the word family, but he smiled faintly. I'm on my way. The wind stirred the Nestor family flag above him. He walked forward. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Isabel rushed into a softly lit room. Father. She threw herself into her father's arms, hugging him tightly. To everyone else, she was a refined young lady. To him, she was still his little girl. He stroked her head gently. I don't understand it, he murmured. Even the doctor said it was impossible. Yet you woke me. Her voice trembled with emotion. It was Elric. He helped me. Her father's eyes widened. As expected of the Melvingers, a prestigious family of magicians. They've always been the light in the darkness. She peeked toward the open doorway. Where are you going? You just woke up. You need a rest. But he was already pulling on his pants, ignoring her protests. How can I rest after hearing that? I must find this talented boy. She tried to argue, but he was already buttoning his coat. Even if I have to cross the entire continent, he said, I'll do it. A righteous child like him, in a world as corrupt as ours. That alone is reason enough. He headed for the exit. In another place, a man knelt, one knee touching the ground. The deaths of the blue wolves. Isabel's escape. His brother healed. The blue wolf who returned alive, and then exploded right before him. All of it traced back to one mage. Far ahead, an old man sat quietly on a throne. The kneeling man bowed deeply. That mage, he must have placed a curse on me. The old man lowered his gaze. What of your brother? He left with the Blue Hawks, the man replied. It seems he's trying to contact Elric, who is currently inside the Nestor family estate. The old man fell silent, absorbing the information. So, he finally murmured, the very first thing we must do is not attack him. The old man sat back in his throne, lips curling into a wicked grin, to call upon his sworn brothers. No, he muttered. The blue lion has weakened. His brother and that damned Elric must never meet. His eyes sharpened. Finish him the moment he leaves the Nestor estate. The kneeling man trembled violently. He dared not refuse. He looked down at his hand. The mark burned faintly. He was still alive only because of it. He would never forget that. Meanwhile, Sean guided Elric deeper into the estate. Their mother and the rest of the family were waiting. Mephistopheles floated behind Elric, muttering nonstop. Elric's leg twitched nervously. Mephistopheles squinted at Guy Nestor ahead of them. Is that thing even human? Elric stiffened. Mephistopheles continued, reasoning aloud, voice filled with suspicion. If he's an ordinary human and not a Melvinger, how did he reach that level? Humans shouldn't be capable of that, without help from our kind. Elric glanced at him. In my time imprisoned, he said quietly, humans suffered too. He began counting on his fingers. The heads of the Magic Tower, the magicians of the House of the Lion, the Imperial Inspection Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Protestant Alliance. He shook his head. There are so many powerful factions. Why is this era described as one full of monsters? Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. He wanted to explain that aside from the Golden Lion, the strongest on the continent, there were others who were equal, and some who were even stronger. He smirked. There must be a reason why I, the great Mephistopheles, awakened in this era. A world where countless beasts fight to become king. Chaos everywhere. Hatred fueling them. The thrill of victory. The crunch of bones. But before he could finish, Elric simply turned and walked away. Mephistopheles choked. Iche, don't ignore me. Inside the dining hall, the boys were already gathered. Tasha was pointing at Sean, who had dropped his food because he was too busy staring at Elric. The younger siblings started yelling at her. Don't call Sean an idiot. Their mother chuckled softly. Why all this noise? Didn't I say good children stay quiet when Licini's hero is here? Elric paused, watching them, and suddenly, memories surfaced. He remembered his past, his family, how they always argued at the dinner table, how his parents watched them with gentle smiles. His father had let them bicker as they grew, believing it helped them find their own voices. Their mother always worried. She looked at Elric now, eyes soft with concern. Do you not like the food? She asked quietly. Elric blinked. He stared at the table, eyes distant. He must have looked troubled, because she flinched anxiously. He quickly shook his head. I was just caught off guard by the wonderful smell, he said. Her face softened with relief. Elric took a bite. Warmth spread through him. He closed his eyes. Eating together. It was something he had almost forgotten, and it felt wonderful. The sun was dipping behind the horizon as tea was poured into delicate cups. The boys sat quietly on the sofas, warm light filling the room. Guy sipped calmly, eyes drifting toward Elric. All of them exchanged subtle glances. Guy finally spoke. Are you angry with me? His wife looked at Elric too. Guy closed his eyes for a moment, deep in thought. The fall of the Melvinger family. A family with a 1,000-year legacy. A family that once led an empire to countless victories. Something like that shouldn't crumble overnight. But it did. He set his teacup gently onto the saucer. Ostracized by the ruling family. Betrayed by your own allies in the hexagram. Sacrificed in the name of politics. You've endured too much. He opened his eyes again. So tell me, are you offended? At us? Elric smiled softly. Everyone has their own circumstances. I'm not offended. The teacup beside him filled quietly with warm tea. The Nestor family hadn't caused the Melvingers' downfall. And, politically, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. Elric could blame them for inaction. But if he were in their place, would he have dared to act? Mephistopheles floated beside him, arms crossed. Why is a Melvinger groveling before Nestor? He muttered. 1,000 years ago, these hexagram worms were nothing but pests hanging around the Melvingers. Elric smiled faintly. That shocked Mephistopheles. Coming from someone who lived off pride and power. Had Elric come here with a purpose? The Melvingers had already lost everything. Their power was gone. Even if this was his friend's home. Elric knew he would one day surpass this place too. He needed to learn everything. Their circles, their hierarchy, the true nature of the Nestor household. Guy lifted his cup again. If you need anything, just speak. Elric looked up. Guy's gaze didn't waver from the cup. The Nestor family will give the Melvingers any support they can. Their eyes widened. Sean nearly choked. It's our gratitude for the excavation rights, Guy said calmly. And a gift from me, as the father of your friend. Don't feel burdened. He was serious. He truly was a seasoned strategist. Was he trying to strengthen ties? Repair bridges? Or did he genuinely want to support the powerless Melvingers? Elric's lips parted slightly. This offer was completely in his favor. With the Nestor's support, his position would rise sharply. But the rest of the hexagram, and half the continent, would try to crush him for it. Why was Guy choosing a side that brought him only hardships? Elric couldn't understand what he was thinking. Then, a dark silhouette appeared outside the window. A hand reached forward. Crash. The window shattered violently. The boys jumped from their seats. A blinding light spilled into the room. Elric froze for a moment. What kind of lunatic would dare attack the Nestor estate directly? A man stepped through the broken window. His footsteps were heavy. His presence suffocating. Elric's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe who it was. The intruder lifted his finger, pointed directly at Elric. Elric clenched his teeth. The stranger walked forward. The man wanted only one thing, to take the boy as his apprentice. Black, sinister spirits seeped out from the floor as tension thickened in the room. Sean had warned him once. His father was so obsessed with talent that he gathered over 100 gifted individuals inside the estate, not as vassals, but as honored guests. The true strength of the Nestor family didn't lie in titles or armies. It lay in the Senate, a council of monsters disguised as humans. And right now, that Senate was being disrespected. The stranger was asked to leave immediately. Instead, he slowly lowered his hood. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Augustine, the head of the Senate, the greatest master who trained every mage in the Nestor bloodline. Elric froze. He had heard countless legends about this man, strong enough to rival Guy, maybe even surpass him. Augustine frowned. He had rushed here so fast he'd forgotten his manners. He apologized, but Guy didn't take his eyes off him. He wanted to know one thing. Why had Augustine come? The old man pointed straight at Elric. He came for him. How shameless could he be? Wanting the boy sitting beside Sean as his apprentice. But before anyone could speak, Guy stepped forward. He announced the boy's identity. One of the 4 dukes of the empire, Duke Melvinger. Elric rose, walked directly to Augustine, and greeted him respectfully. Mephistopheles stared in shock. Sean and Tasha's eyes widened. The old man grinned, asking if Elric remembered him. How could he not? His late father spoke of Augustine endlessly, praising him as the kind of pillar that could have saved their family from collapse. They locked eyes. Had Augustine known his father? Given his fame, it wasn't impossible. Sean and Tasha stood speechless. This old man clearly had a silver tongue. Is that why he wanted Elric as his apprentice? Elric chose to take it as a compliment. But Augustine's grin faded. If Elric already knew who he was, that made things easier. Then came the question, would Elric become his apprentice? Elric smiled softly. As the head of the Melvinger family, being offered apprenticeship under the great master of the Nestors was unbelievably generous. Too generous. So he politely asked Augustine to retract his offer. The old man snapped. Elric wasn't satisfied with the blue mist labyrinth, and now he dared refuse him? Elric asked him to understand. He had just barely escaped danger back then, and Augustine had taken his magic without permission. And anyway, wasn't Elric the one who suffered first? The old man gritted his teeth, stomped the ground, and yelled for silence. Magic burst across the floor, making Guy flinch in shock. Elric's jaw dropped. The floor shimmered like a star-filled sky. He rushed forward. No, that wasn't the night sky. The glow was too light. And then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing beside Augustine. Was that teleportation? No, it wasn't. The old man had simply moved him. But who in the world could move someone like that? At a speed the eye could barely follow, the old man appeared right in front of Elric. Before the boy could even process it, Augustine grabbed him by the tinzit and lifted him off the ground. Everyone froze. The boy's jaws dropped. And then Augustine burst into laughter. Dark, triumphant laughter. Elric was his now. In the next instant, they vanished. Back at the estate, Tasha screamed at her brother, demanding why he was still standing there when his friend had just been kidnapped. Sean quietly shut his eyes. Did his sister really not understand? Elric was never the victim. He was always 3 steps ahead. Mephistopheles smirked. Once again, Elric had left them speechless. It looked like they would soon have their hands on a monster who dared to use this creepy old man as a teacher. No, as a prelude to something bigger. Elric blinked his eyes open. Augustine stood, towering over him. Elric instinctively backed away, but his body wobbled, his vision blurred, and he nearly collapsed. Augustine caught him by the collar before he hit the ground. To think, the greatest master of the Nestor family had almost lost his first disciple in 90 years. Elric's heart pounded in fear and irritation. He had taken a huge risk starting this dangerous game, but even he didn't expect a man to literally kidnap him while forcing him to state a reason to become his disciple. And now, they were standing on the edge of a massive cliff. Had he chosen the wrong path? Elric clenched his teeth. He had to stay focused. He circulated his mana, but something felt wrong. His mana wasn't moving at all, as if the blocking disease had returned. He looked up. Augustine's eyes gleamed. The old man clearly sensed everything. Elric's foot slipped dangerously close to the ledge as Augustine finally opened his mouth, saying he would explain everything on the way. Then he released him. Elric dropped. Wind roared past his ears. Panic flashed in his eyes. But before he hit the depths, Mephistopheles appeared beside him. Elric felt it instantly. This guy matched him in ways that made no sense. How'd he get here? Mephistopheles didn't waste time. If they didn't act now, both of them would die. He wanted Elric to teach him the seal of original sin so they could survive. Elric stared at him, desperate. With his mana sealed, he couldn't access anything, but the atmosphere around them was flooded with energy. Elric stretched out his hand. He pulled at the flow. A ring of wind exploded under him, slowing their descent. Shards of rock tumbled past as a shockwave erupted from the cliffside. They hit the ground with a powerful impact. Elric gasped. He had almost died because of this cursed mana seal. It felt exactly like the old disease. But there was no time to rest. He looked around. This place wasn't anything like the continent he knew. He pushed himself to his feet. A voice echoed from the fog. He was inside the labyrinth of blue mist. And the palace back home, the so-called Blue Mist Palace, was nothing but a shallow imitation of this place. The voice echoing through the fog told Elric the truth. His mana had been sealed the moment he arrived. Yet somehow, he still managed to pull raw energy straight out of the atmosphere and use it. That alone proved he wasn't a bad choice. High above, Augustine stood at the edge of the cliff, watching him like a stern judge. Elric materialized on the rocky ground below, still breathless. He had come within seconds of dying. Did this old man even realize what he was doing? He claimed he wanted Elric as his apprentice, and he still did. But even so, he refused to teach him anything that belonged to the Nestor family. Elric looked up in confusion. If Augustine wasn't going to teach Nestor magic, then what was he trying to achieve? The old man finally revealed it. Aside from being a senator of the Nestor family, he was also the head of the Grassland School, a school whose teachings could only be passed down to one heir, teachings that had nothing to do with the Nestor bloodline. For Elric, that changed everything. He frowned and turned to Mephistopheles, silently asking for answers. Mephistopheles chuckled. He hadn't expected this school to still exist. Those tenacious Eastern maniacs had irritated him even when he was a king. Elric leaned in, curious. Magic martial arts? He had never read about this in any history book. Mephistopheles explained that 1,000 years ago, the Grassland School existed in the East, warriors who didn't rely on pure spells but used martial techniques enhanced by magical circulation. A hybrid art, a way to strengthen the body through mana instead of brute force. And Elric desperately needed that. Grassland's specialty was harmonizing different forms of mana, allowing a person to stabilize the chaotic swirl of energy inside them. Elric placed a hand over his chest. Different types of mana had always refused to mix within him. But wasn't that exactly why this was incredible? His heart was wrapped in multiple kinds of magic. If he could master this art, he could gain the one thing no book, no mage, no family could give him, control. And the best part? It would not bind him to the Nestor family. A perfect opportunity. So this was Augustine's plan, to teach him the Grassland School's magical martial arts. The old man looked down at him, surprised Elric even knew the name. There should have been no records left. This boy kept exceeding every expectation. Augustine decided there was no point delaying any longer. But before he could begin, Elric's gaze snapped to the side. A wave of danger washed over him. He covered part of his face with his hand. They had entered the territory of the harsh wolves. Not ordinary wolves. Beasts 3 times larger and 3 times stronger than anything found outside this labyrinth. Augustine spoke calmly. Grassland arts could only be learned through real combat. Pure theory meant nothing. To learn it, Elric had to survive. The boy steadied his breath. He took a step forward. A dark, yawning cave stood before him. His first trial had already begun. The wolves began crawling out of the cave one by one. Massive bodies, glowing eyes, saliva dripping from their jaws. Augustine stood at the cliff's edge, arms behind his back, watching calmly. Elric's mana was sealed. What could a beginner, someone who hadn't even trained for 6 months, possibly do here? 2 figures appeared behind Augustine. They didn't move. They didn't help. They simply watched. To them, this wasn't cruelty. This was the test. The old man kept observing him, expression unreadable. Elric had no real experience. But experience wasn't everything. Skill was what mattered. And if these wolves tasted human flesh, the entire labyrinth would become a bloodbath. A blur of silver, fur shot forward. Elric was slammed into the ground, his body folding under the impact. Blood burst from his mouth. He was in trouble. At this rate, he would die. But Elric gritted his teeth, palms pressing against the dirt. He forced himself upright, his mouth opening as mana flickered into existence at the tip of his fingers. A spark, a blade, a chilling gleam. He slashed. The wolf's head flew through the air, blood spraying across the rocks. In Elric's hand, a razor-sharp ice dagger glowed faintly. Augustine lowered his chin. Yes, the boy could handle this. He might even be able to fulfill the wish the school had guarded for over 1,000 years. But he was still lacking. Tins, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army, finally stepped forward. Not even the Imperial Inspectorate knew the identities of that army's members. Their leaders stood shoulder to shoulder with the greatest mages of the Tower and the strongest warriors of the Golden Lion. Their mission: free the continent from the Emperor's tyranny. A terrorist group to some, the only hope for others. And here stood its former king, the monster of monsters. Augustine seemed almost giddy to have a student again after so long. But Tins worried the old man would actually be sad if Elric died here. Elric sliced through another wolf, and then froze as a voice echoed in his mind. He was inside the territory of the fierce wolves, beasts 3 times larger and stronger than ordinary ones. He kept his ice dagger raised and listened. Grassland arts relied on practice, on survival, on killing. He had to destroy them all. Elric lifted his head. Blood soaked the ground around him. His breath trembled, but his eyes burned with determination. Mephistopheles' voice cut through the chaos. Elric had survived this far only because of luck, and that luck had already run out. A giant wolf stepped out of the fog, purple fur rippling like smoke, muscles bulging with every breath. Mephistopheles' tone hardened. This one knows you want to wipe them out. Luck won't save you now. Elric stared at the monstrous beast for several seconds, his dagger tight in his grip. Mephistopheles was right. He could pull mana from the air itself. He had done it before. He could do it again. He just needed to kill this thing, even with his mana sealed, even if it meant doing it twice or more. Elric narrowed his eyes, jaw tightening. For the first time since the icy mountains, he desperately wished he had the weaponry he used back then. Because this monster was unlike any wolf he had ever faced. If Elric had known he would be thrown into a nightmare like this, he would have trained harder, much harder. Then, out of nowhere, an image flashed inside his mind. A book, a manual of physical cultivation, detailing the factors of strengthening the body. He froze. Right, the body refinement art he once studied. That counted as training too. A grin formed on his lips. If that was the case, he only needed to imitate it. Elric stretched out his hand. The Tiger King's legacy, passed down through generations, returned to him like a forgotten instinct. He stared at his right hand, memories clicking into place. A combat technique that gave one's bones the hardness of steel. A technique that multiplied physical strength 7-fold. A technique that taught its wielder how to fight like the king of beasts. He dropped into a stance. According to the tigers, kings above all beasts, the human body was a miniature world shaped by God's hands. A massive wolf crept closer, muscles tense, eyes glowing. Elric inhaled. A deep, overwhelming breath. Just like mana circulated through nature, air circulated through the body, altering it based on how one breathed and where one focused. He filled his lungs to the limit. In that instant, countless instincts awakened inside him, one rising above all others. He moved. His fist cut through the air, swinging toward the beast. His thought sharpened. When a body changes, it moves on its own. No hesitation. No illusion. Just reality. The wolf lunged with its jaws wide open. Elric's eyes gleamed. He slipped past the attack as if he had vanished. Instinct, intuition, merged into a single fighting art. The wolf spun around, snarling. Elric didn't need a plan. Didn't need a reason. He inhaled again, every ounce of air around him, and stepped forward. His choice was always right. His fist crashed into the wolf skull with monstrous force. The beast flew like a rag doll, smashing into the ground. Tiger-style combat. Mephistopheles watched in disbelief, his voice trembling. This guy, he's a sick bastard. The giant wolf lunged again, jaws ready to tear him apart. But Elric moved like lightning. His fists blurred, delivering inhuman, beast-like blows. The wolf shrieked in agony. Elric's eyes darkened with a murderous gleam. He slammed his fist into the wolf's stomach, folding the monster in half. Mephistopheles stood speechless. How could a human fight like a wild animal? A heartbeat later, the wolf collapsed, lifeless. Elric staggered, breathing hard, surrounded by a field of corpses. He fell to the ground, chest rising and falling, staring at the destruction he'd caused. Then a calm voice echoed in his mind. "'Kay, exactly what I expected from my student." He had already killed 2 wolves. Apparently, that wasn't enough. The difficulty would have to increase. Elric kept gulping down air, each breath sharpening his instincts. Otto-Han's voice echoed inside his mind, amused. Since he had tried so hard, he deserved a hint. Find a moss growing on the shady side of the cliff. Use it. Mephistopheles, standing nearby, ground his teeth in irritation. This old man was insane too. He enjoyed watching Elric struggle. Elric whispered back, refusing to be lumped in with this lunatic. Stepping forward, tightening his belt, he muttered that Otto-Han had only said one thing. Kill them all. Eyes narrowing, Elric added coldly. Then let's see who wins. He dashed forward. 2 massive wolves lunged at him at once. Elric lowered his stance, studying their movement. Time blurred. 10 days passed like this. Long enough to break a normal person. Short enough for Elric to adapt and evolve. We shift to later. Elric stood before a rocky slope, staring at a strange flower blooming in the cracks. "It contains magical energy," he said. Mephistopheles nodded. "No idea why it's growing here of all places in demon territory." Elric fought another pack of wolves, obliterating anything that crossed his path. "If it has magic," he said, "maybe I can replenish my mana by eating it." Mephistopheles leaned closer to the petals. "For humans, it's just a medicinal herb, but for seals sure it might work." Elric smashed another wolf's skull, blood splattering. Mephistopheles shook his head. "No, it'll probably increase the level of your seal." Elric plucked the flowers anyway, examining them. Mephistopheles sighed. "The old man wouldn't send you here for nothing. But think, where did the flower come from? Maybe this place is connected to demons." Elric's eyes narrowed. A great opportunity. He glanced at the trail of blood on the ground. He was still annoyed. After all, the old man had literally thrown him off a cliff. But stepping forward, he realized the situation might actually help him strengthen the seal. And with a stronger seal, his mana reserves would increase. Behind him lay a mountain of wolf corpses. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Even he had begun to rely on the body cultivation arts again, thanks to the sealed mana, forcing him back to basics. He approached a massive stone. Looking down, he exhaled. It's about time to end this farce. A gigantic wolf stood before him, a stone embedded in its skull. Elric raised his head. "So you're the last one." But then he froze. A silhouette sat atop the wolf. A man. A rider. Elric's voice dropped to a whisper. A man's leg. Elric instinctively turned to the side, fear prickling the back of his neck, because a voice behind him said he never failed to amaze. A massive white tiger emerged from shadows. Another voice followed, casual and amused. The speaker said he'd heard from the boss that Elric was the best student in the entire academy. Elric lifted his gaze. Tin stood atop the giant wolf, arms crossed, looking down at him with clear approval. "I didn't expect this level from you," Tin said. A moment later, he hopped off the wolf and landed on the ground, dust exploding around his feet. Elric frowned as Tin stepped forward. Tin's made his decision. "If you can handle this stern wolf," he said calmly, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with a smile, "then I'll accept you as my apprentice." Before Elric could react, someone else dropped down from above. A wave of dust blasted outward. Augustine. The old man jabbed a finger forward, outrage burning in his eyes. He shouted that Tins had no idea how much effort he had put into finding Elric, and now this guy wanted to steal him? Elric and Mephistopheles stood silently, watching the 2 old monsters argue like children. Tin snapped back, yelling even louder. He asked Augustine if he had any idea how hard it was to raise wolves like these. The old ones were dead because of Elric, which meant he now had to travel to the southern lands of the dragons, catch new cubs, and feed them resurrection flowers for 5 straight years. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and muttered that Tin still seemed like the worst option out of the 2. Elric didn't know what to say, until Tin suddenly walked over, smiling, and placed both hands on his shoulders. They didn't even want his opinion? Elric asked that very question. Tins apologized. He had rushed the conversation a little, but Elric's talent was too great to ignore. And Tins knew exactly who Elric was from the wanted posters. He wanted Elric as his disciple, student of the king of monsters. But Elric shook his head. He turned toward Augustine and said that although Augustine was eccentric, he was already his teacher. He couldn't just betray him. Tins interrupted before he finished. He raised a hand, grinning widely. He would teach Elric Mirage Eyes. With this art, he said, pointing at his own eye, Elric would be able to command beasts freely, the very power that made Tins the king of monsters. Elric hesitated for a heartbeat. Then he smiled. The rule about having only one teacher, he said, was created by narrow-minded people. He looked Tins dead in the eyes. If you don't mind, teach me your techniques, too. Augustine went pale. Bastard, he whispered under his breath. Mephistopheles exhaled beside him. I knew it. He has no concept of honor. Tins burst out laughing, shouting that he already knew the Melvingers were straightforward, and he liked that. Elric smirked. Then, he said, teach me the eyes. And then, Tins lifted his hand immediately. No. He turned toward his wolf, then glanced back over his shoulder. Had Elric not heard him properly? He would only accept him as a student if he defeated the stern wolf. Still smiling, Tins added that without mastering the Mirage Eyes, Elric would never reach the level needed to handle the Grassland School's magical martial arts that relied on perfect mana circulation and physical reinforcement. Tins' smile sharpened. Looks like you absorb mana from those flowers on Sunday. Good, but this is your final test. Defeat this wolf, using only magical martial arts. The wolf vanished. One moment it stood behind Tins. The next it was already in front of Elric, colliding with the wall so hard the ground trembled. Elric looked up. Tins watched with interest. Mephistopheles let out a long, displeased sigh beside the white tiger. A heartbeat later, Elric smiled. So that's what all this was. Tins shrugged. That's right. Augustine stepped forward silently. Elric turned to him and smirked. Finally, someone who actually enjoys watching me suffer. He looked at his teacher. So, happy now? Augustine stared for a few seconds. Then he placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. Good job. A yellow aura enveloped his palm. It seems we can finally begin. Elric blinked ahead, silently, as the rising sun painted the mountains gold. Augustine continued. I can now teach you the grudge of the Night Chronicle. Before Elric could respond, countless flowers bloomed around them, glowing softly in the dim light. He walked forward, scanning the area. Where are we? Augustine replied. This is the sanctuary of the Night Chronicle. Elric stopped. The sanctuary? A wave of red, demonic energy washed over him the moment he stepped closer. The aura was oppressive, dark, heavy, almost suffocating. Why is there a demonic domain here? Mephistopheles, standing beside him, tensed. Only demon kings could create such a thing. He frowned deeply. So, this is why we found resurrection flowers here. This energy, isn't this his territory? Elric in a task didn't turn around. Mephistopheles continued. He's in the east, as far as I know. Augustine suddenly asked Elric, what do you feel? Elric stepped forward. I think the Melvinger family's demon hunter training lets me sense it clearly. Then tell me, why is there a demonic domain inside the sanctuary of the Night Chronicle? Augustine touched the doors. Seals flared across his hands. I believe I know why, he murmured. The Night Chronicle isn't from here. It came from the Far East. They walked through a long, enormous corridor. At the end stood a gigantic painting. Eastern symbols and structures all over its surface. Elric narrowed his eyes. Eastern architecture. Eastern writing. Augustine turned to him. The founder of the Night Chronicle, he said, quietly, was an alchemist from the Far East. The founder of the Night Chronicle had once been nothing more than an alchemist searching for herbs in a distant land. Augustine stood before the ancient painting and continued. The king of demons stole his wife and daughter. Blinded by revenge, the founder chased that monster all the way to the Far East. They continued walking down the long stone corridor until they reached another massive mural. This one depicting a lone man standing against impossible darkness. Augustine spoke again. But the enemy was too strong. So he changed his plan. He merged Eastern and Western magic, and even absorbed the power of a demon to surpass his limits. Elric exhaled slowly. So, he never got revenge? No, Augustine replied. He waited nearly 1,000 years. Elric looked at the old man's back, voice steady. Since you accepted me as your student, justice will finally prevail. But Augustine shook his head. You're mistaken. Justice has already prevailed. Elric blinked, confused. What do you mean? Who prevailed? Augustine motioned forward. Elric stepped into the narrow passage and froze. A labyrinth of glowing seals filled the chamber. A voice echoed from the darkness. Me? Mephistopheles stared ahead, shock widening his eyes. It's not that he's special, Mephistopheles muttered. But I can't believe someone managed to seal him. Whoever did this is a true master. Elric swallowed. If Mephistopheles recognized this demon king, then how strong was the sealed monster? And how powerful was Augustine, the man who defeated it? Augustine lowered his head. Don't praise me so easily. There were many variables in that battle. Determining the true winner is impossible. He looked up at the chains of light gripping the enormous beast. But as the founder wished, The truth must be revealed. It's time to see who really won. A colossal demon emerged from the darkness, bound by countless seals. Its presence alone made the air tremble. Augustine gestured toward it. My future successor, the one who walks my path, will help me finish this. Elric's breath grew heavy. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he stared at the monster. You can do it, Augustine said quietly. Elric stepped forward. Who is stronger? He murmured. The massive creature opened a single crimson eye. Augustine's voice echoed. Stronger than him, or stronger than what I will teach you. Elric stood beside the others, realizing he would eventually face that monster. But for now, Augustine turned to seals. I'll handle the barrier. You prepare yourself. Mephistopheles was stunned. Even the blonde apprentice nearby was speechless. Augustine raised his hand calmly. I know your fears, Elric. I know your doubts. Elric clenched his jaw, anger burning in his chest. Mephistopheles didn't speak. He simply watched. A dark aura wrapped around Augustine's arm. Black markings slithered across his skin. His cloak fluttered as his hand transformed completely. Pitch black, etched with ancient runes. It was the hand of a dark elf. Light elves lived in forests of eternal sunlight. Dark elves hid in the deepest dungeons, where no light could reach. And Augustine carried the power of both. Dark elves were once known as the followers of demons, but eventually, they were wiped from existence. Augustine lowered his transformed arm and spoke calmly. Transplanting body parts from another creature, especially a demon, is forbidden dark magic. He clenched his blackened hand, raised his thumb slightly, and added, but we learned each other's weaknesses. He closed his left eye. All of this was for your training. Elric felt excitement shoot through him. Mephistopheles knew exactly what Elric was capable of, and that only pushed him further. They stood facing each other, tension thick as steel. Tin stood nearby with his massive white tiger watching silently. Elric mentally reminded himself. He couldn't reject a master who was guiding him toward exactly what he sought. He stepped back with his right leg, cracked the bones in his fingers, and lowered his stance. I'm the head of my family, he said quietly. The blonde apprentice smiled. Augustine nodded with satisfaction. Elric asked, what's the Demon King's name? The one whose seal I have to swallow. Augustine answered. He went by many names, but the chronicle calls him by one true title. The air thickened. They called him the cruel beast, you. Elric took a forward step. Augustine grinned. The blonde whispered, he's starting. You. The Demon King, recognized even by Mephistopheles, stood seal before them. Elric straightened and asked Mephistopheles, how do I absorb him? Mephistopheles' expression twisted with frustration. Do you even think before you speak? Absorbing a Demon King seal for the first time. Elric ignored him. He reached for the seal. His magical pendant didn't react. Then another idea struck him. He grabbed the seal and absorbed it. Sparks exploded around him. A dragon silhouette tore through the air. Tin stumbled backward in shock. Augustine's eyes widened. Paper talismans ripped free from the seal, swirling like a storm. Elric stood alone in the center of it all, smirking. Weeks of brutal training had not been pointless. The blonde apprentice let out a breath of frustration and admiration. He linked the seal with the speech of the soul. It has to work. Suddenly, the world shifted. Elric appeared in a dark forest. Fog hung low. No birds. No insects. No movement. Was anything alive here at all? Only the wind and the bubbling sludge of distant swamps broke the silence. Leaves rustled. Something wrong. Something close. A predator. Elric glanced over his shoulder, confused. Trees. Only trees. He began running through the forest. Movement flickered in the corner of his eye. Or was it the wind? The ground? Something else? His face tightened in fear. I don't sense anyone, so how? A monster materialized behind him. A deep growl vibrated through the forest, while an interesting human wandered in. Meanwhile, a girl with a suitcase walked calmly toward a glowing portal guarded by 2 sentries. Her expression didn't change. The blonde apprentice muttered, why didn't he answer my sister? Back in the forest, Elric faced the monstrous shadow before him. Should he fight it like he fought the queen of the ice mountains? The blonde, watching from the outside, whispered, I don't know. Elric didn't know how to absorb the seal. But the answer came from a monster itself, its giant eye opening right in front of him. The Melvingers, it growled, don't ask questions. They win first. Elric stiffened. How did this creature know exactly who he was? The monster leaned forward, teeth scraping. Tell me, whose seal rests on your hand? The blonde apprentice stared wide-eyed. To him, Elric was nothing more than a snack for this creature. And that was good. Elric needed the monster to keep thinking that. He stood on a floor dyed red. Blood? Magic? He couldn't tell. The monster's jaws opened wider, rage bursting through its voice. My time has come. The Melvinger child will soon devour me. Elric's body stopped moving. His eyes glowed. A white bee symbol appeared behind him, its shape sharp, divine, terrifying. The monster let out a final growl. We'll meet again. Darkness swallowed the world. Then suddenly, Elric gasped and found himself back in reality. People rushed toward him, asking if he was finished. The blonde stared in disbelief. How? How could he obtain the seal so easily? Mephistopheles folded his arms. The monster had no choice. It can reincarnate later anyway. Elric looked at his hand. A new seal had formed, deep blue, and writhing like a living flame. A new member of his power had awakened. The wicked god. Augustine peered closely and nodded. His status dropped after losing the battle. That's why the seal formed. Elric turned to his teacher. What was Mephistopheles refusing to tell me? Augustine's face darkened. He became serious. This is the seal of rage. You was originally similar to an evil spirit. With this seal, you'll sense the weaknesses of your enemies faster. The blonde student blinked. That sounds overpowered. Augustine suddenly began crying. Do you know what this means? You can awaken the sixth sense by circulating your mana. Elric simply stared at him, confused. Augustine wiped his tears and raised his voice proudly. It's called the sense of evil. Information about the seal ranks and their uses cannot be found in ordinary textbooks. This knowledge has been passed down for thousands of years. Elric's hand glowed again. Smoke rose behind him. Lightning cracked in the air. A distant light flickered. He felt something. He swallowed. That tingling in my heart, that trembling sensation, is that the sense of evil? The blonde apprentice shivered. Why am I feeling it too? Everyone turned, shocked. Sean had entered the sanctuary. Augustine and Ten stood nearby. Elric had no idea what to do. Outside, a large mansion towered over the courtyard. A maid rushed out, panicking. Lady Tasha must see it in person. Don't let her in yet. But the girl with the suitcase stepped forward calmly. I'll handle it personally. Magic circles flared to life. Stones around her began to glow. Somewhere else, Sean was chasing Elric through the courtyard. You have to stop Tasha. A red-haired boy was furious. Because of you, her competitive spirit has awakened. The city glowed under the bright sun. Tasha ran as fast as she could, praying nothing disastrous would happen. She thought bitterly. The Duke's sister had sacrificed her entire life for him, and now everything was spiraling out of control. From the red-haired girl's words, we learned a simple truth. The Duke feared his older sister more than anyone. A girl stood at the gate, suitcase in her hand. Where is my brother? She asked. The guards exchanged a stiff glance and answered. He is inside, but you cannot enter. Hayes narrowed her eyes. Call Sean. But the two guards stood firm, lowering their spears. Entry is forbidden, Lady Hayes. Before they could finish, someone stepped out behind them. Tasha. Hayes turned calmly. The red-haired girl introduced herself with confidence. Tasha bowed slightly and introduced her own name, praising Taka as if trying to defuse the tension. But Hayes had one question on her mind. Tasha quickly explained. We can't allow just anyone inside. Hayes kept a small, polite smile, the kind that hid danger. How can I prove my identity? She asked quietly. Tasha stiffened. She didn't trust this girl at all, and it showed. A faint flame of hostility burned around Hayes. There was only one solution. A duel. Until first blood. Taka snapped her fingers. Hayes' suitcase burst open with a thunderous crack. The identity verification had begun. The guard stepped back nervously. Tasha grinned. Hayes reached into the cloud of smoke and pulled out a massive warhammer. Stone shattered under its weight. A blinding beam shot into the sky. Tasha rolled her shoulders. I've only ever done this kind of thing as a kid, with Sean. She began chanting a spell, remembering that she had never once lost to her brother. Hayes lifted the hammer with a smile and hurled it with terrifying force. Tasha's eyes widened. She jerked her head back, confusion and surprise flashing across her face as the glowing sledgehammer, marked with a black skull, ripped through the air. Light exploded all around them. Hayes had won. The impact pushed both girls apart, leaving them dazed. The blonde apprentice watching from afar laughed. This looks hilarious from the outside. Meanwhile, Elric was nearly choked out, being held by the neck. Sean sprinted toward him, panicked. The blonde smirked. So, how's your sister doing? Hayes stepped forward, calling Sean's name with a serious expression. The slight parting of her lips showed she wasn't here for greetings. Tasha examined the document in her hand, still confused. Hanabi asked quietly, Is that everything? The red-haired girl explained. The Black Skull is the highest grade guilt. It only responds to the Great Lion. It will not allow itself to be wielded by anyone else. Taka nodded solemnly. That's why we must maintain good relations with Hayes' family. At the same moment, Elric was running. The sledgehammer flew. Hayes gave chase, determination burning in her eyes. Have you settled in well? She asked sweetly, while trying to crush him. You can resist me now, can't you? She swung again. Elric dodged desperately. If it weren't for the sense of evil, he thought, I would have already died. He realized something. She hadn't changed at all. And finally, Mephistopheles arrived. Elric had never seen Mephistopheles this scared before. He wasn't reacting to Hayes' mana, just her aura, and that alone was enough to terrify him. The blonde turned back. Hayes stood opposite him, hammer raised like a judge delivering punishment. She swung. Elric tried to block, but a shield burst to life in front of him, barely saving him from being smashed. "Are you crazy?" he shouted. Mephistopheles muttered. "His bones will break at this rate." Elric opened his eyes, face tense. Hayes stood in front of him, hammer pointed directly at his chest. He was sitting on the floor, breath shaky. Mephistopheles whispered, "She really thinks her brother still has the blocking disease." Elric swallowed. Hayes's voice trembled. "You didn't contact me for 6 months." Tears rose in her eyes. She had always been overprotective, always scolding him for recklessness. He used to hate that. But their parents died. She raised him alone. She had to grow up far too early, sacrificing everything for him. Elric finally understood how to revive his family, how to protect what remained. Hayes's tears fell. Mephistopheles quietly wondered, will the demons return? Hayes didn't know. None of them did. But Elric had already chosen his path. He was preparing for the north. Whatever destiny awaited him there, he would face it head on. He would do what his grandfather once did. So the family would not vanish. So the world would be purified. So every land, every corner of the continent, would shine like the stars. A tear slipped down Hayes's cheek. She smiled softly. "Don't leave without saying a word again." Mephistopheles stood silently behind them. Honestly, he wanted her to hit Elric one more time. People really did get sentimental over the smallest things. 3 months ago, night, a masked man stood with a sealed box marked by red wings. Inside was a statue. "In the name of the resurrection of Master Azazel." The masked man whispered. Daylight. A bird soared through a cloudless sky. Elric sat on a rock, 3 months younger, training. The bird dove straight toward him. He wore a blindfold. Then, one eye lit up beneath it. He lifted his hand. The bird landed gently on his palm. Tins watched from beside him, impressed. "I didn't think you'd reach perfection this quickly." Augustine stepped forward. They attacked Elric together, testing him. Elric countered with one hand, touching Augustine's chest lightly. Augustine froze. "So you've mastered the sense of evil completely?" Tins nodded. "Then it's time. You need real battles now." Elric sat down and grinned. Tins and Augustine stood proudly before him. "I've learned a lot from you," Elric said. "Will you bring souvenirs when you return?" Tins teased. Mephistopheles added, "Try not to meet me again too soon." Elric smiled. Augustine and Tins exchanged glances. "It's strange hearing that," Augustine said. "Back then, we were young." Tins chuckled. "And the 3 of us wandered the whole continent together." Tins stretched his arms behind his head and asked with a grin, "Wouldn't it be more fun if our unfortunate little student comes crawling back soon?" Augustine snorted. "We are not old men yet. And that bastard didn't leave us. He abandoned his mentors just to go sightseeing in the north." Elric, without a hint of guilt, had already transferred excavation rights for the nest to Tasha. She was practically vibrating from excitement, murmuring about ancient dragon secrets. He also gained one more debt. The lady who promised to contact him seemed to have completely forgotten him. Far away, Herman stood among corpses, sword in hand, disappointment in his eyes. "You rush too much," someone told him. Another added, "Everyone knows. If you side with the Melvingers, your downfall comes instantly." Yet the soldiers began praising his niece, half seriously mocking her cleverness. Isabel and the boy stood quietly before him. Herman exhaled heavily. "We're going to the Duke of the Shining Star." The faces of those around him instantly twisted in fear. In another part of the city, 2 men walked past a row of houses. "Why didn't Paul become a Blue Lion?" one asked. The other shrugged. "With his sickness, getting rid of him should have been easy. But we need to put Paul back as head of the house." Quickly, as they walked, one man's eye shifted, half black, half red. He whispered, "If Paul accepts the position, then his body and power will be used for Lord Azazel." Birds circled overhead as the evening sky dimmed. At the edge of the city, a carriage waited. Elric stood there, deeply disappointed. He had wanted to go north alone, quietly, peacefully. Instead, a coachman climbed onto the seat. Mephistopheles' face darkened instantly. He hated the idea. Sean climbed in as well. Elric's expression soured. And then, on the left side, "Brother," Hayes said, crossing her legs calmly, "don't you want to travel with me?" Across from Elric sat Augustine and Tins. Augustine tapped his cane. "During this journey, Elric, you will learn proper manners." Mephistopheles groaned. "With all these people, the trip will be torture." Elric forced a smile. "Looks like a family outing." Hayes thanked the teachers for looking after her brother. Sean stared blankly out the window. The white tiger yawned loudly. Tins laughed. Augustine stared ahead with a stern expression. Elric sat stiffly, eyes dead, regretting every decision leading to this moment. When evening finally fell, the carriage rolled out of the city. Meanwhile, Guy sat comfortably in his chair, sipping tea with his secretary beside him. He placed his cup down, eyes narrowing. "So, they're heading north." Dean, standing beside him, confirmed it. Guy leaned back. "Do you have good news for me, Patriarch?" Patriarch hesitated. Guy didn't wait for an answer. He walked to the window, motioning for his secretary to join him. "Look, over there." Patriarch followed his gaze. A carriage drawn by horses glided down the road, carrying Elric and everything that would soon reshape the North. Outside the carriage window, the strangest combination of people imaginable rode together. A duke's heir, two ancient monsters posing as mentors, a deadly sister, a demon, and a tiger. Hay sat gracefully in her chair and pointed at Sean. "Behave properly in front of your elders," she said, using him as an example for Elric. Elric responded with his usual cold indifference, brushing her off. Hayes' smile sharpened. She turned to Tins and Augustine. "Gentlemen, shall we teach my brother some manners?" Tins and Augustine exchanged a delighted look. "Please," they said, "don't mind us. Teach him well." Hayes bowed politely. "Thank you for the opportunity." Elric immediately panicked. No, wait, Hayes, stop." But his sister stood up, raised her hammer, and slammed it against the back of his chair. "Out," she commanded. Elric froze. He tried desperately to calm her down, but Hayes pulled out her weapon, pointing the hammer at him. "You said something about manners, didn't you?" She grabbed him by the ear and dragged him toward the door. OW. "Hayes, stop. Let go." Elric screamed. Mephistopheles watched the scene, stunned. He clutched his chest as blue energy glowed around him. "To think I'd lived long enough to witness this," he whispered in delight. The demon was enjoying the show far more than he should. Daylight filtered through the trees as the carriage rolled along a quiet forest road. Then Carl, the coachman, tensed. He reined the horses to a full stop. Elric leaned out. "What's wrong?" But then he saw it. 3 thugs blocking the path. These weren't ordinary bandits. Their expressions were wild, hungry. One of them licked a knife. "You must be fearless to cross my territory," the ogre-like man growled. Another stepped forward, pulling out his blade. "Hand over all your jewels and goods." Carl and Elric stared blankly. The old thug blinked. "Why aren't you panicking?" He raised his knife again and charged the carriage. "Did you not hear me? Give me everything, or I spill blood." Elric sighed, opened the carriage door, and started descending, irritated beyond belief. A strong hand pulled him back. "Leave them to me," Tins said. He stepped forward, his massive white tiger padding behind him like a living mountain. The thugs' faces drained of color. A 3-meter-tall tiger stood glaring at them. Tins spread his arms proudly. "Behold, student, the reason they call me the King of Beasts." But then, a voice behind Tins muttered something. Mana surged. A massive block of ice materialized out of thin air and dropped directly toward Tins' head. From beneath the standoff between both sides, the earth trembled, forcing everyone to freeze. The thugs hit the ground instantly, too scared to even lift their heads. Tins turned to Elric, shocked, and asked if he really needed to unleash his tiger for this. Elric simply shook his head. No, there was no need for a bloodbath. He stepped forward and looked at the thugs, his voice calm but sharp. "These aren't bandits," he said. "They're just starving villagers." The oldest man collapsed to his knees, trembling as he begged for mercy. His companions followed him, voices cracking as they pleaded not to be killed. Elric narrowed his eyes. "If you were just ordinary villagers, tell me, what would you have done if we hadn't fought back?" Guilt washed over their faces. The old man lowered his head further, admitting the truth, shocking even his own partners. He begged Elric to punish him alone, saying it was his idea. But the younger men jumped in, insisting they were all to blame, that they only turned to robbery because their village was dying. Elric didn't answer immediately. Instead, he told them all to get up. "Let's see if your words are true." The sky hung heavy with clouds as Elric and his group followed the shaken villagers back home. Their once green farmlands were now gray and dead. The headman explained how years of drought wiped out the crops, killed the animals, and destroyed their hope. The next nearest village was too far. Starvation had already taken too many lives. He clutched his face, barely holding back tears as he blamed himself for their ruin. Augustine sighed and whispered to Elric, "Show them mercy. They haven't actually committed a crime." Elric watched the villagers for a long second. Aristocrats, protectors of the weak, that duty was on him too. Finally he nodded. "They're not guilty." The headman dropped to the ground again, bowing so hard his voice cracked as he thanked Elric with everything he had. Elric awkwardly scratched his cheek, not used to people treating him like a savior. But while the villagers were crying in relief, Mephistopheles wasn't relaxed at all. He kept pacing, eyes darting across the fields. Elric frowned. "What's wrong with you now?" "There's demonic energy," Mephistopheles muttered. "Weak, but coming from those fields." Elric, expression darkened. A faint smoke drifted across the horizon, and a huge shadow flickered behind the haze. The sky was clear, yet the land itself felt suffocated. They walked deeper into the dried fields, nothing but cracks, dust, and circling crows. Augustine swallowed hard. "Elric, you're sure the energy is coming from here, right?" The old man blinked in confusion. He hadn't sensed anything at all. Elric exhaled sharply. "They're here." Mephistopheles crouched low, eyes narrowing. "The source is underground, buried deep." He shot Elric a glare. "And remember our deal. All demonic energy belongs to me." Elric clicked his tongue but nodded. "Fine, we'll dig it up." He raised his voice. "Everyone, back away. Stay at a safe distance." A slash of mana tore across the ground like lightning. A moment later, something massive jolted beneath the soil and crashed upward, splitting the earth with a violent crack. The headman stumbled backward, staring wide-eyed. "A miracle," he whispered. Elric leaped off the ledge where the others stood, landing in the dust with perfect balance. He walked straight toward the new crater as Mona, spinning like a drill, unearthed a large, ancient-looking box. Augustine climbed down after him. "So, did we find anything?" Elric tilted the box slightly. "You tell me." The moment he opened it, corrupted energy exploded out, thick and suffocating. Elric and Mephistopheles exchanged looks. They both recognized this pressure. Something big, something dangerous. Augustine froze mid-step. The demonic aura poured over them like smoke. Inside the box crouched a tiny creature. Goat's head, leathery wings, twisted little body. Its eyes glowed with hunger. Mephistopheles growled. "What are you doing here?" He didn't need an answer. This wasn't just any demon. "The great demon god has 4 servants," Elric said quietly, watching the creature tremble. Mephistopheles recited them with irritation. "Est originale peccatum, Mephistopheles. Finus, Shaitan. Fornications, Lilith. And the tyrant. Insaner. Azazel. Azazel. The one whose armies dwarfed all others. The demon whose thirst for the human world had once turned entire cities into ruins." Elric lifted the totem, found inside the box. Strange markings coiled along its surface. Mephistopheles scowled. "That's Azazel's sacrificial totem. Humans were killed with that." Elric raised a brow. "Sacrifices like the ones happening in this village?" Mephistopheles folded his arms, thinking. "Yes, exactly that." Elric's jaw tightened. If Azazel's followers were moving again, what were they planning? Why hide in the human world after 30 years of silence? Before he could think further, Mephistopheles snapped. "Boy, hurry and detect the remaining demonic traces. Don't forget." Augustine's expression hardened. If a demon destroyed 30 years ago is still appearing, then this is a terrible omen. He stepped forward. "This needs to be reported. Immediately." Mephistopheles snorted coldly, but didn't argue. Elric nodded in agreement. The demon, however, stomped forward. "Good. Then give me the energy. Now." Elric waved him back. Absorbing this thing here, right now, would be reckless. And honestly, idiotic. Mephistopheles' face twisted in rage. "You." Elric stepped closer. "Teach me how to use the seal magic. Then maybe I'll have a way to deal with this." No, Mephistopheles shut it down instantly. Augustine lifted the box and handed it to Sean. "Get this to headquarters. At once." Mephistopheles hovered behind Elric, still begging and whining for the demonic energy like a starved beast. Elric tried once more, asking Mephistopheles to teach him anything. Anything except seal control, but the demon refused, grumbling with irritation. Meanwhile, Augustine carefully handed the box to Sean, ordering him to deliver it as fast as possible. But before Sean could take 3 steps, something shifted behind them. A presence. Cold. Demonic. It slipped around Elric back like a shadow given life. Augustine barely had time to gasp before the creature lunged, snatching the box straight from his hands. A dragon-shaped demon burst into the open, wings of black mist unfurling as it carried the box farther and farther away, its body twisting between the trees. Mephistopheles shrieked, voice cracking in pure desperation. "My energy. Bring it back." Augustine held his head. What was that?" Elric lowered his gaze, frustration clear on his face. "That was you, a sealed demon. Looks like he wants revenge." Mephistopheles continued screaming behind them like a banshee, but Elric ignored him. "We don't have time for this. One small totem wouldn't cause all these problems. There's more hidden in this village. We keep searching." Meanwhile, underground, 2 candles flickered against rough, stone walls deep beneath the earth. A secret chamber. A statue of Azazel looming over cloaked followers. Men and women knelt before the stone figure, whispering prayers soaked in malice. One of the robed men, dressed in a crisp suit, stiffened. Someone beside him asked, "What's wrong?" "The ritual, it was disrupted," he said slowly. "An unbeliever interfered with the Great One's will." Anger erupted immediately. "Blasphemer. Heretic." They hissed the words like curses. The high priest lifted both arms, eyes burning with devotion. "O great Azazel, calm your fury. Grant us permission to punish the infidels who dare stand in your way." The chamber echoed with their chants. "The demon gods shall rise again. These lands will kneel." The priest turned sharply. "You, deliver a message to Judas. If he goes north, he must meet Kaya and begin the ritual of revival." The cultist bowed and vanished into the shadows. Nightfall. By the lakeshore. The dark sky rippled across the still water of a small lake. The group rested at the edge, weary from the chaos. Elric sat on the ground, staring at the water, lost in thought. "How? Did no one realize demons were behind this?" he murmured. Across the fields, the villagers cheered as water returned to the cracked earth. Their starvation, finally ending. By the well, A girl wept for the innocent lives taken by drought. Augustine placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. We've sent the evidence. The official who caused all this will be punished. The village chief clenched his fists. If I could, I'd cut that man's head off myself. But I have no right. Elric exhaled softly. Augustine was right. The demons here could no longer hide. Not from the authorities, and definitely not from him. But Elric's mind was already returning to his true purpose. The Flower Temple. The winter season quest. And after that, the demons. All of them. The village headman bowed deeply. You saved us. Thank you. Elric stretched out a hand with a calm smile. Take good care of your people. The wanderers turned toward their carriage, preparing to leave, when the old man suddenly yelled out. Wait, young man, your name. Elric turned, wind brushing his coat, eyes determined. Elric, he said proudly. Elric Melvinga. The instant Elric said his full name, a wave of shock rippled through the villagers. Elric Melvinger, a name whispered across the empire, a name of strength and fear. The chief stared at him with wide, trembling eyes, silently thanking the heavens for sending him, of all people. Soon after, the boys climbed back into the carriage and continued their journey. Inside the carriage, Hayes, Elric, and Sean sat across from Carl and Augustine, sharing a quiet moment, until the wheels suddenly screeched to a halt. Carl frowned. Elric, look at the road. Elric leaned out the window. Why do we stop? Then he saw them. A line of masked men stood in formation, blocking the entire road. The Imperial Family's Investigation Department. The Hunters of the Empire. Elric stepped out and approached the masked leader. What's your name? The man demanded. Elric clenched his jaw. He knew these people. Monsters who could kidnap, execute, or erase a person from existence the moment their superior pointed a finger. Their power rivaled even the Magic Tower and the House of the Great Lion. So their arrival wasn't surprising. After all, they were the ones who sent the report to headquarters. But something fell off to Elric. If the Emperor stood here, he wouldn't speak to Elric so casually. So who did these dogs think they were? Elric smiled, but it wasn't friendly. Well, isn't this interesting? He said brightly. But the uncertainty beneath it made the masked man pause. One of the bureaucrats barked angrily. Show respect when speaking to the Imperial Bureau. Elric leaned his shoulder against the carriage door. What's wrong with all of you? Murmur spread. The masked soldiers stiffened. Elric scanned their ranks and spoke coldly. You talk about respect, but look at you, running around like stray dogs on errands like this. Tell me. His eyes sharpened. Is there anyone here who respects themselves or their status? The entire road fell silent. The masked men froze, stunned by the insult. Elric didn't stop. Minor officials, daring to treat a duke with disrespect. He scoffed. Unbelievable. The commander, Patran, swallowed hard as realization hit him. They bowed. All of them. Patran cleared his throat. Are you a magician? Elric tilted his head. The chief turned to the masked man behind him, silently demanding help. But that subordinate flinched when Elric's gaze met his. Cornered, the man ripped off his mask and bowed deeply. My deepest apologies, Duke Melving. Patran followed immediately, apologizing over and over, his forehead nearly touching the dirt. Mephistopheles stood off to the side, grinning ear to ear. Watching Elric dominate these bureaucrats was one of his favorite pastimes. Elric flicked his coat. If this happens again, I'll report you to the House of Lords. The exposed subordinate choked out another apology. Patran watched him, stunned by how boldly Elric acted, but rank was rank. Patran was lower. He couldn't do anything. Then he felt a heavy gaze from above. Augustine stood on the carriage step, glaring down at him. You dare show disrespect to my student? The old man walked right up to Patran, eyes sharp as blades. I should be the one scolding you. Augustine stepped forward with the authority of a mountain, his voice cold as steel. If I weren't here today, none of you would still be standing. Your heads would have cooled on the ground long ago. Patron's face drained of color. Seeing Augustine, the most powerful mage of the tower, standing there in person left him stunned. And the realization hit him like a hammer. Elric was his student. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. But it was the truth staring him in the face. Patran swore silently. When I get back, I'm kicking the entire intelligence department out of my squad. Later, under the shade of the forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves as Elric and Patran sat at a small table, facing each other. Tension hung between them like a sword. Patran reintroduced himself again. Elric didn't bother hiding his confusion. So explain to me, Elric asked. Why did the Crown Prince send you personally? Patran inhaled sharply and forced a polite tone. Let's skip the nonsense and get straight to the point. Elric muttered something smug under his breath. Patran nearly exploded on the spot, but he kept his composure. He had to. We recently discovered traces of a group we've been searching for, he said. Elric leaned back. Which group? Grigori. The shock on Patron's face was priceless. Elric stared him dead in the eye. Did you forget which family I'm from? Through clenched teeth, Patran whispered the name. The Melvingers. Exactly. Every member of my family is a born enemy of demons. Patran forced himself to continue. In your report, Only one totem is mentioned. Where are the other 8? Elric answered without hesitation. We kept them. Patron's jaw clenched so hard he nearly cracked a tooth. According to Imperial Regulation Chapter 2.1, Patran snapped. All demonic artifacts must be surrendered as evidence. Elric smirked. In paragraph 1.8 of the possession law states that an individual may keep demonic objects for research, provided he has permission from the Administrative Bureau. He leaned forward. And I have permission. Patran stopped breathing for a moment. Elric raised an eyebrow. Strange, the Imperial Bureau didn't know. Shouldn't you be informed? Patran looked like someone had pulled the ground out from under him. Elric continued, his tone dripping with insult. So tell me, how did your researchers even learn the location of our totem? Patran gulped. That explanation does not sound official. It doesn't need to be, Elric replied coldly. Unless you want my family to expose our secrets. Patron's hands shook in rage. The boy was arrogant, untouchable, and worst of all, he could do nothing about it. Elric dusted his gloves. I've answered everything. Can we go now? Patran stood, stiff with anger, and forced a farewell before marching to his carriage. Elric watched the Imperial vehicle roll away, eyes narrowed, mentally dismissing them. Behind him, Sean grinned in disbelief. Bro, you act like you're immortal. Talking to those people like that. Elric shrugged. Hayes crossed her arms and smiled proudly. You did well. Without your intervention, this would have gotten much worse. Tins folded his arms and frowned. So, we're just going to let Patron's arrogant behavior slide. Elric shook his head immediately. Of course not. That won't remain unpunished. His eyes narrowed with irritation. I hate endings like this. If I get even the slightest chance, I'll flip those negotiations on their heads. Augustine covered his face in embarrassment, sighing at his student's personality. But Elric continued, voice firm. We need to report Patron's disrespect to his superior. He was fuming, pacing, clenching his jaw, but when he noticed Augustine's disappointed stare, he finally stopped and went quiet, thinking deeply. Elsewhere, pitch black night. Leaves drifted down as the forest road stretched into darkness. Patran knelt on one knee before a young man, wearing a ring glowing with imperial energy. Crown Prince Nan. Raise your head, the prince said calmly. Patran lifted his gaze, trembling. Nan's ring shimmered like starlight as he spoke. The fault lies with me alone. Patran gasped as the prince revealed his identity. A bat hung from a branch above them, its glowing eyes transmitting everything to Elric far away. Elric, in bat form, listened silently. Nan continued, I'm Crown Prince Nan, and it is I who underestimated Elric Melving of forcing that innocent boy to be shamed by our failure. Patran shook his head desperately. Your Highness, please. No, Nan's voice sharpened. If my incompetence puts my subordinates in danger, then I am unfit to command. Patran choked on his breath. He had never heard a prince apologize like this. The first priority, Nan continued, is to destroy the remaining demons. Patran bowed deeply. Yes, Your Highness. Then step closer. And tell me, what became of Gregory's puppet? Patran swallowed hard. The Gregory group, they're not human, Your Highness. Their hatred revolves around demonic totems. Their mission is tied to Azazel's legacy. And to win the war for the throne, Patran continued, we must crush all demons. Nan nodded, satisfied. No mistakes. Not anymore. Patran accepted the order with a trembling voice, then turned toward his carriage. His ward watched him leave with troubled eyes. He whispered under his breath. His Highness still can't forget his former fiancée, Isabel. He left her behind because of throne politics. The boy shook his head, but he secretly went to see her again, wearing a mask. That should have given him peace. But because of Elric, he had to beg his master for forgiveness again. Then he sighed heavily, voice dropping to a whisper. His Highness leads the Empire like a son of destiny. He shouldn't associate with a madman like Elric Melvinger. It could ruin him. He needs to get rid of that boy. From the branch above, Elric, in his bat form, heard every word, every secret, every intention. His eyes gleamed. Patran straightened up and addressed his masked subordinates. This is demon territory. Prepare yourselves. He raised his voice, resonant with authority. Burn everything in our path. Leave not a single blade of grass. A thunderous explosion erupted across Viscount Garrett's territory, sending flames roaring into the sky. Elric, Hayes, and Sean stood at the very edge of a high cliff, the raging flames below lighting their faces. They watched the chaos with pure excitement glittering in their eyes. Then, without hesitation, they jumped. The three of them shot downward like falling stars. As they descended, Elric sent the bat even farther ahead, ordering it to keep following the Inspector Bureau. He hadn't expected to overhear this much valuable information tonight. Elric grinned. The Crown Prince himself, hiding behind a mask and spying on me? Cute. But the real treasure is that secret shelter location. Below them, the Inspector Bureau tore through demons, blood spraying across the burning ruins. Elric smirked wickedly. Perfect. Let them fight. When they're busy drowning in demon blood, We'll raid their burning house. He imagined it clearly. While the agents battle for their lives, he and the others would slip into the mansion, steal the remaining totem, and vanish. Their teachers would clear a retreat path afterward. Elric pulled out an agent mask from inside his coat. The three of them slipped the masks on, exhaling as their identities vanished behind white steel. In the distance, the mansion was collapsing, its frame glowing with fire, exposing the pathway to the storage room. The timing was perfect. They ran, because once the agents reached that burning building, they would flood every corner. So Elric, Hayes, and Sean had to get in and out before that happened. Sean looked around between steps, panting. Okay, I get it. Let's just move. Elric sprinted ahead, suddenly changing direction. He gathered mana into his palm, the air humming around him. Cut. Hundreds of energy arrows launched forward, obliterating the stone wall in an explosive burst. Nearby townspeople gasped. The Inspector Bureau is here. They've broken through the wall. Elric, eyes sharpened. He whispered to Sean, keep watch. Then he unleashed another volley of arrows, this time toward the witnesses. The arrows slashed past them, throwing dust and debris into their faces. Confusion spread like wildfire. Panic, not clarity. Good. That's exactly what Elric wanted. But then something massive moved inside the burning rubble. A giant shadow tore through the flames. A creature climbed out, wings spreading wide. A demon with dragon wings, snarling as it realized exactly who was responsible. Elric narrowed his eyes. He didn't even flinch. The teachers will protect the civilians. We just fight. The demon dropped to all fours and charged at them. Elric, Hayes, and Sean sprinted straight into the attack. Sean was the first to strike, blasting the demon with a wind-filled mana slash that tore across its stomach, leaving deep wounds. More demons rose into the sky behind it, swooping down toward the trio and the remaining townspeople. Hayes tightened her grip on her hammer. Stay out of my way. She bent her knees and launched herself into the sky. The hammer glowed. An energy trail burned behind her like a comet. She brought the weapon down with one devastating strike. Boom! The demon's head shattered. Its body crumpled like wet cloth. Elric and Sean froze, stunned. Hayes! Sean whispered. Hayes blew a strand of hair off her face. I'll handle these pests. You two, get out of here. Far in the distance, someone screamed for her to stop, but Hayes didn't listen. She charged forward again. Elric sprinted across the burning rooftop, the sound of cracking tiles echoing behind him. Inside the mansion's storage room, several demons stood hunched over a strange object, whispering nervously. Careful, one demon warned the others. Even the Inspector Bureau will take time to locate this place. Another demon glanced toward a hidden corner, eyeing the secret passage connected to the holy relic. If those idiots keep wandering, he muttered, we can just slip out through the relic exit. Mana pulsed across the floor. A faint vibration, a creak above them. The demon froze. He slowly raised his head towards the ceiling. Crash! A massive stone slab dropped directly onto his skull, splitting him open. Blood splattered across the entire room. Through the shattered ceiling, Elric descended like a meteor, landing amidst the flames. He straightened up, dusted off his coat, and looked at the stunned demons with a smirk. Evening. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. The demons faltered, fear gripping their faces. This speed, this brutality, they never even imagined someone could get here this fast. Mana spiraled around Elric, swirling like a storm. He cracked his knuckles. What a solid buffet we've got here. Elsewhere, inside the burning mansion, a table vibrated. The flames roared outside. Viscount Garrett shot up from his chair. The inspector's office found the underground storage already. His subordinate panicked. We need to escape, my lord. But Garrett clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Impossible. Only my inner circle knew about the vault. How did they find it? Fire flared behind him, scorching the walls. Was there a spy among us? Before anyone could answer, boom, the floor exploded. Stones scattered everywhere. A man lay unconscious, charred debris around him. And then Patran stepped into the light, calm and sharp-eyed. So, he said, you're Viscount Garrett? Everyone in suits snapped their heads toward him. Beside Patran, a winged creature emerged from the shadows, dark energy rising from its body. Patran narrowed his eyes. Kaya. The blonde swordsman behind him gripped his weapon, eyes burning. So you've been running from us like a cowardly rat all this time, he said coldly. But we finally caught you. Kaya bared his fangs. So, Patran sent a spy, and even found my private vault? Funny. Remind me. His voice rose in a sneer. Who's the rat now? Patran stabbed his sword forward. What nonsense are you spewing? The vault. But Kaya launched himself, long nail-like claws slicing through the air. He smiled, cruel and twisted. If you want answers, maybe I'll give them, after you've tortured me and ripped off all my limbs. Patran raised his blade. By authority of the imperial family, I sentence the traitor Kaya to death. The execution begins now. He bent one knee. Kaya spread his wings. Both warriors launched forward. Boom. A colossal explosion tore through the entire building. Outside, the masked agents snapped their heads toward the blast, weapons raised. The war inside had begun. The bodies of the winged monsters were scattered around the courtyard, still twitching as the heat of the flames scorched them. A masked agent looked at Elric, voice shaking. "W, what did you do this time?" Before Elric could answer, another masked girl stiffened. Sweat rolled down her cheek. Because Elric had casually called her sister, she nearly fainted on the spot. Suddenly, boom! A man flew through the open gate like a torpedo, crashing into the dirt. Two figures strode out behind him, a blonde swordsman, and a red-haired fighter with burning eyes. The red-haired one barked. "It has to be done now." Hayes gripped her hammer with both hands, green eyes blazing. Elric asked casually, "How can you be laughing at a time like this?" Hayes spun the hammer over her head like a storm. "I don't have time to be nervous." She pulled one hand back and hurled the hammer. Crash! It tore through the building's pillars. Explosion. The entire mansion shuddered. The winged demons panicked. "The mansion is collapsing. Run!" They sprinted in all directions. The red-haired man ran after the blonde swordsman, shouting, "To the teachers! Go, go!" People who had been hiding in fear now ran toward safety. Two silhouettes appeared ahead. The red-haired man gasped. "That's the teachers." One man crossed his arms calmly. "I never thought I'd see the day my own student would ask me for this." The older man beside him smirked. "Oh, come on. You said yourself it'd be fun to play hero and mess with the inspection bureau." They walked up the stairs, unbothered by the flames. "So, apprentice," the teacher asked Elric, "what now?" "The civilians are evacuated." Elric placed a hand on the scorched door. KRA boom. The explosion behind him lit the sky orange. "We're leaving," he said calmly. Outside, sunlight over ruins. The mansion had fully collapsed. Dust filled the air. Patran stood before the rubble, rage twisting his face. That insane Kaya. He tried to bury everyone alive. Agents gathered behind him, shaken. One of them saluted. "Captain, we found it. The storage facility." Patran clenched his fists and followed them. They stood before a wooden structure, silent, intact despite the destruction. Patron's thoughts burned hotter than the fire around them. Everything went wrong. But if I present evidence of the demons to His Highness, he'll secure the throne, and I'll become the head of the Inspector Bureau. His lips curled. And if I find traces linking Elric to this incident, I can destroy the Melvinger family completely. Two agents called out, "Captain, look at this." Patron walked over, heart pounding. They stood in front of the storage door. It was empty, completely empty. What is this?" Patron shouted. "Captain, the demons didn't take anything," the agent said nervously. We don't know what happened." Patron's face twisted. Kai's mocking expression flashed in his mind. The blonde clenched his teeth, fury rising. Someone had gotten here first. And Patron finally understood exactly who that someone was. Patron's thoughts spun. How? How is this possible? Kai didn't even know the inspector's office would show up today. He thought the bureau had sent a spy to him. So how could the storage be emptied before anyone arrived? Patron's eyes widened. Men in black suits surrounded him as the realization finally struck. It all fits now. An agent stepped forward, voice trembling. "Captain, we believe there's a demon spy inside the inspection bureau." Patron's brow twitched. The blonde swordsman, watching from afar, slowly smiled. Wide, almost laughing. Inside a safe house far from the ruins, the trio lounged on couches, catching their breath. Hayes raised an eyebrow. "What's so funny?" The blonde waved it off. "I just imagine the look on those bureau agents' faces when they opened that storage room and saw absolutely nothing." Augustine burst out laughing. "Well, that settles it. They messed with the wrong person. This is my student, after all." From the shadows, Mephistopheles materialized beside Elric. "You still holding a grudge?" Elric asked, mildly annoyed. Elric closed his eyes, letting demonic energy surge through him before releasing it toward the demon. "I absorbed the demonic energy and passed it to you. Since when did the great demon king become so petty?" Mephistopheles clenched his fists, shaking with irritation. Elric smirked. "I could teach you how to use your seal properly, you know." Mephistopheles froze. He remembered Elric holding the glowing ingots earlier, asking casually, "How many of these do you want?" They stood surrounded by demons frozen in midair. Elric raised his hand. The ingots glowed gold, then turned crimson as he activated his absorption skill. Mephistopheles nearly cried with joy. Yes, finally, real demonic energy. And the taste, magnificent. Then, it all vanished from his grasp. Mephistopheles howled. "Why did you take it back?" Elric shrugged. "We've known each other long enough. When you take something, you give something. Balance, right?" The blonde swordsman leaned back, amused. "In that case, give me the seal of original sin, and I'll return the remaining energy." Mephistopheles bared his fangs, furious. Elric ignored the tantrum. He lowered his eyes to his hand, remembering the words. To use a seal, you must be worthy of it. To be worthy, you must understand it. He visualized the blue seal, etched into his skin. If he wanted to master original sin, He needed a lower-rank seal of the same lineage first. But there was a problem. Mephistopheles never cared about rank below him. He didn't remember anyone beneath him in hierarchy. All Elric had was the faint drawing of a wolf-shaped symbol. His only clue. Suddenly, whoosh, a black aura surged near Elric. He turned toward the window. A man was walking across the ground below, his entire body wrapped in swirling dark energy. And he was coming straight toward them. A man with long, unkempt hair stood beside the carriage, his back turned, his aura cold enough to freeze the air. The mustached Riven swallowed hard, unable to speak. Kaya's red eyes narrowed. So, the thieves had been caught. Deep in the forest. Branches snapped. Someone sprinted through the trees. A creature with long ears halted, frowning. Patran, he growled, recognizing the scent instantly. His feet dug into the ground, claws carving deep marks. I'm not backing down. Kaya soared above the treetops, fury boiling in his veins. The relic. He could smell it. A scent only he could recognize. A purple seal shimmered across his skin as he calculated. Absorb the totem, strengthen the scent seal. Then I'll shred every last one of them to pieces. His red eyes glowed with murderous intent. Back at the carriage, Augustine crossed his arms as the dark aura thickened across the field. Demons walking around in broad daylight. Looks like this one's furious. Hayes jumped down beside him, hammer in hand. I'll check it out. Augustine didn't even look at her. Sit down. Don't interfere. She turned her head sharply. What's that supposed to mean? That the one who sent the invitation, Augustine said calmly, is here to meet Elric, and he should face him alone. Elric examined the relic in his hand, the faint markings glinting. He came because we didn't take everything. Hayes huffed. I wasn't talking about the seal. Elric smiled. And it would be rude to reject an invitation when the table is already set. A shadow over the carriage. Black aura swirled above the vehicle. Someone whispered. An aristocrat's carriage without guards. The long-haired man stood silently, back toward Kaya, as if mocking him. Kaya's eyes twitched. These fools think they can deceive me. With such a pathetic trick. His grin spread wide. I'll take back the totem. No matter what. A voice echoed from the darkness. So you did come. Kaya spun. A masked figure stood at the front of the carriage, holding out an object. Is this what you're looking for? The masked boy walked toward Kaya. The demon's wings tensed. Who are you? The boy touched the mask, and slowly lifted it. Behind it, Elric smiled. Kaya's expression twisted. That mask. It's hastily made you. His eyes widened. An ominous entity appeared behind him. Elric tricked us. Kaya lunged forward, screaming. I'll rip you apart. Mephisto appeared above Elric, arms folded. You sure you want to provoke him? Even with one arm gone, Kaya still has a powerful seal. Kaya swung his remaining arm, claws bright with demonic energy. Die. Elric twisted out of the way effortlessly. I didn't want to see. He landed lightly on the ground, flames spiraling around him. How much stronger I've become. Fire roared around his feet. The last time they met, Elric had made a promise to himself, and he spoke it again. I decided I'll destroy every demon. No exceptions. He clenched his fist. Golden crystals formed in front of him, glowing like miniature suns. Elric's golden crystals hovered around him, until a shadow flashed above. Kaya shot forward like a black arrow. Pierce. The word echoed in the air as Elric launched the crystals. They reflected in Kaya's burning red eyes. Kaya's arm lit with purple demonic energy. He sliced the crystals cleanly and charged. That's it. You think this pathetic power can stop me? Elric didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even raise a guard. Kaya snarled. What kind of worthless mage lets his enemy get this close? Both raised their fists. Kaya with murderous intent. Elric with terrifying calm. This is your Yendi. Kaya roared. Their fists collided. Boom. The explosion shook the entire forest. Kaya skidded backward and hit the ground, gasping. How is he this strong? Smoke billowed around them. Through it, a dark silhouette slowly stepped forward. Elric. He looked at his hand. Veins bulged. Dark, corrupted, poisoned. Playing with death, he thought. Demonic poison seeped into his pores, turning his hand numb and burning at the same time. He closed his eyes. So, this is the seal's power. He clenched his jaw and made his decision. Freeze it. Slow the spread. Survive later. Ice crawled across his arm, sealing off the poison veins. Kaya saw it and grinned. Oh, you stopped the poison? Good. Let's see how long you last. The purple seal on Kaya's skin shimmered. He opened his mouth wide. How do you like this? He spread his wings and unleashed a poisonous windstorm. Elric saw the flash of sickly light, felt the toxin swirling toward him, and understood instantly. This crap is seeping into my body, and I can't freeze it by blocking it. His pupils narrowed, but I can redirect it. Ice burst across the ground. Snow spiraled up around him. Freeze. And turn. Elric thrust his hands forward. The storm twisted, spun, in reverse direction. A blinding blast lit up the battlefield. Kaya laughed. You fool. You think your own power can. He froze. Elric was gone. Wah. The The boy appeared behind him, breath steady. Bind. Chains of ice erupted upward, wrapping around Kaya's limbs, wings, torso, locking him in place. Kaya's eyes widened. W8. Elric raised one hand. Blue energy spiraled in his palm. No. His voice was calm. Cold. I'm not ruining my fun. Blue light surged. Power crackled. I haven't used this technique in a long time. He thrust his arm forward. SHHH cracked. The air split, and a spear of ancient ice slammed through Kaya's chest. The queen of the ice mountains. Kaya gagged, frozen in place, eyes shaking with unimaginable fear. Itch, how? You're just a human. How can you wield a queen's power? Elric stepped forward and placed his hand gently on Kaya's head. His shadow fell over the demon like a final judgment. Elric didn't even flinch. Ka spat out a question, but Elric simply opened his mouth and answered coldly. He didn't need to know anything. And in the next instant, his hand lit up. The absorption technique triggered. Ka's body collapsed at Elric's feet, lifeless, while the boy stood there staring ahead without a shred of emotion. Behind him, Nepho materialized out of the shadows, replaying Elric's earlier words in his mind. The vow to destroy every demon, no matter who they were, even while standing right in front of them. The demon chuckled darkly. They couldn't kill each other yet, sure, but Elric's message was obvious. Mephistopheles was on the hit list too. One day they would clash. The horned demon's grin stretched wide. Good. They were thinking the same thing. Elric looked down at Kaya's corpse. Then suddenly his expression twisted. A sharp pain tore through his chest, and he dropped to one knee. Voices shouted his name as people rushed toward him. But Elric already knew the cause. The poison. Too much of it had seeped in. The bandages around his hand glowed faintly, yellow energy wrapping around his body. Augustine knelt beside him, asking if he was all right. Elric exhaled slowly. Yeah, I feel better now. He raised his hand, studying it. But, are demons always this strong? The bearded instructor extended a hand, answering without hesitation. Yes, and that demon was weak. If your body hadn't already been damaged before you fought him, you would have lost. Elric stared blankly ahead. Augustine looked down at him, thinking the kid's confidence really had no limits. Elric raised his hand again, grinning. I still think I'd have won somehow. Augustine almost choked. Yet, deep down he admitted, Elric wasn't wrong. Even in that state, they still would have found a way to win. But then the instructor clicked his tongue. With a stern expression, he warned, that kind of arrogance will send you to an early grave one day. You need to learn restraint. Elric smirked. You say that, but your face doesn't match your lecture. Augustine turned red, then burst out laughing. That night, under a full moon, two men stood near the ruins of a collapsed building. What exactly did the captain want us to find here? One asked. No idea, the other replied. Just said we need to look for traces of a third person. They had been at it for days. No clues. Nothing. Until a hand burst straight through the first man's chest. Blood splattered across the second man's mask as he froze. A figure stepped out of the darkness, eyes glowing red. The surviving scout staggered back, trembling, trying to ask what happened here. But the killer grabbed him by the face, silencing him instantly. The scout's feet lifted off the ground, dangling helplessly as a cold voice echoed in his ear. Who is it? He gasped. Your voice is annoying, the stranger answered. I'll look into this myself. A glowing seal burned on the back of the cloaked man's hand. He gripped the scout's head and activated absorption. The man's hand began to smolder, the seal shining brighter and brighter as the skill devoured the victim's life. Far away, a dark-haired man closed his eyes, sensing the outcome. So, Kaya lost, he muttered. He pictured the winged demon Ka had fought. But there was something else, a third force. Someone who wasn't a demon and had no ties to the inspector's bureau. His memory flicked back to the people standing outside the empty storage chamber. And then, that cloaked man. The dark-haired boy's eyes sharpened. This is quite the unexpected surprise. A red flash burned across his pupils. The crown prince himself is involved. Inside an underground hall, worshippers knelt before a stone statue. The cloaked man, the crown prince, stepped forward, cutting through their chatter. That's enough. A man in a white coat bowed deeply and warned him. You must remember the wounds you suffered today, your highness, and reflect on exactly where your mistake began. Beside him, a blond man slammed his forehead into the ground. Why, yes, I'll reflect on it. Nan lifted his head, frustrated. A plan we prepared for years, crushed. What will Lord Patran do now? The blonde subordinate answered quietly. The report says Viscount Garrett wasn't the only follower of Gregory. Fortunately, our agents infiltrating other branches secured intel on their headquarters. Before the crown prince, another man knelt. The operation wasn't a total failure. There's still a chance to recover. Patran nodded slowly. You're right. But the Viscount's blunder was unforgivable, an embarrassment for the Fourth Bureau. Nan turned away. Clean this place up. Then moved to the meeting point. Suddenly, the crown prince froze. One of the masked men collapsed at his feet, screaming, Demon attack. Patran instantly drew his sword. Form a line. Protect His Highness. The massed troops clashed with demons pouring into the hall. Nan stood behind Patran, while the blonde boy shouted, "You fools! Shield the crown prince." A torrent of black energy shot forward, tearing through the stone floor. "Protect His Highness!" Voices roared. The blonde boy glanced sideways, shocked by the demon's speed. Patran met the dark aura with a clean, flawless swing, slicing it apart. A dark-haired demon landed in front of him, smirking. Not bad for a human. Another demon flared its wings, rising into the air in fury. "How dare you!" The dark-haired demon stepped forward, raising a hand. Definite. Behind him, the crown prince lifted his sword. Every demon's gaze snapped toward the same direction, toward the boy and the crown prince standing together, ready for the next strike. The demons dove from the sky, shrieking, "The crown prince is down there." Patran stepped forward, blade raised, a red aura erupting around him. "I'll stop him. Get His Highness to safety, now." His killing intent blasted across the ruins as he growled, "I'll execute any traitor who dares lay a hand on the Empire's crown prince." The demon grinned, tongues slithering from grotesque mouths that formed around its body. Patran looks delicious. They clashed. A blinding flash. A thunderous explosion. The shockwave threw dust and debris across the battlefield as demons swarmed around the masked men. Then turned away in disgust as the monsters cackled about bringing the prince's head to their messenger, taking the seal, and even wondering if the seal could be traded for spare limbs. Through the chaos, the young swordsman stepped forward. How dare insignificant creatures insult the future sovereign of the Empire? Blood sprayed across the ground as he cut down a demon. "I'll clear His Highness's path myself." Nan and the massed troops stared ahead as another demon lunged, laughing. "Hand the prince over. The seal will be mine." The crown prince tightened his grip on his sword. A mustached soldier roared, "Who dares block the path of the lion?" White rays burst outward, slicing through the winged demons. A pillar of holy light ignited the battlefield, burning the monsters to ash. Then, it appeared. A massive lion's head, made of pure brilliance, jaws open in a silent roar. A banner flapped behind it like a war cry made visible. The demon staggered back, clutching a severed limb. "TCH, lucky bastards." The young swordsman clenched his fist. "We're the Blue Lions." A rider thundered in on horseback as furious shouts echoed. "Blue Lions, advance." The bearded commander bellowed orders. "Destroy every last one of them." Two cloaked warriors carved through the demons like reapers, then stared forward in awe as someone screamed, "We're saved. The lions are here." Moonlight washed over Isabel's face as she stood among the troops, the old oak tree behind her glowing faintly. The battlefield settled. Soldiers formed ranks. The crown prince turned toward Patran. "We eliminated most of the demons, thanks to the lions," Patran reported. But their leader slipped away. Nin bowed his head, relief in his voice. "We're grateful, Your Highness." Herman stepped forward, lowering his head. "I'm glad you're safe. As a subject of the Empire, it is my duty to escort a member of the imperial family to the palace. But now that the inspector's office is here, may I take my leave?" The prince nodded. "I have matters to attend to. You may go." Herman bowed deeply in gratitude. The Blue Lion captain looked ahead. "May we know where you're heading?" Herman turned his eyes toward Isabel, and she blushed. "I'm looking for Elric." Nan exhaled sharply, avoiding their gaze. Behind the prince, Isabel smiled shyly while her father stood beside her. Herman bowed one last time before leaving, and as the carriage rolled away, the girl's father whispered his farewell. Isabel's eyes sparkled, because the moment she heard the name Elric, her heart skipped. The carriage continued forward. Elric leaned out the window, and his jaw dropped. Stretching across the horizon was a colossal stone wall, vast, ancient, towering far beyond anything he imagined. "That's higher than the rumors," he breathed. His expression hardened. The flower temple was somewhere beyond that great wall. As they approached the gate, guard stepped forward. "Stop!" A soldier raised his hand. Carl tensed, whispering that they must be border guard troops. "We need to cross the border," he explained. The short-haired guard shook his head, apologetic but firm. "I'm sorry. That's impossible." Cut to the Great Wall. The carriage stood before a massive fortress gate. Again, the soldier bowed. "I'm truly sorry. Crossing is impossible at the moment." Elric stepped down from the carriage. "What happened?" The man recalled the chaos, fear flickering in his eyes. Monsters suddenly went berserk. Strange anomalies began appearing everywhere. The entire border guard is on maximum alert. Elric glanced toward the fortress and instantly felt it. An ominous energy lurking beyond the wall. He smirked. "That won't stop me." Turning to Carl, he ordered, "Show them the documents." Carl reached into his coat and walked forward, handing the guard a sealed scroll. The guard opened it and froze. "N.A.R. family. Melvinger." His face went pale. He bowed deeply and returned the letter. "My apologies. I did not recognize such distinguished people." Normally, not even a pass can override the lockdown. But in this case, we will grant an exception. He stepped aside, adding grimly, in return, please ascend to the highest watchtower you can find. If there's danger, go high. Elric narrowed his eyes. You're not sending help? The guard stiffened. No. If something happens, it will be easier for you to find your own troops. Elric stared, stunned by the blunt truth. A thunderous roar ripped through the air. A massive sandworm burst from the ground, screeching. Elric stepped forward, arm extended. Fall. The monster thrashed violently as he leapt aside. More roars erupted, several worms surfacing at once. He clicked his tongue. No end to these damn sandworms. Another worm lunged from behind. Elric spun, vaulting upward in a single explosive motion. Energy ignited around him, bright, raw, unstable. He grit his teeth. After fighting the demon earlier, he understood. He still couldn't fully control the new power coursing through him. But even so, he was ready to use every last drop of it. Elric landed beside the collapsing sandworm, dust swirling around him. If he collected more seals, his mana itself would eventually become the bottleneck. He wouldn't even be able to unleash their true power. That irritated him. He raised his hand. Appear. Another worm burst from the earth, only to crash helplessly down seconds later. Elric stared at the crater it left and clenched his jaw. He needed more than borrowed power, more than ancient seals, more than inherited magic. He needed a magic that belonged only to him, a path no one could mock, a strength so overwhelming that not a single soul would dare look down on him ever again. Footsteps approached. Are you done? One of the boys asked cautiously. Sean hugged himself, shivering violently. Why is it so cold? I've wrapped my whole body in mana already. Elric scanned the landscape with narrowed eyes. In theory, this region should have been scorching, like the heart of a desert. But winter winds cut through the air like knives. The anomalies the border guard mentioned. Is this what they meant? He looked down. Beneath their feet stretched endless black earth. This is the Black Snow Field, he muttered. Sean blinked. Black snow? Elric shook his head. It's just a name. The soil here is black year-round, rotten from poison. When the wind blows, it looks like a field of dark snow. He glanced at the worm's corpse. And the monsters here are so persistent that even Empire abandoned the idea of conquering this region. This entire forbidden zone is dangerous. So dangerous that even 8th-circle mages can die here. Sean swallowed hard. Are we really sure the Flower Temple is somewhere in this cursed wasteland? He pictured the fairy tales, peaceful gardens, friendly gods, gentle blossoms. This doesn't match the story at all, he whispered. Elric shoved Sean's arm off his shoulder. The temple exists. I verified it myself, from manuscripts preserved by both my family and the Imperial family. Augustine stepped forward. So, you know where it is? Elric shook his head slightly. Not exactly. Manuscripts alone aren't enough. He raised a finger. We need the beastmen who guard the temple. They're the only ones who can confirm the real location. Elric placed a hand over his chest. Augustine stroked his beard, frowning. Are you sure nothing will happen? Beastmen have held a grudge against humans for generations. Elric met his eyes without hesitation. We'll be fine. And if we're not, we'll find a way to defeat them. Augustine chuckled softly and stroked his beard again. I don't know what trump cards you're hiding, boy, but I'm looking forward to seeing them. He extended his hand toward the vast, endless terrain. In a place this enormous, how do you even plan to find the beastmen? Elric exhaled. I don't know yet. Mephistopheles crossed his arms silently, watching him, waiting for whatever came next. Mephistopheles folded his arms and suggested they look for maps or signs, anything. There's no way we can search this entire wasteland, he muttered. Elric nodded grimly. If only we had a compass. Before he could finish, Mephistopheles suddenly floated toward him. Elric, the ice crystal, it's shining. Elric quickly reached inside his shirt and pulled it out. Why now? Why is it glowing? He wondered. The crystal tore itself from his hand and floated into the air, bursting with bright light. Elric shielded his face with a frown. It's showing us the way. He looked up at the sky, the moonlight pouring over them. Then a smirk formed on his lips. Good. Now we know where to go. The night deepened. Moonlight blanketed the bleak land as their carriage rolled into a dense forest. Carl, stop, Elric said suddenly. The coachman pulled the reins. Sean blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Elric lifted the crystal. It stopped shining the moment we entered the forest. He scanned the lifeless trees, branches bare and skeletal. Then, a burst of light flickered deeper inside the woods. Elric and the others followed it, stepping through the silent forest floor. Do you see anything? Sean whispered. Tin's eyes glowed yellow. I'm looking through my familiar from above, but no, nothing. Elric clenched the crystal. It's clear now, he muttered. We should return to the carriage. Once we're out of the woods, it'll point the way again. But before they could turn back, a scream ripped through the forest. Elric and Sean froze, then bolted toward the sound. Branches whipped past as they sprinted, hearts pounding. There's something here, Elric growled. They hid behind trees. Ahead of them, a girl. Surrounded. Cornered by snarling monsters. Is she a beast man? Elric wondered. Mephistopheles squinted. Yeah, cat girl. The monsters roared and pounced. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, trembling. Anyone help me. Light exploded across the forest. She gasped. When she opened her eyes, the monsters were frozen solid, encased in jagged ice. Elric snapped his fingers. Wind ripped through the air, shattering the frozen beasts into shards. He walked up to her calmly. Are you okay? He asked. Her eyes widened. Elric grinned, raising a fist to his mouth. Surprised? If you're hurt, I can heal you. He offered his hand. Can you stand? But the girl slapped his hand away, fury igniting in her eyes. I don't need help from a human. Arrows drew tight all around them. Beastmen emerged, bows raised, surrounding Elric and his group. The cat girl frowned sharply. You foolish humans, surrender now, or die where you stand. An archer high in the trees aimed down. Sean swallowed hard, eyes locked on the arrow pointed straight at them. Hay stared at Elric, mind racing. What is he planning now? But then, a smile slid across Elric's face. He slowly raised both hands above his head. I surrender. His entire team stood there completely relaxed, not a hint of fear on their faces. Elric lifted his hands higher, palms open. Mephistopheles smirked. You never stop surprising me. Earlier, Elric hid behind a tree, watching the trembling cat girl. But he didn't look concerned. He grinned. Such an obvious bait. Green light flashed across his eyes. In that instant, he spotted them. Beastmen warriors surrounding the trees, waiting to ambush. Augustine whispered. What do you plan to do? Elric chuckled quietly. Simple. We play by their rules. A satisfied look spread across his face. We'll let them capture us and lead us straight to their lair. Anthropos, the kingdom of beastmen. The carriage rattled down the narrow street. Beastmen lined both sides, glaring as the horses clopped forward. Inside the carriage, Mephistopheles leaned toward Elric. Was it really necessary to take things this far? Elric smirked, utterly pleased with himself. To execute the perfect deception, anything is worth it. Outside, the beastmen snapped at the soldiers escorting the carriage. Why did you bring the humans here? What are you thinking? Elric watched them with calm eyes. I expected anger, but this is beyond anything I imagined. Mephistopheles sighed. Humans stole their lands and forced them here. That hatred doesn't fade in a few generations. Elric narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The carriage stopped. The cat girl stepped forward, the same one from the forest. She planted herself in front of them proudly. My name's Irina. I am the commander of the Beastmen Guard. Her gaze swept over Elric's group. If you value your lives, behave with respect. Elric's expression hardened. Irina pointed toward the towering castle in the distance. The king will interrogate you. She led them inside. Elric followed with arms crossed, footsteps steady. Mephistopheles leaned close. You definitely have something in mind. Why walk willingly into the heart of the enemy's kingdom unless... Elric smiled. I do. And trust me, the beastmen won't refuse my request. Beastmen filled the halls, glaring and whispering, their hostility sharp as blades. Elric walked through them unfazed. He finally spoke, voice low and confident. I possess the power your people have long coveted. He raised a hand. The power of the tiger. He began explaining the ancient martial art of the Tiger King. The body-forging technique once wielded by the monarch who ruled all beastmen. That clan had reigned for generations, until they vanished, their martial art fading with them. But now, a forgotten royal technique had resurfaced. The technique that once embodied a king's authority. Elric smirked, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he asked. So, tell me. He stepped forward, aura rising like a tiger waking from its slumber. Are you ready to hear what I have to offer? Elric tilted his head, eyeing Mephistopheles. If you knew how valuable this is to them. Mephistopheles smirked back. Oh, I can tell. You look way too happy about selling something that rare for a good price. Irina dropped to one knee before the throne. Your Majesty, I have brought the intruders. The great king of the beastmen sat perched high upon his throne, claws protruding from his furred paws, eyes burning with authority. You've done well, he rumbled. Then his gaze snapped toward Elric's group. What business do humans have in my territory? His voice boomed, sharp, furious. If you dare lie to me. Elric blinked, staring. This is the ruler of the beastmen. The Tiger King? The king leaned forward. You will not be leaving this place alive. Elric's jaw twitched. Is he a toddler? Hayes flushed in embarrassment. Mephistopheles folded his arms, smiling way too widely. The Tiger King is a little kid, he declared. Well, Elric, your plan is dead. Elric groaned internally. Sure, having a young ruler might help. But his age was a problem. Still, Elric stepped forward. We should at least try. If it doesn't work, we run. He lifted his chin. Are you really the king? Instantly, the furious beast man beside the throne roared. How dare you question our great? Elric calmly pressed a finger into his ear. Can someone shut him up? The king's eyes flared bright red. You dare disobey my order. He snapped at the shouting beast man. The man froze, trembling. From atop the throne, the young king glared down. Human, speak. Do you have anything worth saying? Elric smirked. He thinks I'm just a child in front of him. But that aura, yes. Tiger blood truly runs in his veins. Convincing him may not be so hard after all. Elric stepped forward with a slow, confident smile. Tell me, your majesty, have you ever heard of the art of body development? The king's eyes widened, stunned. Elric lifted a finger. If I were to sell such a technique, how much would your kingdom offer? The hall erupted. How dare a filthy human mention that sacred art? Kill him. Blasphemy. The king raised his hand. Silence. The crowd quieted instantly. Elric exhaled and flexed his arms. The shackle shattered. You're all too noisy. Beast men surged inward, surrounding the king protectively as guards closed around Elric's group. Augustine broke his own shackles with ease and stepped beside him. This could get troublesome. Need help? Elric shook his head. I can handle this. Yellow energy began crackling across his body. If they want proof, I'll show them real Tiger King technique. The king pointed at him sharply. Guards, seize the criminal. Sean blinked in shock. Ah, so this is why you were quiet the whole time. Dozens of beastmen roared and charged at Elric's group, and Elric lowered his stance, aura flaring like a golden beast awakening. Hayes's eyes softened with dangerous affection. If Elric lays even a finger on that cute tiger boy, he's dead. Tens, on the other hand, was already excited. Oh, I love watching fights like this. The beastman warrior charged. Elric smiled, calm, fearless. He rushed in to meet them head-on. He slipped past a guard and swung his arm. Ferocious tiger phenomenon. Strike after strike blurred across the hall. Gasps erupted. How does a human know that technique? The king slammed a paw against his throne. Guards, take your animal forms. The beastmen nodded and roared. Bones cracked. Clothes tore. Wolves, massive, snarling, feral, materialized before them. We're attacking. The wolf pack lunged at Elric. He clenched his fist. One breath. One stance. Tiger strike. His fist smashed into the guard's jaw, sending the wolf crashing into the stone floor. Another guard hesitated, fear creeping in. Too late. Elric swept forward again. Black tiger hunt. A ghostly tiger manifested behind him, its spectral paw slamming down on the wolf, pinning him to the ground. Irina watched the scene with trembling eyes. She dashed toward Elric, only for the king to shout, "Stop!" Irina froze. Elric grinned faintly. Then Irina spun around. The king was already standing from his throne. Elric lowered his hand, sliding the invisible blade-like aura aside. I assume, he said with a calm smile, that this demonstration is convincing enough. The king's expression was grim and focused. All eyes in the hall stared at Elric with shock and awe. The king finally spoke. Where did you obtain the art of body cultivation? Not even we possess it anymore. Green mana spiraled around the chamber. Elric stood in the center, drenched in magic. It wasn't inherited, he said. It's magic. The king recoiled. Magic? Magic circles ignited behind Elric, glowing brilliantly. Magic flows through everything in this world, he said, his voice echoing through the hall. It reveals the secrets of nature and fuses with its principles. The beastmen king stared, stunned. You mean to tell me the art of body cultivation was restored through magic? Elric grinned. That's exactly what I'm saying. Blue mana streams danced around him. The king was speechless, delighted, overwhelmed, awestruck. Mephistopheles floated beside Elric, unimpressed. He's hanging noodles on their ears again. Elric smirked. They don't know much about magic anyway. Present something unknown. Wrap in a fancy package, add a little mystery, and they'll eat it up. He glanced around the hall. Not just the young king. Even the old veterans believe every word. Mephistopheles sighed. Beastmen really are naive. Elric smiled wider. That's why they're easy to manipulate. Let's wrap this up. He bowed respectfully, closing his eyes. The art of body development, he declared, is the most treasured secret of your royal bloodline. Elric bowed respectfully. And even if this technique was recovered through magic, the true power of the art of body development should rest only in the hands of those it rightfully belongs to. The young king listened, intrigued. Elric spread his arms wide. That is why, through this deal, the ruling dynasty of the Beastmen can reclaim the glory it once lost. You rise again, and we... Stop. A voice cut him off. Elric's smile faded as he looked toward the man approaching. An elderly Beastman stepped forward, eyes sharp enough to pierce steel. You intend to sell us the art of body development for a high price. The scene froze. The Prime Minister of Anthropos, Norris. Elric's brows lowered. He understands my intentions. I need to tread carefully. He placed a hand to his chest, smiling politely. Yes, that is correct. And in return, we require information. He leaned forward slightly. We want the way to the flower temple. The hall erupted. Why would a human go there? What business does he have with the temple? As they murmured, Nora spoke calmly while passing by Elric. I understand your proposal, but we must discuss this privately before deciding. He turned away. Irina, escort the guest to the palace. Elric narrowed his eyes at Norris. Everything was going smoothly, until this old man appeared. Behind him, Mephistopheles' expression twisted in anger. A purple aura pulsed from Norris, subtle, vile. Mephistopheles hovered close and whispered sharply, Elric, Norris is a demon. The beastmen around the hall were still deep in debate. One boy, fists clenched, shouted, we must accept. This is our chance to revive the Tiger Clan. With the Tiger King's technique restored, even the Furies wouldn't dare bark at us. Another elder growled, the Furies threaten us more than humans ever did. If we regain the Tiger King's art, they won't even dare squeak. The young king listened quietly as another beastman stepped forward. What they say is true. The art of body cultivation united all beastmen races under a single banner. With it, we can throw off the humiliation of the Furies and restore the dignity of the Tiger King. The king closed his eyes. If that is all. No. Nora stepped forward, voice booming. This cannot be allowed. Gasps burst across the hall. The boy who had shouted before now trembled with rage. If we lose the very symbol of our royal family. Dark energy radiated from Norris's body, corrupt and heavy. He lifted his head, eyes glowing crimson. You speak of old symbols, but have you forgotten the reason we were cast into this cursed land? His voice dripped with bitterness. The reason we suffer. He pointed toward Elric and the humans. Humans fed us empty promises. They used us, exploited us, and when they no longer needed us, they stabbed us in the back. His gaze locked onto the king. You would trust such a creature now? The hall fell into a suffocating silence. Norris's voice grew sharper, darker. If we accept this deal, we will become the humans' playthings again. The nightmares we endured will return, worse than before. He turned toward the young king, his tone heavy. For that reason, this offer must be rejected. The hall fell silent. The king's face hardened, but the young beastman boy clenched his fists and shouted, Your Majesty, we can't let this chance slip away. The king looked up. His gaze settled on the stone statue towering above them, the statue of the former Tiger King, the man who had entrusted him with a single, unwavering order. Revive the royal line. The king's eyes softened. The previous Tiger King's last wish can only be fulfilled with the art of body development. The boy nodded fiercely. Then we should summon those people immediately. But the king shook his head. We cannot. Not with Norris opposing it. He added quietly, and he does have reasons for refusing. The boy gritted his teeth. Yes, Prime Minister Norris may be wise. They even call him the Black Sage. But he's old, and some of his decisions are simply, watch your tongue. The king's voice echoed like thunder. The Prime Minister devoted his life to this kingdom after the previous ruler's death. I will not tolerate disrespect toward him. The boy bowed deeply and apologized. Then he left. Later, Veland stood alone in a dim corridor, moonlight seeping through the palace windows. He exhaled quietly. Norris, I still believe you're not wrong. Footsteps echoed. Norris walked calmly through the same corridor. Inside Elric's room, Carl opened the door. Elric sat casually on a chair. What brings you here, Prime Minister? He asked. Norris stepped forward, face serious. I've come to make a deal. Elric spread his hands. Then take a seat. They faced each other. Elric leaned in. So how will you pay? Norris raised his hand. I will tell you the path to the Flower Temple. Elric slammed his palms on the table. Excellent. Norris's lips curled into a thin smile. And in return, you will sell the art of body development only to me. Elric lowered his head to the table with a groan. So no one else is coming. Augustine sat across from him, arms crossed. You really think someone who obtains the art of body development can just take the throne? The Prime Minister and his men repeated the same thing. Augustine sighed. I heard the Tiger King's lineage was wiped out, but this is even worse than I imagined. He looked at Elric. So, who will you sell the technique to in the end? Elric raised one finger. The one who pays the most. Light mana spiraled from his hand as he leaned back. At this point, there's a whole line of people trying to buy the skill, and the price keeps going up. He smirked. So tell me, what can the royal family offer? The room fell into a charged silence. As Elric waited for the next bid, purple mana bled off him like smoke as he stepped forward, the air trembling around his body. Elric extended a hand, and just like that, the scene snapped back to the office where he sat across from Augustine. The old man calmly explained that people were already lining up to buy this skill, that the price kept climbing, and asked what the royal family could possibly offer in return. Veland stood there, wrapped in crackling energy, glaring with clear irritation as the discussion drifted toward His Majesty. Mephistopheles folded his arms, scoffing. If these people were his subjects, he said, their heads would have rolled already. A king who couldn't even keep his own vassals in check. What kind of hopeless ruler was that? The boy clenched his fists, anger flaring. How could the Prime Minister dare act like this? Something was definitely wrong. Elric stepped beside him and reminded him he'd said the same thing moments ago. The boy smirked. It was getting interesting. Hayes snapped, rushed in, and hugged the kid tight. She scolded him for speaking like that. Elric frowned, eyes sharpening. Politics weren't a game. Hayes and the boy fell quiet, their expressions dimming. The kid exhaled and admitted she already knew. No matter the excuse, no matter the influence, without real support, it was all meaningless. Hayes watched him nervously. The boy's thoughts drifted back to when people bowed before him and his sister, praising them as the great magical family. Then the memory warped, crowds staring at them with cold eyes while the siblings stood filthy, terrified, holding hands. The moment their power vanished, every vassal, every noble, the imperial family, even the magic tower, turned their backs. Elric remembered the boy weeping in front of his devastated sister. He remembered, too, how when he grew older, the very same people who called him ashamed suddenly screamed his name with admiration the moment he became a hero. Strength. That was all this world respected. Elric faced the boy in Velance, eyes steady. That's why, he said, you need to grow claws. The boy lifted his head, shocked. Elric knelt, holding the brooch in his hand. Grow them quietly, he said. Don't let anyone know. And when they grow back, use them. Strike once. Take everything you want in a single blow. A calm, dangerous smile crossed his face. And I'll help you. The boy froze, overwhelmed. His hand moved to his chest, touched, because for the first time, someone wasn't just comforting him, they were preparing him for the world. Elric leaned back, fingers tapping lightly. So that means, I'll have to leave Anthropos. The boy watched nervously as Hayes continued playing with a flustered Tiger King, who was now red-faced, and trying not to melt under her affection. Elric folded his arms. Then shouldn't we leave now? If we stay any longer, who knows what the Prime Minister or the other officials will pull. We need to gather the guard and move out immediately. Velance shook his head. We can't take the guard. He pointed at the woman behind him, a stern warrior with silver eyes and a rigid posture. This is Irina Norris, head of the Royal Guard, and my adopted daughter. I assigned her to follow me in secret. Elric, expression darkened. So the Prime Minister already knows where you are. The Tiger King sank into Hayes' lap again and sighed. I left so no one would find me, but they definitely figured it out by now. Before Elric could respond, the door slammed open. Sean burst in, panting. There are beastmen outside. A lot of them. Elric pressed a hand to his chin. Leaving unnoticed would be impossible now. Unless... His eyes widened. They didn't have to sneak out. He turned to the group. If we're all together, we could just knock everyone out and walk out the main gate. He clapped his hands confidently, crossing his arms as he laid out the plan. But the room tensed. The air thickened. A loud, metallic BOM shook the palace. Velance's ears shot up. That's the alarm. He sprinted to the window, nearly slipping past Elric. Is it the... Did the Furies really invade? Elric froze. Furies. A beastman tribe infamous for hating the Anthropos more than anyone else. If they were here, the Tiger King would refuse to leave. The group rushed to the window. Explosions rippled across the outer plaza. Light, dust, and smoke filled the sky. Elric grit his teeth. Of all times, it had to be now. The boy stared at the chaos below, trembling. Through the smoke, beastmen in dark cloaks marched forward, shouting warnings as they approached the palace gates. Elric stepped forward, his aura sharpening. Everyone, get ready. He heard his name. Elric. He spun around. Isabel stood in the doorway, brushing her hair back as if she hadn't just walked onto a battlefield. Sean and Tin stumbled in behind her, wide-eyed. Elric blinked. Isabel, what are you doing here? Before she could answer, Mephistopheles swooped around Herman like a buzzing insect, examining him from every angle. When Mephistopheles finally stopped, he pointed dramatically. What is that thing? What kind of monster is this? Elric pressed a hand to his chest and bowed his head. It's an honor to meet you. Herman bowed deeply, voice calm and humble. I'm just an ordinary warrior who happened to receive the title of Count. No need for formalities, Duke of the Shining Star. Elric stood with his group and ushered the guests inside. Herman's daughter tugged at his sleeve, whispering for him to slow down as he stepped in behind the boy. Elric turned back with a grin. So, how did you know I was here? Herman smiled. I came to personally thank the man who saved my daughter and cured her illness. Elric blinked as Herman stepped closer. But when I reached the capital, I found out you'd already left, Herman added. The boy scratched his head, awkwardly. You should have told me where to find you. We must have completely missed each other. Herman chuckled. We should have sent a letter ahead of time. Wanted it to be a surprise, but that was the mistake. We came without warning. His eyes shifted across the room. So many familiar faces. I didn't expect even the Gray Lion's hunting dog to be here. Hayes froze. Her eyebrow twitched. For the last time, she growled. I'm no one's dog. Elric turned, annoyed. Wait, you know my sister. Herman touched his chin thoughtfully. I once had a, let's say, not-so-good acquaintance. While meeting him, I noticed your sister nearby. And to think she turned out to be the Melvinger daughter. The world really is small. He shifted his attention again, this time to Augustine. And speaking of surprises, it's rare to meet the old eccentric of the Nestor family. Augustine shot him a glare. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? Herman smirked. Then what else should I call the old monster if not eccentric? Augustine stepped closer. The tension immediately spiked. Elric rushed between them, hands out. Hey, let's not start a fight in the doorway. The two men stared at each other, then finally shook hands. Herman squeezed tightly. What a squad you've gathered, he said with a grin. Even the former head of the Revolutionary Army, and a beastman prince. Tins huffed, Veland scowled, but Elric raised his hands among the group. All right, everyone, calm down. Herman looked away for a moment, thinking silently. This is why I wanted to meet him. His gaze moved over the young men behind Augustine, each one a rare talent in their own right. Those who attract the gifted always climb to unimaginable heights. He turned to his daughter, her face bright with joy, and let out a quiet exhale. Skipping the crown prince and coming here was definitely the right choice. Elric narrowed his eyes. Then how did you get here? Isabel placed a hand over her chest and bowed slightly. We heard you cross the outer wall, so we followed. But the knight we sent to scout the forest reported you were captured, so we rushed after you. Another explosion shook the building. Flames reflected in her eyes as she turned toward the window. Our people are creating a diversion, noisy enough to confuse the beastmen. If we leave, it should be now. Outside, houses burned. Smoke crawled into the sky. Elric stepped in front of Veland, thinking deeply. Next time, we might not get another chance. He exhaled. At least it's not the Fury tribe. He knelt, placed a hand over his heart, and looked up at the boy. Well, do you still want to leave this place? Veland hesitated, then smiled sadly. I do, but if I flee now, my own people would call me a traitor. The kingdom would fall into chaos. Elric placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, I just came up with a perfect solution. Outside, fires burned across the city. Irina stood proudly in front of a whole formation of beastmen warriors, their animal instincts sharpening around her. Veland walked up to her. Aren't we supposed to be defending the city? Irina didn't even blink. Our duty is to protect your majesty. The city is secondary. She clenched her fist and turned to the beastmen behind her. The king is in the hands of vile humans, but he will be saved. We will slaughter every last one of them. The beastmen roared in approval, but then Hayes and Sean attempted to slip past them toward the exit. Irina immediately spread her arms, blocking their path. Where is his majesty? Sean scratched his cheek awkwardly, forcing a smile. Well, that's kind of hard to explain. Irina's expression snapped. You dare mock me? She pointed forward. Everyone, take your beast forms. In an instant the humans transformed, fur tearing out, bones shifting, wolves emerging from their skin. Irina drew her sword and placed its edge against Sean's trembling neck. I don't know what you're planning, she hissed, but you will return the king. Now, stop. Her sword halted mid-swing. Elric stepped forward with a wide grin, holding Veland under his arm like luggage. If anyone moves, he announced, your precious monarch dies. The crowd of beastmen went wild. Are you insane? Put down our king, you filthy human. Unhand his majesty this instant. Veland, still dangling under Elric's arm, looked absolutely terrified. The boy gulped. Will this really work? Elric smirked. When someone who masters the art of body development kidnaps a king, no one dares to move recklessly. Veland didn't look reassured. Elric stepped forward, and behind him, a monstrous silhouette of pure energy roared into existence. If you want your king alive, Elric shouted, move. Now. Nora stood calmly behind him, hands folded, unfazed. Irina, however, trembled with fury. Norris leaned toward her, covering his mouth as he whispered something. Irina's fists tightened. The beastmen split to both sides instantly. Irina thrust out her hand. Fine, as you wish. Now release his majesty. Elric glanced back, lifted Veland a bit higher under his arm, and smiled. Why would I trust you? You want me to release him inside the city? With the flames? With armed beastmen everywhere? No thanks. Irina froze. Out of the city, Elric said, in a safe place. Otherwise, we both know what could happen if anyone tries to follow. Veland swallowed hard. Before the beastmen could respond, Elric launched into the air. Gasps erupted. Everyone in the palace courtyard looked up in disbelief. Far below, the city burned. Cries for help echoed from collapsing buildings. Elric soared through the sky with Veland tucked under one arm and Mephistopheles flying beside him. Veland stared down at his people, devastated. Elric noticed. You want to go back? The boy's small paw trembled. I should at least guide you to the flower temple. You won't find it without me. Elric turned to him. And after that, you going back to the kingdom? Veland's throat tightened. Just thinking about that palace makes it hard to breathe. He remembered his people. Those who believed in him, supported him, encouraged him. That's different. They're good people. If I leave them now, the kingdom will fall apart. Especially if this really is an invasion. Mephistopheles suddenly spoke, voice deep. This isn't the time for sentimental speeches. Elric frowned. What do you see? Violent's eyes widened. The sky ahead twisted violently. A colossal tornado spun in the distance. A black sandstorm? He screamed. Elric stared. The Eastern General. The tornado rumbled like a living creature. Elric stopped midair, hovering before the swirling darkness. This was the disaster that wiped out the entire northern region. If he went in there, he'd be shredded instantly. Mephistopheles' voice cut through the wind. That's not all. He bared his teeth. Something else is coming. Something worse. I can feel it riding the storm. Elric stared ahead with Mephistopheles, shock creeping up his spine. What is that? Under the colossal whirlwind, an army of monsters surged forward like a living tide. Flags snapped in the storm winds. On them, a fox with 9 tails, staring like a demon rising from legend. Dozens of beastmen roared and charged across the sand. Elric face drained of color. Run. Now. That's the Fury tribe. His mind flashed with memories. The flag of the Furies. The monstrous tiger. The wolf dripping with bloodlust. He remembered the story. The Tiger King of Anthropos once had a sworn enemy. A beastman tribe that rejected the royal family the moment they lost the art of body development. The Furies. Valence trembled. Furies here. Elric gripped the child tightly, teeth clenched. It looks like the palace spies already leaked the information about the return of the art of body development. Valence frowned. But why would they suddenly appear here? And exactly when someone with the secret art shows up. Elric blinked. Slowly, he turned to the boy. Then he lifted Valence up so their eyes lined up. So answer what I asked earlier, Elric said quietly. His eyes hardened. Are you going back to your kingdom? Or not? Valence lowered his head. His fist shook. He saw the faces of his people. Their trust, their fear, their disappointment, their belief in him. He raised his head, fire burning in his eyes. I will return, he said, and I will protect my people. Elric smiled, proud. I knew you'd say that. Valence looked away, embarrassed. But I'm weak. I have nothing. I can't keep relying on you. I can't ask for more help. Before he could finish. Bam. He headbutted Elric, right in the face. Valence grabbed his forehead and cried out, that hurts. Elric leaned forward, so their foreheads nearly touched. Between friends, stuff like that doesn't matter. Valence blinked, stunned. All you have to do is ask, Elric said. Just say it. Help me. He picked the boy up again. If you do that, every friend you have will appear the moment you need them. He glanced at Mephistopheles, who crossed his arms with a scowl. Impossible to say you're wrong, Mephistopheles muttered. Valence pressed a paw to his chest, eyebrows tightening. Can I be your friend? Elric smiled, eyes soft. It's very easy to be a friend. Sean beamed. Elric added, I'm happy just knowing my friend is happy because I'm nearby. Valence's face reddened. He smiled shyly. Elric turned back toward the monstrous whirlwind and the advancing army. Well, he said, voice sharpening, my friend is in trouble, so there's no way I'm turning a blind eye. Elric nodded to Sean. Go tell the others. Sean smirked, cracked his neck, and shouted, everyone, change of plans. Meanwhile, the Fury army surged forward. Mount charged at the front, riding atop a massive wolf, wind slashing across his face. Faster. Anthropos is close. Hugo galloped beside him. Captain, is it true? Did they really recreate the art of body development? Mount scoffed. Hard to believe, isn't it? That some nobody human revived a lost miracle. An eagle beastman flapped above them. Strange, isn't it? For such a low-grade race to possess one of the great magical mysteries. A bear snorted. True or not, we can't miss this chance. The moment to destroy Anthropos has come. Ron's eyes sharpened. And if the rumors are true, we stop the Tiger King's descendants, who lost the will of heaven, from regaining the art. In their rear ranks, the bloody king clenched the throne armrest, eyes blazing crimson. If that golden-haired, green-eyed wizard hadn't stopped us 40 years ago, our empire would have been built on the Tiger King's corpse by now. His long red hair whipped behind him as he rose. But now, with the art of body development in my hands, his 9 tails flickered threateningly in the wind. I will finally reclaim my lost 9th tail. He grinned, sharp, hungry, trembling with bloodlust. No one will stop me. Mount knelt before him. Your Majesty, your orders. Retrieve the art of body development. The king commanded. Bring glory to the Fury tribe. The entire army placed fists over their hearts. Yes, your Majesty. The king raised his arms high. When we succeed, the whole world will fall into our paws. Mount rode forward again, raising his sword. The only one who inherited the will of heaven is our bloody king. A fox sigil flared behind him. The protection of the 9-tailed sovereign will guide us. The bear roared, raising his blade. Wild beasts, take the Tiger King's head and devour it. The wolves howled as the army charged like a tidal wave. But then, a spell activated. A freezing shockwave blasted across the battlefield. An enormous glacier surged up from nothingness, cutting off their charge. I swallowed the front lines. Monsters screamed as they slipped, crashed, and collapsed in panic. A giant wolf skidded into the ice, tumbling face first. Soldiers hit the ground, trembling. Stop! Stop! The lead beastman shrieked as the ground froze under them. Ron raised his sword, stunned. Around him, dozens of his soldiers lay scattered on the ground, incapacitated. Up on the gate, Elric lowered his hand, casually. Huh, there's a lot of them. Sean raised an eyebrow. Why are we the only ones going to fight again? Hayes slammed her hammer onto her shoulder. Isn't it more fun this way? Elric, Sean, Mephistopheles, and Hayes walked forward with calm confidence, stepping out of the main gate of Anthropos to face the entire Fury army alone. The man stared at the battlefield ahead. Augustine, you really plan to just stand here and watch? Augustine shrugged lazily. There aren't that many enemies. And Elric did tell us not to interfere. The others nodded. Elric wanted this fight, so they stepped back and watched the show he had prepared for them, from a safe distance on a mountainside. As they walked along the ridge, the group whispered among themselves, replaying everything that had happened. Some wondered if they were sent here by fate. Others cursed that Elric was not just a simple mage. He was a walking disaster. Down below, one of the Fury monsters roared. A sorcerer in the Anthropos city. So they're siding with the filthy humans who got us exiled. The beast snarled, glaring at Elric and his friends. To destroy them is to reclaim our homeland. Blades rose. Wolves bare their teeth. The Furies prepared to rush. One wolf, however, froze. His eyes locked on a single figure. A lone magician with golden hair and green eyes, standing calmly among corpses. His pupils trembled. I remember him. His face. That man, 40 years ago. The one who annihilated an entire army alone. He stared at Elric again. But then, no, this one's different. Not the same man. The aura, the presence, it's different. The leader clicked his shark-like teeth. Obviously not the same. Just a coincidence. Or a trick to scare us. He raised his claw. Enough. Bring me their heads. The sky exploded with wings. Swarms of birds, ravens, crows, beasts, launched into the air, screaming. The monsters spread their own wings, summoning razor-sharp swords made of bone and wind, firing them toward the heroes. Sean lifted his head, and he smiled. A storm surged behind him. Wind twisting, compressing, exploding outward. Hurricane. Everything, birds, blades, monsters, went flying. A rain of beasts crashed to the ground. Two crow generals stared in disbelief. What magic is that? Sean raised a hand, wind spiraling around his fingers. I may not be as flashy as our hero, he said calmly, but I'm still the third son of the Nestor family. Mephistopheles smirked. See, that's why Elric drags this slacker around. Sean shot him a look, then smirked back. And it's not without reason that I was called the strongest mage of the magic tower. Wind crackled around him like a living beast. The Nestor family's element is wind, Elric added. So for Sean, this is child's play. The heroes clenched their fists. It's time, Elric said, voice deep, to let out all the stress we've been holding in. Sean stepped forward, veins bulging with mana as he shouted at the monsters. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to be used as background characters? Sean snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A violent blast of wind tore across the battlefield. Birds screamed, wings folding as they panicked and scrambled to flee. Where do you think you're going? Sean roared. But then, a massive shadow rotated above them. A spinning hammer. Sean blinked. Huh. Elric followed his gaze and saw them. A charging herd of demonic bulls. One of the bull leaders snorted, steam blasting from his nostrils. A weak breeze is nothing to the demonic bull tribe. Crush them. The army roared. But then something tapped the bull's back. He slowly turned his head. Hay stood there, smiling sweetly. Well, I've never seen a cow with a hammer before. The bull's jaw dropped. Why you dare? Crack. Her hammer curved down like a falling comet. The bull rocketed off the ground, tumbling through the air like a broken barrel. The massive beast collapsed, unconscious. The battlefield froze. Dozens of fighters stared, stunned. Hayes brushed her hair back. My hand twitched. Couldn't help it. The monsters snapped. Rubbish. Tear her apart. Weapons flew toward her. Hayes only smiled and slammed her hammer into the earth. Boom. A shockwave blasted out, shaking the ground. She spun the hammer like a windmill, scattering enemies like leaves. Elric watched her toss a bowl like it was laundry. Mephistopheles chuckled darkly. So that's why you shake every time your sister gets mad. Wolves circled the heroes. Birds shattered the ice overhead, swooping down like a black cloud. Elric cracked his knuckles. Good. My hand were getting itchy. He channeled power into his palms, veins flickering with mana. Let's restore some order. The monsters charged. Crush them. There's only 3 humans. A cloud of sparkling dust exploded around the beasts. They gagged, covering their muzzles. What is this? I can't breathe. One of them looked up and froze. Elric raised a hand. Sharp icicles materialized above the battlefield. then fell. The storm of ice impaled the front lines. Bees screamed, buried under frozen spikes. When the dust settled, only a few warriors remained. Elric stepped forward with a slow smile. Now, time to demonstrate the magic I obtained with my own hands. He gathered mana, raw, violent, burning, cruelty rage, and the heart of a dragon. Frost swirled around him. Anything his fingers brushed froze instantly. He lifted his arm. All of you, turned to fragments. Rhino beastmen screamed. Stop him. Raise the shields. Every remaining monster braced themselves, shields up, bodies trembling. Elric stepped in without hesitation, his fist blazing with raw force as he shattered the monster's shields using the fierce tiger technique from the body development arts. The ground trembled under his feet. Off to the side, the demon's voice dropped into a cautious warning. One of the fighters wasn't like the others. Elric felt it too. That heavy pressure, that killing intent. Opposite him stood the leader, a fourth-link beast, staring him down with a grin that showed he'd been waiting for this moment. You're interesting. The creature laughed, eyes narrowing as it studied him. And you're the one who dragged me into this mess. Elric didn't flinch. He just looked away with calm confidence. If we're being logical, you're not someone I could defeat easily. But he also knew he didn't have time to waste. The monster leaped at him, weapon raised, roaring that escape was impossible. Elric's eyes widened. That speed. He gathered every ounce of magic into his fist. It won't break through my defense, he muttered, rushing forward with gritted teeth. Their clash shook the chamber. The leader's sword, missing a single shard, hovered dangerously close. Then the beast spoke again, voice low and mocking, as if savoring the moment. You really thought I'd just let you walk away? Elric glanced at the ground. Flying out was impossible. The whole place was sealed. The leader snapped his head toward Hugo and barked. Lead the army. Go after the anthropos. Hugo shot into the sky with the rest of the beasts, shouting for everyone to follow. In an instant, Elric was alone with the boss. Mephistopheles' voice echoed faintly in his mind, laughing about how even demons once hesitated to provoke this tribe. Elric kept his gaze steady. Our race has weakened, but monsters like you still exist. No wonder the anthropos built a wall to keep you out. The boss grinned wide. Good. Just you and me. Magic surged around Elric's hands. He needed to end this fast. He locked eyes with the bear, anger and confidence mixing into a deadly calm. A small smirk touched his lips. The monster's expression twisted. For 40 years, I trained to erase the humiliation I suffered that day. With a violent kick, the bear launched forward, closing the distance like lightning. You might be a different person, the beast roared, but I'll tear you apart all the same, and take back my pride. Elric let out a sharp laugh. So you trained for decades. Interesting. The monster's face twisted in fury. How dare you mock me? Before Elric could respond, another figure stepped in. Herman, calm, steady, confident, declared his name with a booming voice. I'm a blue lion of the Empire. He glanced at Elric and shouted, Go. I'll deal with this one. Elric didn't waste a second. Thanks, Herman. He sprinted off. Ron turned, shocked. Blue lion? From the Empire. The boss exploded forward, leaping at Herman. You think some lion can beat a bear? Elric raised his magic sword toward Ron. Then let's find out. He and Mephistopheles rushed away with no hesitation. Elric moved quickly through the debris while answering with a small grin. Herman isn't at full power right now, but he won't lose to that bear easily. Still, his eyes drifted. I hope my sister and Sean are okay. Meanwhile, the furious clash behind them continued. Herman and the heroine both fighting with confident smiles. Elric and Mephistopheles watched for a moment, surprised at how flawlessly the two worked together. But Elric narrowed his eyes. With this many opponents, even they'll get overwhelmed. I need to encircle the beastmen and wipe them out. Before he could move, several groups of warriors burst onto the scene. Knights of the Blue Lion. Steel clashed against monster flesh as they fought fiercely. One knight split a beast clean in half, laughing as if the fight excited him. Elric, leave these guys to us. Another waved him off. Not even a mouse gets past us. Elric blinked, unsure what that even meant. Huh? What? But he didn't have time to ask. Fine, I'll deal with the rest. Birds circled overhead while he approached a tall structure, shockingly unguarded. Why is the anthro building completely empty? Elric muttered, stunned. Before anyone could respond, two knights started arguing. We need a plan. The Fury tribe won't stop even if every soldier goes outside the walls. That's what I'm saying. We can't block them like this. Their bickering escalated. The noise echoed against the stone walls. Nora stepped forward into the center of the group. His face was calm. We should surrender. The entire squad froze. The beastman stared at him in disbelief. What did you just say? A knight clenched his fist. We must protect the kingdom. Our people. One by one, more knights nodded, agreeing with him and glaring at the beastman. Beastman stared back, horrified. Are you all insane? Another knight shot back, equally confused. You want us to risk the lives of every beastman? Surrendering now is like tossing fresh meat straight into the enemy's mouth. He shouted the last words with pure frustration, and the entire chamber shook under the weight of the chaos about to explode. That was enough. Norris stepped forward calmly, his voice steady. I heard all of you. Another knight immediately barked back, agreeing with the finance minister. Beastman stared at them, stunned. He didn't even know what to say. They weren't standing in formation. They were scattered, disorganized, yelling wherever they pleased. What are you even doing? Beastman shouted, fear edging into his voice. The minister glared ahead and summoned an army of soul soldiers, their ghostly figures rising behind him. Heavy footsteps approached Elric. He looked back. The professor was walking toward him with murder in his eyes. Beastman raised his voice even louder. You're seriously going to betray your king? Your country? The professor didn't answer. His cold expression said everything. The knights stood beside him, forming a wall of steel and hostility, deciding right then to imprison the traitor. Meanwhile outside, Elric stood before the Anthropos building when a wave of monsters came charging straight at him. They aimed to kill. He didn't hold back. He unleashed all his magic at once. A crushing pressure fell on the beastmen, making them snarl and recoil. Then Elric slammed into the ground with full force. The shockwave blasted the monsters in every direction. One fighter glared forward angrily, struggling to stand. Elric walked toward them with a cold smirk. I'm just a bit annoyed I didn't get to fight that bear. So, you guys will have to entertain me. The wolves stared at him, stunned. How'd he get here so fast? One of their leaders shouted desperately. Ron won't lose. He won't lose. Another beastman roared. That kid ran away from our leader. A coward. They rushed him, claws out, desperate to tear him apart. Elric raised his hand. Calm. Confident. The body development art activated, and the Tiger King manifestation leapt forward. The monsters froze as the phantom beast's killing aura washed over them. Elric smiled. Tiger energy always terrifies creatures like you. Mephistopheles chimed in. Beastmen and the Tiger King are top-tier monsters themselves. Mephistopheles quickly asked, but how are you planning to deal with this whole horde? Elric summoned energy into a crackling sphere. The body development art works great, but against this many, it's still difficult. Suddenly, sharp icicles rained down, freezing beasts mid-charge. Every monster stopped dead, encased in ice. Elric looked around at the frozen battlefield. I need something with more scale. His steps crushed the frost beneath him. Dozens of beasts stared at him, wide-eyed. Elric pointed his fist toward them. I prefer hand-to-hand combat anyway. Meanwhile, Ron clashed with Herman in a violent duel. The bear struggled, trying to rip his weapon out of the ground. Herman watched him calmly. Your movements, they're strange. Your body isn't moving like it used to. The beast snarled. You trying to fool me? Herman stood his ground. No. You blew yourself apart trying to break through to the next level. Ron gritted his teeth, realizing Herman had seen right through him. Ron wiped the blood from his chin and stared calmly ahead. A warrior of the Fury tribe, never bows. He rose to his feet, and he and Herman faced each other like two beasts on the verge of tearing the world apart. Herman smirked. Then beware of a lion's claws. Their battle erupted instantly. Herman struck the ground with overwhelming force. Dust, debris, and shards of stone blasted into the air. Ron coughed out dark, thick blood as he dropped to his knees. Herman smiled quietly. Good fight. Ron lifted his head, eyes dim. You humans truly are unbelievable. He looked up at the sky and spoke softly, as if addressing someone far away. Bloody King, forgive me. I am defeated. Then he revealed a bomb clutched in a shaking hand. I hope you never reach your grand dream. Herman's expression twisted in shock. Ron, but it was too late. Ron hurled the bomb with all the strength he had left. Sparks exploded through the sky. A fireball erupted overhead. Elric, far away, snapped his head up, eyes widening as flames lit the clouds like a second sun. The monsters saw it too. The captain is dead. One of them whispered, trembling. He left his final order. Their expressions hardened into pure rage. Elric felt the shift in the air. That aura. Death is inevitable, he muttered. The entire pack charged at him at full speed. Elric raised his hands, creating a massive ice barrier. But one beast, already wounded, slipped and fell. The rest kept pushing forward, cracking the ice with brute force. Clear the path, they shouted. Push through. For the Fury tribe, their goal was clear. Storm the Anthropos building and overthrow the Tiger King's dynasty. One beast sprinted toward the structure. Now, signal the others inside. Inside the building, the Fury leaders stood with confidence. The officials of Otto's have surrendered. That pathetic human mage can't stop the outcome. It's already decided. A flag hung on the wall, their signal of victory. But then, he noticed something else. Something horrifying. Heads. Human heads. Mounted on spikes along the walls. What? This shouldn't be possible. Every beast froze in disbelief. A man stood proudly on the rooftop. All traitors, he said coldly, have already been punished. Elric appeared behind him with a confident grin. The warriors of the Tiger King won't fall that easily. Archers stepped into position, their arrows already drawn. The skies rained steel. The Furies looked up. Too slow. Arrows pierced flesh, wings, claws. Monsters dropped one after another as the storm of arrows tore through their ranks. Screams echoed across the building. Elric glanced to the side. A young boy tugged his sleeve, whispering, trembling. "Mister, what's happening?" Elric looked down at him with steady eyes. Elric turned toward the small boy beside him. "I told you," he said gently. "I made a deal with you. I'll keep my promise and protect the Anthropos. Your palace." But his expression shifted the moment he looked at the Prime Minister. His eyes hardened with clear displeasure. Norris avoided meeting Elric's gaze and instead spoke calmly. "Elric, would you come outside with me for a moment? There's something I want to show you." Elric hesitated, then nodded. A faint silhouette of a young boy lingered behind Norris as they walked. Valence watched silently as Elric agreed. Before long, Elric and the Prime Minister stood before a massive monument. A towering statue, its presence overwhelming. Elric frowned at it. "What exactly did you want to show me?" Norris looked away, his voice low. "There are too many hyenas lurking in this palace." Elric narrowed his eyes. Then Norris turned fully toward the hero, bowed deeply, and said, "Please protect the Tiger King." Elric blinked in shock. Just moments ago, this man had tried to betray his own monarch. "What is this about?" Elric muttered. Even Mephistopheles' voice echoed with confusion. "I don't get it either." Norris raised his head, desperation in his eyes. "I'm prepared to pay any price, even if I must reveal the secrets of the body development technique." Elric froze. "Secret techniques? You have more." "We lost part of the first and second stages," Norris admitted, "but fragments remain." Elric looked forward, jaw tightening. "So far, I've never been able to complete my development. But if I gain the lost technique, I can perfect it." He then asked bluntly, "Why reveal something this valuable to me now?" Norris lowered his head. Elric stared, surprised by the sudden sincerity, until the man whispered, "Because you look exactly like him." Norris walked slowly across the marble tiles, guiding Elric closer. Elric leaned a hand against the statue's base, listening quietly. "It only took a single glance," Norris continued. "The same eyes. The moment we saw them, we knew. We called them precious." He pressed his hand against a hidden panel. A mechanism clicked. Elric stepped back as the wall opened. A blinding light spilled out. Elric shielded his eyes, and when the glow faded, he froze. Behind glass stood a colossal painting. His grandfather, rendered in impossible detail, glowing with life. Elric stared, breath caught in his chest. Norris stepped beside him. "When your grandfather first arrived here," he said softly, "he wore the same pendant you're wearing now." Elric touched the pendant unconsciously. "He came alone," Norris continued. "Helped us without asking for anything. If not for him, the Tiger King wouldn't exist. This kingdom wouldn't exist." Elric swallowed hard. "Do you know," Norris asked gently, "what he said when we asked why he helped us?" He smiled, sad, but full of warmth. He answered, "Because we're friends." Norris continued with a quiet reverence, but his voice was trembling. Norris continued softly, "He told us, the Melvingers have always been friends of the Beastmen." Elric nodded. "I read that, buried in the old records." Norris exhaled. "That meeting happened over 300 years ago, and instead of another enemy, reinforcements arrived." His gaze drifted into the distance. Back then, the Fury tribe had retreated from the Anthropos. Norris and Elric's grandfather watched it together. In the memory, young Norris lowered his head. "I'm sorry. I failed you." The grandfather looked at him, tired, sad. "No, I was the one who came too late." Elric listened quietly as present day, Norris spoke again. "When a man like him appeared, when your grandfather arrived, I understood everything instantly." He clenched his jaw. "But by the time I learned of your family's fall, it was already too late." Elric pressed his lips together as the Beastmen's regret echoed through the chamber. Regret that they hadn't been there when his family needed them. Elric placed a reassuring hand on Norris's shoulder. "It was hard for your people back then, too. I get it." Norris's fist trembled. "I want to ask you something." Elric glanced up at the painting of his grandfather. "The Melvinger descendant," he said with a faint smile, "will help again." A moment later, Elric walked beside Valence, explaining everything. While the Prime Minister was dealing with traitors inside, Elric said, "He was protecting me from the outside." Valence's eyes trembled with tears. Then Sean rushed over, smiling from ear to ear. "Elric." The Eastern general changed direction. "He's coming to help." Valence almost jumped from happiness. Elric smiled faintly, looking off into the distance. He steadied his breath and gathered power in both hands. This war ends now. Magic roared across the battlefield. Beastmen faltered, then began fleeing. The retreat had begun. Elric stood beside the Fury boss. The Prime Minister approached. "You fought well," Elric said calmly. Soon after, Valence, held securely in a girl's arms, was escorted to Norris and Elric. The boy stood still, Watching his people, the heroes bowed deeply to their young king. Velan stepped forward, raising his small hand high. We won. The entire Fury tribe erupted in victorious roars. Elric smiled as he watched their celebration. He approached Velance. The boy extended his hand. Thank you. Not as a king. As a friend. Elric clasped the boy's hand firmly. Velance added with a grin. From now on, you're my friend too, ain't us? A vast castle stretched into the night as onlookers watched the Prime Minister kneel before his majesty. And with a faint, sorrowful lift of his brows, the young king asked his subordinate to forgive the distrust he had shown, while Norris, pressing a hand to his chest, answered that he himself should be the one apologizing for failing to give advance warning. With eyes closed, he remarked that the boy had already succeeded in becoming a great king. And across the carpet stood the citizens of Entramorph, as the Duke observed that the tiger had formed strong bonds with others and added that he was now capable of handling everything alone without his help. Releasing his chin, the Beastman explained that, having betrayed his ruler, he was obligated to step down as Prime Minister. But the Tiger King seized his arm with both paws and refused outright, his eyes widening in frustration as he insisted he still needed him. Then, standing face to face, asked him to remain by his side for as long as possible and continue helping. Pressing his lips together, Norris admitted in his thoughts that he wanted the same. Without warning, multicolored paper fragments drifted down like confetti, as if the Tiger King stood upon a balcony beneath the falling pieces, while his aide silently wished to see Antrimorph restored to its former glory. And as a satisfied smile formed on the king's face, Norris reflected that he hoped his majesty would revive the royal family that had lost its honor. Yet at the same time, dark streams of magic wrapped around his body as he thought that he had already reached his limit and should keep this hidden from the king. A wolf-shaped mark lay upon the Duke's neck, and suddenly his pupils shrank when he was questioned about contacting a demon. Standing near the throne, the boy asked what that meant and what the demon had to do with anything, while the Beastman leader dropped his jaw in confusion upon hearing that the demon would soon take over the Prime Minister. Elric, frowning, wondered if that was the reason he should not remain close to him, and with teeth clenched, Mephistopheles stated that he was indeed a demon. The protagonist glanced aside and asked again, receiving confirmation, as a magical aura surrounded Norris's figure and the Demon King revealed that a demon had already wrapped itself around the Beastman's heart. His eyes glowed with a vivid red light while the undead explained that everything was approaching its inevitable end, because soon he would cease to be himself. And at that moment, the sorcerer stepped up behind the Beastman. Lowering his chin, the young man asked how Norris had first encountered the demon, and the Duke, turning his head slightly, answered that it happened when the previous Tiger King died, adding that at that time Antrimorph had no hope left. Clenching his fist tightly, Norris admitted he had only sought power to protect the kingdom, and as he spoke, a grotesque mass of tentacles covered in eyes emerged behind him, prompting him to explain that this was when he discovered the demon tree. Mephistopheles frowned in anger at those words, while the protagonist questioned whether this was the very tree that gave birth to demons, remarking that he believed his family had already destroyed them all. But the Beastman, lowering his gaze, suggested they had never reached the one growing in the black, snow-covered lands. When the mage abruptly asked if he had eaten the demon tree's fruit, a memory surfaced of the Prime Minister consuming strange fruit, and Norris confirmed it, adding that he had eaten every one of them to gain strength. Inside his body, a red liquid seemed to churn as he explained that he absorbed them one by one, each time increasing his power. Yet what settled in his heart had continued to grow, gradually devouring his life force, and he stated that it would soon take control of his mind. The Duke's face stretched into a wide, unhinged smile as he declared that at that point he would become a true demon, his pupils glowing intensely while he explained that this was why he wished to leave and die, because only then would the cursed entity perish with him. The Beastman King raised his fists and shouted that he could not say such a thing, but Norris answered that it was the only option, and Elric, lowering his jaw, asked what he would do if another solution were found, to which the protagonist responded with a broad smile that healing might be possible. Norris, turning his head aside, warned that if he intended something dangerous, he should abandon the idea, because if the demons sensed a threat, there would be consequences. With a subtle grin, the sorcerer asked Mephistopheles if he was certain, and the demon replied that there was no doubt, since the soul was now tied to the demon's magic. Though if absolute control over mana could be achieved, it would be possible to separate the soul from the parasite attached to it. Looking at the Beastman, Elric thought that with enough time he could succeed, yet Norris's body would not endure that long. And realizing this, the protagonist suddenly turned back and concluded that only one option remained. Addressing the sorcerer, he asked if he could request a favor from his teacher, lowering his head as he recalled that he had mentioned needing help before, then asked if now was the time. Bowing his head, the young man answered that it was possible and explained that only he could carry it out, prompting the mentor to agree and ask what needed to be done, while the Duke, standing behind the protagonist, questioned whether such a thing could truly be achieved and immediately added that any method requiring his death would not be acceptable, only to be reassured that there was no need for concern. Taking a firm step forward, the man moved as the space around August filled with radiant particles of magic, and the wizard, watching closely, realized that even his grandfather could not compare to his current mentor, while a bead of sweat slid down his cheek from tension, and the master's eyes remained hidden beneath thick brows. Positioned behind the elder, the young man declared that he would sever the connection between the soul and the heart and handle everything else himself, to which the old man responded that he understood his student's reasoning but warned him to proceed with caution, and Elric's expression hardened as his brows lowered sharply. Then, lifting his foot, the mentor began. In an instant, august black robes whipped outward, and the beastmen shielded their faces from the cascading motes of magic as everything seemed to suspend within a luminous space, where Norris, looking on, wondered if he was witnessing a white knight, then raised his head in astonishment that such a feat could be accomplished by a single person. Yet in that same moment, his pupils shrank. High above, the old man extended his fingers, and soon after, a massive arm formed and wrapped around the Prime Minister's body, forcing the essence of a sinister wolf to burst from Norris's chest. The creature snapped its jaws open and roared that it had nearly claimed this body, furious that the mage dared interfere, while the mage calmly remarked that it was an excessively noisy demon. At once, Elric seized the undead by the throat using his absorption ability, blue pattern spreading across his hand as he thought that this would not only restore his energy but also place Antrimorph in his debt. And as the sorcerer closed his eyes in satisfaction, the entity beside him commented that it had not tasted something so delicious in a long time. Turning his gaze slightly, Elric told it to enjoy the meal, only asking that the seal be left intact. And as a dark mark appeared on his wrist, he realized that the seal of Hall had begun to evolve, shifting from ferocious to malevolent. Suddenly, his pupils tightened with unease, and the sorcerer jerked his head upward, spotting in the distance the silhouette of horned undead, leaving Elric unable to understand what was unfolding. The demon stood atop an enormous mountain of corpses, and the protagonist was startled to recognize it as Mephistopheles, while an army of dark warriors stretched endlessly across the land. An army of dark warriors blanketed the land as their leader proclaimed that every unknown and irrational thing in existence was born from him, and suspended within the red mist of space. The sorcerer questioned whether what he was witnessing were fragments of Mephistopheles' memories, his brows tightening in frustration as he failed to understand why this was happening when he had only absorbed the demon's power. Behind the Demon King, the protagonist hovered, while at the mountain's base a monster gaped in shock at the sight of the sorcerer standing with nothing but empty air beneath his feet, until the undead suddenly charged forward, and the King of Original Sin, lowering his jaw, dismissed them as fools. The evil spirits raised their swords in unison, and a blinding beam of light slammed into the ground, the resulting shockwave tearing through and toppling the sinister creatures as Mephistopheles' eyes flared crimson, followed immediately by the Demon King unleashing a devastating strike. The undead, mouths agape, bristled with outrage, convinced they could defeat the king so easily, while Elric observed it all from above, lips slightly lowered as the protagonist reflected that he could no longer remember the original form of the being he had devoured, having grown too accustomed to existing as a spirit. One of the undead lifted his subordinate's severed head between his fingers, and within his mind the sorcerer declared that this figure before him was the greatest and most exalted of demon kings, pressing a hand to his chest as he admitted he did not understand why, yet could feel everything the Demon King felt. Mephistopheles then broke into a wide grin as a radiant light appeared high above the undead, prompting the protagonist to repeat to himself that he would never wish to be placed in such a situation, and as sharp fangs gleamed within the King of Primordial Sin's mouth. The sorcerer came to accept that he had no choice but to follow the path already laid before him. Behind the Demon King, the silhouette of a being with blazing red eyes emerged, and the young man realized it embodied a sinner whose entire existence revolved around sin, while currents of black magic coursed through its body, leading Elric to understand why the solitary Demon King bore the title of Primordial Sin. At that same moment, a strange wing manifested in the air and the undead's eyes shone intensely, as a massive, malevolent creature rose behind Mephistopheles, revealing itself as his true form. The protagonist parted his lips in stunned confusion when a voice questioned what he was staring at, and as the sorcerer noticed the magic lines along his hand beginning to glow, the scene shifted and it seemed the Tiger King sat on the ground beside Norris. A bead of sweat slid down the young man's cheek in fear until August suddenly asked if something was wrong and whether he felt all right, while the surrounding crowd looked on with concern for the protagonist. When he suddenly raised his palm and assured everyone that he was fine, the sorcerer lowered his chin and concluded that hardly any time had passed at all, while the dark spirit hovered behind him and he realized that he had witnessed the spirit's memories just as the spirit had seen his. Within those memories was the moment Elric extended his hand, something he still could not explain, along with a mark on his wrist, as he reflected on how the demonic energy he had extracted from the Prime Minister had been absorbed into the Seal of Hull, only for him to be abruptly drawn into Mephistopheles' seal, at which point the undead clarified that their souls were now simply connected. The sorcerer jerked his head to the side, wondering if he had truly heard that, though he said nothing aloud, and the King of Primordial Sin responded by asking him to believe that he was just as astonished, unable to accept that he had formed a connection with a human, even one now existing as a spirit. Pressing his lips together, the young man asked whether he had any idea what to do about it, but Mephistopheles, frowning in irritation, snapped that he was no all-knowing elder before turning to the matter of the power that had been absorbed. The protagonist focused on the magic seal on his hand as the spirit explained that he could only assume the sorcerer had seen so much because that inferior seal had once served under him, prompting the wizard to tilt his head slightly as he recalled the monster's silhouette and concluded internally that it was no surprise it resembled a wolf, angrily questioning why he had failed to recognize it sooner. The Demon King then stated that, since his very existence, he had always stood at the pinnacle as a king, and as the young man himself had once said, he had never encountered anyone like him, simply because no such being existed. Spreading his arms, the young man remarked that no one had ever wanted to spend time with him, a comment that clearly irritated the demonic companion, and with a sly smile Elric asked what exactly he had seen within those memories and whether anything about them seemed unusual, causing Mephistopheles to abruptly turn away without answering. The scene shifted to the heroes gathered around a large bed where Norris lay, and suddenly the Beastman reached out to grasp the protagonist's hand, smiling with relief as he began thanking him, while the sorcerer leaned over and told him that for now he needed to focus on recovering. Resting his head back against the pillow, the Duke accepted the advice and declared that he would do everything in his power for his Majesty's sake, and the one who had saved the king's aid closed his eyes in quiet satisfaction as the Prime Minister gently stroked Ina's hair, prompting the protagonist to think that now was the moment for something. Folding his arms with clear displeasure, Mephistopheles remarked that the sorcerer was, as always, perfectly proper in front of others while constantly calculating things in his head, questioning what was so surprising about that when it had only happened once or twice, prompting the sorcerer to tell him not to read other people's thoughts because it felt disturbing. To which the demon, clenching his fists, shot back that he had no choice. At that moment, the young man's attention shifted to a chest being handed to him, and as he lifted his gaze, the Tiger King explained that, as promised, he was giving him Yu's treasure map along with the results of his research on the art of body development. Taking the box with both hands, Elric protested that it belonged to the Tiger King. Yet as he looked inside, his lips parted in surprise at the sight of a book and a paper scroll, while the Beastman's leader instructed him to also check beneath the cloth. Raising his brows, the sorcerer questioned him again, but in the very next instant his pupils shrank sharply, because at the bottom of the chest lay brown shoots, and he exclaimed that it was the rarest plant in the East before asking why he was being given something so valuable. Lowering his eyelids, the monarch began recounting a legend of the Beastman. As clawed animal paws appeared and the boy recited that when the world stood on the brink of collapse, the hero king, mastering the art of the body, would emerge at the right moment to lead all toward prosperity. A green glow lit the man's eyes as streams of blue energy drifted above the Beastman, and the Tiger King continued, saying that a bitter winter would arrive, freezing both land and hearts, while the wizard extended his hand and the monarch finished the legend by declaring that the hero would appear, the winter would melt away, and warm spring would return. Pressing his fist against his chest, the Tiger King admitted that he believed Elric to be that hero king from a legend. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist fixated on the mention of winter as a memory surfaced of Otto, brows drawn tight, ordering him to go and finish the land, making the sorcerer realize that the winter in the prophecy could not be a coincidence. In that recollection, with sorrow in his eyes, the boy apologized for arriving too late, and now he wondered if that meant his grandfather had gone to Antrimorph under his family's command. Holding his hands close to his body, the Tiger King stated that if he truly was that hero, then he deserved such a gift, and as Elric responded that he understood and expressed his gratitude, the monarch added that he would personally escort him to the Flower Temple, just as the scene shifted to a carriage drawn by horses departing from the castle. The dark creature crouched on the ground, trembling, as the masked servant lowered his head and begged the Blood King for forgiveness, vowing to correct his failure next time. But in the very next instant his pupils shrank and a scream tore from his throat as a red beam of magic pierced straight through the raven's body. Anger flared as the leader slammed his fist down, and just as quickly the assistant's head was severed and sent flying, while his majesty coldly declared that since he had been disappointed, he would reclaim the tail himself. Red and white fur lashed in the wind as the king remarked that Melvinger was to blame yet again, and as a cloaked servant stepped forward with confidence, he was suddenly questioned about their destination, prompting the Beastman to place a hand over his chest and state that they were heading to the Flower Temple. The Blood King, his face obscured by shadow, responded that this temple was the very path his ancestor had once taken, while behind the attendant a mass of monsters dropped to their knees, only for the ruler to issue the command to burn it. And from his throne, the leader of the Beastmen declared that both those creatures and the temple itself should be reduced to ashes. The scene opened on a carriage rolling into lands blanketed in black snow, before shifting to members of the Intic Kingdom moving about a spacious hall, where the Tiger King extended his limb and asked the pet to offer its paw, only for the boy, outraged, to shout that such behavior was insolent and fume at how the creature dared ignore the Tiger King's command, while the white animal simply bolted away and a servant burst into laughter. At that moment, the young man snapped his head to the side as Herman rested a hand on Elric's shoulder, and nearby the assistant wondered aloud what the three of them were discussing, just as a warrior began to draw his blade from its sheath. Raising his palm, the man asked whether Elric had ever considered studying swordsmanship, and as the protagonist lowered his jaw in surprise and asked him to repeat himself, the head of Valkon, narrowing his eyes slightly, observed that Elric could quickly grasped martial techniques, and had even offered ways to refine them, calling it an unusual talent. The sorcerer, deep in thought, brought his fingers to his chin, while the fighter extended his hand and explained that learning swordsmanship would only enhance his ability to fight using the art of body development, adding that he would be willing to teach him if he agreed. But Augustus, his mouth partly hidden behind his mustache, interjected that things would not move so quickly. Without warning, the old man's black cloak billowed upward, sending the beastmen into alarm as they seized their weapons, and from within the shadows emerged the silhouette of a man who calmly instructed everyone to remain still, causing the creatures to instinctively lower their gazes, where a vivid red beetle could be seen crawling along the neck of one of them. Frowning with clear menace, the former head of the Revolutionary Army warned that a single wrong move would cause their heads to explode on the spot, while the fighter, folding his arms, calmly outlined what they would do and added that the fierce winds outside would make it easy to bury the bodies. Nearby, the girl clung to the Tiger King with both hands, trembling, as Herman raised his fingers and urged everyone to come to their senses because there were children present. His silhouette, glowing with a strange aura. Without warning, the insect took flight, and one of the beastmen clutched his neck and exhaled heavily, while the head of the V-clan, lowering his chin slightly, stated that he had no intention of taking his disciple away, prompting the man to drop his jaw in mild surprise as he pointed out that Elric fought unlike ordinary magicians and would grow far stronger if he learned swordsmanship. The old man, his mouth hidden behind a gray mustache, admitted it sounded convincing, but in the same instant his eye flared red as he demanded whether they took him for a fool and believed he could not see through their intentions. Streams of dark magic surged toward Herman as he muttered that he had heard age brought fear and asked whether his mentor was afraid of losing his apprentice. And under a gray sky where the sun was eclipsed by the moon, a sudden white flash burst from the carriage, sending August soaring high into the air. Spreading his fingers, the elder cursed him as a scoundrel, while a massive hand rose above the warrior's silhouette and the teacher declared that someone would be put in their place today. Resting his palm against his sword blade, the fighter muttered in irritation, a bright blue glow igniting in his eyes as he scoffed at how narrow-minded the old man was, when suddenly space itself flickered and, as he leapt down, Herman's cloak whipped in the wind, making it appear as though the former revolutionary leader rode atop a white tiger. Raising his hand, he asked if that truly was the Blue Falcon before declaring it was time to teach them a lesson. The beastmen immediately swung their weapons, claiming that hunting beasts was their specialty, and behind the horse-drawn cart, violent explosions erupted one after another, while Mephistopheles, arms folded, admitted he did not understand why they were fighting over him. Running a hand through his hair, Elric replied that his talent was simply too great to be ignored, though he added that it was becoming exhausting, and as the Demon King floated beside him, he asked if Elric was using mental speech again, to which the sorcerer answered that he was merely disgusted by the idea of peering into someone else's mind. Just then, August's voice rang out as he shouted that the sorcerer was his apprentice and that no one should try to take him away, prompting the dark spirit to raise a brow and ask whether he intended to step in, since watching two old men fight was making him sick, while the head of the vile clan grumbled that the teacher already had one foot in the grave and was still greedy, even as waves of suppressing magic spread across everyone present. With one eyebrow lowered, the protagonist told them to calm down and stated plainly that he would learn swordsmanship, and as the lush clouds above shifted to a yellow tint before the sky gradually dimmed under a gray veil, the scene settled with the sorcerer seated on a couch facing the two men. Narrowing his eyes, the elder declared that the young man still had much to learn from them, while his counterpart added that beyond the eyes of a mirage, he possessed many other remarkable abilities he could teach. Lowering his chin, Elric admitted that all he wanted was to grow stronger. Then, clenching his fists, explained that regardless of how far he pushed the art of body development, without a foundation in martial basics he would inevitably hit a limit, adding that demons were powerful and that learning new skills would undeniably improve his chances of victory. Both men rested their hands on their knees as their student continued, clarifying that this did not mean he would abandon the path of a magician, since swordsmanship would serve only as support. Herman, looking aside with clear displeasure, stated that he had never intended to pull the sorcerer into the martial world and was merely offering assistance, while the protagonist, placing a hand over his chest, replied that if his teacher opposed it, he would not defy him, because he was, above all, their student. The former head of the Revolutionary Army gave a firm nod, and from his seat, the mentor remarked that in that case he saw no reason to object, as he was first the head of the Melvinga clan and only afterward their guardian. The other man then added that after their brief clash, he had matters to prepare, to which Elric expressed his gratitude, as Herman stood with his hands clasped behind his back and Augustus, lifting his chin, asked him to take proper care of his student. Squeezing his eyes shut, the warrior promised he would teach him without rest, while the head of the Valkhan, narrowing his gaze inwardly, thought that it seemed he had gained one, though the old man, his eyes hidden beneath thick brows, concluded it would only be this once. Leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, Elric silently asked his master for forgiveness, knowing that such an opportunity rarely came and that he could not afford to let it pass, because the Blue Lion stood among the finest swordsmen on the entire continent. Grinning to himself, the protagonist decided he would squeeze everything he could out of him, But in the very next moment the sorcerer collapsed flat onto the ground, a rainbow-colored liquid spilling from his mouth as the thought crossed his mind that he might actually die. Meanwhile, the fighter casually rested his sword across his shoulders and remarked that he hadn't expected him to run out of stamina so quickly, prompting the young man, rubbing his chin, to question what the point was of swinging a stick 10,000 times a day without using mana, to which Herman, eyes closed, replied that in his family such training began at a very early age. Lowering his eyelids, Mephistopheles declared that he had made a decision, and with a sly grin added that once he descended into this world, he would show great kindness to the Blue Lions, even going so far as to allow them to sit at his right hand. At that moment, Elric activated his dancing ability, causing his demonic companion to suddenly appear dressed in bright women's clothing, which made the dark spirit shout at him to stop immediately, while the protagonist only smiled wickedly and pointed out that he should not have pretended otherwise. It felt as though the cart wheels ground to a halt, and as the coachman peered inside, he announced that they had arrived, prompting the sorcerer to carefully step down and think that he had finally reached the Flower Temple, taking a step forward as he did so. The sorcerer lifted a brow in confusion as he stood before what looked like abandoned ruins, uncertain whether this could truly be the Flower Temple, until his companion turned and explained that the site had been closed due to the General of the East, though their arrival had already been reported, meaning they should be granted entry soon. With arms crossed, the demon remarked that everyone kept speaking about this temple and wondered whether everything inside still remained intact, drawing a questioning look from the fighter, before Mephistopheles, staring ahead, explained that the place had been created as a safeguard against the destruction of the world, essentially functioning as an ark. With a faint smirk, he added that humans, dragons, and giants, fearing the army of the great demon god, had intended to be reborn here after the world's fall. Spreading his hands, the companion noted that it was at that very moment the protagonist's family had halted the invasion, while the fighter, gripping the pendant, reflected on dragons, giants, and the demon god, picturing a massive being as he tried to determine whether this matched what he had previously seen. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, drawing the young man's gaze downward as a boy pointed ahead and urged him to look, where the gate before them began to glow intensely, prompting his companion to shout that the passage was finally opening. A smile spread across the demon's face, and baring his teeth, Mephistopheles realized that inside, he would most likely encounter someone he once knew. Light from the gates washed over them as figures began to appear, and the man stepped forward while the girl, folding her hands before her, introduced herself as the one responsible for overseeing the Flower Temple. Opening her eyes, she added that they could simply call her a gardener, then raised her hand and remarked that the winds outside were extremely cold, urging them to come inside quickly, to which the two of them nodded and moved ahead, stepping through the gate together. Beyond it, a vast meadow of flowers unfolded, with a distant castle visible far off, and as they took in the sight, the gardener, now standing before them, explained that the temple usually entered a period of rest with the arrival of winter and did not accept visitors, but due to the sincere request of the Tiger King, their long-standing ally, an exception had been made. However, she stressed that they must strictly follow the temple's rules and be mindful of their behavior, as the god was currently in hibernation. The protagonist turned his head when he heard someone comment on them being humans, and a small fairy hovering above him exclaimed that she had not seen people in 40 years and was overjoyed, while the guide, glancing to the side, introduced her as a goddess of daffodils. The fairy flitted over to her sister and praised her beauty, then darted toward the old man and bluntly remarked that he looked like a gloomy old monster, prompting the teacher to reply with a laugh that it was amusing to be called old by someone who had lived for over 1,000 years. She then zipped over to Isabel and began chattering about unrequited love, urging her to try harder, which made the young man, glancing back, think that she was far too noisy, but suddenly the fairy's expression changed as she closed her eyes and flew close to the protagonist, crying out about a terrible stench. In response, the demon folded his arms and remarked that, judging by her unattractive appearance, she must have come from pumpkin flowers, causing her to rush toward him and start shouting, while Mephistopheles coolly asked whether she truly believed everything humans said. Watching the exchange, the fighter realized he had not expected her to be able to see his companion, and as Herman looked aside and questioned her behavior, the old man asked whether there was even anyone there at all, prompting the girl standing before them to explain that the fairy had very few friends and was merely playing, so there was no need for concern. The fairy, hovering nearby, protested loudly that she was not the only strange one, then demanded to know why humans had come to the Flower Temple. Without hesitation, the protagonist slipped a hand into his clothing, and after retrieving a crystal, he held it out and explained that he needed to deliver it to the goddess Camellia. They moved through what resembled a church, and as the protagonist glanced to the side, he spoke to the demon in his thoughts, remarking that the General of the East must have caused significant damage here, because the temple did not look the way he had imagined. Mephistopheles, frowning, replied that this place had originally been created as an ark to withstand the attacks of the demon god, yet so far its deterioration appeared to be caused only by winter, which led the fighter to question why the General of the East had recently become so aggressive. His companion, folding his arms, suggested that as the beastman had said, it could simply be an accident, or perhaps the result of some agreement with the master's family. Though as he cast his gaze aside, the demon wondered if there were too many coincidences, causing the protagonist's eyes to widen as he realized that everything might have been carefully planned and set into motion after his arrival in the north. Recalling Otto, the young man concluded that this was likely part of their arrangement. As the girl opened a gate and announced that they had arrived, they entered a space where fairies sat around tables, one of them resting her hands together as she asked who he was, while another questioned their purpose for coming, and yet another, arms crossed, demanded to know why they were seeking Camellia, followed by a different fairy asking why they intended to give her an ice crystal. Taking this in, the protagonist understood that Camellia was not present. Placing a hand on his chest, he introduced himself by name, prompting two of the fairies to rush toward him and exclaim that he was the man with golden hair and green eyes, their friend, after which he asked whether his grandfather was there, and as they gathered around him and confirmed that he was, one of them questioned his reason for coming. Holding the crystal, the young man explained that his ancestors had entrusted him with delivering it to the goddess and asked where she was now. They fell silent, then led him deeper through the church, until they finally stopped as one of the fairies stated that the goddess had withered, and the young man, lowering his gaze, asked whether this had anything to do with the general of the East, only for his companions to explain that the winter had lasted far too long, causing everything to wither because spring had never arrived, and in the end even the winter flowers had fallen into slumber, just as she had. The soldier sank down beside one of the boxes, his hands trembling as he realized that if the ice crystal had to be delivered to Camellia, then he would not be able to fulfill his task, and biting his lip, he understood what that meant, that his family would never recover the greatness it once had. At that moment, the demon remarked that he found it difficult to believe that God could wither simply because of the mild cold of winter, calling them utterly insignificant, which made the fairies glare at him and shout for him to stay quiet, reminding him that he was only allowed to remain because of their friend. Meanwhile, the fighter, looking down, recalled their words about withering, and as the protagonist lifted the lid, he realized they had not been killed at all, but had instead withered, discovering a seed resting inside. Placing the crystal beside him, the protagonist thought that this might actually work, and as a faint blue glow began to gather near his hand, the fighter watched as he activated his absorption ability, causing the energy within the crystal to merge with the energy contained in the seed, both of them radiating light that illuminated their faces in a soft blue hue, until suddenly cracks spread across the seed and a sprout burst forth, followed by something red forming before them as a figure emerged from the light. A girl appeared, clad in a dress with wings spread behind her, and placing a hand over her chest, Camellia stated that, just as promised, this man had come. Raising his hand, the young man introduced himself and mentioned that she had made an agreement with his grandfather, asking what that agreement entailed. But as she began to respond while gazing ahead, she was abruptly interrupted by the fairies who rushed forward, chattering excitedly about how long it had been since they had last seen her and how much they had missed her. Crossing her arms, the goddess sharply told them to quiet down, insisting that she had an important discussion and that they should remain silent for at least a minute, questioning why they were always so noisy, which caused the other goddesses to immediately shut their eyes and fall silent. Watching her, the protagonist realized that Camellia seemed different from the others, more mature somehow, while the demon, observing her, wondered where her former pride had gone. With a grin, the goddess remarked that his face was just as unpleasant as ever, the only difference being that he no longer had a proper vessel, to which Mephistopheles bared his teeth and declared himself a great king. But she exhaled and replied that he had no subordinates and was the only one who called himself that. Clasping her hands behind her back, the girl then commented that the protagonist's name was truly beautiful, and as the fighter bowed and thanked her, she asked who had awakened her, prompting him to close his eyes and explain that he had sensed demonic energy hidden beneath the cold energy within the seed where she had been sleeping. Recalling the glow they had seen, he added that he believed the seal could absorb both energies at once and awaken her, and it appeared that he had been right, causing the girl, arms folded once more, to remark that he was as intelligent as he was handsome. Smiling lightly, she asked whether he would consider becoming her concubine, a question that made the fighter's eyes widen at once, while the demon, planting his hands on his hips, remarked that she had clearly returned to her usual self and was still chasing handsome men. Camellia answered that he was still trapped in the same inferiority complex and added bluntly that ugly demon kings did not interest her. Lowering her gaze, the goddess then asked for the guest's opinion, explaining that such an offer came only once in a lifetime, and the protagonist, staring forward, realized that in any other circumstance this would sound like pure nonsense. Yet because his family held a contract with this goddess, he needed to respond with care. Placing a hand over his chest, he thanked her for the offer, stated that he was to become the head of his clan and could not act recklessly, and immediately apologized. The girl, touching a finger to her face, replied that it was truly a pity. Turning away, she declared they should stop wasting time on pointless talk and asked if he wanted to hear what she and his grandfather had promised each other. Then, looking down, began recounting how that man had said his grandson would one day arrive here. She continued, repeating that the one who would steal the winter blanketing the field of black snow and bring spring along would come. a statement that left the young man staring in shock, his mouth slightly open. Gripping the pendant, he could not understand how it knew, while she turned slightly and asked whether he could truly end this long cold and deliver the long-awaited warmth. Holding the crystal, the protagonist admitted he did not know if he could accomplish such a feat, and the demon turned away as he added that his ancestor had instructed him to give her this item and something else as well. Extending the stone, the fighter said plainly that he had come to end the winter. Looking down at it, the goddess remarked that this sounded very much like that old grumbler's advice, and Camellia, hovering nearby, added that the two things might indeed be connected. Stretching out her hand, the girl told him his path now led elsewhere, then raised her hand closer to her face, causing the hero to instinctively step back as his pendant suddenly flared with bright light at her words that he must go there to learn how to stop the cold. In an instant, his surroundings transformed, his body finding itself within a meadow of blooming flowers, and the young man, eyes wide, said he had not felt this way in a long time. Rising to his feet, he asked if this was the flower temple he had imagined, as a vast field covered in blossoms spread before him, and he voiced his question about where the temple itself was located. The young man raised his hand to shield his face from the rushing wind, his gaze shifting sideways as, without warning, everything around him began to freeze over and transform into winter. Pushing himself up, he realized he was now standing within the field of black snow. Nearby, Otto stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly explained that this place also served as the site of the second mission, prompting the young man, staring ahead, to mutter that it simply could not be. The old man smiled faintly and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, and the fighter immediately ran toward him, noticing that his follower had grown significantly since their previous encounter. Otto then pointed out the mark on the young man's hand, noting that the seal of cruelty had ultimately taken hold, and the young man, smiling slightly, asked how he had appeared here. Closing his eyes, Otto replied that he intended to follow him and keep complaining until the winter was over, which made the young man instantly clutch his head in frustration. Looking upward, the teacher stated they did not have much time and that it was time to begin, telling him to look around. Standing with his back turned, Otto explained that this land had once been sacred, the very place where life was born, but before long it had all been consumed by death. Frowning, the hero said this had happened because of the General of the East, and after repeating the title, Otto confirmed it, explaining that this general was something the demon god had left behind as he passed through. Standing close by, the old man added that it was both a remnant of the past and a curse. Then, lowering his head, said that this was why the descendant would have to absorb the General of the East. The young man's eyes widened instantly, and as he stared forward, he understood that he needed to suppress such a massive calamity. Studying the typhoon raging ahead, he tried to judge whether he could handle it, yet at the same time realized that if he succeeded, that immense power would become his. A smile spread across his face at the thought of growing much stronger, while the old man silently watched him. Raising his hand, the young man asked if he simply needed to seal this demon the same way he had done during the first test, and Otto confirmed it. Placing his hand against his chest, the fighter understood that since this was a second trial, this enemy would undoubtedly be far stronger than the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Lowering his hands, he declared that he was ready and asked if all he had to do was fight it. Instead of answering directly, Otto extended an object toward him and told him to just take it, and the young man, staring at the item in his hand, asked why he needed it. The old man smiled and explained that he must grow it over the course of 100 days, and that the task would only be complete when the tree born from the sea finally bloomed. The protagonist stared at the old man in silence, then suddenly asked again, his brows tightening as he admitted he could not believe the task was simply to grow a tree. The man adjusted his glasses and asked whether it sounded too difficult, while the young man, glancing down at the item in his hand, pointed out that trying to grow anything on this dead land felt like an impossible trial, and questioned how it was even connected to the General of the East. Otto only smiled and replied that he would come to understand in time, which made the young man frown deeper, unable to accept that the explanation was being withheld so casually. Without warning, Otto snapped his fingers and told him not to worry, and at that moment a strange seal began forming in front of them as he added that the young man would have a mentor. The protagonist lifted his hand to wipe his forehead when a voice suddenly declared that they would not be left out, causing his eyes to widen as Camellia appeared once again. Raising her hand, she remarked that she had already said not to wake her over trivial matters, and the hero looked up at her as she smiled and asked whether he truly recognized her. He frowned, realizing that this fairy resembled the goddess he had met before, though there was a subtle difference between them, and as pink flowers bloomed around, he found himself thinking that despite her small stature, it felt as though a massive tree stood before him. In that moment, Camellia appeared against the backdrop of an enormous tree, its crown spreading wide enough to cover the entire sky, and he concluded that this must be her true form. The old man extended his hand and introduced the descendant to her, and Camellia, brushing her hair back, said it was unfortunate that he came from that particular family, though she added she would overlook it because of his appearance. With a playful wink, the goddess asked again whether he wanted to become her concubine. Her eyes widened slightly as she brought up that he had already refused her once, and the hero, staring ahead, reasoned that she must have been able to communicate with her body outside this place. Crossing her arms, she dismissed it as unimportant, saying they should focus on the task, then added that growing a camellia tree was no simple matter and asked if he could handle it. The fighter answered that he was ready for anything, and the fairy, looking down, said she would offer guidance but that he would have to cultivate the tree entirely on his own. Looking at the seed, the young man said that would be enough for him, and the old man, now holding a plate-like object, called out to the descendant. As he handed it over, Otto cleared his throat and explained that this device would let him observe the tree's condition in real time. Then, with a grin, added that before long he would also come to understand its other functions. The object suddenly slipped from his hand and flew off on its own, and almost immediately a massive blue seal began forming as a voice declared that he was about to meet someone. The girl hovering beside him explained that the Demon King's curse had fallen upon this land around 4 centuries ago, and that he would need to search for specific materials and items she would identify, then make use of them. Turning his head, the young man tried to determine whether the natural environment here was any better than in the outside world, then looked toward the goddess and asked where they should begin, to which she answered that the first step was finding a place to plant the seed, one that had to be fertile. Lowering his gaze, the fighter thought it might be easier to cleanse this land than to search across the entire field of black snow, but the girl explained that this was a mental realm, meaning the conditions here mirrored reality exactly. His attention suddenly snapped backward as a creature came flying straight toward him, and he narrowly dodged while reminding himself not to overlook the presence of monsters. 3 more hovered in the air nearby, and as the young man surged forward toward them, energy gathered in his hands before erupting into a bright white whirlwind that shot ahead and instantly encased the enemies in ice. Moments later, several black flashes cut through the air as another monster devoured what remained of one of them, and the young man, smiling, remarked that he had not expected there to be anything worth taking advantage of. The fairy, touching her face, commented that his skill matched that of his predecessors, then extended a hand and asked whether he could truly locate suitable land within this vast, snow-covered expanse. Frowning, the hero reasoned that the open terrain and scattered trees suggested water must be nearby, and that the ideal spot would also need to be easy to defend. Glancing at her, he asked if Antrimorph would exist somewhere here if they had truly gone 400 years into the past, and she replied that the city was still in the process of being built at that time. With her hands clasped behind her back, Camellia added that everything here differed greatly from what he knew and wondered how he intended to find what he was looking for, but the fighter answered that it would not be so difficult. In the next instant, he leapt forward and sped through the air, explaining that gorges and hills rarely change much over such long periods, and that by relying on them he could estimate their location. The fairy followed alongside him as he spoke, until a lifeless forest came into view. Crossing her arms, the goddess remarked that he seemed to remember Antrimorph and its surroundings quite well, and as he stated that it was time to begin preparing the land, a blue energy began forming in his hand. The girl shut one eye against the intense brightness as the light nearly washed over her entire face, while the sky itself seemed flooded with a blue glow, prompting the protagonist to ask whether this would be sufficient for the plant to grow. The goddess smiled and answered that it was more than enough. Around them, the ground became encircled by jagged ice formations as she explained that the land here was fertile and that most monsters would be unable to pass through such a barrier, and at that moment the fighter suddenly lifted one leg, his hand dropping to the ground as she realized this was the first time she had witnessed a human speak the dragon language with such fluency. Camellia smiled, almost in disbelief at the fact that she found herself liking this man, while he casually slipped his hand into his pocket, only for the object resting against him to suddenly shine with a sharp light. Pulling it out, the young man said the sign had reacted and that they must have succeeded, but as he held it up, symbols and text surfaced across its surface declaring that the task had failed and that they would be returned to day 0. In an instant, they were back at the starting point, and the young man muttered that it seemed he would have to begin everything again, while his companion questioned whether this was the old man's doing. The fighter, pressing a hand against his side, explained that during the first trial he had been sent back to the beginning upon dying, and that now it appeared the same reset occurred whenever the mission failed. She added that he was likely overlooking something, and as Camellia hovered nearby, she remarked that since this was a field of black snow, there could be many possible reasons for failure. Raising her hand, she declared that enough guidance had already been given and that she intended to rest and observe the outside world. And as she spoke, a pink gate opened beside her. The young man quickly asked where she was going, and she replied that she would head somewhere safe while he focused solely on the task. He then asked if she could at least offer a hint, but before anything more could be said, the gate shut at once. Left alone, the fighter lay back against a rock and admitted that he would likely have to determine the cause of failure by himself, then pushed himself up and began thinking through what they might have missed. His eyes glowed green as he told himself there was no time to waste and that he needed to concentrate, and a bright golden light began to radiate from his foot. In the distance, a faint silhouette emerged, and as he closed his eyes, the protagonist sensed that something was there. The ground beneath him suddenly trembled, and as the protagonist looked down, he shouted in alarm when something burst out from below. A message identified the creature as a deathworm, explaining that monsters of this kind grow so massive they can swallow enormous beasts whole, that this particular one ranked among the most dangerous of its kind, and that even 6 circle magicians would struggle to defeat a single specimen. The creature then opened its enormous mouth wide. The creature's enormous maw loomed before him as the warning echoed that anyone who encountered it should run. Yet the young man, standing directly before the gaping mouth of the worm, understood he had no confidence in defeating it alone. As that realization settled in, ice projectiles began forming at his side, and he concluded that his earlier failure to grow the tree had likely been caused by this burrowing monster beneath the ground. At the same time, blades manifested above the creature as he grasped that breaking through its hide would be necessary to bring it down. Those blades rained onto its body, but as they struck, he found himself questioning why the monster's skin was so impossibly tough, and looking down, he quickly realized that magic alone would not be enough to solve this. Without hesitation, the fighter dashed forward in rapid succession, closing the distance and deciding to end it using the art of body development. But in the same instant the monster snapped its jaws shut, causing his eyes to widen as a stream of bright green liquid spewed from its mouth. Throwing his hand forward, the warrior erected a barrier, only to watch as the poison immediately began corroding it, and he realized that the worm's saliva was so toxic it could dissolve his defenses. Staring at the cracking shield, he understood that if he continued attacking so recklessly, he would be finished. Then, without warning, the monster began to retreat, and the protagonist surged after it, recognizing that if he let it escape, he would lose his chance to complete the task in time. The worm pressed forward, its massive body slamming against the ground, before suddenly turning back and opening its mouth once again, just as the young man muttered that it had used to faint. Now standing atop the creature's body, he remarked that this opponent was unexpectedly cunning, then glanced upward and admitted that if things went on like this, he would soon be forced to restart everything again. At that moment, poison began raining down from above, forcing the protagonist to immediately sprint away as droplets of green liquid fell and merged into a surging wave. He twisted through the air to evade it, and as he faced the monster's open jaws once more, he realized that if he failed to finish it now, the trial would reset, leaving him with only a single opportunity. Raising both hands, he prepared a weapon technique, acknowledging that he had only one move he could rely on, the skill he had learned from the Blue Lion. Drawing his fist back, the fighter focused all his strength into a single point, knowing that doing so would amplify the impact of his strike, and behind him a massive lion's head materialized as he drove his blow into the monster. The force shattered its body, fragments scattering across the ground, while a barrier once again formed around him. Looking down at his hand, the young man realized that if he had not poured all of his mana into that attack, he would have been torn apart without a trace. Closing his eyes, the protagonist admitted that he would not be able to pull off such a feat a second time, then questioned whether he had actually succeeded. Lifting the stone plate, he read the message stating that he had fulfilled the condition and removed the first restriction. At that moment, the object in his hand flared with intense light, and streams of blue energy began flowing out from his palm as he continued staring at it. Focusing on the seal, he realized he had obtained the fourth mark far sooner than expected and concluded that he would likely need to use it to absorb the General of the East, just as he had done with the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Rubbing his head, the hero wondered how that could even be possible when he did not know the creature's true name, and imagining the demon looming over him, he muttered that it would probably laugh at such an attempt. Shaking off the image of Mephistopheles, he told himself he would have to handle it on his own. Rising to his feet, the young man remarked that the cleansing was finally complete and that it was time to begin preparing the planting grounds, but just then a voice warned him to be careful. He lowered his hands, trying to understand what was happening, when a message suddenly appeared explaining that although deathworms usually lived alone, under the right conditions they could gather in groups, right as several of them burst out of the ground before him. They all moved toward him at once, and looking up at the approaching monsters, the young man admitted there were no options left. Clutching his head, he shouted in frustration, questioning whether this was even possible when a single worm was already a massive threat. Yet now he was expected to eliminate dozens. Launching himself away, he tried to comprehend how the generation of the Tiger King had ever managed to build a city in such a place, and recalling the strength of those creatures, he knew that only his teachers could handle such a large swarm. At the same time, the sheer number of worms confirmed that the land here was indeed fertile, and as he looked toward a distant forest, he realized that his only choice was to keep trying to complete the task. A faint smile crossed his face as he said that if he fought these monsters a few more times, he would eventually find a way to kill them all, and in the next instant his eyes turned completely white. His body lay collapsed on the ground as a message appeared stating that the third to fourth attempt had begun. Thinking back on all his previous failures, the young man understood that he had already tried everything, yet defeating all the death worms alone remained impossible. Sitting atop the rocks, he recalled that he had even located another spot to plant the seed, but as that thought settled in, everything around him faded into gray when he realized that nothing would sprout in that place. Remembering once again how he had been surrounded by worms, the fighter found himself hoping he would not be stuck in this place until old age. Thinking of Otto, the protagonist realized that neither Mephistopheles nor the goddess Camellia were present here, and that irritating old man was clearly watching everything from the sidelines with a mocking grin, leaving him with no one to rely on. Lifting his head, the soldier suddenly arrived at a realization about help. and as those monsters appeared in his mind, he shouted in frustration, questioning why it had taken him so long to think of it. After all, no one had forbidden him from seeking assistance. Pushing himself to his feet, the hero spoke of the Tiger King, and immediately afterward introduced the idea to himself that he needed to find the family of that beastman. Elsewhere, beneath a blooming rose tree, the goddess lay asleep, until the sound of someone approaching reached her, accompanied by a remark that she seemed far too fond of sleeping. Her eyes snapped open at once, revealing the old man standing before her. Camellia rose and demanded to know what he was doing there, pointing out that no one could enter this place without her permission. But the man, glancing downward, replied that as far as he knew, someone had once begged him to come. She shot back, asking when such a thing had ever been said, and Otto responded by questioning whether she had already forgotten, remarking that perhaps age had finally caught up to her, and adding that although she had once been the queen of the Winter Palace, now she behaved rudely. Crossing one leg over the other, the fairy asked again why he had come, and he answered that he was there at her own request. Lowering his gaze, he then asked if she was feeling well, reminding her that the curse she had suppressed 40 years ago could not have disappeared without consequences. Camellia folded her arms and replied that she was already recovering and that he need not worry, expressing hope that such a thing would never occur again before abruptly asking how the young man was doing. The old man opened a portal and told her she could see for herself, and within it appeared the image of a young man being chased as he fled from beastmen. They pursued him while shouting that he was their sworn enemy and that he had to be killed. And seeing this, the girl extended her hand and demanded to know why those creatures were after him. The old man, closing his eyes, let out a laugh and asked whether she was actually interested in watching this unfold. The goddess turned toward him and ordered him to help immediately, but Otto replied that his descendant was the one causing trouble there. At that moment, the young man's cheerful expression came into view, and as he glanced back, he realized that the Tiger King's family had not yet appeared. Landing on the ground, he understood that if he wanted to complete this task, he would need the aid of those who, in the future, would be capable of building an entire kingdom in a land overrun by deathworms. The monster standing behind him declared that they had finally caught this lunatic, and the protagonist, smiling to himself, realized that given the vastness of the black field of snow, finding the right beastman would not be easy. At his side, a massive glowing tiger manifested as he activated the art of body development, and as the pursuers, who had been hunting the black tiger, trembled in fear, they shouted in disbelief, questioning how a human could wield such a technique. The young man lifted his leg, thinking that he was essentially using someone else's power, and understood that from this point on, he would certainly become the target of a relentless hunt. Snow-covered mountains came into view, and suddenly something slammed into a rock, followed by a brilliant flash that illuminated the entire area. A wolf crashed to the ground and shouted that they must not let that bastard escape. Meanwhile, the young man stood perched on a tree branch, realizing that he had already stirred chaos across 6 settlements and that it was time to observe the results. Bringing his hand to his face, he considered that his efforts might still fall short, then sat down and concluded that he would need to visit other regions as well. At that moment, a black and red hand appeared behind him just as he told himself he needed to run, and in the next instant the tree was sliced apart. The young man slowed his descent with his hand and, shifting his gaze to the side, realized that if not for his sense of danger, he would already be dead. The enemy approached and remarked that he was more perceptive than expected, causing the hero to frown as an image formed in his mind of this opponent standing atop a mountain of corpses. He recalled the being who had unified the beastmen across the Black Field and who would later be known as the Great Ruler of the North, the one who made an entire empire tremble. As the creature's eye came into view, he understood that this was the great progenitor of the Tiger Kings, steam escaping from its mouth as it advanced. Continuing forward, the king demanded to know what kind of human could use the art of body cultivation. The face of the beastman came fully into view as he stopped before the hero and remarked that the intruder clearly smelled human. Then, looming over him, asked what was happening here. All around them, other beasts gathered, and the king, glancing to the side, questioned whether his presence was somehow forbidden, which caused the surrounding creatures to immediately fall silent in fear. Standing behind him, one of them pointed out that not all tribes were present at the same time and suggested that the king had yet to unite everyone. Hearing this, the fighter frowned, realizing that at this point in time the beast had not yet reached the 5th level of power. Even so, as he looked at the enormous tiger before him, he could not comprehend why its aura felt so overwhelmingly oppressive. The king's eyes widened slightly as he declared that if there was no intention to fight, then everyone should leave at once. They scattered in all directions, shouting that such a creature could never side with humans, reminding everyone that humans were their sworn enemies and that a debt still had to be repaid, while the warrior casually stuck a finger into his ear and remarked that he had finally found some peace. Looking ahead, the young man realized that he had just been protected, and his lips parted slightly as he understood he had managed not to make a mistake this time when he chose to approach tribes hostile to Yule. Bowing deeply, he began expressing his gratitude, but in the next instant a hand seized him by the neck. The king fixed his gaze on him and demanded to know how he had learned the art of body development, and as the fighter's legs trembled, he shouted that his mentor had only told him about the technique. Yet the ruler ordered him to explain in detail. Shaking, the young man begged to be released, and once the grip loosened, the king warned that if he dared to lie, his neck would be crushed. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist revealed that he was a refugee, explaining that his family could no longer endure the empire's tyranny and had fled to this place. Closing his eyes, he continued that along the way his parents had been killed by monsters, leaving him an orphan who was later saved by Beastman. Raising his hand, he added that this being had taught him how to defend himself so he could survive in such a land. Looking down at him, the king asked for the name of this master, and the young man, lowering his head, replied that he did not know, as the teacher had long since forgotten his own name. Placing a hand over his chest, he explained that he did not wish to force painful memories upon him, so he simply referred to him as teacher, even in his thoughts. The ruler stared forward in silence while tears welled in the hero's eyes, and as the young man glanced at the king's ears, he remembered that this creature possessed heightened senses, capable of judging truth through heartbeat and muscle tension. By visualizing the flow of his own blood, he understood that such detection could be deceived if one could control circulation precisely, allowing him to maintain the illusion. At last, the ruler gave a slight nod and, looking at the intruder, said that they must be brothers. The young man wiped his tears, recalling that those who practiced the same art were often referred to in that way, which meant he had been acknowledged. Placing his hands on the young man's shoulders, the beast asked whether he had somewhere to stay for the night, and soon the two of them were riding wolves across the land. Above them, a pink portal suddenly opened, and a voice questioned what kind of chaos this was, as the fairy sitting on his shoulder complained about how there was not a single normal person in his family. The fighter glanced at her and asked whether it was really fine for her to appear here like this. The queen crossed her legs and told him not to worry, explaining that everything had been arranged so the king would not be able to sense a presence. And as they continued riding forward, Camellia asked what his plan actually was, questioning whether he truly believed that this beast would accept him as one of his own. The young man closed his eyes and answered that he did not, but added that he only needed to remain by the king's side for now, which led the queen to ask why he had chosen such an approach. In response, the hero explained that this was a time when the beastmen tribes were constantly at war with each other, so identity mattered less than strength, and what they truly valued were warriors capable of fighting. Before long, subordinates rushed toward them, shouting that preparations needed to be made because their king had returned, while the girl, looking away, recalled that this era was when beastmen held the deepest hatred toward humans, making it uncertain whether the rest of the tribe would accept his presence. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes, and in the next moment they all took battle stances as someone shouted that this was the enemy who had killed his father, questioning why their leader had brought a human here at all. Raising his hand, the king declared that the young man was their brother. Yet one of the subordinates frowned and demanded clarification. Yol, looking ahead, ordered everyone to calm down and gather together, while the protagonist, standing beside him, understood that in this era the Empire's tyranny was at its peak, which only deepened the hatred these creatures held toward humans. Frowning, the young man realized that his plan would certainly fail if he could not win them over to his side, but suddenly they all crowded around him, asking why their teacher had left them. One of them grabbed his hand and said he was fortunate to have been able to stay by his mentor's side. The fighter glanced toward the king, and Yol responded with a thumbs up, making the young man realize that only moments ago these same individuals had been ready to tear him apart, and that such a drastic shift in attitude clearly stemmed from the chieftain's influence. A faint smile formed on the king's face, and then, without warning, he struck forward with his fist before raising his other hand and announcing that the teacher had once begun to speak. Yol's body trembled as he declared that although humans and beastmen were seen as inferior to one another and remained locked in constant conflict, he was still grateful to fate that, in his mentor's final moments, they had remained bound as teacher and student. Everyone listened intently, their gazes fixed on him as his eyes stayed closed, and then all at once they began to cry, shouting that it was too cruel. The fighter, pressing a hand to his face, could not comprehend when he had ever told such a story, yet they surrounded him once more as the king leaned in and whispered that he should simply play along, because these fools would believe anything. A faint smile crossed his face, but in the very next moment someone stepped in from behind and voiced open opposition, followed by another beastman who came closer and questioned whether anyone should trust the claims of an ordinary human. The young man turned toward them as the goddess hovering nearby calmly clarified that these figures belonged to the Black Wolf tribe, known as the Loyal Hounds of the Tiger King. And with that, the realization struck him that these were the very ancestors of Prime Minister Norris. Yule raised his hand to shield the guests and asked, with restrained authority, whether his subordinate intended to challenge his command, and the beastman staring forward denied it. Yet Ralph pointed accusingly and declared that they would never acknowledge someone of an inferior race as one of their own, even if his words were true. At that instant, a dark crimson aura surged behind the king as he asked if they had forgotten something, his eyes glowing red, and the guard immediately averted his gaze while the king reminded them of their guiding principles, that all who had been cast aside and oppressed were to be treated as one family, regardless of race or lineage, while Yol, frowning, added coldly that if anyone had indeed forgotten, their neck would be snapped without hesitation, forcing the warriors to lower their eyes at once. Stepping forward, The young man conveyed his teacher's teaching that all beastmen must stand united despite their differences, then pointed toward the king and explained that this unity was the very aim of Antrimorph, prompting the other party to ask whether he truly knew of them. Closing his eyes, the hero confirmed that he did and said he had learned of it while wandering across a snow-covered field. Then, looking at his new comrade, he remarked that although many tribes still regarded them as enemies because of these ideals, rumors suggested that more and more beings were beginning to accept that same belief. Extending his hand, the fighter explained that he himself, though human, had been rejected by his own kind until his teacher offered him warmth and allowed him to be accepted as a brother, and as Elric placed a hand over his chest, he stated that such acceptance alone could already be seen as progress within the Tiger King's doctrine. Opening his eyes again, the fighter added that he would likely need to prove himself through action, declaring his willingness to join them and asking that they judge him accordingly, noting that he had already heard the beastman's hierarchy was determined by strength. The beastman frowned and demanded to know what he was implying, and the hero, stepping directly before him, issued a challenge. If he could win, he would earn the right to join their tribe. But if he lost, he would leave this place forever. Teeth clenched, the other man snapped back, asking how a mere human dared to challenge him, a warrior of the Great Black Wolf clan, while the young man, still smiling, questioned why he had suddenly begun shouting, and the soldier, grinning sharply, shot back, with a taunt, asking if fear had already taken hold of him. At those words, the interlocutor bared his teeth and spat out an insult, calling the intruder a mutt. But the protagonist, lifting a finger toward him, shot back by asking whether that made him the dog instead. In response, the warrior's hand lunged forward as the wolf pressed it against his own chest and declared that he would kill him, only for the young man to answer with a calm smile, questioning whether he was truly capable of doing so. Before either could move further, the king slammed his foot down, forcing both of them to leap back, the subordinate frowning while the hero lowered his head and listened as the leader stated that a question must be settled before the fight could begin. Yu, folding his arms across his chest, asked whether they would accept the outcome of the duel even if their lives were on the line. And the wolf, smiling faintly, replied that if the man won, he would be acknowledged as one of them, prompting the young man to raise his hand and swear upon his master's honor, after which the king, gazing ahead, gave a simple acknowledgement. Without delay, the wolf launched himself forward, already closing the distance as he swung his arm and shouted that his opponent would be torn into ribbons. But the young man slipped aside from the strike and, in that instant, realized that the legend he had fabricated would soon fall apart, meaning he had no choice but to prove himself convincingly before the king. Drawing his arm back, he understood that this duel could make everything far easier. As the enemy opened his jaws wide, a radiant golden light began to gather in the young man's hand, and the moment he activated the art of body development, taking on the form of the ferocious tiger, his strike landed squarely on the opponent's body, sending Ralph flying backward while the man coolly asked whether he had felt the force of that first hit. The next instant, his fist was already inches from the wolf's muzzle, followed by a relentless barrage of blows raining down without pause. One of the guards raised a hand to his mouth in shock, remarking that this warrior was among the strongest in the king's guard and that it was unbelievable to see him being beaten so easily, while another observed that the intruder displayed remarkable mastery over the art of body cultivation. And yet another beastman lifted his arm and called out to the fighter. In the next moment, the wolf collapsed to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth as someone commented that the match had ended far sooner than expected. The king, arms folded across his chest, stated that this result was sufficient for the man to be accepted among them. But just then, a pair of glowing red eyes flared to life as the wolf threw his head back and began to growl, prompting the young man to glance over and recognize this as the berserker state, when a beastman's rage spirals beyond control, granting a massive surge in strength at the cost of rational thought. Already, the enemy was charging at him once more, and the fighter realized that facing such a creature head-on would be dangerous, even as his own hand began to shine with a vivid blue light. Extending his arm, the young man gave a single command for him to freeze, and at once streams of frigid air poured down onto the enemy, causing his paw to slip out from under him so that he crashed to the ground, where chains began forming above his body before one shot down in an instant and bound him tightly. In the same motion, the young man raised his hand and struck the back of his neck, ordering him to rest as the opponent's body went limp and collapsed completely. Watching this unfold, the surrounding beastmen began murmuring among themselves, accusing the intruder of deception and claiming he was in truth a magician, while the fighter, lowering his head, understood that this had been the only way to stop the rampaging foe without taking his life. Touching a finger to his face, he admitted inwardly that his abilities would have been exposed sooner or later anyway, then turned his gaze toward the king and tried to recall the explanation he had prepared for such a situation. Yul suddenly broke into loud laughter, a wide grin spreading across his face as he clapped the guest on the shoulder and remarked that the man was far more interesting than expected, since it was rare to see someone capable of wielding both body development techniques and magic. Placing a hand over his chest, the fighter responded that he had intended to rely solely on body cultivation. Yet he did not wish to seriously injure someone who would become part of his future family, leaving him no choice but to use magic. Tilting his head slightly, Yul replied that it made no difference whether he had chosen an easier method or concealed part of his strength, because on the battlefield only the strongest prevailed, after which the king turned to the guest, asked his name, and received his introduction. Then, looking over the gathered guards, the chief declared that based on the outcome of the duel, this man would be accepted into their tribe and asked if anyone objected. But they answered with smiles and raised hands in agreement, prompting the king to proclaim that from that moment onward, Elric was one of them as the others lifted their arms high. At that very instant, the plaque resting against the fighter's chest began to glow, and as he took it into his hands, golden symbols surfaced across its surface along with words announcing that he had fulfilled the required conditions, lifting the second restriction and revealing his true name. An image followed of a dead forest blanketed in snow, described as a blackened expanse where razor-sharp winds swept across the barren land, and the name of the seal that held the sharpest wind of that black snow field was revealed as the North Wind. The mark along the fighter's arms began glowing once more as he realized this was a rare-ranked seal, akin to the seal of cruelty granted to him by the Queen of the Mountains, yet he still did not understand how to awaken it and therefore could not use its power for now. Imagining the goddess who had been beside him, the hero then noticed her absence and concluded that she had once again chosen to remain silent about the abilities of this newly acquired seal. Taking a step forward, the protagonist understood that there was nothing more he could do about it for now, so with a slight frown he chose to set everything aside and concentrate on completing the ancestor's second task. Before long, all the beastmen gathered inside a certain room, and at someone's command, the man was told to enter as he walked toward them, where the king raised his hand and announced that the time had finally come for a proper introduction, declaring that on this day Elric would officially become a member of Antrimorpha's royal guard. Lowering his head, the young man expressed his gratitude for the honor, and the chief, standing directly before him, remarked that it was indeed an occasion worth celebrating, adding that to mark it, he would assign him a task. With a smile, Yul recalled that according to the guest's own words, he had been wandering through the black snowfield and had come across this place by chance, then instructed him to use that same knowledge to locate a suitable territory for their tribe. Hearing this, the young man opened his eyes, and with a faint smile he realized that fate itself seemed to be aligning with him, as he raised his hand to his face and mentioned that he had recently encountered a location that had left a strong impression on him. Visualizing a dead forest, the god explained that the area was encircled by mountain valleys and hills, making it easier to defend against intruders, and added that a nearby water source flowed there, while the land itself was less cursed than the rest of the black snow field, meaning the soil should be better than anywhere else. However, there was also a problem. The king lowered his gaze and began to speak, and the hero, frowning, echoed his point, that the place was overrun with death worms. Placing a hand on his chest, the young man listened as the chieftain admitted he had also discovered that same location and agreed it was the most suitable among all options, after which the young man stated that he had never found a better place in this land, even if it was crawling with monsters. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yul then asked what they should do about it, and with a slight smile, the man proposed a course of action. The fighter's mouth fell open in surprise, his brow tightening as he struggled to accept that he would have to work out a solution alongside these particularly irritating individuals. The three stood a short distance away while he reflected that, although they were far from pleasant in temperament, they were still the strongest warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, which explained why they had been assigned to him. Yet what truly puzzled him was why the king had deliberately grouped them together, despite their mutual dislike, leading him to suspect that this arrangement was meant as a test. As someone stepped closer and pointed out that the main issue lay in the fact that death worms hunted in groups, another voice nearby added that this task would be anything but simple. Another wolf, smiling, agreed with him and added that if not for one particularly annoying and talkative individual, they wouldn't be stuck here in the first place, while Ralph, narrowing one eye, questioned what was so appealing about a place infested with death worms, remarking that it seemed more like an attempt to draw the chieftain's attention. Hearing this, the hero glanced back at them and thought they were already hopelessly foolish, just as the beastman spread his arms and declared that this was precisely why humans were insignificant, only to be abruptly silenced when the captain struck him across the face. The wolf hit the ground and shouted at him, but you, frowning, warned coldly that if it happened again, his head would be severed, prompting the other two to immediately lower their hands and loudly affirm that they understood. Observing this exchange, the protagonist concluded that the king must have assigned them under this captain because he was trusted to handle any internal conflict, and right after, the soldier gave a respectful bow before suddenly turning away with a faint smile, which led the hero to think that although his comrades simply did what needed to be done, there was something about that he could appreciate. The man standing beside him explained that if the death worms sensed even the slightest threat, they would instantly emerge, then asked whether he had any ideas for drawing them out, to which the commander replied that he did have a plan, though it would take some time to carry out. Introducing the concept, the captain stated that what they needed was a demonic flower of death, since those creatures were extremely sensitive to its scent, and if they could obtain one, they would be able to lure the worms to the surface. At that moment, the hero suddenly began to smile and tremble slightly, prompting the other man to ask what was wrong. But the fighter, touching his face, simply told him to continue. Yu cast a glance aside and went on to explain that while the flower could indeed draw out the death worms, it was exceedingly rare and even they would struggle to find it, only for the protagonist, still smiling, to reassure him not to worry because he had already managed to obtain one. The wolf, looking away, found himself impressed by the man's confidence, yet still noted that such flowers were extremely particular about where they grew, making them not only difficult to locate but also highly dangerous to harvest, and in that instant his eyes widened as the fighter lifted one such flower into view and declared it a jackpot. Immediately afterward, the young man glanced at the others and tossed the plant toward them, instructing them to begin gathering more, all while recalling with a faint smile that he had encountered many of these flowers within the blue mist labyrinth created by his teacher. As he looked over the vegetation scattered through the grass, the fighter realized that because he could clearly perceive their demonic energy, he would be able to locate them even with his eyes closed. And at that very thought, the seal on his hand began to glow once more, responding to his awareness that he also possessed the ability to absorb that same energy. With a wide grin, the fighter found himself thinking about an almost absurdly fast harvesting speed. But the moment one of the guards shouted that it was time for the dogs to hurry up, all of them snapped their eyes open in anger, while the captain remained facing forward as the noise rose. Then, without hesitation, he lashed out with a kick at one of them and ordered them to follow Elric's instructions. The young man watched them with a faint smile still lingering on his face as more soldiers gathered and joined their efforts. And before long, a considerable number had assembled. The king, arms folded across his chest, observed that in such a short span they had managed to collect an impressive quantity of death flowers, admitting it was difficult even to describe how well they had performed. But the fighter answered that the credit belonged to the entire detachment. Off to the side, the three sat near a tree, and as the chief glanced away, he told them to stop their idle talk and move forward with the plan, after which flaming torches were hurled into the air and crates filled with the flowers were set ablaze. Almost immediately, the ground beneath them began to tremble, cracks splitting across the surface as a massive swarm of death worms burst forth. Extending his arm, the king shouted for everyone to prepare for combat. But just then someone called out that there was a problem, prompting Yule to turn and demand an explanation, only for the guard to report the presence of the Fury tribe, at which moment a monstrous figure had already appeared right behind them. Fixing his gaze on the young man, the creature demanded an explanation, and the reply came that they must have somehow learned about the hunt for death worms and had come here intending to ambush them. The man's face twisted with malice as he sneered that they had stooped to such cowardly tactics, and almost at once, monsters began to emerge. The warrior advanced toward the mountain while, looking ahead, the opposing leader addressed the great warriors of the Fury tribe, declaring that this would be the day they killed the Tiger King Yul and wiped out Antrimorph entirely. As both sides readied themselves for battle and more creatures crawled up from beneath the earth, the clash began as attacks were exchanged, with Yul striking out in turn. Watching from above, the enemy acknowledged that the Tiger King truly possessed great strength, yet reminded himself that they had long prepared for this moment, gathering magical weapons from their past war with humans, and concluded that no matter how powerful Yule was, it would be impossible for him to defend himself while simultaneously facing death worms and incoming cannon fire. The artillery stood ready, and with a manic grin, the leader proclaimed that he would cast his enemies down before the Fury tribe and claim the title of King of all Beastmen. A sudden flash blinded the warriors, and as the villain's eyes flew open, he realized that the scent filling the air came from the death flowers, while the battlefield had already descended into chaos. Then, in the midst of it all, a violent explosion erupted, and stepping firmly onto a monster's body, the king remarked on how easily they could be slain. Turning back, the creature explained that they had used magic to redirect the scent of the flowers toward the tribe, adding that in the end the Fury warriors and the death worms had slaughtered each other, and he admitted he could hardly believe such a plan had been conceived. Looking ahead, the protagonist answered calmly that it was simply an eye for an eye and an ambush for an ambush, while his comrade, smiling, remarked that great minds truly think alike. Standing atop the fallen monsters, the man declared that it was time to gather the spoils, and with a sharp motion the opposing leader ordered the surviving troops to line up. Yet one soldier, pale with fear, suddenly announced that the Tiger King had arrived. An instant later, an explosion tore through the area as enemies appeared, fury flashing across the antagonist's face as he shouted the Tiger King's name and swung his axe, demanding how he had dared to come here, only for Yule to strike. Without hesitation, the allies' eyes began to glow as the king commanded the royal guard to capture the Fury tribe and eliminate anyone who resisted, and at once the soldiers surged forward to carry out the order, launching into battle while the opposing side shouted for one another not to fall back, and the clash erupted in full. Watching the scene unfold, the protagonist saw the Tiger King overwhelming his enemies and realized that this was the art of cultivating the Tiger King's body, and as he focused on Yule, he thought that simply observing him could elevate his own techniques. Suddenly, someone rushed toward him, prompting the warrior to strike, and in the next instant the attackers lay dead. One of them pierced cleanly through the neck as Ralph collapsed to the ground. Then, without warning, the monster's eyes dimmed, beads of sweat forming on the young man's face as he looked down at his opponent and asked whether the dog was all right, only to see a dark, spreading affliction crawl across the creature's face before the enemy fell completely, Without revealing his expression, the protagonist cast a spell called Destruction, after which the body remained motionless until the creature's expression shifted again. Gripping his shoulder, the mage explained that the opponent had merely lost consciousness and that there was no need for concern, adding that he should be taken back to camp where he could receive treatment. And as the young man watched his allies depart, he turned toward the king and suggested moving on to the next phase of their plan before any remaining members of the Fury tribe could catch up. But the king stopped him, placing a hand over his own heart as he expressed gratitude for saving them. All the warriors echoed that respect, and the protagonist answered with a slight grin as the captured enemies were led away. Lowering his gaze, he then noticed the girl beside him as she remarked that in only a few days he had already become one of the beast men, to which he replied that she had been watching the entire time yet chose to reveal herself only now. And as she looked at his back, she said she had known he would manage on his own, making her help unnecessary, at which point the wizard simply concluded that he would go get something to eat. Without warning, a dark maw opened wide, and as he looked up, the sorcerer remarked that the amount of demonic energy far exceeded what he had expected, admitting that he never imagined the wind seal would jump straight to 4 stars in a single surge. Seals glowed along the man's hand as a shadow exhaled, and gazing over the now-cleared ground, the young man asked if it had devoured everything, adding that at least this meant he would not need to clean up the area himself. Setting something carefully onto the earth, the protagonist stated that with no monsters remaining, the seed should now be able to grow, and beneath the full moon he glanced at the package and concluded that since no sign of failure had appeared, he must be doing everything correctly. Yet in the next instant, surprise crossed his face as the plant had already matured. Holding the artifact in his hands, it became clear that his efforts had succeeded, and suddenly his hand emitted a blue glow as words appeared, stating that he had fulfilled the conditions and that the third restriction had been lifted. A vision unfolded of a snow-covered palace, revealing itself as a temple of flowers, its vast halls cold and silent as the man slowly took in his surroundings, until a figure emerged, a girl seated upon a throne, her presence making it unmistakable that she was the Demon Queen. Shock spread across the protagonist's face as he considered that the goddess Camellia might in fact be the Demon Queen, realizing that with such overwhelming demonic energy, she had to be incredibly powerful. The girl appeared bound as she sat upon an icy throne, her face split into 2 distinct halves, raising the unsettling possibility that a single being could exist as both goddess and Demon Queen at once. Suddenly, Elric's eyes widened as Miss, hovering above him, turned toward the mage and, resting her hands on her knees, asked whether everything was all right. Meeting her gaze, he questioned whether the wind seal had originally belonged to her, and as she looked downward, she asked what led him to that conclusion, to which he replied that he had seen her before. Fixing her eyes on him, she asked what exactly he meant, and he explained that she had been alone within that empty castle, appearing bored and isolated, while the demonic energy surrounding her closely resembled that of the wind seal. Seated upon her throne, she adjusted her hand and stated that it was nothing more than a forgotten tale from a distant past. Lowering himself to one knee, the protagonist then asked whether the cold spreading across the black snowfield was her doing, and in the end she confirmed it, after which she summoned a soft pink magic and declared that he no longer belonged to her, explaining that she was now Camellia, the goddess of flowers. Looking toward his companion, the man asked whether the true purpose of this trial had been to erase the remnants of a past, and with a small gesture of her hand, she answered that she knew him, adding that the only thing she could tell him now was how to grow a seed. The goddess hovered above him, and without revealing her face, she told him simply to remember what Otto had once said, while the guide, glancing off to the side, added that from this point forward he would have to absorb the general of the East. In the next instant, a violent whirlwind formed, making it clear that this general was nothing other than the embodiment of Camellia's past mistakes. Unease filled the young man's expression as he realized that if he wanted the tree to grow, he would have to take all of that cold upon himself. And as he turned his gaze aside, the goddess warned him to always remain cautious of the general, calling it the greatest obstacle he would face. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the city of Entramorph, where the man looked at the tree and noted that it had already been 91 days since the trial began, its branches now blooming with flowers. Just then, a soldier ran up to him and reported that the leader was summoning him, and as the protagonist turned, his expression showed little enthusiasm. The setting changed again to a snow-covered mountain, where the man was sent crashing down, and as he knelt there, he asked whether it was really necessary to go this far, only for Yoel, smiling, to explain that he himself had requested this training as a reward for saving Ralph, and as chief, he intended to honor that promise properly. Closing his eyes, the young man reflected that while he had wanted to train in the art of body cultivation, he had not expected such a straightforward beating, and as he gritted his teeth, the king declared that he considered him a brother and that he did not have the right to give up so easily. Straightening into a fighting stance, the mage responded that this truly did have an effect on him, so enduring such hardship was not without purpose, while the king extended his hands and suggested returning to the technique of the ferocious tiger phenomenon. At that moment, Yoel's ears twitched sharply, and turning his head, he said they would have to postpone the training, prompting the protagonist to ask what had happened. But instead of answering, the king immediately rushed off. The scene shifted to the castle of Antramorph, where injured beastmen filled the area and the atmosphere turned grim. Gripping purr, the protagonist stated that these people were refugees and concluded that this must be the work of the Eastern General, which the goddess confirmed, explaining that around this time, living beings had begun to learn of his existence. Looking over the wounded, she added that after a previous weakening, the Eastern General had now become a true and merciless calamity, and as the man clenched his fists, it became clear that although the Tiger King had once managed to restrain the chaos spreading among the people, he had been ultimately powerless against the general itself. Turning sharply, the king ordered Ralph to gather all the chiefs in his tent, and as the beastman dropped to one knee, Yule instructed him to don his battle gear and come there as well. The group dropped down, and the man fixed his gaze on the protagonist before turning toward him. Then, without meeting his eyes, told him to take the drink. The protagonist, staring at the strange concoction in surprise, asked what it was, and the creature casually replied that it was just something he had lying around, so he could either use it or toss it away since he didn't care. But at that moment the ally suddenly leaped far off, and the goddess perched on the boy's shoulder explained that this was actually a rare medicine produced only in tiny quantities by the Black Wolf tribe, prompting the girl to smile as she remarked how fortunate it was that he just happened to have something so valuable lying around, adding that the boy seemed quite kind, while the mage, glancing downward, admitted he hadn't expected such a thing from a man. The scene shifted as the ceiling came into view, where comrades in arms sat gathered around a table. The man, looking straight ahead, stated that his tribe had suffered devastating losses, and the elder followed by saying their ancestors had shed blood to claim this land as home. Yet now everything had been destroyed and too many family members had been lost. While Elric stood silently in the doorway, the king, his expression firm, asked the man for a favor, and the protagonist added that it concerned a catastrophe that had struck fear into the hearts of the refugees, to which Yul, seated at the table, confirmed it was true and said they must locate this cursed Eastern general, asking them to illuminate the path with magic, and as hope began to show on the faces of the gathered people, the beastmen waited for a response. The man sat closed off, his face set in a serious expression, before finally answering with a smile and agreeing, which prompted the creature to declare it excellent and instruct the chieftains to assemble the elite warriors of their tribes, since they would depart the next day. The elders brightened, and the beastmen sprang up to accept the command before rushing out of the tent, while the young man, looking ahead, reflected that everything seemed to be falling into place, thinking that finding the Tiger King to cultivate the seed and joining forces in battle against the general must all be connected. As the comrades marched forward into battle and the man donned a blue cloak, through a raging snowstorm, the soldiers pressed on, and the king, smiling, remarked that magic had always fascinated him and would continue to do so no matter how many times he encountered it, while the protagonist asked if he wanted to learn, assuring him he could quickly grasp the basics, but the man simply closed his eyes and replied that there was no need when he already had someone for that, leading the young man to point out that he spoke far too casually about wanting to take advantage of him, and Yul, smiling, responded that he would only ask, and if refused, he would give up his seat. The mage couldn't help thinking that the strongest king in beastmen history was acting like a child, even wondering whether future descendants would ever learn of this side of him, while the creature lifted his head and said that the tribe had changed greatly since their meeting, adding that at times he even saw the protagonist as a lucky star that had fallen from the sky. In response, the main character thanked him for the kind words, and as the king stepped up behind his comrade, he announced that he had a gift, causing the man's eyes to widen at the revelation that this gift was the final stage of the body cultivation arc, prompting the hero to turn toward his ally as the man clenched his teeth and remarked that he had known the rap Roman staying with him had a purpose. The protagonist looked at the king and asked how long he had known, and as the creature walked forward, he explained that someone claiming to have learned body cultivation from a wandering hermit was suspicious, though still possible, but magic was different, since it could not be mastered alone. The warrior stepped closer and declared this outright, while the king's expression turned furious as he suggested that the protagonist had stirred up hostile clans just to meet him and gain deeper knowledge of body cultivation, leading the man to knit his brows and ask why he had accepted him in the first place if he had already understood everything. Yet the creature kept his face hidden. With a firm slap to his shoulder, the beastman explained that both humans and beastmen always acted in their own interests, and since that was natural, he had accepted him for his own benefit as well, while the girl hovering above the mage remarked that the protagonist had been playing along with his tune this entire time. Even so, the young man pointed out that there was still no reason for him to pass on the final part of the art, and at that moment, the monster reached out and placed a hand on the wizard's head as the man standing before him said that he had endured too much to come this far, and it would be unjust for him to die protecting people who were not his own, a statement that left the protagonist visibly surprised. The king then withdrew his hand, making it clear that his intention was to train the boy so he could survive, and though the man kept his face concealed, the young man smiled and thanked his ally, while the woman, looking forward, apologized for getting involved and added that now was not the right moment for such matters, causing the mage's eyes to widen in shock as a shadow suddenly emerged, radiating the unmistakable energy of the goddess Camellia. The group stood bathed in magical light as Something ahead revealed a presence so filled with malice it could only be called one thing: a demon. In an instant, the companions began to brace themselves against the incoming strike, and it became immediately clear that they had to withdraw from General East territory without delay. Yet just as suddenly, the main character found himself standing alone in complete darkness. Looking away, the protagonist realized he could no longer sense either the goddess Camellia or the scouting party, concluding that the Eastern General's demonic energy had severed all mana flow, while the man's face remained hidden and the fallen warriors lying dead made it obvious that if he did nothing, the same fate would reach him, forcing the young man to grit his teeth as he searched for a solution. Staring at his hand, the mage reflected that the seal of icy wind was connected to the goddess just as the Eastern General was, and that through it he might be able to force open a path. Though the hand itself was now covered in runes, and clutching his head, he admitted that to do so he would first need to awaken it. Pressing his hand against his head, he muttered that this was the only seal he possessed, which made the protagonist knit his brows, until the man, glancing aside through his monli, stated that from this point forward he would have to absolve the Eastern General. Focusing on his hand, the protagonist concluded that he would need to seal the demon inside it just as he had done during the first trial, and when the guide confirmed this, the young man extended his hand outward, then closed his eyes, and activated the spell absorption, causing black streaks to surge from his palm as he realized he might be able to draw in the general's cold using the seal of cruelty. At once, the seal shimmered with a blue glow, and a radiant light poured from the mage's hand as he sensed that the power of the seal of cruelty was now linking with the seal of wind, the mountains engraved within the seal beginning to shine as the entire marking lit up, while his eyes turned green and, in the next instant, silhouettes began to form, drawing closer and closer until figures fully emerged before him. Among them, one person stood out, and as the main character looked down at his own hands, a boy holding flowers called out to the queen, smiling as he said that the flowers had just bloomed and that he brought them because they resembled her. Seated upon her throne, the girl asked in what way they resembled her, while a man, glancing at his comrade, remarked that although the flowers were beautiful, they could never compare to a queen, prompting another man to point forward and declare that such flowers would never be equal to her, as a gentleman questioned whether she would even appreciate such a gift. Still smiling, the boy insisted that of course she would like it and challenged anyone who thought otherwise to step forward. Yet the queen remained expressionless as the girl let out a quiet breath and the people around them appeared cheerful, until suddenly the subordinates began to fade away one by one, leaving the boy standing alone before the woman, while the young man, watching, thought that he could partially understand her feelings, and the lady, lowering her gaze, admitted that she was very bored, making it clear that she had once felt alive only because of the people who had followed her. Now, as she slowly closed and opened her eyes, all she saw before her was emptiness and solitude, the queen remaining seated upon her throne as the girl walked past the magician and moved toward the balcony, opening the door and stepping out to stand by the railing, where it became clear that all this lonely ruler possessed was a vast palace in a land so barren that not even a sprout could break through, with snow falling endlessly over a lifeless wasteland. She stepped outside, where the houses lay buried beneath snow, and gazing into the distance, the queen quietly wondered if she could simply fall asleep. In the next moment, the girl's eyes turned green, and as she crouched down with a faint smile, she remarked that it seemed she would not be troubled by boredom anytime soon, making it evident that the queen's cold, ice-like expression softened into a smile for the first time, while somewhere ahead, the man watched as a single sprout pushed through stone, offering a fragile hint of hope. Kneeling down, the girl said there was something she needed to tell him, and as she held her hands near the sprout, she stated that she normally had no interest in someone like him, so he should always remember just how fortunate he was. Then, with a small smile, she added that she believed it had been entirely his own decision to come here, and as an icy hedge formed around the plot, it became clear that the choice of whether to remain here or leave would rest with the queen alone. The girl collapsed near the wall, and in that instant the lady's eyes snapped open, her green gaze widening as flowers suddenly bloomed, and when she approached them, her face filled with shock. Without revealing her eyes, she said that this would not do. Yet the queen moved anyway, as the girl picked up a pot of flowers and the lady stood alone in the empty room before planting the flower into the ground, her fingers brushing against a red blossom as she smiled and said they were beautiful. The main character watched everything unfold as flowers spread across making it clear that although the world outside remained an icy desert covered in snow, within this place blossoms began appearing in every corner until it transformed into a true garden, with even a tree rising upon a platform, while a single petal rested in the queen's hand as she stared at her palm, only for her eyes to suddenly widen again as she began to cough, revealing that someone destined to live within winter's embrace was slowly dying from the warmth of spring. Struggling to breathe, she placed her pale hand among the flowers as the garden continued to grow ever more beautiful, while her smiling subordinate spoke of how many blossoms had appeared and invited her to come see them. Yet in the end, the queen collapsed onto the flowers, making it clear that the life of the one who had loved this world so deeply had come to an end. Tears streamed down the girl's face, and as a single drop touched the ground, a blue flower bloomed, followed by countless other plants bursting into life, while fairies suddenly appeared among them, making it clear that dreams had finally given birth to new life. The companions gathered around the queen's body, asking question after question, while the protagonist reflected that the gods of flowers had always been the same, both in the past and the present. Then, lifting his gaze to the sky, he wondered what had happened afterward and how such a beautiful place could have changed so drastically. Without warning, the sky darkened as clouds gathered, shadows swallowing the flowers while the fairies hid among the petals. And ahead, the demon god came into view, triggering a memory of a massive demon as its eyes flashed through the darkness, making it unmistakable that despite its altered appearance, this was the same god he had seen in his dream. The creature extended its hand, causing the girl's body to rise, and as it looked at her, it questioned whether winter should not remain as winter, while her eyes turned red and black liquid streamed from them, revealing that she had become the demon queen. At that moment, another figure appeared and declared that from now on, spring would never return to these lands. As dark magic surged outward, and shielding himself from the shockwave, the protagonist questioned whether this was the Eastern general. Focusing on his hand, he realized that although this power carried the general's malice, it also held the queen's warmth and cold, her happiness and her loneliness intertwined, while the stone in his grasp announced that the fourth restriction had been lifted and that the release of the essence had begun. His brows tightened as he activated his magic, saying he now understood how to use the wind seal. And as his hand began to glow, a sharp click followed the activation of a spell called Appear Because I Was Lonely, unleashing a powerful shockwave as blue essence surged forward, prompting the goddess, watching from afar, to state that the magician had succeeded, while the girl, glancing ahead, admitted she did not know what he had seen there, to which the protagonist answered that he had seen a flower garden. Turning her head, the lady listened as he declared that he would restore everything to how it once was. And looking at her, he asked whether, even at her final breath, all she had wanted was to see the flowers blooming in that garden, questioning if it was not those very sights she had always wished to protect, even after being reborn as the goddess Camellia. Her face filled with hope as he explained that by ending the winter, he could bring back the spring stolen by the demon god. And with a smile, he added that their relationship was not one of master and servant, so she should not speak to him that way. Before the wizard surged forward, lost in thought as he pressed on, the goddess questioned his words, saying that calling them friends was far too generous, reminding him that she had endured countless trials and drawn a clear line between them. Yet the main character had crossed it without hesitation. Meanwhile, the soldiers lay wounded as the beastmen stared at the golem in confusion, asking why it was so overwhelmingly strong, their forces already pushed to their limits, until the king stepped forward before the creature and declared that Elric would surely know how to bring it down. At that moment, darkness spread across the battlefield as the monsters the refugees had spoken of began advancing in massive numbers, and the man, smiling, remarked that the soldiers seemed more intimidated by their numbers than anything else, adding that once they returned, some of them would be in for individual training, prompting a warrior to ask what he meant, only for the elder, gritting his teeth, to confirm that it had already been decided. All the wounded would undergo personal training under him after the battle. Hearing this, the warriors surged forward, taking it as a signal that the hunt had begun, and soon the ice golems were shattered and crushed, while one beastman, staring at a monster's hand, questioned what had just happened, as the king simply smiled. Under the moonlight, the mage came into view, and the man, listening, expressed relief that his brother had returned. Footsteps echoed as the protagonist approached the creature and apologized for arriving late, to which the man responded by asking if he hadn't run away, earning a smile from the protagonist as he asked whether he had ever seen him flee, prompting the king to smirk just as another golem appeared, making it clear that ordinary attacks from the warriors had no effect on it. The man's eye turned green as he remarked that something special would be needed this time, noticing a concentration of energy near the monster's left leg, while another pointed out that striking its head had accomplished nothing. Closing his eyes, the creature revealed his plan, to destroy the golem using the art of body development so he could replicate it. Then suddenly, the king's body flared with yellow energy as the beastman leaped forward. Looking up, the young man commented that it seemed the king intended to personally teach him the basics, and he followed suit, jumping in as the two launched a coordinated assault on the monster, even as harsh weather began to roll in. Continuing his advance, the king explained that some might claim body development was merely a fighting style driven by instinct and feeling, but that was incorrect, because it required a firm grasp of fundamentals and precise execution of movements at the right moment to unleash maximum efficiency and destructive force, further emphasizing that the outcome also depended on the sequence in which those movements were performed. As the monster struck, the king countered, his foot pushing off a glowing blue platform as he swung forward, stating that the same movements must be mirrored, and in the next instant, a devastating blow erupted, an attack known as the appearance of a ferocious tiger. The armor was in terrible condition, and as the creature turned around, he remarked that although the principle might appear simple, it was far from easy to master and demanded careful attention. While the mage moved fluidly and the protagonist struck the ice golem, leaving a hole in its armor, the ally stared in shock, realizing that not only had he replicated the move after seeing it just once, but had also fused it with his own technique. prompting the king to smile and call him a true beast. As the battle resumed, as he swung again, the protagonist became aware that the three seals were beginning to synchronize, linking together as the desperate techniques of body development aligned into a single system while he continued mirroring the king's movements. And with a decisive strike, the golem's body split cleanly into two. Leaping back, the man noted that its energy was draining away, and the young man, smiling, concluded that they could now strike any part of its body, which made the man knit his brows in approval as he declared it was time to teach him the final stage of body development. From both of them, twin lines of mana emerged, making it clear that if the first stage of body development was the gate of the beast, then the next stages were its claws and fangs, and suddenly the ground cracked as the man's hands glowed yellow and his eyes lost their pupils, while the allies launched their assault, demonstrating that one must bite as deeply as possible, because once the fangs sank into prey, they would never release. In an instant, the world dulled into gray as magic surged from the creature's fists and the monster crashed onto its back, and the man warned that it must not be allowed to rise, insisting it had to be torn apart and devoured, because hesitation would mean losing any chance of victory, and to win, one had to become a true calamity for the enemy. The king slashed with clawed strikes as the mage followed with his own attack, both carving their way across the monster's body before leaping over it. The beastman striking again while the man swung with the declaration that they now stood as kings ruling the battlefield. An explosion followed, and the protagonist found himself standing within a blizzard, realizing that as his awareness expanded, a sixth sense had awakened, his eye glowing in shifting colors as he gazed into the distance and understood that this world was shaped by the unity of his mind and that sixth sense. Turning to his ally, the man asked how he felt, and the young man answered that it was incredible, prompting the king to point at him and say he couldn't believe he was smiling while standing on the brink of death, calling him completely insane, while the magician shot back by asking if the beastman himself wasn't smiling, to which the man replied with a smirk that he had never been normal to begin with. Without warning, the king's eyes snapped open wide as the wizard stood before the surge of magic, making it clear that he had grown stronger yet again. And as the man looked down at his own hands, he realized he had reached the seventh circle, declaring that he had finally broken through the wall that had held him back. The protagonist glanced at his companion, watching as the man rested his hands on his hips, and in that moment, he began to understand why the king had treated him with such warmth despite them not sharing blood, since there had been no obligation for him to train him at all. Stepping forward to face the beastman, the young man directly asked why he was helping him, and meeting his gaze, the king answered that once he had acknowledged someone as a brother, he would trust and believe in him until the very end, then placed his hand on the mage's head and added that even if there were things being hidden from him, there was no reason for brothers not to stand by each other. At those words, the protagonist's eyes widened as memory surfaced of people joining hands, making it clear that he had never truly trusted anyone except his sister, knowing all too well how easily people could betray. Yet a question lingered. If he had no intention of leading others, did he really need to become as open as Yule? The creature continued to smile, but suddenly a snowstorm swept in as the monster rose back to its feet, prompting the young man to clench his fist and, looking ahead, ask his friend if he would mind going another round. Elsewhere, beneath the night sky, a palace stood quiet as people sat upon sofas, the girl nervously biting her nail while the man turned to his daughter and told her that worrying would change nothing, asking if she could calm herself, but lowering her gaze. The lady replied that he had been gone for 4 days now. Another young man folded his arms and remarked that it had indeed been a long time since their son-in-law had entered that place, then questioned whether there was truly nothing they could do, to which the lady, closing her eyes, responded that they were currently handling family matters and appreciated the concern, but insisted there would be no interference. Looking back at the girl, the man concluded that it seemed they did not want outsiders meddling in their affairs, adding that the protagonist was with a white knight and the king of monsters, so there was no real cause for concern. Yet at that moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, and as the lady rushed to the window and threw it open, shock spread across her face. The city was engulfed in flames as two warriors stood overlooking the inferno, and a deer behind the captain reported that all of the Bloodwolf King's breath had already been expended, prompting the man to ignite a flame in his hand and declare that, in that case, this would be the final one. Behind him stood his army, while ahead the buildings burned fiercely, and without hesitation, they charged toward the castle, deciding it was time to put their plan into motion. Herman raised his hand and, with clear irritation, demanded to know how these scoundrels dared to attack the sacred temple, while the beasts bared their teeth and shouted that they would wipe out the humans before charging straight at a group of 3 warriors. In the next instant, a wolf abruptly turned in shock as a white tiger came rushing toward them with a soldier riding on its back, the rider frowning as he shouted that there was no place for such foolishness, while Isabel, drenched in sweat, felt something was off, thinking that the enemy should have known how strong they were. Yet for some reason they were acting recklessly and throwing themselves into battle without hesitation. As the tiger clashed with the wolves, Isabel continued to analyze the situation, realizing that this was not an ambush, her brows tightening with strain, while a warrior, smirking, suggested to his comrade that they should finish things quickly to minimize losses, but before they could act, Isabel suddenly stepped in front of them and loudly warned of danger. The man only laughed and replied that she was too kind to worry about them, though it was fine, prompting the guard member to frown and shout that Elric was in danger and this was merely a distraction. At that moment, the lion and the deer surged forward, revealing that their true target was the protagonist, and soon a massive white door adorned with golden patterns came into view, only for the beast to smash it apart with a single punch, while the deer, standing behind, mockingly asked what kind of childish place this was. Inside, the fairies glared at the intruders and demanded they leave at once, but the predator calmly placed a hand over his chest and offered an apology for disturbing the goddess's rest, adding that they would humbly accept whatever punishment came for their sin. Suddenly, black smoke curled beside his face as he pointed toward the door and declared that their target was inside, prompting Na to extend her hand and shout for the intruders to be stopped, but the lion's eyes glowed red as he warned that if the fairy stood in their way, she would face disrespectful treatment. The girl, sweating, realized they could not allow these invaders through, recalling the image of the protagonist sitting in a lotus position, and the goddess explaining that if the mental world were destroyed, both he and she would be trapped there forever, meaning no outside interference could be permitted. And with that, the goddess of daffodils furrowed her brows and resolved that they must stop the beast at any cost as she raised her hand. In a flash, the predator drew his sharp blade, red streaks slicing through the air as his eyes gleamed, and he declared resistance to be pointless, then lunged at the fairy with his weapon, causing her to shut her eyes and cover her mouth, only for them to snap open again at the sound of a deafening impact as someone hurled the attacker backward and blue light flooded the room. Lev stared ahead and said he knew exactly who stood before them. It was Herman, his body radiating overwhelming power, while the man frowned and turned his gaze aside, and I looked on in fear. The warrior lifted his sword and declared with firm resolve that no one would be allowed to pass, while the protagonist glanced aside and replied that they had already destroyed this thing many times, yet it kept restoring itself without fail. A massive monster loomed before them as the Tiger King asked Elric whether he also sensed that the creature was growing stronger over time, and after exchanging looks, both came to the same conclusion. They could not defeat it. Yol turned to his subordinate and stated that the enemies kept respawning every time they were killed, while their own forces had already taken heavy losses. The creature remained completely still as the Tiger King pointed out that now that they had located the Ice General, their objective had been achieved, but this golem clearly had no intention of letting them leave so easily. The protagonist frowned and said he was abandoning that line of thought, adding that he did not need to hear the predator's words to understand his intentions. The man with the sinister expression quickly realized that Yol wanted him and the rest of the squad to escape while the captain stayed behind to buy time, and the king, glancing aside, confirmed that the protagonist was now the only one capable of ensuring the others could get out alive. The young man immediately objected, saying he would rather remain while the captain escorted the rest, which made Yul silently knit his dark brows. The man broke into a sweat, thinking that he could always start over, yet he could not allow his ally to die meaninglessly again. He froze in shock when the Tiger King asked if he truly intended to leave the chief behind and run, and as his brows tightened toward the bridge of his nose, he concluded that the time had come to repay everything he had learned. Elric turned, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek, as Yul slammed his fist into his palm and ordered the protagonist to lie down here for the sake of the command. Without hesitation, the young man turned and ran, shouting that he agreed and would return soon, while the squad followed behind him as he resolved to get them to safety and then come back no matter the cost. The king watched them leave with a faint smile on his lips, and in the next instant, a streak of yellow light flashed through the air, followed by an explosion as Yul transformed into a rail tiger, declaring that he would not allow those scoundrels to lay a single finger on his comrades. The beastmen advanced toward the gate as the man, still sweating, felt relief that they had managed to survive, while another scout suddenly shouted that he would return to the chieftain with the protagonist because he wanted to help in the fight, yet Elric did not turn back. His face was frozen in shock as camellia bloomed, and when the young man touched the stove embedded in his chest, an inscription appeared stating that all restrictions had been lifted and the contract was now enforced. A crack split across the sky at that moment, and the man realized that the test had finally ended. Without warning, he turned back and ran, teeth clenched, realizing there was still someone he had not said farewell to, while sweat streamed down his face. The goddess turned to him and questioned why he would bother, reminding him that this was only a mental world. Yet the warrior gave no answer and simply stared ahead as memories surfaced, faces of those who had betrayed his family, the image of himself and Hayes as children, and the people who had abandoned them without hesitation. He saw again the aristocrat striking the girl who begged desperately for help, the crowd glaring with cold disdain, and those hyena-like figures smiling only as they schemed to seize what little remained of their belongings. He remembered the boy crying and pleading for someone not to leave, even as countless individuals he had trusted as friends and close companions turned their backs and walked away. As he passed, everyone's gaze followed him, and after enduring all that humiliation, he had sealed off his heart and become ruthless, knowing that many would have come after him if he had not forced himself to stand firm. Yet he then recalled each of his current comrades, realizing that he had finally met people who allowed his guarded heart to open, slowly melting the ice that had encased it. The image of the Tiger King's smile appeared in his mind, and he acknowledged that there was still someone who trusted him completely and called him brother. He frowned and admitted to himself that this was only a mental world he would not even remember, while the fairy watched him go, understanding that he had returned solely to say goodbye, and she lowered her head. Camellia, however, smiled faintly, thinking that she had never once felt the urge to hate the Elric bloodline. He continued walking across the frozen ground beneath a sky veined with cracks, his expression weighed down with sadness, until he saw Yule seated calmly in a lotus position, greeting him with a warm smile. The young man lowered his gaze and asked what had happened to the ice general, though what he truly wanted to know was whether the chief had been injured. The man burst into loud laughter, and the protagonist realized it would be better to let him speak about what he himself was eager to share, the victory he took pride in. The Tiger King turned slightly and asked if it was so obvious that he had won, and the young man, noticing his friend's overwhelming confidence, furrowed his brows. With a smile, Yule asked whether Elric had expected him to lose, and in that moment, the protagonist found himself wanting to become like the chieftain. Resting his hands on his waist, he answered with a smile that he had never thought so, prompting the king to reply that defeat did not exist in his vocabulary. Nearby lay the remains of the defeated enemy, and the young man felt a pang of regret that he had missed witnessing his friend's battle against the ice general. But his thoughts were cut short when his eyes widened in surprise as the man suddenly asked if he had come here to say goodbye. Yule smiled and asked whether the young man was surprised that he had guessed correctly, though in truth he had not known anything beforehand and had only just come to that realization. Both of them lifted their gazes as the chieftain admitted that he had been curious about why Elric was learning the art of body enhancement, raising a finger toward the fractured sky as he added that he had assumed the answer would come eventually. With cracks spreading overhead, he explained that after passing through the radiant wall, he could now see and understand many things that had once been beyond him. The protagonist frowned, finally grasping why his friend seemed so luminous even after emerging from such a fierce battle. The chieftain's body was glowing with a golden aura, and he realized that Yule had surpassed his limits and reached the level of an outstanding fifth chain, which also made it clear to him that everything around them was not real. As the young man tried to speak, the man lifted his paw to stop him, then closed his eyes and said that he was no longer particularly concerned with who his comrade truly was, because what mattered was that he had come to understand himself. Both of them stared at the cracked sky as Yule said they should focus on the present moment, then lowered his head and asked for the protagonist's real name. The young man parted his lips and answered that his name was Elric, then, with a slight frown, repeated it once more. Noticing the scratches along the tiger's cheek, Yule suddenly slapped his forehead and burst into loud laughter before rising to his feet and declaring that the young man had kept his promise. He had survived and once again protected his family. Out of gratitude, the chieftain said he would show his friend something interesting, lowering his head as he explained that this would be his farewell gift. At that moment, Yule's hands began to glow with a golden light as he explained that this was the power he had used to drive away the ice general. Then he closed his eyes while the young man realized that he was deliberately demonstrating every step and every motion so it could be seen and remembered. The tiger shifted into a new stance, raised one hand with a focused frown, and Elric's eyes lit up with determination, resolving not to miss even the smallest detail. Behind the captain stretched a striking sky as the protagonist carefully watched this final lesson, while Yule bent forward, breathing heavily, and a trace of sadness appeared on the young man's face. With a gentle smile, the man said he hoped fate would allow them to meet again, even as the sky above became increasingly fractured. The scene shifted, and the young man now lay on the grass, turning his gaze aside as the man approached and told him that Elric should take pride in having achieved more than he realized. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man asked if he could attempt the test once more, but the tutor replied that he would not succeed, then furrowed his brows and asked whether the protagonist truly believed he could attain victory within 100 days. Camellia lowered her gaze in sadness as Otto explained that the reason the Flower Temple had been created in the first place was because the Ice General was an unstoppable force. The young man's brows tightened as the guide continued, explaining that the demon god's curse was exceedingly dreadful, then introduced Dustin and revealed that the true reason for arranging this trial, and for the old man's help, was to aid his grandson. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth fell open in shock as the man went on to mention his grandfather, while Otto clarified that their purpose had been to guide him through the ordeal so he could learn how to absorb the Ice General and understand how to deal with it. Folding his hands behind his back, the guide lowered his gaze and added that the young man would be able to resolve, in the real world, the problems he had failed to overcome within the test. Elric studied him carefully as a dark sky loomed beyond the window, while he himself sat in meditation, until suddenly a surge of dark energy formed in the corner and a thick fog began to spread. A voice emerged, declaring that the protagonist had been found, and a red-eyed deer fixed its gaze on him. Drawing a knife, it sneered that a pathetic man dared to stand in the way of the bloody Wolf King, then lunged forward, declaring that such a crime deserved death. Even with the blade inches from his face, the young man kept his eyes closed. In the next instant, his eyes snapped open and a violent explosion roared outward as the lion stood holding a sword, the warrior's eyes gleaming intensely. The beast burst into laughter, leaving Herman confused as to the reason, until he suddenly turned sharply toward the door and froze in shock. At that same moment, the deer closed in on the young man, intent on punishing him, its blade hovering near his face. Yet Elric abruptly opened his green eyes wide, releasing streams of ice from his body that instantly froze the enemy in place, its eyes bulging in disbelief. Without hesitation, the protagonist struck it across the nose and, with a faint smile, remarked that his opponent had made a fatal mistake. Above the immobilized beast appeared Hull, whom the young man had summoned for assistance, causing the deer's eyes to widen in fear. Looking upward, Elric raised his hand and stated that after passing the test, the monster seal had grown stronger, while Mephistopheles, arms crossed, reported that his master could now wield cold winds and even create snow and clouds to bring about winter itself. Touching his own face, the young man asked why he felt glad to see such an ugly worm, prompting Camellia to smile at the Demon King and remark that it was time for him to admit that his face looked ridiculous. The young man looked at them both with warmth, but suddenly his attention shifted in surprise as he noticed a snowflake resting on his hand, which quickly crystallized into ice. All three turned sharply as the doors burst open with a loud crash, and Elric, breaking into a sweat, cursed under his breath when he saw Herman sitting on the floor, his face bruised, saying he was relieved that the protagonist was safe. Without delay, the young man rushed toward the injured warrior. He placed a hand on Herman's shoulder, and the man explained that he was merely overexerted and exhausted, then smiled when the protagonist remarked that he already looked much better. Herman glanced aside and asked whether the young man understood what good had come from meeting him after he had fallen ill with that scheming disease, prompting Elric to study him closely and ask what he meant. Raising a single finger, the general declared that he had finally taken a step toward the goal he had pursued for so long. Nearby, a large crack split the wall, and beneath it lay an unconscious lion, while the two of them stood amid the wreckage of a ruined room. The protagonist warned that he would share some of his mana with his comrades, and as their bodies began to glow with a golden light, the man turned and looked on, realizing that Elric had surpassed yet another limit. With a faint smile, Herman said he was already feeling better. At that moment, a loud noise echoed from behind them, and the young man immediately rushed toward it, only to find flames raging outside and wolves holding firecrackers in their hands. Elric's brows drew together as he hurled an insult at them, then raised his hand and unleashed magic, sending a chilling wind sweeping across the enemies. The wolves looked up in alarm and shouted as they recognized the mage, while the protagonist's eyes burned with anger. The enemies began to flee, but the young man declared that although they had come here of their own accord, it was not their decision when they would leave, and blocks of ice shot past them, forcing the beast to halt as they turned back, drenched in fear. Lightning crackled brightly around him as he lowered his gaze and activated his skill, and the surging wind knocked the wolves off their feet. The warriors watched with furrowed brows, their attention fixed on the mage, while in the distance a streak of yellow light appeared. Fairies floated in the air, rejoicing amid the falling snow, and I raised a hand as she looked forward, snowflakes drifting before her. The young man turned his attention to a tree that had sprouted from the ground, a smile forming on his face, while beyond the window white clouds stretched across the sky. Raising his hand, Elric announced that he intended to use this ice crystal to absorb the energy of cold, awaken the winter flowers, and infuse them with the divine power of the flower goddesses. Camellia folded her arms and added that this was just as he had awakened her, and as everyone fixed their gaze on him, the young man continued, explaining that if they could gather all the powers of the flowers and cultivate these winter blooms, they might be able to plant the ice general within them, and even place some in spring. Mephistopheles turned away with a displeased expression, while the mage reflected that, just as the Demon King had said, ending the winter would require more than mere frost and harsh winds. It would demand a combination of different elements. Holding a snowflake in his hand, the young man watched as it suddenly lifted, tracing a circle in the air and leaving behind a trail of white light. Within this rested the power of Camellia and the elements. As the snowflake hardened into stone and the young man thought to himself that winter would arrive, only for spring to follow once more. The fairies all gasped in admiration, drifting happily through the air, while members of the guard exchanged words among themselves. Suddenly, Isabel's eyes widened, and a smile spread across her face as a warm spring breeze carried the scent of flowers, revealing a lush green field beneath a clear blue sky above the castle. Sean rushed over to his friend, who told him they needed to kill the ice general, but the young man raised his hand and cautioned that they should not act without proper information. The magician responded with a smile, saying that the target was within the Fury tribe, while his companion closed his eyes and remarked that the protagonist had taken everything upon himself once again. The members of the Blue Lions fixed their gazes on Elric, as Hayes held the small tiger cub in his arms, and Sean, touching his forehead with a sigh, said he would help his comrades since they had come this far. The group then moved together behind the mage, setting out with the purpose of restoring order. A fist slammed heavily onto the table as Wolf ground his teeth in fury, enraged that such a simple task, the burning of the temple, had ended in failure. Seated upon his throne, he declared that he did not care about the temple itself, while the demon standing before him inferred that the beast was truly irritated because his subordinates had failed to kill Elric. The predator's eyes gleamed with malice as the man merely shrugged and remarked that he and the king were alike in that regard, since both were tired of hearing that name. Wolf turned his head slightly and stated that they could simply rebuild their strength and eliminate their enemies, though they first needed to conclude their negotiations. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the bloody king clenched his teeth, realizing that his tails were disappearing, and the demon, with a faint smirk, suggested that the beast now required their assistance. Meanwhile, a raging hurricane swept through the city ruled by the Fury's dolphin, as the protagonist soared through the sky, remarking that it was quite a pleasant sight, though his brows soon furrowed as he added that they should have anticipated an appropriate countermeasure. Camellia commented that it felt as though a century's worth of accumulated sorrow had simply vanished, while the young man held a blue sphere in his hands, within which appeared the faces of his companions, smiling brightly as they asked whether there was anything else they needed to do there. Mephistopheles closed his eyes in annoyance and called them insane. Yet his master replied that he was no different, then added with a smile that thanks to his friends, everything was proceeding smoothly. Together, they destroyed a stone statue, as Sean raised his hand and Hayes operated the hammer, while terrified beasts fled from the hurricane, shouting desperately for the Bloody King to save them. The fairy lowered her gaze and explained that the Fury tribe was an alliance encompassing most of the cities across the Black Snowfield, making it far from easy to bring down so many places at once. The protagonist replied with a faint smirk that they would act in due time, but added that destroying the Guardian Stone was only part of their plan. Meanwhile, the wolf sat upon his throne as the young man continued, stating that those cities had submitted to the Fury tribe because of the overwhelming strength of the Bloody Wolf King and the protection offered by the Ice General. As blood streamed from the predator's eyes, Elric went on to explain that if the cities came to realize the Ice General still posed a threat, they would fall into despair and disbelief, which would inevitably turn into anger, and with a slight smile, he concluded that in time they would take back what they desired. A dark sky loomed over the kingdom as the deputy commander of the Fury tribe slammed his hands onto the table, arguing that there was no justification for engaging in something so dangerous. A map lay spread before him, and he struggled to understand their intentions, until suddenly Nata's expression tightened as if he had grasped something important. His fist trembled beside the illustration of a forest, and the fox clenched his sharp teeth, realizing that this must be where the true body of the Ice General was hidden. Turning toward the window, he thought that if it were revealed they had concealed the monster's body and ruled through fear, then the cities that had sworn loyalty to them would rise in rebellion. Below his window, a crowd had gathered, while the deputy declared that they needed to mobilize their forces. Snow fell steadily over the mountains, where a figure stood atop a cliff and stated that somewhere within the Fury tribe's territory lay a knight's domain, though its exact location remained unknown. Resting his hand on his knee, Elric added that if they began causing disturbances near that domain, the startled Fury tribe would move on its own to protect the Ice General, bringing along the surrounding beast territories. Lifting her gaze, Camellia listened as Mephistopheles smirked and remarked that he would like to see their expressions when they realized they had been manipulated. The mage then looked into the sphere and reported that the enemy tribe had already begun advancing, and within its reflection appeared Herman's face, prompting the protagonist to say that this time he would move out alone, since the others needed to remain where they were. The man frowned, hoping the young one would not take excessive risks, but Elric simply placed the sphere into his pocket and stated that it was time to depart. Deep within the forest stood a cluster of tents, where the commander of the 4th unit, wearing a grave expression, announced that the monarch of Nitair had assigned them a critical mission. Another lion fixed his gaze on him, yet Temple turned and called out to someone standing at the rear of the group. The group dispersed, their attention shifting toward a warrior the commander did not recognize, while the predator, drenched in sweat, introduced himself as Rickle, the newest member of the unit. The leader's jaw tightened as he said he had received no such orders and that someone must have made another mistake, yet the newcomer stood rigidly at attention as Temple declared he would not tolerate even the slightest error. With that, the lion turned away and stated that he would explain the mission details along the way. Above the so-called recruit, Mephistopheles and Camellia floated, bickering over how the warriors could be so easily deceived, while the protagonist simply closed his eyes and remarked that he had always been skilled at acting, further aided by 7-circle magic to ensure the enemies would never see through the disguise. He then glanced at the demon with a smirk and warned that if he continued criticizing his performance, he would make him watch a dance of passion. At that moment, Temple raised his hand and ordered that from now on they would guard this place so thoroughly that not even a single rat would slip through, while the protagonist stood behind him with a faint smile as snow fell steadily around them. Without warning, he activated his magic, and the wolves spun around as something slipped past their defenses, while Elric and his familiars surged forward, the young man sensing the gathered magic as they moved swiftly between the trees. He stated that once they reached their destination, they would find the Ice General, all while still maintaining his lion form. He dropped to the ground, and a look of surprise crossed his face as he noticed hooks embedded in the earth, from which chains extended, tightly binding someone in place. It was a woman, her entire body wrapped in bandages, and the protagonist frowned inwardly as he observed that the chains were rusted, meaning she had been restrained for a very long time. Mephistopheles, wearing a wide grin, remarked that he had never expected the curse left by the demon god to be in such a state. Then, after opening his eyes, added that it likely related to why she had suddenly fallen asleep 40 years ago. Camellia agreed with his assessment, while the demon, studying the aura surrounding the chains, noted that they carried a faint floral scent and had been formed through divine power. The goddess narrowed her eyes and said that 40 years ago, she and Austin had been connected in a similar manner, explaining that although the seal itself was not particularly strong, the fact that it had lasted this long meant someone had been renewing it. All three of them then sensed the presence of a tailed demon lingering around the ice general, prompting Elric to frown as he stated that the blessing of the tail had been applied. Soon, that blessing manifested in the form of the bloody Wolf King, and as the young man approached the bound general, he admitted that he had never imagined he would feel grateful to the Wolf King. He admitted that he did not know how to defeat the ice general, yet as he extended his hand, he reasoned that since she was already bound, it would be easier to seal her within the ice crystal. At that moment, the girl let out a sharp scream and began to struggle violently, while the young man formed a snowflake of ice in his palm, only for a portal to suddenly open behind the general. Reacting instantly, Elric leapt back as a man stepped out and questioned what a beastman was doing in that place. Standing with his hands on his hips, Mephistopheles remarked that he had never expected to see him here, and the protagonist agreed, adding that there had been many times when he felt that same energy. From the portal emerged Camellia, a grimory demon, who approached with a puzzled expression, unable to understand why an ordinary soldier showed no fear of his seal. His expression darkened as he told Elric that he belonged to the Melvinger family, prompting the young man to chuckle and reply that he was quite impressive for a demon. Camellia narrowed his eyes as realization dawned on him. Melvinger had been interfering with the Fury tribe's plans. His assigned mission had been to assist the Wolf King in unifying the Black Snow Field, secure him as an ally, and then take control of the Ice General, and he had received those orders while kneeling in obedience. Now, staring at the young man before him, he thought that if not for this boy, the task would have already been completed, yet a grin formed in his mind as he concluded that this turn of events might actually benefit him, earning him recognition and gratitude from all who opposed the Melvinus. His nails lengthened as dark mana began to flow into the tattoo on his body, and Mephistopheles, watching the forming vortex, remarked that Camellia possessed a bloodline, adding with a low chuckle that this opponent would not be easy. Stepping forward, the young man said he had just caught a big fish, something far more valuable than even a totem, while Camellia frowned upon seeing his opponent smiling so calmly. Drawing his hand back, he gathered mana and unleashed sickles of darkness that tore through the air toward Elric, and in the next instant, the young man's body appeared to be shredded and struck down. The demon let out a mocking laugh, declaring that this supposed enemy of all non-humans was not particularly strong. Yet suddenly, the illusion shattered, revealing Elric completely unharmed. Camellia's mouth fell open in shock as the protagonist, concentrating mana in his hand, remarked that he had never expected to encounter someone so similar to himself, then released a beam of energy straight at the demon. Reacting quickly, Camellia raised slabs of stone to shield himself, but the beam pierced through them effortlessly, leaving him frozen in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how the young man could wield the abilities of the Ice General, how he could command the northern wind and summon a winter blizzard. Around Elric, a storm raged violently, a wind that devoured and crushed everything in its path, a blizzard that painted the entire world white and froze all it touched. He spoke of one of the great powers of the demon god, a force required to destroy the Empire and revive the Lord of Arzil, the demon king who would rise from the flames, while narrowing his eyes as he realized they had to seize the Ice General at any cost. Staring into the storm ahead, he remarked that it was astonishing for someone so insignificant to wield a winter blizzard that even they struggled to control. The protagonist frowned and questioned what he could possibly be thinking about in the middle of a fight, and in the next instant, he appeared directly before his opponent and, using the art of body enhancement, severed Camellia's arm in a single strike. The demon leapt back and erected a wall of stone in front of himself. Then, after regenerating his arm, stated that the enemy should have been at most at the level of a Magus, yet this was nowhere near comparable. Grinding his teeth, he concluded that the opponent was at least on the 7th circle, the level of an Archmage. Pulling out a parchment, he muttered that since the enemy could also freely use body enhancement techniques, victory was impossible, and as he tore the parchment, he decided it would be wiser to escape using magic and warn his superiors. However, the paper suddenly turned black, and Camellia's pupil shrank in confusion as nothing happened. At that moment, the protagonist placed a hand on his head and calmly stated that he had already ensured there would be no escape. With force, the young man slammed the demon into the ground, then raised his hand with a quiet chuckle, remarking that he had previously been concerned about appearing stronger than the last demon he fought. Yet this battle had proven far too easy. Mephistopheles turned away and commented that this was not the true Azazel, while the Demon King frowned, astonished at how powerful the boy had become after the ordeal. Sitting before the corpse, the protagonist admitted that he had not expected Grey's influence to extend even here, and after channeling mana into the seal, he said he wanted to learn more. But since the enemy was already dead, he would simply absorb the demonic energy instead. As the Devourer opened its mouth, the seal on the corpse's hand suddenly began to glow, prompting the Devourer to retreat at once and warn Elric to be cautious. In the next instant, the demon lashed out, forcing the young man to leap aside as he tried to comprehend what had just occurred. The corpse rose to its feet as darkness gathered around its head, and with a grin, the demon declared that he was the one who had killed Camellia. The protagonist trembled, overwhelmed as he sensed the unmistakable aura of the Demon King. Mephistopheles frowned deeply, clearly recognizing the presence of Azazel's aura within the man standing before them, while recalling that the reason humans had managed to defeat the demons 30 years ago was not due to lack of numbers. The demonic forces had been overwhelming, but because they had lacked a supreme leader to unite them. However, if the great Demon King Azazel, known as the Tyrant, were to be reborn, then it would become a matter of life and death for the imperial family and the Hexag, because the awakened king was a truly terrifying existence. The protagonist glanced toward Mephistopheles and suggested that it would be wiser to retreat, even turning as if to leave, saying there was no need to continue. Yet as he faced the enemy again, he asked what exactly the king meant. With a frown, Mephistopheles explained that what stood before them was only a copy, an inferior version of the Demon King that could never truly become Azazel. Folding his arms across his chest, he added that all 4 great Demon Kings, including himself, were either sealed away or already dead. Yet as long as their true names still existed, so too would they. Elric frowned and asked if that meant Azazel's true name still existed somewhere, and Mephistopheles answered with a grin that otherwise, the Grimoire faction would not exist at all, as they were conducting countless experiments in an attempt to restore Azazel's true name. As the young man pondered this, recalling the image of the crying girl, he realized that the Grimm were behind the incidents in the human world as well, including the totem that had drained the lives of peasants. His expression darkened further, and though he acknowledged aloud that the impostor had indeed killed Camellia, inwardly he resolved that he would inevitably have to confront the Grimm in the future. The demon grinned and summoned 2 massive tornadoes, declaring that the young man must die, as a violent storm surged forward. The protagonist twisted his expression in irritation, repeating the demon's words mockingly, then raised his hand and asked Azazel if he was incapable of speaking properly. The 2 tornadoes clashed violently, and in that instant, chains shot forward and pierced the demon's body, causing its eyes to flash. Yet with a mere wave of his hand, Azazel shattered the restraints. Moving swiftly behind him, Elric stated that it had only been a feint, as mana gathered in his hand and he launched himself forward using the body enhancement technique, White Tiger Bite, shattering the ground beneath them. Azazel caught the attack with a grin, while the young man's teeth clenched in shock as he stared at the demon's hand, then immediately followed up with a second strike, only to watch the wound regenerate before his eyes. The demon tightened his fist, and the protagonist felt the danger closing in, his jaw tensing as he realized the situation had turned against him. An explosion erupted, forming pillars of light, and although the young man managed to block the incoming attack with a barrier, he noticed cracks forming across its surface and thought that even in a possessed state, this enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. And beyond that, there still existed Azazel's true body. He cast aside the severed limb of his opponent, observing that as time passed, the body and soul would continue to merge, allowing the demon to grow even stronger, while Azazel, grinning calmly, regenerated his arm before his very eyes. Mephistopheles sneered, pointing out that even as a copy, this was still a fragment of the Demon King, and it would be disgraceful for him to lose to a mere boy like Elric. The young man bit his lip, recognizing that with his current strength, the best outcome he could hope for was a draw, then turned and said there was a more pressing issue. The Fury tribe, led by Temple, was already approaching. His original plan to secretly absorb the Ice General had completely fallen apart. As Azazel opened multiple portals, he remarked that he seemed to have an idea, and from those rifts, demons began pouring out. Elric remained still, then, after glancing at the enemies before him, admitted that while he could escape using his mana, the presence of the Fury tribe would make that far more difficult. Suddenly, the young man raised his hand, confusing the Demon King, and launched a sickle of mana toward Azazel, who effortlessly formed a barrier and dismissed it as meaningless. With a cold smirk, Elric remarked that his family had a rather distinctive tradition, and at that moment, the demon roared loudly. Smiling, the protagonist declared that if the general could not be his, then no one would have her, and in the next instant, the sickle of mana abruptly changed direction, slicing through the chains that bound the Ice General. Azazel froze, his mouth falling open in shock, while Mephistopheles, grinning, called the young man insane, and Camellia, frowning, said that while she understood he was a Melvinger, this went beyond reason. The Demon King, however, burst into laughter, saying that this was exactly in line with the Melviner spirit and that it was the most entertaining thing he had seen since forming a contract with him. The Ice General let out a deafening roar as her aura surged outward, and Camellia rose into the air, asking how he intended to restrain her again if he was not going to seal her in ice. Wrapped in mana, the young man replied that he had no other choice, then stomped his foot sharply and leapt forward with a grin. Elric immediately dashed away, while Azazel pointed ahead and ordered his forces to pursue him, the Ice General moving alongside them as well. Though they still needed to restrain her again, since her next target was unpredictable, the protagonist kept widening the gap, knowing that if they lost track of him now, he would become a serious threat to their future plans. The demon pressed his hand against the ground, declaring that this Melvinger sprout needed to be uprooted before it grew any stronger. Yet at that very moment, his body trembled violently and he began coughing up blood, a sinister smile forming as the life force of his vessel finally reached its limit. Behind them, the Ice General continued chasing Elric, letting out a roar, while Mephistopheles and Camellia exchanged glances, the demon unable to understand why the giant was pursuing him so relentlessly. The fairy explained that Elric carried a strong trace of the melving amana to which she herself was bound, and as Mephistopheles looked ahead, he noted that the same could be said for the beastmen who had reinforced her seal. Yet even so, the question remained why she was chasing him with such intensity, leaving Camellia to let out a weary sigh. She glanced back and felt that something was wrong, because the Ice General's fury had always been directed at all living things indiscriminately, never focused on a single target. Yet now her rage was clearly fixed on one. Having known the general for a long time, she had never seen her this enraged, and a shiver ran through her as she turned to the protagonist and asked whether he had done something to provoke the giant. He replied that it was nothing significant, then revealed an ice arrow and explained that when he broke her seal, he had given her a command to pursue, having struck her with that very arrow. Camellia stared at him in disbelief and questioned him again, gripping her shoulders in frustration as she demanded to know why he would do such a thing, only for the young man to answer that he needed her to chase him so he could lure her exactly where he wanted. Two beastmen, seeing the giant, cried out in panic upon realizing she had been freed, while a flying demon pointed toward the protagonist and ordered his capture, yet in the next instant, the Ice General slammed into him, knocking him aside, allowing Elric to use the chaos to rid himself of those persistent pursuers. The three of them continued flying as the screams of those crushed below echoed through the air, and Mephistopheles, grinning, asked what he intended to do next. Since it had come to this, the young man replied that he would make the turmoil even greater, prompting the demon to laugh and admit that for the first time, he truly liked him. Elric gave a brief smile, but was immediately questioned about what exactly he was doing, as the commanders observed him through a sphere, noticing that the fluctuations had grown stronger and wondering if he had been injured. The young man told them not to worry, explaining that he had orchestrated this entire situation, which made the captain sigh in mixed relief and excitement as he warned Elric to be careful, joking that if he got hurt, his niece would never forgive him. Another warrior demanded to know what he had done to cause such chaos, and the three commanders shouted in disbelief when the young man casually revealed that he had simply captured the Ice General. Herman's jaw dropped as the others burst into laughter, the large man remarking that Elric was even more unhinged than they were, then asking whether he had a plan and if they could assist. The young man responded by asking them to follow along, his gaze fixed forward with confidence, and when questioned if he had a destination in mind, he confirmed that he was heading straight for the Fury tribe. At that same time, within the Fury fortress, voices rang out in alarm as they reported that the domain's encirclement had been broken, and sightings confirmed that the Ice General had appeared near the wolves, with Idadu gravely injured after an encounter with her and later seen in Tychon. The fox slammed his fist onto the table, demanding to know how the Melvinger had managed to free the Ice General from her seal, while Nata trembled as a subordinate reported that they were being flooded with inquiries from all sides, questioning why the Ice General had appeared within the Fury tribe's territory and what had happened to the blessing of the tale. The fox stared ahead with a dark expression, thinking to himself that the giant had only ever been a tool meant to secure his power. He understood that this secret could never be exposed, because if it were, the entire governing system of the Fury tribe would collapse. Pointing at his subordinate, he ordered that a mobilization command be issued immediately, along with a warning that any city acting recklessly would lose its voting rights. The Fury hurried off to carry out as their first priority was to ensure that no other cities acted out of line. Once they suppressed the Ice General, they could prevent her from escaping again. His claws dug deep grooves into the table as he struggled to comprehend how everything had spiraled to this point, baring his fangs as he concluded that it was all because of Merbinger, and that the boy had to be eliminated at any cost. Nata gestured toward the Mags and commanded them to locate the protagonist, stating that he was the one responsible for the current chaos, and soon the signalers reported that they had identified someone suspected to be Merbinger. The fox stayed at them and demanded his location, but the subordinate turned back in visible fear and replied that the target was standing right in front of the central gate of the Fury tribe. Nata's eyes narrowed in anger as he questioned what kind of nonsense he was hearing. Yet at that very moment, the ground trembled violently. The commander rushed to the window, only to freeze at the sight before him. Merbinger was flying straight toward the fortress, with the Ice General charging behind him, and a confident smile rested on the young man's face as everything began to collapse. The Fury shouted in alarm that the general was completely consumed by rage, unable to understand what was happening, while Elric halted briefly to wipe the sweat from his forehead, clearly exhausted from the relentless chase. Mephistopheles looked around with disdain, once again thinking how unfortunate it was for anyone forced to deal with the protagonist, then glanced at the giant and questioned what she had done to deserve this, pointing out how Elric had provoked her with that strike. The young man simply replied that the demon already knew this was how he operated, then raised his hand as the tattoos across his body ignited and a cluster of ice arrows emerged from a portal. This was the moment to create true chaos. He launched an assault on the castle's barrier, commanding the arrows to pierce and shatter it, while the Fury forces rushed into the courtyard and an officer shouted for them to stop the madmen. At that same moment, the army led by Herman entered the domain, and the commander-in-chief declared that they would not allow Elric to advance any further. The fox ordered the wolves to attack, but suddenly he stiffened as the barrier above them began to fracture, and the deputy could only mutter that this was impossible. The ice general was already closing in on the castle. Elric smiled, deciding to draw her straight into the heart of the fortress, as the ice surrounding the castle began to crack under the sheer force of her steps, and from the ground, a figure clad in luxurious clothing and phase slowly emerged. The Wolf King unleashed a massive surge of energy and roared, demanding to know who dared disturb his domain, as the enormous white wolf fixed its gaze forward. Elric responded by activating his magic and studying this new opponent, recognizing him as the Blood Wolf King he had heard about. Yet the energy surrounding him felt strange. A green flame burned around the beast, pushing back the Ice General's freezing aura. But it was neither mana nor demonic power. The king observed the young man carefully, noting his green eyes, golden hair, and the unpleasant scent surrounding him, immediately concluding that this was Merbinja, and his tail flicked with excitement. Thanks to the demon's influence, he had already regained his 8th tail, and to restore the 9th, he would need the art of body enhancement. How fortunate that what he needed had appeared before him on its own. Meanwhile, the Ice General continued her charge toward the castle, shouting as she targeted the king, who bristled with satisfaction, eager for battle. Spreading his arms, he roared that such a pitiful creature, one without even a will of its own, dared to challenge him. And as the two forces collided, he commanded her to vanish from his territory at once. A violent explosion followed, forcing Elric to shield himself with a barrier against the flying debris and surging energy, his eyes narrowing in fatigue as he wondered why the Ice General had suddenly turned her attack toward the Blood Wolf King. Camellia watched closely and concluded that the general must have recognized him as the one who had reinforced the chains that once bound her, marking him as an enemy. The three hovered in the air, observing the clash between the two titanic forces, while Elric sank into thought until Camellia asked if something was wrong. Yet without answering, he suddenly shot forward. The spirits rushed after him, calling for him to stop. But the young man had already taken out the Ice General's seal, prompting the fairy to question why he was bringing out the ice crystal now. As green energy wrapped around the giant, causing her to cry out in pain, Elric rose to her level and remarked that the Blood Wolf King had been such a great help, extending the crystal as he said he could not afford to waste this opportunity. The artifact began gathering energy, and Mephistopheles grinned, amused at how his master was taking what he wanted and defeating his enemies without even directly fighting them, laughing as he praised the young man for mastering such cunning methods. Suddenly, Elric shuddered and turned sharply toward the white wolf, a smile forming as he activated the power of his tattoo and fired a concentrated beam of energy straight at the king. Raising his arm to block, the Wolf King asked in surprise what the young man thought he was doing, only for Elric to grin and ask whether he had assumed they were allies. Mephistopheles clenched his jaw, realizing that the protagonist intended to deal with both sides at once, while the monster unleashed an even greater surge of power to repel the attack. The demon noted that the wolf was clearly being driven into a frenzy, and the king glared ahead with fury. Merbinja. If he had possessed his 9th tail, he would never have been subjected to such humiliation, and his body trembled with rage. Another of his tails slammed into the ground, and in the same instant he shot back up at blinding speed, driving himself forward in an attempt to pierce the man, making Elric stare in surprise as he questioned what that attack even was. Then an explosion followed, and the battlefield filled with countless White Kings. The man only grinned at the sight, dismissing it as a pathetic trick before unleashing a freezing stream toward them and commanding the cold to lock everything in place, his expression turning frigid with killing intent as blades of ice carved through the clones, which Elric then cut down without hesitation while rising higher into the air, uncertain of the king's plan yet convinced it would lead nowhere. At that moment, the protective barrier to the side shattered, forcing the man to spin around instantly and thrust his hand forward as blue mana surged out, while the wolf watched with satisfaction, certain the boy had been captured, and the young man's body began lifting under the spell as his strength drained away and his eyes turned white. Once the king extracted the body enhancement art from his memory, the restoration of the 9th tail would be within reach. Frowning, the king peered into the dull gray mental world of this Merbinja spawn, causing the monster to tremble as a small blonde boy appeared before him. He found it laughable that someone called a magician would hide their soul in such a miserable place, drool slipping from his mouth as he concluded this would make everything easier, since all that remained was to rip the soul apart. A massive paw reached toward the child, ready to seize the strengthening art, yet suddenly, a dreadful aura descended upon the white wolf, accompanied by a voice that demanded how such a wretched beast dared covet what was not his. Sweat formed across the king's face as he failed to comprehend the overwhelming presence, and in the next instant enormous fangs lunged toward him while the voice commanded him not to resist and ordered that he be devoured, making the Wolf King clutch his chest as his vision blurred, unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Elric gasped for breath as he came to, while the beast struggled to grasp what existed within the boy's soul, and the young man turned to Mephistopheles, asking what had just happened since he only remembered being attacked by the Blood Wolf King. Yet the demon averted his gaze with irritation and claimed he knew nothing. The beast roared, spreading his arms as a massive surge of strange energy burst forth, vowing to burn his enemy to ashes as the surrounding furies fled in terror. And the Blood Wolf King's fury only grew while Merbinger raised a barrier against the wave, unable to understand what the enemy had done. Yet the barrier began to fracture, astonishing the young man as a green wave swept across the castle before vanishing. The Wolf King froze in place, breathing heavily as he realized it had been far too long since he had expended such power, while the Ice General screamed in agony. And despite everything, the king still could not eliminate him. He shouted, convinced that at the very least he had incinerated that damned Merbinger. But in the next instant, a voice echoed out, forcing the king to lift his head as the young man casually scratched beneath his chin and remarked that if the flames had been hotter, burning him might have worked, then clenched his fist and called on the fox to show him greater strength. Meanwhile, inside a friendly castle, Veelens clutched his chest as someone reassured the king not to worry, while Norris dropped to one knee before him, smiling as he declared that the Tiger Boy, the king of the mountains, must demonstrate the dignity of a true tiger. However, Veelens lowered his gaze with a troubled expression and answered that things were not as simple as the Duke believed, since these beastmen had already betrayed the anthropomorphs and had long been bearing their fangs at them. The man listened carefully as the boy questioned whether his words could truly persuade them, pointing out that they would see him as too young and look down on him. Just as another person entered the room and the two turned their attention to the beautiful sunset outside, where the hero's sister reminded them that the king had vowed to restore the Imperial Seven and allow all beastmen to live in peace and happiness. Hayes smiled toward His Majesty and affirmed that only Veelens was the rightful king of the anthropomorphs and that he alone could accomplish this, while Sean flashed a playful grin, fixed his hair, and told him not to worry because they would stand right behind him. With that, the Tiger King began to walk slowly toward his companions, nodding with growing confidence as he decided he could do it. He had their support, and as king, it was his duty. He thought of Elric, reminding himself that this was for those who believed in him and for the hero who had given him the chance to pursue his dream, then continued forward while imagining how, if Elric were present, he would seize control of the meeting effortlessly, laughing as though nothing was serious while crushing anyone who dared oppose him. Just before stepping through, he paused at the faint glimmer of light at the doorway, and Wellens resolved to act more like Merbinger as the doors slowly opened and the Tiger King entered, drawing stern gazes from the gathered intelligentsia, every representative wearing a severe expression. Yet in the next moment, surprise spread across their faces as a commanding aura radiated from the king. He strode forward with quiet authority, and one by one those present lowered themselves before him, while Veelens cast a sharp glance back, his eyes burning with intensity. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the young man crushed an ice crystal in his grip, smiling as he remarked on how satisfying it felt, while Camellia watched him darkly and warned that no matter how much of the Ice General's energy he absorbed, it would not weaken her. But the young man already understood everything. The general was struggling to break free from the restraints of foreign energy, and Elric was fully aware that the Ice General was observing his opponent closely, learning from him and steadily growing stronger. The crystal slowly rose into the air as the hero's team still managed to gain something from this, the seal of winter growing far stronger. But more importantly, his smile turning steadier and filled with confidence, because he had already figured out a method to absorb the Ice General. With that realization, he ascended toward the screaming woman, then glanced at the fox and noticed the exhaustion weighing on him, which made him wonder why he still refused to give up. The Wolf King glared back in fury, unable to understand why he was once again forced to face the Merbinger, beings that should not even exist. As his thoughts drifted into the past, to the moment he died alone in a dark, freezing place after being cast out by his own tribe, only to encounter a figure wielding a mysterious power, an old hermit beast who took him in and trained him for centuries. Through that training, he gained strength beyond comparison, enough to gather an army beneath his banner and challenge the world as he sought to claim kingship, intending to cross the black snowy fields and bring the empire to its knees. Yet a massive barrier stood in his path, a wall known as Merbinger. Suspended in the air before his forces was the hero's grandfather, facing the beast army as he calmly urged them to turn back, telling them that if they simply left, no one would be harmed. But the fox pointed straight at the magician and demanded that he overcome this obstacle, determined to erase that arrogant man, only for everything to end in utter ruin, as he lost both his tails and his army. Even so, the fox refused to yield, gathering another army in defiance, only to have yet another fool block his path. This time someone even closer to his own ideals than himself, the Tiger King who had defeated the Bloody King. And in the aftermath, utterly drained, the fox wandered into the wasteland, unable to comprehend why he continued to fail. He struck the ground in frustration, demanding to know why he was fated to lose so pathetically to mere mortals. Yet he understood one thing clearly. He needed more power, and with madness burning in his eyes, he desired a strength beyond anyone's reach, which led him to abandon everything he had learned over centuries and turn toward forbidden power, stepping into the domain of the demons they all feared, convinced that no one would be able to stop him. And yet, even then, people continued to stand in his way, leaving only a single name echoing in his mind, Merbinger. As the king roared in rage, demanding to know why that existence always obstructed him. Under the crushing pressure, Elric bent slightly, while the monster howled that he would never forgive the Merbinger, a crimson aura igniting around his body as his pupils shrank into tiny red points within the darkness, and the fox swore to kill the hero. But in that very moment, a slicing spell was unleashed, severing every one of the monster's tails in a single strike. Blood streamed from the beast's eyes as it let out a desperate cry. No. Elric landed atop the beast's head and remarked that he had always shared a cursed connection with his kind, offering to bring it all to an end here. Then launched his attack, and with the aid of the ELD element, a massive explosion erupted, sending the Blood King crashing to the ground as ice spread over his body, while smoke filled the battlefield and shards of frozen debris continued to fall. The mage touched down lightly as the beast barely twitched, letting out a low growl while muttering curses, his eyes slowly rolling back as he insisted this was not the end. Yet that moment marked the true death of the Bloody King, prompting Elric to give a brief nod, unconvinced there was anything more to it, before turning away. Behind him, the Ice General continued to scream and thrash, but the hero casually stated that he would deal with her himself, so there was no need to rush him, smiling as he added that she was being driven, while Collio and Mephistopheles watched with discomfort as he toyed with the Ice General. The demon crossed his arms and suggested that the hero must have realized something, which the fairy failed to understand, leading the demon to explain that the master had mentioned this before. After absorbing a seal, he could see memories that revealed the nature of its owner. Most likely, Elric had witnessed something upon absorbing the Ice General's power, and Camellia recalled that something similar had once occurred between her and the young man, prompting her to look toward him and silently wonder whether he had seen the Ice General's memories. Yet this towering being remained an enigma beyond comprehension, something even a fairy could not fully understand, making her question whether he would truly be able to grasp it, while he himself asked why the giant feared him so much, assuming instead that she simply wanted to play. The general clenched her teeth as Elric reflected that he had originally believed the Ice General to be nothing more than the body of the goddess Camellia corrupted by malice, but as he gazed at the crystal, the memories contained within this fragment revealed something entirely unexpected. Within his vision appeared the image of a woman curled into herself, a lonely child, who had not begun with hatred toward humans at all, but had been born as an Ice General through the demon god, carrying the innocent curiosity of a newborn, though that curiosity soon twisted into hostility. The beastmen, terrified of her freezing presence, drove her away with sticks and stones, warning her never to return, even though all she had wanted was to play with them, to run across the black snowfields with the children, laughing, sharing meals, and living among them. She hid behind trees, wishing to hunt monsters alongside them, to race through forests, and to splash in the water, her desires simple and harmless as she approached them. Yet each time, the beastmen raised their weapons, choosing to defend their homes instead of accepting her. The monsters fled as well, terrified of the Ice General's overwhelming power. While even the trees were consumed by darkness and the river froze solid, its current brought to a complete halt. Yet all that damn girl had ever wanted was to have friends, and despite that simple wish, she ended up freezing everything around her without meaning to. With no parents and no companions, and having been born only recently, she didn't understand how to connect with anyone because she knew nothing at all. And in the end, everything she touched was ruined, leading her to believe that the world itself opposed her, pushing her to make everything around her suffer just as she had, until she became a true monster filled with hostility. Even so, one small desire remained in her heart. Not something grand, but the memory of the first children she had seen after her birth, playing a game with such joy that she watched them in awe and wished she could join in. Now, even as she trembled at the suggestion, intentional or not, the way he had led her into the lands of the Furies reminded her of a game of catch. And although she appeared furious on the surface, Elric smiled gently, having sensed after absorbing the fragment that deep down she was enjoying the chase, which was why he chose to keep playing with her. Pointing to himself with a grin, he told her that since she had failed to catch him, it was now his turn to be it, causing the Ice General to stare at him in surprise as he casually added that she could start running. Then Elric placed his hand on the ground and released mana, warning that if he called it out, he would show the fragment. And if that happened, she would lose. The general clenched her teeth, spun around, and immediately fled, while the familiars followed after their master, and Mephistopheles could hardly believe that she had agreed to play such a simple, almost childish game. As Elric continued reaching out to the cursed girl, Camellia quietly remarked that who would have thought saving the Temple of Flowers and Fields, a burden she had carried for so long, would come down to something as simple as playing a game, and the fairy lowered her gaze with a sad expression, thinking that perhaps the answer had always been obvious, since the general had been born from her own shortcomings. She reflected on her past, realizing that she too had likely been lonely, just like the girl, and that the general must have carried that same unbearable loneliness, just like winter, as the wind brushed through her hair and, in the distance, the Ice General's expression softened into a smile. Perhaps because Elric had become the friend she never had, easing that loneliness. Sharing in the moment, the young man smiled as he continued the game with the giant, glancing at the ice fragment and noting that the girl was doing quite well at running from it, then using magic to shrink it down until the Ice General herself was reduced to his height, her form continuing to diminish as the bandages wrapped around her began to fall away. At last, Merbinger reached out and placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder, telling her that he had caught her, and as that moment settled, her tangled black hair softened and turned pink, lifting gently in the wind. The girl, now filled with happiness, turned toward the magician with a wide smile before her form dissolved into space. Pink light rising gently toward the sky as a voice echoed that she had fun. A hand reached after that fading glow, grasping the ice crystal as the young man halted it and commanded it to disperse. A soft pink radiance surrounded him and gathered at his head, while the fragrance of flowers infused within the ice crystal rode the winter winds and spread in every direction, drifting across cities and over the black snowfields, driving away the darkness that had long smothered the world, thawing the frozen ground and stirring dormant life back awake. Though the air remained cool, the wind now carried a refreshing touch, a sense of renewal that eased the heaviness everyone had endured for so long. Camellia looked around with tears shimmering in her eyes, recognizing it as the frost of spring, a sign to all people that winter had ended and that spring would soon take its place. And as the fairy gazed upon meadows now blooming with flowers, she softly declared that spring had arrived. Meanwhile, the Tiger King and the Prime Minister descended into the ruins, acknowledging that the Fury tribe had fallen as the young ruler and his companions stood watching the dawn. While Valence listened as news reached him that the Ice General had been defeated, finding it almost surreal to witness everything unfold in reality. The man smiled faintly, unable to deny how unbelievable it all felt. That in a single night, the dream they had long awaited had finally come true. Yet Norris turned to the young master and reminded him that what came next mattered far more. Because even with the Fury tribe gone, restoring the Tiger King's house and uniting the snowy fields would be no simple task. The young king met his words with a bright expression and agreed, understanding that he needed to remain more composed and resolute than ever, when suddenly fairies fluttered overhead, celebrating the arrival of spring as they pointed excitedly to the side and urged him to look. Through the ruins, Elric approached with a smile as the fairies circled around his face, eagerly asking how he had managed it, to which he merely shrugged and replied that it was all thanks to the floral aromas they had given him, since nothing was better suited to driving away winter. Anna paused, confused by his meaning, and her companion shared that same confusion, prompting Camellia to cross her arms and fix them with a stained look as she clarified that Elric simply meant everything succeeded, because of all of them, and if that was difficult to grasp, they should just accept his gratitude. At once, the fairies burst into joyful movement, dancing together in celebration of having driven winter away, while nearby, the magician stepped up to his majesty and asked how things had gone on their side, leading Valence to place a hand over his chest and explain that they had managed to persuade the others thanks to Elric. Merbinger responded with an easy nod and a cheerful expression, acknowledging that although he had been the one to arrange the meeting, it was the king who had truly convinced them. Norris studied the mage closely, and as he watched their leader negotiate with the chiefs of the Fury tribe, it almost felt as though Elric himself stood in that place, prompting him to clench his fist as he reflected that the man admired by the Mountain King possessed qualities worthy of rulership, and that the actions of the Merbinger family would undoubtedly shape the future of the entire continent. With that realization, the Duke's expression hardened further, knowing they had no choice but to ally themselves with the hero. Amid the ruined battlefield, dust drifted through the air while two guards stood watch over the Blood King's corpse, still unable to accept that he had truly fallen, as the one called Merbinger seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Yet from behind them, black shadows crept forward, taking form before piercing through the guards, accompanied by a voice that murmured it knew it was him. Azazel appeared beside the slain, his gaze fixed ahead with anger, his physical form barely sustained by siphoning the life force of his subordinates, only to arrive too late. With both the Blood King and the Ice General already defeated, staring down at the corpse, he reflected that they had invested decades of effort into the Blood King in order to obtain the Ice General, and if only that fox had succeeded in uniting the Beast Men, everything would have been different. His demonic hand tightened as he thought that claiming the North Wind and the marks of winter would have only been a matter of time, while he silently raised his eyes to the sky, realizing they should have erased that Merbinger when he had been weakened by the plague, leaving not even ashes behind. Yet their arrogance had led to this failure. A dark gleam flashed in his eyes as he concluded that only one option remained, and after glancing once more at the corpse, he resolved to awaken the demon sealed within the Blood King. Dropping to his knees, Azazel cried out to the Demon King and the Demon God, plunging his hand into his own chest as he declared he would offer his life to them. In response, black flames ignited across the vessel's body as a dreadful voice answered that his wish had been granted, and the fox's eyes snapped open, a trace of sorrow flickering within them before he forced those emotions down, gathering them instead as fuel. Thick black smoke began to coil around the reviving body, while red and black fumes wrapped around the beast's feet, and the demon within demanded that he indulge endlessly in negative emotions as the flames continued to burn, time stretching on while the fox ground his teeth in fury. The voice within explained that this was the path to becoming a supreme demon, and with eyes blazing with rage and mana, a new path began to unfold for the Blood King. Not far from there, someone asked the hero what he intended to do with the Ice General, and as Elric looked down at the crystal, he answered that now that he had gathered all the elements that made up winter, his expression turning solemn as he concluded that it was time to bring winter to an end. Camellia asked how he intended to accomplish that, and Elric turned toward her, admitting he had never even heard of such a method before, then questioned whether she knew anything about it, only for the fairy to spread her hands and reply that if she knew, she knew, and if she didn't, then she didn't, an answer that left him no clearer than before. Without warning, the ground trembled violently, making Elric fix his gaze ahead as he wondered if the Blood Wolf King had spoken the truth when he claimed his death would not be the end, and in the next moment, a horrifying resurrected figure emerged above the city, red smoke pouring from its body while its eyes burned with a wild yellow glow. The creature threw its head back and released a scream that echoed for miles as an immense amount of mana gathered into its body, igniting houses below, while soldiers rushed to report that someone had sacrificed themselves to invoke the demon god's power and bring the Bloody Wolf King back to life. Elric stared forward, alarmed, as the soldiers warned that if this continued, a new ice general would be born, prompting him to reach into his cloak and retrieve an orb, uneasy with how smoothly everything had gone until now. Turning to Hayes and Sean, he ordered them to gather all the beastmen and evacuate the city while he himself leapt toward the threat. His sister called out, asking what he planned to do, and as he advanced toward the revived demon, he declared that he would handle it alone. But Mephistopheles quickly caught up to him, questioning how he could possibly face such an enemy by himself, insisting that this was not an opponent he could defeat on his own. Camellia, watching anxiously, agreed with the demon, reminding him that he had only managed to defeat the fox earlier with the Ice General's assistance, and that this time he would not be so fortunate. But Elric simply produced a crystal and stated that he had an idea, even though he had originally intended to study it further before using it, leaving the fairy confused about what he meant. Without hesitation, Elric placed the artifact on his tongue, declaring that he would end winter immediately, which made his familiars recoil in shock as they shouted for him to stop and spit it out. But it was already too late, as the mage body became encased in a layer of ice, his breath turning heavy and visible while flashes of lightning flickered in his eyes. Extending his hand forward, he commanded winter itself to come. And in response, a massive storm erupted, so overwhelming that even Mephistopheles was forced to retreat while cursing that this fool was once again dragging them into trouble. Camellia struggled against the force of the blizzard, fighting to keep from being pulled in as she understood all too well that the ice crystal was a mystical object of immense power, dangerous on its own, and now containing the Ice General, the very being that had brought winter upon the black snowfields for so long. A bead of sweat slid down her face as doubt crept in, because even though she believed Elric might succeed, attempting something like this without any preparation was a risk beyond reason. If things continued like this, either his humanity would be altered or his body would collapse under the strain of the rampaging mana. So what exactly was the hero trying to do? Elric clenched his teeth as hot steam forced its way out between them, fully aware that he was about to endure an overwhelming surge of power, while the markings across his body flared intensely and the seals of bitter cold and winter wind rapidly strengthened, drawing in energy at an alarming rate. His chest tightened painfully as he lowered his gaze to his own hand, realizing that his mana circuits could barely withstand the violent flow surging through him. Still, he fixed his eyes on the maddened fox and told himself that he had to endure no matter what, as light began to spill across his face and his heartbeat pounded heavily against his ribs, threatening to burst free. Then, in the next instant, the mage opened his eyes once more and found himself standing within the snowy forest of his mental world. Behind him, Otto was speaking gently to the girl, asking if she would come with him, and she responded with a warm smile and a quiet nod, prompting him to smile back and question how she could agree so easily without knowing whether he meant her harm. The girl paused to think, then shook her head, and the guide regarded her kindly, remarking that she was truly gentle. How could he ever see her as an enemy? Before laughing lightly and suggesting that if she followed that path, she would never be bored again. At once, the girl happily leapt into his arms, but then she noticed Elric nearby and hurried over to him, stopping just a few steps away before bowing silently, while Elric leaned toward her and told her to pay attention to how he would play things on the other side. Otto approached and patted her head, commenting that the young man had done even better than he and Austin had expected, since they had assumed the hero would defeat the Ice General and seal her within a crystal. Yet instead, the girl smiled and explained that Elric had seen her true self, understood her, and eased her heart. The guide looked at her with a trace of regret, admitting that if he had once tried to understand her the way Elric did, perhaps she would not have suffered so much, as snow continued to fall heavily around them. Regardless, Otto had intentionally set aside the final method, though the hero had progressed faster than anticipated. Elric, however, reminded him that it was time to hand over winter, crossing his arms in dissatisfaction, while the man replied that to truly reach that season, he needed to keep moving forward. The hero still had to learn, to study each season one step at a time. Frustrated, Elric argued that after everything he had done, Otto still refused to give him winter, but the man calmly scratched his beard and clarified that he had never said he wouldn't give it, only that the hero was not yet worthy of wielding winter, and that it would be granted when the time was right, so he should wait. Elric let out a grin and called the girl over, remarking that this man was no good, and without hesitation, she immediately moved toward him. The hero grasped her hand firmly, deciding that the guide was clearly trying to take her away for his own purposes, but he would not allow that without his consent, prompting Otto to sigh and shake his head as he muttered that this Merbinger kept overstepping more and more each day, wondering how their lineage had reached such a point. Elric only smiled in response, remarking that it wasn't something the man should be saying when he was clearly thinking of ways to mock his own descendant, while the ancestor fixed his gaze on him and clarified that, joking aside, even if he handed over Winter now, it would save no real purpose for the young man, who still needed to build a stronger foundation before wielding such power. Elric let out an awkward laugh, admitting that he would have preferred that approach as well. But the situation outside was far from ideal, and at that exact moment, Camellia's voice broke through as she poured magic into him and shouted for him to wake up immediately, warning that the demon fox was already charging toward them with killing intent. Running a finger across his neck, the hero joked lightly that otherwise his head would be blown off, which made Otto release a heavy sigh and question how he could speak so casually to his own ancestor, then pointed at him and declared that once things outside settled, he would have to come visit his private residence. As Elric tightened his grip around the essence of winter, Otto explained that all the materials needed to create true winter were gathered there, while in the real world, the hero's body still hung motionless, unconscious, as Camellia desperately called out to him, urging him to open his eyes while directing all her power toward him, even striking the monster's palm and tearing a hole through it. At the same time, the markings across Elric's body began to fill with winter itself, taking on a cold and merciless nature, and the ancestor silently hoped that his descendant would not be consumed by demonic influence, as new symbols spread across his skin and his clenched fist drew in all surrounding light. Then, in a sudden flash, the prey vanished. Elric reappeared suspended in the air, his figure imposing as his eyes glowed a vivid green, causing Mephistopheles to let out a nervous laugh as he remarked that even with Otto's help, the speed at which this man had absorbed a general-level seal was absurd, proving that the talent of the Merbinger was nothing short of monstrous. The fox opened its jaws and unleashed torrents of destructive red mana, but the young man simply extended his hand and commanded the seals to break, as the massive beast closed in on him, while Camellia watched closely, recognizing that Elric had truly obtained winter and now wielded it freely. The Blood King slashed down with its claws, only for the hero's counterattack to impale it with towering spikes of ice, and though it struggled, Elric calmly raised his hand and smiled, realizing that the power of his magic had reached an entirely different level. This was a result of combining all the elements that formed winter. His gaze shifted briefly to the seal of winter as the monster shattered the ice encasing it and began to free itself, its wounds already regenerating as it broke loose and roared once more. But the mage merely looked at it with annoyance, calling it too loud before fixing a cold stare ahead and ordering the seals to silence it. Ice chains locked around the fox's muzzle as the hero, grinning with his hands resting on his belt, declared that at last silence had fallen, then casually waved his hand and ordered the monster restrained, causing more chains to coil around the demon as it howled and struggled to break free while Elric leapt onto its head, announcing that the moment had come before striking and shouting that it was time to end this. In that instant, the fox tore the chains apart with its jaws and began gathering mana for an attack, forcing Elric to raise his hands and block while observing that the creature had grown even stronger, so he deployed a barrier that started absorbing the energy. Yet it was a force that even the seal of winter could not halt, while his eyes flashed green as he realized the monster was feeding on the demonic energy scattered through the air and amplifying its power, meaning the only way to kill it was to destroy the red core, though getting close was nearly impossible because of the flames surrounding it. Through the blood-filled smoke, the fox's terrifying gaze emerged, and the hero heard its voice echo in his mind, repeating that it would kill him, which made Elric frown as a bead of sweat slid down his face, knowing that if this continued, a new demon king could be born. So he clenched his fist, thinking that even the smallest opening might give him a chance, yet none appeared. Then the spirit of the seal asked whether he needed help, and Elric responded with a tense smirk, suggesting the spirit simply wanted to devour the demon completely, to which the spirit laughed and questioned whether his master truly intended to stubbornly refuse assistance, remarking on how much pride he had developed as it revealed blue fangs and declared its desire to eat, charging forward without hesitation as it stated there was no reason to refuse such a meal. Above the fox, an even larger creature from the seal manifested and immediately bit off the monster's head, but the king regenerated at once, only for the spirit of the seal to seize its neck and pin it down, and now that hull had driven it into the ground, an opening finally appeared. Elric stared ahead, shaken but aware that half measures would not suffice, and leapt forward, deciding that even if it cost all his mana, he would end it in a single strike as he unleashed the final revelation taught to him by the Tiger King, his eyes flashing yellow while a warm light spread outward, enhancing his body as he executed the technique known as 1,000 tiger cuts, unleashing a barrage of blows that shredded the enemy's flesh and dimmed the fire in its eyes. Yet suddenly the Bloody King's eyes snapped open and the flames surged back with renewed intensity. The force threw the hero aside, but he smiled, knowing it had worked, as the fire burning within the creature's heart began to fade, while Elric clutched his own chest in pain, his strength draining away until he could no longer stand and started to fall. Meanwhile, Hole and Lee continued their battle as the young man realized that if he let this moment slip, there would never be another chance. And as his seal began to glow, he wrapped his arms around himself, unable to understand the strange reaction caused by Mephisto's demonic energy, which had shown no response when he absorbed a low-rank seal, yet now stirred as the demon appeared beside him and looked forward, concluding that the remnants of his dragon heart, once suppressed by the cursed Shineake's energy, were reacting to the demonic power absorbed earlier. What he held now surged within him as he raised his hand toward the enemy, saying he hoped they would never meet again, then clenched his fist and gave the command to crush, causing the Blood King's core to crack, split apart, and finally shatter as a blinding flash erupted from the energy stored within, sending a massive beam shooting into the sky while a violent explosion roared through the center of the city. The survivors turned in shock, and Valence fixed his gaze on the distant flash, lifting a hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance as they flickered, thinking that spring had finally returned. Yet if this scorching wind spread, it would reach the snowfields, bringing drought and heat too extreme for life to endure. Norris transformed into a wolf and ordered the royal guards to protect his majesty as a bloody tornado rose on the horizon, prompting the beastmen to stare in horror at the approaching wave of heat, while the Duke frowned, fully aware they could not stop it alone, sweat dripping from beneath his sleeves as he bitterly reflected that in moments like this, one regrets being unable to use magic, and that their current plight existed only because the beastmen had abandoned civilization out of arrogance. Yet as long as their king lived, they could rise again. Norris waved his hands urgently, commanding that the king be protected even if it meant burning alive, as the entire sky filled with blood mana and streaks of white lightning. And within moments the white light scattered the red energy, after which a mage descended to the ground. Augustus walked calmly across the scorched earth, remarking that they could have entrusted everything to him from the beginning, recalling how he had already discussed this with his disciple and had asked whether his help was unwanted, to which Elric, hands resting on his belt, had answered that he could not depend on him forever, prompting the old man to question what was wrong with that, while the hero, looking up at the star-filled sky, explained that as both his disciple and the patriarch of his house, he could not lead if he was incapable on his own, since no one would follow such a patriarch. Merbinger's expression hardened as he resolved to walk whatever path lay before him, just as his grandfather had done, no matter how dangerous, so that his house, and the entire world, could shine. This was the fate of the Merbinger placed upon him, and August fixed his gaze on Elric before asking whether he truly intended for his master to simply stand by and watch him die, but Elric only laughed and answered that such a thing would not happen, insisting that he would not die, then asking him instead to protect the king of Valence and the Antrimorph in his place, because they mattered deeply to him, which made the old man glance aside in thought before frowning slightly and replying that such a duty belonged to a teacher, after which he called out to the beastman behind him. He asked whether they had met before, then told him to look carefully as mana began to spiral around him and his eye flashed, prompting the old man to question which of them was a more dangerous mage, while Norris stared at him in fear, his hand trembling as he felt the overwhelming force radiating from him and wondered just how powerful he truly was. August lifted his leg and stepped forward, and with that single step, energy burst outward across dozens of meters, as if where the Ice General's darkness took form as a blizzard that blocked out light. This presence instead consumed all light entirely, and Augustus continued advancing. The White Knight, a terror that devoured not just death itself but even existence, while the noise and blinding brilliance forced many beastmen to collapse, clutching their ears as an unbearable sense of helplessness took hold, the kind no one could believe belonged to a human. Space itself began to fracture as the light vanished, replaced by the calm hues of a sunset, and the beastmen stared ahead in fear, asking what they were witnessing, only to realize that the flames had been completely extinguished, while Norris looked down at his trembling paws and understood that the old man had suppressed a disaster of immense power. Valence rushed forward as the Duke asked whether the gentleman was unharmed, and the boy, filled with worry, urged that they must return to the city immediately because Sir Elric was in danger, but August only looked ahead and coughed before asking whether the Tiger King truly believed his disciple would fall to something like this. Soon, a group approached to meet them, and Valence, tears in his eyes, smiled as Elric appeared at the front, unharmed, though he looked exhausted as he glanced toward the Tiger King, while the boy waved his paw at him and the mage returned the gesture with a faint smile, trying to speak, only for his eyes to suddenly widen as he collapsed. Isabel caught him before he hit the ground, and Sean rushed over, staring in alarm as Elric had merely fallen asleep, prompting his friend to stand there, nervously running a hand through his hair while muttering that his comrade had a talent for scaring him like that. Meanwhile, afternoon faded into night, bringing an end to the chaos that had engulfed the black, snow-covered field, and later, Elric lay sleeping beneath a tree in the middle of blooming meadows, until he finally woke, looking ahead with lingering fatigue, only to see a smiling girl standing before him. She sat between his legs with a gentle smile, and he asked if she had come to say goodbye, to which the girl simply nodded, still smiling, while the mage returned it with warmth, softly patting her head as he told her to enjoy herself and keep playing after he was gone, adding that it was not worth hurting anyone, then fell into a calm silence, admitting that even though he did not know where she would go, wherever it might be, he only hoped she would not feel wrong there and that nothing but happiness would await her. The general closed her eyes and smiled with quiet gratitude before slowly rising to her feet as the wind lifted and played with her hair, then asked whether he would play with her again, which made the young man's eyes widen in surprise before he gave a mischievous smile and answered, "Of course," prompting the ice general to laugh shyly in thanks. Flower petals drifted across the bright sky and slipped through the open balcony into the bedroom, one landing softly against his cheek as he opened his eyes slowly, then suddenly sat upright and wondered how long he had been unconscious, after which he turned to the person sitting beside him. Valence greeted him with a warm smile, and the young man asked how long the king had been there, to which the Tiger King replied that Camellia had told him he would wake soon, so he had only just arrived, then quietly handed him a book, drawing a surprised look as Elric asked what it was, and the king explained that it was the research he was meant to give him, a diary left behind by the Tiger King. Merbinger looked at him with fatigue and questioned why something so important to the tiger family was being handed over, but the king answered that he had come across it by chance while exploring the library and had found something intriguing inside, believing Elric would benefit from reading it as well, and mentioning that he had marked the page for him. Elric focused and began to read. On February 14th, Yule recorded discovering an interesting man and bringing him back to the tribe, noting that the man claimed to have been raised in his youth by an unknown beast-man and that he possessed knowledge of body enhancement. On February 16th, he wrote that he had doubted whether a human could adapt so quickly to the tribe, yet in a short time the man had become one of them, proving his concerns unnecessary. On February 17th, he considered whether they should settle down, and when that same man suggested what he called the perfect place, they chose to establish themselves there. On February 29th, he noted the man's growing interest in his body enhancement, realizing that there was something similar between their techniques, and that the man had volunteered to act as their guide, after which they set out together on a journey to defeat the Ice General. The hero stared at the diary pages in shock, questioning how any of this could be possible, because the person described there could only be him, and even the events involving the Ice General, along with everything that followed, matched exactly what he had experienced during the trial, as his hand lingered over the paper and he recalled how Brother Yule had vanished as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving behind only the claim that his name was Elric Merbinger and that he was a descendant from the future of their house. Elric instinctively touched the artifact on his chest, unsettled by the realization that the trials had felt far too real to be mere constructs of his mind. Yet if they were real, then it implied the existence of magic capable of reversing time, something so absolute it should not exist, bringing Otto to his thoughts, though he still knew nothing about him, except that the descendant had instructed him to seek him out in his personal residence. With that, Elric abruptly swung his legs off the bed, knowing he had to return to the Empire immediately. But before he could move further, Sean burst into the room in alarm, saying he had been worried Elric might never wake, though Elric only grinned and remarked that he doubted Sean had rushed in just because he had regained consciousness, then asked what had happened. Sean met his gaze and said gravely that a war had begun in the Empire, leaving Elric frozen in stunned silence. Sean stepped closer and repeated that war had already started in the Empire, and Elric, confused and tense, demanded what kind of absurdity he was talking about, sweat forming on his face as he immediately suspected that the Red Lion had risen in rebellion. The Count of Winds, a figure impossible not to recognize, whose house was one of the 8 vassals protecting the Empire, serving as governor over the military colonies guarding its borders, with troops regarded as elite. Elric rose at once and headed out of the room, understanding that if someone of that stature had truly rebelled, it could not be taken lightly, while Sean followed anxiously, adding that by the end of the day, the Count of Winds would officially be declared an enemy of the Empire. Elric paused only to scratch his chin, sensing that something about this was wrong, then quickened his pace as he questioned whether it made any sense for a house known for unwavering loyalty to suddenly revolt, to which Sean, visibly tense, revealed that rumors claimed the house had been colluding with demons. Elric stopped sharply and turned, demanding clarification, but Sean only frowned and added that what made it even more suspicious was that the Crown Prince himself was leading the entire situation, which drew a faint smile from Elric as he remarked that the very Crown Prince who had been pursuing Grigori now stood at the center of this affair, and that it did not merely smell suspicious, it reeked to the heavens. With that, the two pressed forward, knowing there was no time to waste and that they had to return to the Empire at once, while the Beastmen gathered to see them off, and Valence lowered his gaze sadly, feeling that compared to everything the hero had done for them, they had not been given the chance to repay him in any meaningful way. The mage sat down and took the king's paw in his hand, asking if he truly believed he had to do this, but the young man only smiled and told him to become a great king, adding that he would wait patiently and expected this debt to be repaid with interest, which brought a flush to the boys' cheeks as the guests began their farewells, and the Tiger King nodded firmly, promising that he would grow into a great ruler and remain by his side. Would that be enough? To which Elric laughed and replied that it was a wise choice. At that moment, the fairies arrived, unaware that the guests were already departing, and the girls looked at the hero with sadness, asking him to stay a little longer and play with them as they clung to him and kept pleading, questioning why he had to leave so soon, until Camellia flew up and demanded they behave properly, then turned a serious gaze toward the mage and fell silent. Elric smiled at her and said he had intended to visit the temple before leaving, and she answered with a grin, noting that he seemed to be in a hurry and that she would not hold him back. Though after studying him carefully, she gave a short nod and warned that the path he was about to walk would not be easy, which prompted Elric to bow lightly and respond by asking whether any path ever truly was, earning a knowing look from the fairy. Having come north under orders and gained far more than expected, he boarded the carriage with the others, then laughed and waved goodbye as it began to move, reflecting that restoring his family's name and gaining the ruler of Black Snow as an ally was a force few could rival. While he adjusted the locket at his chest and thought about the legacy left to him by his grandfather and ancestors, resolving that he must not only value it but also expand upon it. As the carriage rolled on, a smiling camellia fluttered past the window, and Elric returned her smile before falling back into thoughts of his responsibilities as the head of his house. Elsewhere, the demon leader listened coldly as his subordinates offered their apologies, the terrified demon before him trembling under his gaze until the leader ordered him to return at once, stating that once the situation was seen through, the sealed order must be destroyed, and then, releasing a surge of dark energy, he began to consume the guilty servant alive, turning the entire hall into a scene of bloody chaos as he commanded that no traces be left behind. The letter in his hand caught fire, and as it burned, he resolved to erase all evidence and return to the main base, wondering if the great mission was finally beginning, grinding his teeth as he thought that if not for the interference of that cursed Merbinja, they might have already delivered the northern winds and winter blizzard to Lord Auzil, though for now he had been forced to retreat. A powerful aura surged from the demon as he swore they would meet again, his eyes growing wild with intent as he decided that he would personally deliver Elric's head to Lord Auzil. Meanwhile, atop the Great Wall, Sean stretched inside the carriage and casually asked whether they were finally leaving, only for the coachman's voice to suddenly shout for them to stop. The passengers inside the carriage jolted from their seats as Carl stared ahead in confusion, prompting someone to ask what was going on, to which he replied that the master should see it for himself, leading Sean and Elric to step outside. Along the wall, archers had already raised their crossbows and aimed directly at them while the captain shouted that any refusal to comply would result in them being treated as intruders and shot on sight, causing the hero to frown as he noticed ballistae mounted along the walls, something reserved for wartime, making him wonder if this was because of the Red Lion. The guards demanded that they identify themselves and state the size of their escort, and Sean pointed back at the carriage, explaining that they had passed through here 2 months earlier as members of the Neristar family, at which point a magic circle fled to life atop the carriage and Neristar himself waved his hand, calmly ordering the gate to be opened. The commander leaned over the wall, asking in disbelief whether the young master meant they had truly returned after 2 months, when everyone had assumed they were dead. And Sean, losing patience, nearly shouted for the gate to be opened immediately, prompting the commander to give the order as the massive doors began to creak open. Vanilla bowed deeply and asked forgiveness for both the rudeness and the mistake, but Sean dismissed it with a smile, saying it was nothing serious and that seeing how diligently they guarded the Empire's borders only filled him, as a citizen, with pride, which made the commander laugh as he remarked that the third son of the Neristar family had acknowledged their efforts, admitting that in his 30 years of service there, he had never felt so moved. Then, after a brief pause, the man added that something unusual was happening today, noting that distinguished guests had been arriving one after another in such a remote place, which made Sean look at him in surprise and ask who else had come, to which the commander smirked and revealed that the fourth prince was currently there, asking if they would like to meet him. Sean and Elric exchanged stunned looks before silently nodding to each other, both understanding that there was no doubt the prince had been waiting for them, and as the hero looked forward with a serious expression, he questioned why someone as important as the fourth prince would come all the way here during such turbulent times. Inside, the lord sat upon his throne, gazing ahead in thought as he waited for his guests. What was he planning? The man tapped a finger against his golden ornament as he was told that he and Elric had shared a special bond since childhood, and placing a hand over his chest, Rodeo remarked that if he attempted to persuade him, he was confident Elric would side with them. Seated on the throne, His Majesty listened in silence, his expression thoughtful as his gaze lowered to the floor, considering what course of action he should take, while the fourth prince, Cromhell, rested his chin against his hand, the blade of his sword gleaming brightly, a reminder that he was a prodigy of the imperial family. His talent with the sword had been acknowledged by the Golden Lion, earning him the title of Black Lion, and within the shadows, the outlines of 3 heroes emerged, revealing him as one of the 3 stars guiding the Empire, a figure who might even gain the trust of the one already being called the future Emperor. Leaning back against the throne, the royal agreed to place his trust in his subordinate, and the young man bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude, while nearby, the protagonist's childhood friend slightly furrowed his brows, realizing that he himself would one day become the next head of the front's house. Seated in his chair, Sean questioned whether Elric truly intended to meet him, reminding him that he had always disliked getting involved in the affairs of the imperial family. But Elric, interlacing his fingers, answered that he had decided to stop hesitating, which made the third son of the Neristar family raise an eyebrow in irritation as he asked whether that bastard was scheming again. Lowering his gaze, Elric calmly denied it, explaining that it was nothing of the sort and that he had simply come to understand he could no longer remain idle. then added that he had resolved to restore his house, which made the young man's jaw drop as he asked whether he planned to use the fourth prince as a stepping stone to return to power. Resting his elbows on the chair, the sorcerer replied that such a decision would be made after meeting him, and Sean, closing his eyes, let out a quiet breath of relief, interpreting that answer to mean Elric intended to throw himself back into the battlefield once again. While the protagonist gave a faint smile and thought to himself that Sean was right. If he wanted to rebuild his house, play a meaningful role in the empire, or help one of the princes ascend the throne, then this path would be one of the fastest. Behind him, the faint silhouettes of two members of the imperial family seemed to linger, and he reflected that since he had already distanced himself from the crown prince, the fourth prince could become a valuable ally. At that moment, the door slowly creaked open and Herman stepped inside, asking if they had been looking for him, and Elric, still seated, replied that he had been expecting him, prompting the head of the Vile clan to narrow his eyes as he admitted he had thought Elric had returned to continue his swordsmanship training, though judging by the atmosphere, that was clearly not the case. With his eyes briefly closed, Elric remarked that he would ask for that again someday, but not now, then gestured for him to sit, and as the warrior placed his palm on the table and asked why he had been summoned, Elric answered that there was something he wished to ask. Extending his hand slightly, the Duke of the Shining Star inquired about the Black Lion, and after a moment of thought, the swordsman rested his chin on his hand and replied that in public, he was extremely ambitious. He then added that while such rumors surrounded the man, his own observations told a different story, and as he stroked his beard thoughtfully, Herman stated that in truth, he was nothing more than a lion utterly consumed by swordsmanship and martial arts. At those words, the young man's pupils shrank in sudden realization, and raising his hand, the head of the V-clan remarked that whether the sorcerer would get along with him or not was uncertain, but once they met face to face, he would understand that the man was not so bad after all, which prompted Elric to thank him, acknowledging that this insight had helped him better understand how to approach him. The man continued speaking as Elric fell silent, momentarily bewildered, while Herman, watching him closely, noted that his apprentice had changed since their last encounter, and beside Elric, Mephistopheles floated in the air, remarking that he was eager to spar with him again, to which Elric replied that he too wished to test his martial abilities. With a faint smile, Elric asked whether Herman would mind a friendly duel, and lowering his chin, Herman admitted that he had been hoping to hear exactly that. Not long after, they moved to an open area beneath the sky, where a large crowd of fighters dressed in identical uniforms had already gathered, prompting Elric to lower his jaw in mild irritation as he asked whether his master had summoned all these people. But Herman, glancing aside, claimed he had no idea what he meant, causing Mephistopheles to remark with narrowed eyes that he was quite the skilled pretender. A bead of sweat slid down the Duke of the Shining Star's cheek as he explained that the sparring had only just been decided among themselves, so he could not understand how word had spread so quickly, at which point Isabel peeked out from behind her father and someone suggested it was likely her doing. Folding his hands, the Dark Spirit observed that she was clearly no ordinary girl, possessing sharp political instincts and a keen strategic mind, and Elric agreed, acknowledging that she was indeed something special, while at the same time noting that she had arranged this so she could display her ability to protect the borders and increase her standing before meeting the fourth prince. Taking his stance with fingers spread, Elric realized that the swordsman and his daughter intended to give him the momentum to rise even higher, while Herman, gripping the hilt of his sword, warned him not to assume he would go easy on him and reminded him to stay focused. The man's cloak billowed in the wind, and in the next instant, the two closed the distance between them, their clash leaving bright trails of countless strikes hanging in the air. The gathered warriors watched the aftermath of the massive blast in stunned silence, unsettled by the fact that such destructive force had been unleashed without the use of mana or aura, while one fighter raised a hand to his face and questioned how the head of a renowned Mage family could have battled the Blue Lion using nothing but his bay fists, unable to grasp how such a thing was possible, only for his companion to cut in with a more troubling thought. What would happen if that same Mage also chose to fight using magic? Shards of hardened earth scattered outward as the sorcerer was driven backward by the impact, and the protagonist narrowed one eye just as his opponent remarked that his movements had grown far more precise, while Herman, sliding his weapon back into its sheath, observed that there was still a great deal of unnecessary motion in those techniques, prompting the Duke of the Shining Star to lower his head in fatigue and admit that he would require many more lessons to improve. At that moment, everyone's attention snapped toward the same direction, their gazes fixing between the lines of fighters where the figure of the fourth prince emerged, Cromwell stepping forward while applauding, and as he lowered his hands, the young man noted inwardly that a member of the imperial family had arrived, prompting the duelists who had just been clashing to bow respectfully before his majesty. Under a sky filled with bright stars, Elric moved with steady confidence down a castle corridor until Rodeo suddenly appeared in his path, greeting him with a wide grin and loudly remarking that it had been far too long since they had last seen each other, which caused Mephistopheles to frown in distaste as he questioned what kind of unpleasant face this was and whether the protagonist recognized him, to which came the answer that this man was a legitimate heir of the House of France. Shutting his eyes tightly, the king of Primordial Sin asked if that house was the one known as the Red Wall, and upon receiving confirmation, He concluded that this meant the man was a traitor, while Rodeo, lowering his hand after noticing the silence, asked why his old friend had nothing to say, prompting the young man to raise his brows and suggest that perhaps the situation felt awkward given that it had been so long since they last met. With an irritated smile, Rodeo admitted that he was aware of the hatred directed toward his house, yet now that the legacy of the Merbinja belonged to his family, he could no longer treat them as enemies. While Elric's eyes remained concealed in shadow and his former companion recognized inwardly that they were no longer mere vassals but had risen to become a dominant faction within the imperial court, meaning he would not dare oppose them. A cunning grin spread across Rodeo's face as he decided that if his house were to offer the return of the Merbinja legacy, then the protagonist would have no option but to stand with them. And with that, the heir of House France casually draped an arm around Elric's neck, launching into a discussion about the inheritance tied to his family, which was located near their domain, insisting they settle this matter before meeting the prince. The sorcerer told the man to take his hand away, yet as he spoke, a bead of sweat slid down his cheek, and the Duke of the Shining Star, his brows tightening with anger, repeated the demand more sharply, insisting that he remove it at once, while behind the protagonist the phantom of the Demon King hovered with bared fangs, and Mephistopheles remarked that this alone proved those who claimed to be the right hand of the Merbinja understood nothing about them. Drawing his hand into a tight fist, the sorcerer declared that Count France ought to show him the highest respect, as the dark spirit added that this was a grudge long carried by House Merbinja, and with fury swelling in his widened pupils, Elric questioned how a mere third son could dare act so familiarly toward a duke of the empire, only for his assistant to state that such resentment would never fade. Rodeo slowly edged toward the window, and beyond it loomed a massive red wall, the domain of House France, a vast fortress that had stood as Merbinja's shield for 1,000 years, a vassal house that had spilled the blood of countless enemies who had set their sights on the Merbinja, while memories surfaced of children running to embrace an adult man. And the protagonist recalled that this was why he and his sister had called the head of that house uncle, trusting him above all others. A crimson glow lit the Count's eyes as the truth surfaced. They had aligned themselves with the imperial family, seized the legacy, and aided in them of House Merbinja, while the young heir of House France wore a cruel grin. And worse still, they had attempted to force that very name onto the proud magical bloodline when they tried to bet Rodeo to haze. Behind towering gates, the children once sat as the sorcerer explained that after refusing, they were abandoned in a deserted mansion where survival itself became a struggle, and with a dark frown, the protagonist could not comprehend how they still had the audacity to behave so brazenly after all that had happened. Lowering himself in a bow, Rodeo admitted he had been disrespectful to His Excellency, and without even looking directly at him, the Duke of the Shining Star replied that since he understood as much, he should disappear from his sight at once because he had no desire to see him. And at that same moment, the young man turned and walked away alongside his dark companion, while the heir of House France ground his teeth in frustration. Placing a hand against his chest, Elric introduced himself formally and declared that the head of the Merbinja family extended his greetings to Prince Cromhell, prompting the imperial prodigy to smile and say he was pleased to meet him. And the protagonist noted inwardly that although the prince had clearly overheard everything near the doorway, he showed no reaction at all. Floating just above the sorcerer, Mephistopheles explained that the prince's indifference to his subordinates' insults stemmed from a different focus, as he was instead observing Elric with interest, and the protagonist concluded that Cromhell likely already understood what kind of person Rodeo was, expected little from him, and was far more curious to see how he himself would respond. The protagonist's lips parted in shock when he was asked whether he had used the art of body development during his duel with the Blue Lion, and the sorcerer's eyes widened with unease as he wondered if that technique had truly been recognized, while the fourth prince stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. And the gifted swordsman, squeezing his eyes shut, acknowledged that although the magic tower had branded that art as forbidden, there was no need to worry since the knowledge of it would not reach the wrong ears. Resting his fingers against his chin, Cromhell suggested they move straight to the main matter, then, with a faintly cunning smile, asked what Elric thought about his family's former lands, causing him to bite his lip in alarm as Mephistopheles thrust his lips forward with a wide grin and remarked that he had clearly been caught off guard, adding that this prince was known for seizing the upper hand in negotiations, while the sorcerer, facing his counterpart, admitted inwardly that he had expected a gradual approach to the topic, yet instead the prince had gone directly to the point, meaning that a single misstep could cost him control of the entire exchange. A blue magic seal shimmered on the protagonist's hand as he lowered his chin, offered an apology, and asked what exactly the imperial prodigy intended, to which the prince, raising his palm, replied that he was a straightforward person who did not bother with roundabout speech, and if the head of the Merbinja family pledged support, then he would simply present what he could give in return, prompting Elric to frown and state that his family's territory had been reduced to a cursed wasteland, where not even a blade of grass could grow, then question what possible value could be offered for such land. At that moment, the attendant Cromhell covered his mouth and leaned in to whisper into the prince's ear, and a sharp glint appeared in the swordsman's eyes as he lowered his lids and admitted he might have spoken in error, offering an apology, while the fourth prince, with a subtle grin and a quiet clearing of his throat, began describing a region equal in worth to the Merbinja former domain, gesturing behind him as he cited the border territory of House Red Lion as an example. A vision of a lavish estate unfolded, and the protagonist found himself wondering if what he was being offered was land as valuable as pure gold, especially as the prince added that he would personally handle any dissatisfaction from allied nobles who might oppose such a decision. While Cromwell stood towering among the gathered dukes, and the sorcerer reflected that few would ever dare act so boldly. In the end, the protagonist bowed, asked for forgiveness, and stated that he was merely a subject of the empire who acted only in accordance with his majesty's command. Lowering his brows, the patriarch realized he had never intended to engage in proper negotiations from the start. While the fourth prince wore a faint smirk as the sorcerer reflected that this entire exchange had only been meant to gauge his worth and determine what kind of man he was, and with that same calm confidence, the prince lifted his hand and stated that his offer still stood, urging him to reconsider, even adding that if he desired more, they could further discuss what might be included. The Duke of the Shining Star pressed his lips together in uncertainty, recognizing that the prince had no intention of backing down, and when he suddenly asked whether he might make a single request, the tension in the air felt as though someone was striking against a wall with force. While nearby, Rodeo staggered slightly as he spread his trembling legs, seething at how Elric had dared to act this way, and the sole heir of House France clenched his teeth in fury, unable to comprehend whether his former friend believed that a more prestigious name gave him the right to humiliate him, swearing inwardly that he would repay this insult 100-fold. The young man snapped his head to the side when his name was called, and with hands folded behind his back, a servant informed him that His Highness was summoning him, prompting Rodeo to approach and ask if he had been called, to which Cromwell casually waved a hand and clarified that he had summoned a member of the France family, then asked what request was to be made. Elric closed his eyes, while his former companion assumed that this wretch would attempt to use him as a bridge after failing in negotiations, lowering his chin as he wondered if this fool truly believed such a move could repair what stood between them, and with fury swelling in his gaze, Rodeo inwardly urged him to make a demand that would allow him to return today's humiliation 100 times over. Then, extending his finger forward, Elric made his request. He asked for one of the hands of the sole heir of House France. Cromwell's lips parted in shock, and the young man raised his brows in disbelief, wondering if Elric had completely lost his sanity, while the imperial prodigy, seated in his chair, questioned whether he understood that House France stood firmly in support of him, to which the protagonist, eyes closed, replied that it was truly unfortunate. The fourth prince rested his fingers against his mouth in thought, as Rodeo, a cruel smile forming, considered whether his enemy truly believed he would abandon his own house for such a man, reminding himself that for many years House France had remained loyal to the prince, while the talented swordsman, folding his hands neatly in his lap, asked if it was true that Rodeo was his vassal, receiving the confirmation that both he and his house had sworn allegiance to His Highness. Lowering his gaze, Cromwell then stated that in that case, he would forgive him for what he was about to do, prompting Cromwell to question what exactly he meant. Without warning, the fourth prince began to draw his blade, and in the very next instant, the imperial prodigy brought it down, severing the limb of his own subordinate as the hand of the sole heir of House France dropped heavily toward the ground, while the sorcerer stared at the table in shock, thinking that the man before him was completely unhinged, even though this entire situation had begun as nothing more than an attempt to disrupt negotiations. And as his former friend let out a scream of agony, clutching the mutilated part of his body, the skilled fencer calmly asked for his opinion. Cromwell squeezed his eyes shut and asked whether this would now be enough for them to be considered friends, leaving the protagonist to conclude without doubt that he was insane. And though the sorcerer forced an uneasy smile as he observed that the prince was going to extreme lengths to force a bond between them, he still pointed out that House France and the other nobles would inevitably turn against him, only for the imperial prodigy, seated casually on the couch, to dismiss the concern, stating there was no need to worry because that family would never abandon him. It became clear that the fourth prince held his subordinates as though they were bound by chains, and the Duke of the Shining Star reflected that the man likely believed he had House France entirely within his grasp, perhaps even the rest of the noble houses as well, while Elric allowed a satisfied grin to form, thinking that if he chose to engage with him further, the situation could become quite interesting. And Mephistopheles, observing from above, remarked that the two of them were alike in nature. Extending the severed limb forward, the talented swordsman asked if this at least proved his sincerity, and just as the protagonist raised his palm in response, the sorcerer suddenly shifted his gaze to the side, while Cromwell's expression hardened with a dangerous frown. Through the shattered window, gray smoke drifted inward as the silhouettes of soldiers emerged, and with his mouth open in alarm, a servant shouted out to His Highness, while warriors dropped down from above and a subordinate urgently called for retreat. Yet the protagonist, leaning back slightly, could not immediately determine whether these figures were assassins, even as the sorcerer's fingers began to glow with gathering power, and he questioned how such an attack could occur despite the patrol, his own presence, and the prince's guard. A surge of freezing air burst forward toward the intruders as the protagonist gripped the cold magic tightly in his hand, then turned his head and decided he needed to move quickly to secure the prince, while Cromwell swung his blade in swift arcs, striking at the attackers, and the young man was momentarily surprised to see that he remained unharmed. The fourth prince bent one knee as fragments of stone exploded outward, and the skilled fencer slid his boot across the floor while the assassins evaded his strikes, drawing a sharp frown from the imperial prodigy as the warriors were suddenly hurled backward all at once. And as he straightened with both fists clenched, Elric allowed a knowing smirk to form, thinking that this outcome made sense. It was the Black Lion, after all, and his earlier concern had been unnecessary. At that moment, a squad of guards rushed into the building, shouting that it was the prince. Raising a brow in disbelief, the protagonist wondered if these fools truly had a death wish, while the black-hooded attackers turned in confusion, unable to understand how anyone had closed the distance on them so quickly, just as a furious voice rang out at the audacity of anyone daring to strike at his highness, and Herman thrust his hand forward, shouting that the assassins had to be stopped and the prince protected. Dark nights filled the room as defenders positioned themselves on both sides of Cromwell, and the sorcerer quickly realized that not only the prince's personal guard but even the Blue Lion had entered the fray, while more enemies burst through the doors, seemingly unaware of the fate awaiting them, prompting the protagonist to think that they had rushed in blindly without understanding what they were up against. The leader of the Vile clan lowered his chin with firm resolve, and the fourth prince answered with a simple nod before. In the next instant, both sides launched into motion, the imperial prodigy cutting through the air with his blade as a skilled fencer struck an opponent across the head, and as Elric bit his lip, he found himself almost feeling pity for the assassins forced to face not one, but two lions at once. At that same moment, his eyes ignited with a green glow, revealing yellow silhouettes scattered across the room, and deciding to eliminate those still lurking in concealment, he moved toward the figures hiding behind the hall's columns, where one fighter, gripping a dagger, muttered that engaging the Blue Lion directly was pointless since their true objective was the prince. The commander abruptly raised his hand, then pointed out the direction of attack, and in response, the assassins sprang from their cover, only for shards of ice to streak toward one of the prince's enemies as a concentrated beam of magic struck several of them down, leaving the rest disoriented and unable to grasp what was happening. From the shadows, a hidden warrior's eyes glowed red, while Elric extended 2 fingers forward, a broad grin spreading across his face as he unleashed a stream of energy straight into his opponent's face, activating his piercing skill, then casually mimicked a gun with his hand and blew across his fingers, prompting Mephistopheles to question what kind of stance that was, to which he simply spread his arms and admitted he had no idea, only that it felt right in the moment. As the sorcerer continued firing beam-like attacks from his fingers, the dark spirit remarked that these attackers were unfortunate souls, adding that while their stealth was exceptional, they had run straight into their natural predator, and with a hard frown, the Duke of the Shining Star questioned who these people were and what could drive them to attempt the assassination of the fourth prince. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist stated that they needed to capture some of them alive for interrogation, only for someone to point out that taking them prisoner would not be possible, and as the sorcerer leaned back slightly, his expression shifted to alarm at the sight of his sister's silhouette appearing before him. Turning back, the young man asked what she meant, and Hayes, lowering her eyelids, explained that they had been trained precisely for situations like this, while behind them the clash with the assassins continued, and she added that even if they were stopped from taking their own lives, a hypnotic trigger implanted within them would activate and kill them anyway. Clenching his fist, Elric demanded to know who these attackers were, and Hayes answered that they were known as the Red Ghosts, prompting him to stare ahead and admit he had never heard of such a group, while the member of the Black Skull Association, squeezing her eyes shut, explained that they had only been formed recently and all information about them was tightly concealed, which led her brother to question how she could possibly know of them, to which she opened her bright eyes and revealed that their leader was the sworn enemy of her mercenary captain, adding that the story behind it was long. Resting a finger against his chin, the sorcerer began piecing together that this was a hidden organization whose existence remained unknown to the public, just as the enemy commander raised his sword high and ordered all units to retreat, and with a faint, knowing smile, Elric observed that they were fleeing. Magical insects swarmed after the retreating enemies, and the protagonist realized that by attaching a familiar, he could track their destination. Though as he pressed his lips together, he wondered whether they had already anticipated such a move, and his thoughts were interrupted when someone warned that allowing them to continue carrying out operations like this would lead to their entire organization being wiped out, a claim that made the Duke of the Shining Star lift his chin in disbelief. A black cloak billowed in the wind as the patriarch of the Merbinger family sensed something unnatural, unable to detect any flow of life from the figure before him. And there, standing upon the balcony, was a warrior wearing a wooden mask, who gripped his sword and remarked that it seemed they were enjoying themselves here. In the next instant, the masked assassin swung his blade downward, and flashes of light burst across the backs of several warriors, drawing a furious clench of teeth from the young man as he realized his familiars had been discovered, while Cromwell looked up and demanded to know whether this man was their leader, who they were, and who had sent them to kill him. The enemy's eyes glowed a deep red as he responded with a question of his own, asking whether His Highness truly expected him to reveal everything so easily, and as streams of magic wrapped around the talented swordsman's blade, he remarked that it was only fair, though admitting that if the answer came so quickly, it would be rather dull. Without hesitation, the fourth prince lunged forward, and Herman leapt after him toward the dark figure, while the assassin's form began to blur, his voice carrying as he warned that being surrounded by lions would not end well for him. At that same moment, the soldiers snapped their heads to the side as the swordsman brought his blade up to meet the incoming strike, stopping it head-on, while the assassin sprang away to another position and casually remarked although he would have enjoyed playing with them, the current situation was not suitable, then placed a hand over his chest and declared that he would be taking his leave, only for shards of ice to surge toward him an instant later as Elric muttered that perhaps he had still managed to break through. With a sharp motion of his fist, the protagonist shouted that escape would not come so easily, then raised one leg and activated the art of body strengthening, spreading his fingers wide as the Duke of the Shining Star unleashed a barrage of strikes known as the Thousand Tiger Cuts. Yet in the next instant he clenched his teeth as the enemy, clearly surprised, exclaimed that he had thought he was facing a mage. Through the shattered openings in the wall, the dark blue sky stretched beyond, and as the assassin glanced toward those gaps, he commented that even forcing a way through would be dangerous. Just as glowing chains of magic lashed out toward him, the sorcerer attempting to bind him in place, the metal links shining brightly as they coiled in, while the warrior struck against them with his fist and complained that he could not even have a moment of peace. In a sudden shift, the assassin leapt toward the boundary, but sharp ice arrows shot after him as Elric activated his piercing technique, only for the enemy to sweep them aside with a spinning strike, scattering the projectiles as snow-like fragments drifted near his head, drawing laughter from him. And at that very moment Hayes descended from above, while her opponent noted that she was the only woman within the Black Skull. The assassin sprang backward to evade the crushing swing of a massive hammer and questioned whether she and the patriarch of the Merbinja family were working together, and though the siblings answered only with firm, silent resolve, he remarked that this development was quite unexpected, his eyes glowing a vivid red as Cromwell and Herman moved swiftly to the side, one of them noting that the situation had become increasingly difficult to follow. In an instant, the heroes closed in, surrounding the masked figure from all directions, his wooden mask partially obscured by shadow as he stated that he had no other choice, and then a violent explosion erupted, hurling the swordsman backward, while the protagonist slid across the floor, astonished that the enemy had just deflected a coordinated assault from 4 people at once. The cloaked stranger lowered both sabers, and at that exact moment, his form split apart into multiple copies, leaving Elric biting his lip in confusion as he sensed a shift in the flow of air, while the fighters encircled the opponent and the protagonist realized that only moments earlier there had been a faint breeze, yet now the air stood completely still, not a single current moving, as though the figure before them were nothing more than a budderless phantom. Herman's pupils flared with anger as he shouted for the enemy to return, while a faint trail of gray smoke lingered across the floor, Cromwell grinding his teeth as Hayes narrowed her eyes in alarm, and a bead of sweat slid down the sorcerer's cheek as he turned his gaze aside, wondering where the assassin had gone. Scanning the room through the yellow silhouettes of those present, the protagonist realized in shock that even his perception could no longer detect the enemy, when a spark flickered beside him and he cursed at his own carelessness, only for a thin beam of energy to suddenly strike his shoulder, and in the next instant, the assassin's presence manifested behind Elric as the man admitted he was impressed that the attack had been avoided. A moment later, the figure blurred once more, and the protagonist frowned deeply, realizing that he had dodged purely on instinct. While grinding his teeth, the sorcerer concluded that this ability functioned like a curse. Without knowing the enemy's position, he had no way to strike back. Dropping one knee to the ground, the patriarch of the Merbinja family steadied himself, prompting the opponent to remark that he must be trying to read his footsteps, as the royal knights gathered behind him, and the unseen attacker questioned whether it was truly because of him that the assassination attempt had failed. Suddenly, black liquid spilled from a soldier's mouth, causing the sorcerer to snap his head to the side, while the surrounding warriors stared in confusion at their collapsing comrade, unable to understand what had just happened, until invisible strikes tore through the guards, their bodies pierced as they cried out in agony, the emblems of the kingdom clearly marked upon their armor. The knights quickly formed a barrier around Cromwell as a voice rang out, ordering them to protect his highness, while more soldiers advanced in formation under their commander's orders to tighten the perimeter. Yet one by one, they were struck down by attacks that could not be seen, falling backward under the relentless assault. Turning sharply, the protagonist called out to his sister, asking if she knew anything more about this enemy, while Mephistopheles, arms folded, admitted that this was indeed a troublesome opponent, as even he could not perceive him, prompting the young man to lift his gaze as a thought of a ghost crossed his mind. The Demon King lowered his brows and asked if he had found an answer, to which the protagonist silently affirmed that he had. And in the next moment, the Duke of the Shining Star crossed his arms as currents of freezing wind spiraled outward, engulfing the space around him in a growing blizzard. As the storm intensified, the knights raised their arms to shield their faces from the biting cold, and watching closely, the sorcerer fixed his eyes on the ground, realizing that even if the enemy resembled a ghost, unlike the king of primordial sin, he still possessed a physical form, and if that was true, then he would leave traces behind. Amid the swirling snow, faint imprints appeared, and from behind the defensive line, One of Cromwell's subordinates shouted that he could see the assassin's footprints. Spreading his arms wide, the assassin explained that this was exactly how they had been tracking his movements, then without warning lunged straight at the fourth prince, adding that nothing about the outcome would change because of it. Suspended in mid-air, the fighter caught the incoming weapon with his bare hand, while the young man flicked his wrist and sent blocks of ice surging upward as streams of magic tore through the air toward the assassin. And in that same instant, shards of ice scattered in every direction. Turning his head, the soldier spotted the patriarch once more, just as the villain's eyes ignited with a vivid red glow, and he declared he would deal with this Merbinger bastard first. In the next moment, Herman appeared at his back, furious that he would dare look away while standing so close to him. And as he drew his hand behind him, the head of the V-clan shouted that the man before him had now turned evil. Between them, the air itself carried the marks of exchanged strikes, and the assassin realized that confronting the Blue Lion head-on would not be simple. Elric charged forward, while the enemy inwardly fumed that because of this man, he could not even make use of his stealth abilities. Gusts of wind shot toward the room's exit. The warrior's eyes flared red, and at that exact moment the swordsman unleashed a sweeping circular strike. Lifting his gaze, the villain understood that what stood before him was a crushing, merciless power that allowed no resistance. Far above, Augustus floated in the sky, and the assassin reacted with clear surprise at his sudden presence, while the old man ground his teeth in anger and remarked that all this chaos had been caused by nothing more than a single rat. The soldiers, seeing him, broke into relieved smiles and said they were finally safe. Letting his arms fall back, the assassin admitted there was nothing more he could do now, while the Duke of the Shining Star gave a faint sneer and thought to himself that no matter how powerful the man was, he could never act recklessly in front of his teacher. Bringing a hand to his chest, the villain remarked that it had been a long time since they had last met, and with his fist hidden behind his back, the killer addressed Augustus as teacher, a word that made the young man nearby drop his jaw in shock. Still hovering, Augustus questioned who he thought he was to use that title, and the spirit answered that he had always regarded him that way, both in the past and even now, though he quickly added that he knew the feeling was not mutual. Frowning deeply, the old man replied that he had no interest in such rambling and ordered him to disappear, while Elric tightened his fists in frustration, and at the same time the ghost continued, saying that Augustus had searched so desperately for a disciple to inherit his techniques, had finally found one, and he offered his congratulations. Spreading his fingers, the White Knight stated that he had already made it clear he was nobody, then added that if they still could not hear him properly, he could always cut off a few more ears to improve their hearing. Lifting his head, the mercenary captain's sworn enemy said there was no need for that and declared he would be leaving. With no eyes visible beneath Ellis' hair, he added that he had no intention of showing himself again. Placing a hand over his chest, the spirit remarked that if the chance arose, he would pay an official visit. At that moment, the fourth prince, Cromwell, appeared, and the protagonist, biting his lip, thought that once his teacher had made a decision, even a prince would struggle to change it. Seeing August's stern expression, he also found himself wondering what kind of connection existed between his teacher and the man in the wooden mask. As the imperial prodigy approached the sorcerer, he apologized, saying he had hoped they could speak longer, and the reply came that next time they met, there would be plenty of opportunity to talk. Hearing this, the gifted swordsman lifted his brows in mild surprise and said that when that time came, they should deepen their friendship. Resting a hand on Mega's shoulder, the young man commented that the body enhancement technique he had demonstrated was impressive and expressed his desire to cross blades the next time they met, to which the Duke, with a faint smile, answered that he would be waiting for that day. Satisfied expressions appeared across their faces. Closing his eyes, the fourth Prince Cromwell announced his departure, and a moment later, the imperial prodigy turned away. Elric's lips curved upward in quiet satisfaction, while the protagonist noticed his friend release a heavy sigh and asked if something was wrong. Staring ahead, Sean explained that his father had urgently summoned him. After some time, it felt as though the protagonist was seated across from his teacher, who stood with arms folded and remarked that he hoped everyone had returned by now, while Herman, beside the mage, said it seemed their paths would part here, adding that the appearance of the Blue Lion and Hexog could bring trouble, so it would be best to disperse. Isabel, her face slightly flushed, told the mage to be careful, and the Duke answered her with a small smile, while Mephistopheles watched the children with clear delight. A moment later, Elric waved his hand in irritation, and it seemed the protagonist let out a deep sigh before turning to his teacher and asking what kind of connection he had with the killer wearing the wooden mask. August lifted his head, then brought his palms together, and the White Knight, parting his lips, answered that it could simply be regarded as a link to the past, leaving the Duke gazing forward in thoughtful silence. Opening his mouth, the mentor stated that this was something they must not learn about, as the scene shifted to a carriage rolling steadily along the road, revealing the looming view of a massive castle ahead. Inside, a spirit moved through a dim corridor, the red ghost reaching out to grasp the doorknob before entering. The man seated in the chair observed that he had left with confidence. Then, turning toward the entrance, Andre added that now he looked terrible. A moment later, the mercenary captain's nemesis collapsed onto the sofa, prompting the Red Lion to spring to his feet and demand to know where the fourth prince's head was, warning him not to claim he had returned empty-handed. As the spirit began removing his mask, the gentleman questioned whether he was serious and remarked that he had left in such a grand manner, while the young man, his expression darkening, listened as it was pointed out that someone who claimed he could kill anyone in the world should not come back without results. Sitting beside him, Andre pressed further, asking where he had hidden the head and whether he intended to surprise him, only for the red ghost to knock his hand away and tell him to be quiet. With a faint smile, the gentleman concluded that he had indeed failed the mission, and as the Red Lion closed his eyes, he recalled how someone had once claimed that killing the fourth prince outside the palace would be effortless. The mercenary captain's sworn enemy grew irritated at his endless talking, while Andre demanded to know the reason for the failure, and the spirit, glancing aside, answered that it was because of Elric. Raising his brows in disbelief, the man questioned whether the patriarch of House Merovingia was truly capable of such a thing, noting that despite being called the White Knight's disciple, he was supposedly only a magus, before adding that all their information must have been outdated. With a menacing frown, the Red Ghost explained that the Elric he encountered was at least level 7 and possessed formidable close combat ability. Leaning back, the gentleman asked when everything had started to go wrong, bringing up the appearance of the imperial family's prodigy, while the Red Lion wondered whether the turning point had been when he rejected the Crown Prince's offer of support, or when he declared his intention to relinquish his title and retire, provoking the Golden Lion and losing his backing. Slamming his palm onto the documents, Andre reflected that regardless, he had already been branded the leader of the rebel army and had no way to clear his name, while the man bared his teeth and muttered that it all stemmed from his attempt to abduct the fourth prince, either to bargain again with the Crown Prince or to hold him hostage and force the imperial army to withdraw. Clutching his head, the master realized that everything had fallen apart, as the spirit sharply touched his face, and just then, 2 girls appeared, prompting the Red Ghost to recognize that only one path remained. Resting her hand at her side, the lady stated that this could only mean he had failed his mission, after which the second woman followed up by asking whether he had finally given her an answer. The man leaned forward as the Red Lion reflected that, because of his choice, tens of thousands of loyal followers might end up dying for nothing. Standing beside the 2 women, Andre concluded that this was no longer the time to calculate risks. Drawing his brows together, the man muttered that they had already been branded as traitors and accused of forming ties with demons, while the gentleman extended his hand and said that, with no alternatives left, he would have to give them exactly what they wanted. The scene shifted to a view of the castle, where a man seated across from the boys acknowledged that they must be exhausted from their long journey, yet explained there was a reason he had urged them to come quickly. Then, as a 9th-level magus, he produced a scroll. Within moments, the protagonist unfolded it. Interlacing his fingers, one of the greatest revealed that the order had come directly from the emperor himself, and upon hearing that House Merovingia was required to participate in the war within their own land, the protagonist's expression hardened into a deep frown. Holding the scroll in his hands, the Duke declared that it was an imperial decree, and that refusing to comply would result in death. As he examined the document, the sorcerer explained that, to prevent misuse, such decrees could only be issued a limited number of times and only against high noble houses, with Merovingia permitted to invoke it just twice. Tightening his grip on the paper, the mage remarked that the imperial family had refrained from using the Golden Seal decree for centuries in order to maintain leverage over Merovingia, then questioned why they had suddenly chosen to act now, while Elric, with a faint smile, sensed that something about the situation was off. Mephistopheles, arms crossed, commented that it was as though they were being told to dig their own grave and leap into it, adding that the message was practically an open declaration of harm, while Sean shot to his feet and shouted in outrage, demanding to know what kind of absurdity this was, since the Merovingia were not even vassals of Nera. With a tense expression, he turned to his father and asked whether he intended to let this pass so easily, prompting Gaze, who stared ahead, to tell his son to restrain himself. Seated on the couch, the 9th-level magus admitted that he too was displeased with how the imperial family was treating their house, and added that they could not possibly be unaware of their pact with Merovingia. Parting his lips, one of the greatest questioned whether the emperor intended to destabilize their relationship with Merovingia, noting that such a move was entirely possible. Frowning deeply, the man concluded that one thing was certain: everything about this was far too suspicious, even raising doubt over whether the emperor had personally signed the decree. The master remarked that the head of Merovingia had already come to the same realization, then asked what he intended to do, and the protagonist, holding the scroll, answered that refusing the decree would give the empire a reason to eliminate him under the excuse of defiance, while obeying it would send him to the battlefield where he might conveniently die. With a faint smile, he concluded that either way, the imperial family risked nothing. After a short silence, the Duke shut his eyes and let out a laugh, prompting his friend to question how he could laugh at a moment like this when he was clearly walking into a trap. Clutching his head, the sorcerer replied that they would have gone to war regardless, so there was no reason he could not laugh. Staring ahead, he added that what occupied his thoughts now was how to bury that bastard crown prince. Turning slightly, Elric told the Demon King that since the crown prince was also pursuing Gregory, they could handle both targets at once, and with his arms crossed, Mephistopheles responded that this was precisely his specialty. Standing behind the protagonist, Sean pointed out that there was still 1 month before the deadline stated in the decree, then asked what he planned to do during that time, to which the reply came that there were 2 tasks to take care of. Hearing that his help would be needed, the young man looked forward in surprise. The scene shifted to the central office of the magical administration, where, inside a dim room, a gentleman muttered that it was irritating, holding a document as he scoffed that he could not believe there were still fools who relied solely on status. Nearby, the young man sorted through stacks of papers, while the gentleman, his expression darkening, spoke the protagonist's name. Elsewhere, the 3rd son of the Nerystar family, seated across from his friend, asked whether obtaining this license was truly necessary right now, and was told that with a mage license, one could assume an officer's position in the war. Sweat visible on his face, Sean questioned why there was such urgency when he would be granted an officer's authority anyway. But the Duke, looking ahead, explained that doing so would come with restrictions, adding that there was another reason as well. Crossing his arms, the young man asked him to explain, and the sorcerer, after a brief hesitation, apologized and said the matter was connected to his family. Parting his lips, Sean asked whether he was certain he did not need preparation, since the exam was no trivial matter, but the mage, with a slight smile, replied by asking if he had forgotten that despite repeatedly failing due to a blocking illness, he had always ranked at the top in theoretical knowledge. Stunned, Sean opened his mouth wide and asked if he truly believed that the mage license examination was anything like a student test. Raising his index finger, the 3rd son of the Nerystar family explained that every examiner created their own set of problems, adding that examiner Brian passed only 0.1% of those who took his test. Gazing out the window, Elric replied that this simply meant most candidates did not understand the material. Adjusting his sleeves, the protagonist asked whether the exam truly lasted 8 hours, and was told that, from what was known, that was indeed the case. Resting his hands on his knees, he told his friend to get some rest, then abruptly stood and declared that he would return in half an hour with a perfect score. After some time, a gentleman stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back, introduced himself as a 5th-rank examiner from the Central Bureau of the Magical Administration, and asked if he was the examinee Elric. Standing across from him, the sorcerer confirmed it and asked whether he could begin immediately. Turning away, Brian stated that they would first verify his identity before proceeding. Nearby, the Demon King folded his arms and asked if this was the examiner his friend had mentioned, and whether everything would be fine. And in response, the magician simply spread his hands as bright light radiated outward. The 5th-rank examiner approached the table and explained that the first section would cover elemental disciplines such as physics, necromancy, alchemy, ancient history, black magic, and more, adding that the written portion contained a total of 600 questions. As Elric picked up the book, it was stated that the use of magic would be considered cheating, prompting the protagonist to scratch his ear and ask whether there was any reason at all to use magic. Turning aside, the examiner muttered that he was aware the man had cured his illness and become the hero of Lenta, and expressed clear displeasure at what he saw as arrogance. Biting his lip, Brian whispered that this application was nothing more than an attempt to stand out and restore the honor of the fallen family, warning him not to assume otherwise. Turning his head back, the 5th-rank examiner announced that he could begin, and after a brief moment, the protagonist opened the textbook. The man standing nearby thought that, as expected, he was likely writing nonsense. With a furrowed brow, the examiner noted that even Tasha, who had once achieved a perfect score, had needed time to think through her answers and had not been completely certain. Yet suddenly the sorcerer looked up with a faint smile and declared that he was finished. Picking up the book, Brian realized only 15 minutes had passed and questioned whether he intended to show even a trace of effort. Then, placing his hand on the text, muttered that he had once held respect for House Merbinger, when, all at once, the ring on the man's finger began to shine intensely. The tally of correct answers appeared, and the gentleman was left stunned by the flawless score, while sweat formed on Brian's face as he struggled to comprehend how such a result was even possible. Looking at the examiner, Elric calmly asked if he could move on to the second stage, receiving a simple nod in approval. Snapping his fingers, the 5th-rank examiner recalled that this was the same man who had ranked first in theoretical knowledge at the academy, while the master's assistant approached carrying a peculiar artifact, thinking it obvious that the candidate must have focused solely on theory until now. At that moment, a faint grin crossed the protagonist's face as the young man set the magical device on the table, and Brian noted that the second phase, the mana control test, was not something one could pass through study alone. With a slight smile, the examiner instructed him to place his hand on the crystal sphere, and as the protagonist complied, he quietly explained that both the quantity and quality of controlled mana had to surpass a strict threshold, which was why even highly skilled Mage often failed here. Suddenly, a brilliant aura flared around the protagonist. The crystal sphere began to fracture, and within moments, the artifact shattered into countless fragments. The examiner's jaw dropped in disbelief, while the Duke scratched his head and remarked that he might have broken the device, then asked if that counted as a failure. Biting his lip, the gentleman could not immediately respond. Outside, Sean stood near the carriage, and upon spotting his friend approaching, he asked why he had returned in just half an hour. With a faint smile, the third son of the Nera family asked how it had gone. And in response, the sorcerer spoke with quiet satisfaction while holding out a temporary warlock license. The patriarch of House Merbinja, however, questioned why he was even asking. Holding a newspaper in his hands, Sean read aloud the line that he would return before the tea had even cooled, expressing how confident his friend had been before stepping out of the carriage, then lowered his brows and exclaimed that he had practically written an entire novel about it. Elric gazed ahead with clear satisfaction, while his friend called him lucky and asked how he had managed to complete the exam in under half an hour. Sitting down on the sofa, the young man then asked whether he had already chosen where to undertake the third stage, the assignment, and was told that he intended to go to the Forest of Red Souls. Raising his eyebrows, the third son of the Nero staff family remarked that it sounded easier than expected, then questioned why he would not select something more challenging, since it would hardly draw attention. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that time was limited, so he intended to finish everything as quickly as possible. Biting his lip, he then turned to the Demon King and asked whether it was true that his saga was indeed located there. He added that whether to believe it or not was entirely up to him. As the scene shifted to the night sky, where Mephistopheles explained that the saga was hidden in a place teeming with ghosts, an image reinforced by the sight of countless undead, after which the King of Original Sin remarked that if it truly came from Otto's pen, then it was not hard to accept, and it was even possible that the spirits filling the Forest of Red Souls had been created to guard the saga itself. At once, the group snapped their heads toward the door as it suddenly opened, and Hayes stepped inside, asking her brother if they could speak. The scene transitioned to a vast castle, where the woman walking beside the Duke asked whether he had said he was heading to the border province of Vins, and he confirmed it, countering with what other choice he had now that the Golden Seal order had been issued, then adding that not only he, but also the magic tower and the house of the Duke of Lion had been summoned. Looking toward the mercenary, the sorcerer asked why she would be going, and she explained that her organization had also received a conscription order, meaning she would be sent there as well. At that moment, a dark box appeared, and with sweat forming on her face, the magician asked whether she could refuse, pointing out that she was not even a full member, but his sister replied that even associate members were required to comply, adding that refusal would result in expulsion. Drawing his brows together, Elric objected, but suddenly the box struck the ground, and Hayes turned toward him, saying he could not simply tell her to walk away just because he had begun living a respectable life. Resting her hand on the heavy box, she continued that it allowed her to live without worrying about money. Yet she loved her work and took pride in everything she had achieved on her own path. Glancing aside, the mercenary asked whether he was seriously telling her to lay down her weapons and just rest, and warned that if he even suggested something ridiculous like marriage, she would crack his head open. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he would never say such a thing, because it was her life to choose. Watching the exchange, the Demon King stroked his chin and commented that his sister was even bolder than he was, prompting the protagonist to wonder whether their family could even exist without her, adding that if she had possessed talent for magic, she might have become the head of the family in his place. In the end, the Duke told her to take care of herself and said they would meet again on the battlefield, and with a smile, she expressed her hope that his plans would succeed as well. Striking her chest with her hand, the sorceress declared that she had been the one protecting the family all this time, then added that he no longer needed to worry because from now on he would take responsibility. In the next moment, Hayes reached out and placed her hand on her brother's head, and with a faint blush, remarked that he had truly grown up, her expression filled with warmth. The scene shifted to a dark forest, where a girl stared wide-eyed and asked why a banshee was acting as a reaper, when suddenly one of the men stumbled over a tree root and Elton lost his footing, collapsing to the ground just as a monster emerged behind him. In the next instant, blood sprayed through the air. The woman looked ahead in confusion as the young men gripped their swords tightly, and one warrior, mouth agape, asked what they were supposed to do, while Sophia, biting her lip, wondered if this was the end for them. Without warning, shards of ice swept past them, revealing Elric standing among the trees, and as he extended his palm, he activated a piercing technique. The girl cried out in shock that ice arrows would not work and insisted that physical attacks had no effect. Yet as she watched the magic projectile strike the undead bodies, her surprise deepened. The banshee raised its side defensively, but the ice fragments tore through its weapons, and in the next moment, one projectile pierced straight through the creature's head. Shortly after, the monster collapsed onto the ground. The warriors could only stare in disbelief, while the protagonist clenched his fist and, closing his eyes, remarked that he had finally managed to catch one. Drawing his brows together, he explained that because of Sparta, ghosts were constantly escaping, preventing him from completing his task, as he needed to gather 10 portions of ghost essence but had only managed to collect 2 so far, adding that although he would like to help, he knew he could not. Standing with his arms at his sides, Mephistopheles commented that Hannon had been right, and that not bringing him along would have been far better for his mental well-being, while the blue-toothed magical creature appeared and complained that the Demon King was merely a shell, that everyone kept talking endlessly, and that even the ghosts ignored him. Opening his mouth wide, the master questioned how ghosts could possibly comprehend the greatness of such a king, prompting Elric to frown in disbelief. Looking down at his hand, The protagonist wondered what a Banshee Reaper was doing in this place, since such creatures were supposed to dwell deeper within the forest, then shifted his gaze to the seal as he reflected on the energy contained within that demonic aura. Suddenly, the seal of winter began to glow, and turning toward the forest, the Duke realized that the saga must be somewhere nearby. At that moment, the group leaned forward and said that he had saved them, but the sorcerer simply replied that he had only done what was necessary. Then, with a faint smile, asked how it was that they had ended up being chased by a Banshee Reaper, as traces of blood stained their belongings. The patriarch of House Merbinger drew his brows together sharply as Elric's gaze fell on the stained textbook. The boys flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming that it was unbelievable and insisting that only someone at least of mega class could have pierced the Reaper Banshee's barrier, while the girl asked if he belonged to a magic tower, prompting the protagonist to tighten his fist. Staring ahead, the protagonist questioned how they could dare, then looked once more at the blood-stained belongings, red marks clearly smeared across the book, and wondered how anyone had the audacity to lay hands on something that belonged to his family. With his arms crossed, Mephistopheles remarked that he had ended up saving a group of grave robbers, to which the mage replied that perhaps that was for the best. Slightly confused, the Demon King asked what he meant, and Elric, his expression hardening, answered that those bastards would end up digging their own graves. The girl, opening her mouth hesitantly, apologized for having to ask, then requested his help once more, lowering her head as she explained that their companions were still trapped inside the dungeon and promised they would reward him with anything he desired, pleading for his assistance alongside the others who leaned forward in desperation. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist agreed to help and asked where they were, and Sophia, flushing deeply, asked if he truly meant it as the others voiced their gratitude. Pointing ahead, the girl urged that they needed to hurry before the Reaper Banshee returned. Yet in the same instant, the group's expressions twisted into ominous grins, causing the sorcerer's face to darken. Raising his brows, Mephistopheles dismissed them as insignificant beings and remarked that the moment they crossed paths with him, they had already signed their own death warrant. Indicating the cave, the woman stated that it was the dungeon, and shortly after, the mage stepped forward, lifting his foot and moving toward the shadowed entrance, while Sophia watched him with a thoughtful gaze. Placing a hand against her chest, she asked if she could at least know the name of the one who had saved them, and turning slightly, the protagonist offered a false name, prompting the Demon King to question whether that was yet another alias and to comment that he truly lacked imagination. Throwing her arms around him, the girl said his name was as remarkable as his magical ability, but he replied that his skills were still lacking. Sophia then asked, as politely as she could, what school of magic he belonged to, adding that she genuinely wished to repay her debt, only for the Duke, his expression tightening, to respond that she need not trouble herself. Clenching his fist, the sorcerer stated that he had to go, pointing out that she herself had said her companions were in danger, while the girl, baring her teeth, could not believe he could maintain such an indifferent expression even as she clung to him so openly. Smiling faintly, the woman judged that his magical aptitude was impressive, yet his behavior resembled that of a recluse, while behind Elric, Sophia muttered under her breath that she was superior, already deciding that while this so-called hermit handled the dungeon guards, she would slip a blade into his back and claim every piece of treasure for herself. At the same time, the traveler turned to her companion, who stood with her hands clasped behind her, whispering that she was relying on a gullible noble, and it was obvious from their behavior how closely the group trailed the protagonist. Glancing over his shoulder, the protagonist asked where her comrades were, and she replied that they had been inside during the escape and might still be alive, after which the woman parted her lips and added that they were most likely hiding at the corner of the fourth corridor. The Duke warned everyone to stay alert, reminding them that no one could predict what they would encounter here, and Sophia, wearing a sly grin, responded that they would be careful, so there was no need for him to worry. Without warning, horrific monsters emerged, knocking the traveler sharply to the ground, and in the next instant the Reapers lunged forward. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl called out for help as the sorcerer extended his hand, and an unusual aura suddenly enveloped the undead, leaving the woman seated on the floor wondering what he was doing as an intense cold spread, making her question whether he realized that banshees were unaffected by such attacks, yet frozen forms of the monsters manifested anyway. And at that same moment Sophia thought this was impossible, since elemental magic should not affect spectral beings. Opening his mouth, the magician asked if they were unharmed and received confirmation that they were, prompting the traveler to rise and thank him, while the girl, sweat running down her face, admitted under her breath that he was stronger than she had assumed and questioned whether he possessed some extraordinary power. Crossing her arms, the woman remarked that she had not expected him to handle the lower-level guard so effortlessly, and reaffirmed that the moment he finished, they would strike. All at once, Sophia froze with her jaw slack, unable to make sense of what she was witnessing, as Elric walked past the immobilized enemies and stated that they were short on time and needed to move quickly. The traveler widened her eyes, thinking that with the amount and type of magic he had used, his mana reserve should have been depleted long ago, yet he still appeared completely composed. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist observed that thanks to them he no longer needed to search the forest for Otto's tomb, and that the stolen artifacts had been returned to their rightful places. while Mephistopheles, smiling broadly, explained that he had obtained a measure of demonic energy. Spa, standing behind the protagonist, remarked that this was an intriguing development and added that he had heard the Merbinja were enemies of all inhumans, yet he wielded their power. The Duke brushed his chin and admitted that this part remained unclear to him, while the sorcerer, studying his own hand, reasoned that to restore winter, Otto had forged a seal by reshaping demonic relics into something new. Nearby, a monster lay sprawled across the floor, and the mage observed that the guardians of this place carried fragments of that very seal. As the sky darkened overhead, the patriarch of the Merbinja family explained that in their hunger for greater strength, they had allowed demons to devour them, bringing ruin upon the world. And Elric, glancing aside, murmured that he understood part of it, though not everything, and that the full truth would soon become clear. Raising her index finger, the girl warned that turning right here would send them plunging into the dungeon's depths. And shortly after, the protagonist reached the corridor's corner where an enormous door stood waiting. His pupils flared yellow, and noticing the strange aura, the Duke remarked that all the mana flowing through the dungeon was being drawn into that door, meaning it must lead downward. The sorcerer turned to the woman and asked if their comrades were sealed behind it, and she confirmed it, adding that something dreadful lurked beyond, urging him to proceed with caution. Moments later, the mage placed his hand on the gate and stated that he would open it, and as it parted, a brilliant light spilled through the widening gap, flickering from within. The patriarch of the Merbinja family stared in surprise at the sight of a container filled with green liquid, while beyond it, a grim scene unfolded with eerie knights standing amid wounded people scattered across the floor. Without warning, the monsters snapped their heads toward the entrance, and Sophia, her mouth falling open, realized they had all reacted at once, while the traveler bit her lip, recalling that when they first entered, only one had moved. Yet he had slaughtered their entire group alone. The girl glanced at her companion and muttered that although the mage was undeniably powerful, she doubted he could handle a dozen at once, and if he died here, it would spell disaster for them as well. The woman, turning back, concluded that they needed to escape immediately, but in the next instant, everyone could only stare in stunned disbelief, their jaws dropping at what unfolded before them. Turning back, Sophia demanded to know what was happening, only to witness what seemed impossible as the knights appeared to kneel before the protagonist. Without a word, he stepped forward, and the living armor slowly rose to its feet, prompting the others to watch in terror, whispering to each other with shaking voices about what they should do now and whether following him would lead to sudden attack, until the girl ahead of them declared that if they intended to leave, they should go on their own, because the mage had just uncovered the dungeon secret. With a crazed smile, she mockingly asked whether they were foolish enough to give up at a moment like this. And at her words, the others immediately rushed after her, declaring that they would go as well, just as the doors behind them slammed shut. From the artifact, a vivid green light began to radiate, while the protagonist continued forward at an unhurried pace, glancing sideways at the living armor and wondering if these were Otto's servants, and sensing the immense magical force emanating from them. He concluded they were retainers who preserved their master's legacy even after death, which led him to question whether, when he rebuilt his home, he could gather allies as loyal and dependable as these. Elric advanced down the corridor, encircled by these unwavering guardians, until after a few steps he came to a halt, sensing a powerful magical presence ahead that he immediately recognized as the same energy found within the tomb of the Ice Mountain Queen. Without pausing, he extended his hand, holding the artifact toward it, and the moment it reacted, it flared with a vivid purple glow, prompting both him and Mephistopheles to stare in shock at what appeared before them. Inside, seated in a rocking chair, was a man, the great ancestor who had established the House of Merbinja, who had been waiting for his distant descendant, Elric, for centuries. Approaching quietly, the protagonist stated that he had come, only to find the old man lying motionless in the chair with his eyes closed, after which he fastened the artifact around the man's neck and, with a faint smile, remarked that during the trials he had appeared middle-aged, yet here he looked extremely old. After a brief pause, he tilted his head slightly and asked in confusion how many years the man had remained here like this. At that moment, the demon covered his face and began to laugh, his aura shifting as his laughter turned wild, while Mephistopheles' eyes flared brightly as he shouted the old man's name. Grinning like a madman, the demon said he could not be certain, but the man was still human, adding that he had believed he would torment them forever, and though he appeared no different from a true monster, he was, in the end, still human. Otto remained where he was, unmoving and without any sign of life, as Mephistopheles hovered directly before him, declaring that he had sworn countless times that if he ever broke free, he would take revenge with his own hands on him and all who followed him. Yet in the end, those vows had amounted to nothing. Watching the demon from the corner of his eye, the protagonist thought that such a reaction was only natural, since the demon god and the 4 demon kings had once attempted to devour the continent, only to be stopped by the Merbinja wall created by the founder, and as he bent down closer to the old man's face, he continued to observe him carefully. Mephistopheles shouted that this could not be happening, that it could not end like this, his eyes burning with rage and hatred as he continued yelling that the man had simply closed his eyes with a smile, then demanded to know what was to become of the resentment consuming his chest, of the screams and sorrow he carried, asking what he was supposed to do with all of it, before slamming a hand against the back of the chair and ordering him to answer, to say anything at all. The boy watched in silence, questioning what secret Otto had been hiding, his gaze falling to the seal of winter on his hand as he wondered what it truly was and what the real secret of their family might be. And as a snowflake-shaped mark began to shine brightly, the old man's image suddenly started to dissolve. Seeing this, the protagonist's mouth parted in shock as a powerful surge of magic filled the air, prompting Elric to realize that it was Otto's mana, which grew stronger with each passing second until it completely enveloped him. Moments later, the protagonist's eyes flared, and in an instant, everything around him shifted, staring ahead in confusion. Elric questioned where he was, only for that confusion to turn into shock when a familiar voice spoke, telling him that he must have many questions. And there, not far in front of him, sat Otto, who added that with his current understanding, he likely grasped very little. Without hesitation, Elric furrowed his brows and demanded to know who the Merbinger were. But the old man, without opening his eyes, replied that he could not answer every question. Though as a reward for coming this far, he would respond to a few. With that, he clapped his hands, and in the same instant, the surroundings transformed as a man in a long robe appeared. And the moment the protagonist saw him, he immediately recognized him as the founder. The man's face remained hidden beneath a hood, and Elric, staring in astonishment, realized that while he had not understood it before, he could now clearly feel the overwhelming power of the one who created the Merbinger house, a force so immense it made his entire body tremble. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared behind him, and one of them told him to stop chattering like a sparrow because the noise was giving him a headache and his head was already spinning, so he should stay quiet. Startled, Elric turned at once, just in time to see a girl strike the young Otto on the head with a stick while shouting at him to keep talking, only for him to shout back that he would stay silent. And noticing the girl's long red hair, the protagonist concluded that she must be the only woman among the 4 vassals, known as the strongest in both mana capacity and destructive power. The girl placed a smoking pipe between her lips, and Christina Merbinger exhaled a stream of smoke as a powerful aura radiated from her, while the protagonist, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, concluded that with her explosive temperament and the warmth she emitted, she must have represented summer among the 4 seasons. Then, all 4 suddenly turned their heads at once, sensing what was about to begin, and as Elric lifted his gaze, he saw an overwhelming mass of dark magical energy spreading across the sky. From that darkness, a foot stepped forward, and a moment later Mephistopheles appeared before them, followed by the rest of the demons, prompting the protagonist to realize these were the demon kings. But then an existence formed entirely of darkness emerged, its eyes blazing as Elric recognized it from before, when they had faced the Snow General. This was the demon god. The founder and the 4 seasons faced the intruders without a trace of fear, while the demon god and the demon kings returned their gaze with wide, confident smiles. They stood opposing one another, and in that instant, the war began. As the protagonist, watching with a frown, muttered to himself that it was unbelievable, recalling how he had seen Otto deflect Mephistopheles' attacks and had believed himself to have grown quite strong, yet now he could not even imagine how he could stand against such power. Suddenly, a massive magical explosion erupted as 2 immense forces collided, the demon god extending his hand to form a sphere of darkness, only for it to be instantly destroyed by lightning born from pure light as the founder held his hand out before him. Unable to look away from the overwhelming clash, the protagonist questioned what exactly he was witnessing, studying both demons and humans as they fought and realizing that although their magic differed greatly, it somehow felt familiar. Each combatant found their own opponent, and shock filled Elric's eyes as he began to form a thought. But before he could finish, the old man rose and declared that they had repented, explaining that by devouring, absorbing, and draining all the mana of the world, they sought to destroy, to slaughter, and to cleanse the land of all non-humans. Hearing this, the protagonist questioned whether the Merbinger had originally been inhuman, and in response, the old man formed a sphere of magic in his hand and answered that it was not so, his power gathering more intensely as he continued, saying that they were both Merbinger and inhumans, known together as Ma, 2 opposing sides of the same coin born from a single principle. A faint smile appeared on the founder's face, while the demon god regarded him with clear malice, leading the protagonist to realize that the founder and the demon god shared the same origin, yet had clashed when their purposes diverged completely, something he had never imagined, that the founder stood on the same divine level as the demon god. With those words, the protagonist formed in his mind the image of an all-powerful founder, while Otto looked at him and explained that the Merbinger and the Inhumans, born from the same root, had sought each other's destruction, which was why the war had never ceased. As the battle raged on, Azazel was erased by a torrent of overwhelming magical energy, and his comrade Lilith met the same end, while Christina, with a single swing of her blade, severed Satan's head from his shoulders, leaving only Mephistopheles, who alone managed to escape without harm. A blinding flash split the sky, and in the end, the war concluded in their victory, as Ada looked toward the protagonist with excitement in his eyes, only to suddenly remark that there was still a problem. They had won the war, yet lost the battle. Above them, in the sky, the demon god and the founder faced one another, and as his form began to dissolve, the embodiment of ultimate evil declared that he had once been human, but had chosen this path, while the founder silently wiped the blood from his mouth, and before vanishing, the demon god stated that this arrogant choice had ultimately led to his death, and even if he himself disappeared, he would leave something behind somewhere. But he did not. At those words, the founder let out a quiet laugh, while the protagonist, watching from below, asked the old man whether the founder had been defeated by the demon god, and Otto answered firmly that it was true, explaining that the curse placed upon him had claimed his life, whereas the demon god retained the ability to be reborn anywhere. However, before closing his eyes for the final time, the founder left behind several prophecies. As he spoke, Otto clapped his hands, and the scene shifted to the four seasons kneeling beneath the shade of a great tree before the founder, all of them weeping bitterly. Until suddenly Otto clenched his fists and shouted with all his strength that he would restore their family no matter what. After the founder's death, he donned his cloak and, as the new head of the family, carried on the founder's will, guiding the family along a path of prosperity. Even as preparations for winter unfolded, and snow fell steadily from the sky, Idol was seen kneeling on one knee in the mountains, and when the scene returned to the vast estate, fairies fluttered endlessly around it. In his youth, Otto had always worn a wide smile, but as time passed, all joy faded from his face, because they continued to wait, abandoning love, youth, and everything else as they awaited the descendant foretold by the founder, the one destined to save the world. In the present, the old man smiled gently and said that the time had finally come to fulfill that legacy, then placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and added that it was because he had finally met him, tightening his grip slightly as he declared that he was the child of the prophecy. And at those words, shock filled the protagonist's eyes. After a few seconds, he closed his eyes and repeated Otto's words to himself, acknowledging that he was a descendant chosen by the founder 1,000 years ago. But almost immediately his expression hardened as he clenched his teeth in anger and thought that this felt more like a curse than anything else. Observing his reaction, the old man rested his hand against his chin and quietly noted that, just as he had expected, the boy was not pleased. Elric then pressed a hand to his chest and, with clear dissatisfaction, asked what exactly he was supposed to be happy about, insisting that he wanted to forge his own path by his own will rather than live as someone else's puppet, prompting Otto to smile as he explained that a prophecy was nothing more than that, a prophecy, and that the world branched into countless paths shaped by different choices, constantly shifting its form, something he was certain Elric had already begun to experience. Hearing this, the young man's eyes widened, and in his mind appeared the image of the king who always wore a broad smile, while the old man spread his arms and continued that prophecy or not, the choice would always belong to him, and even if he rejected it, no one could force him. Immediately afterward, Otto gathered a powerful magical energy into his hand and reminded him that he had asked him this once before and would ask again, as his appearance shifted into that of his middle-aged self, and he questioned whether Elric would stop the wheel or allow it to keep turning. In response, the protagonist broke into a wide smile and said that his answer had not changed, adding as he looked directly at him that this was the fastest way for him to grow stronger, and asking why he would ever refuse such an opportunity before telling the old man to go ahead. Surprised, Otto lifted his head and asked what he meant, and the young man, still smiling warmly, reminded him that he had been told to come here to end the winter, then asked whether, after everything, he intended to go back on his word. At that, the old man closed his eyes and, with a grin, admitted that he could hardly believe what he was hearing. Elsewhere, within the tomb where darkness lingered heavily, the girl and her companion stood off to the side, one of them asking what they were supposed to do now, wondering if they should simply remain where they were, while another replied that it might not be such a bad idea, since rushing in would only get them killed by the gods. Suddenly, all of them turned sharply toward a bright glow that flared from within, and at once their expressions twisted into manic smiles as they realized the treasure had awakened. In that very instant, one of them swung his weapon and severed his comrade's head, shouting that the treasure would belong to him alone, and without hesitation, he charged straight toward the protagonist, lifting his sword behind his head as he yelled that the boy would die here like a dog, while he himself would make proper use of everything he left behind. The moment he finished shouting, blood burst from his mouth, and he dropped lifelessly to the ground with a dagger lodged in the back of his head, as the girl, her eyes glowing, looked down at him and remarked that greed had blinded him, clouding his judgment so badly that he failed to notice the overwhelming and unnatural flow of mana pouring from the mage, from the protagonist. A powerful surge of magical energy radiated in every direction while she calmly pulled the blade from her fallen comrade's skull, thinking that without this mage, they would not even make it out of the dungeon alive. So the best course now was to take the belongings of these two dead fools and remain at his side until they reached the exit. With that thought, her gaze shifted toward the dead man's backpack, but suddenly her expression froze in shock as she heard Elric's voice behind her, calmly stating that she had quite sharp instincts, and she spun around at once. Looking up, She saw the protagonist standing above her with an ominous smile, as he added that she was not bad for a Tomb Raider. And at those words, she collapsed to the floor and, her voice trembling, demanded to know how he knew, only for him to respond by asking whether she truly did not understand. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he stepped closer and explained that they had made it obvious from the very beginning, so there was no way he could fail to grasp what they were trying to do. Stunned, the girl's mouth fell open as she realized that it had not been them leading him into a trap, but him leading them, deliberately drawing them here. And once that truth settled in, she lowered her head and begged him for forgiveness and mercy. The protagonist leaned down toward her and, with a mocking tone, asked why he should grant it, pointing out that they had tried to kill him first, so what reason did he have not to kill them in return? His eyes gleaming as he pressed the question. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out that they would do anything if only he would spare them. And after hearing this, Elric casually waved his hand and said that he had no desire to deal with extra corpses anyway, so she should leave before he changed his mind. Granted permission, the girl scrambled to her feet and ran, loudly thanking him as she disappeared into the dark corridor. Watching her go, Mephistopheles folded his arms and let out a grin, remarking that she was fleeing like a beaten dog, then questioned whether it was wise to let them leave like that, since it would only increase the chances of the dungeon's location being exposed. The protagonist kept his gaze fixed in the same direction and replied that they would not be able to leave the dungeon at all, prompting the demon to ask in surprise what he meant. Then Elric lifted his hand and gave a brief reply, a dark, crooked smile spreading across his face as he added that something else mattered more. Sensing the shift, Mephistopheles tightened his expression into a frown and stated that he had already brought the winter to an end, just as the main character became wrapped in an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Some time earlier, he had stood before an old man who told him that the Seal of Winter, in demonic terms, stood at the level of a warlord, and that it was also his true name, one forged with the purpose of destroying even demon kings. After explaining this, the old man clapped his hands and continued, saying the Seal of Winter was born from the awakening of two distinct forces. The space around them shifted in an instant, and Elric's eyes widened at the sight before him. Enormous magical seals manifesting as the old man explained that if magic was the act of bringing forth the laws and truths of the world, then power was the distortion of those same laws and truth through sheer will alone, which was why such forces were sometimes referred to as divine. Gathering energy into his hand, Otto formed a dense mass of magic and explained that the forces responsible for winter were known as the North Wind and the Blizzard, and the moment he spoke, his power erupted outward in every direction. Nearby, a massive tornado, called the North Wind, began to spin, and the old man clarified that it was utterly dry, leaving nothing but ruin behind, a calamity that withered crops, stripped the land bare, and signaled famine and destruction as it erased everything along its path. At the same time, the blizzard rose not far away, and Otto described it as an endless snowfall that drained all life from whatever had once flourished, bringing nothing but death. While with each passing second the snow piled higher across the ground, he went on to say that such a silent death offered peace and rest to the living, yet still inspired fear, because no one could ever know when it would arrive, and if one could truly master both the cold and the cutting wind, then winter itself could be completely ended. Watching all of this unfold, the main character stood frozen with his mouth slightly open in shock, the seal on his hand glowing intensely as he thought to himself that if he could learn to wield these forces, he would obtain the same overwhelming power Otto once held. A satisfied smile appeared as he looked down at his clenched fist, and noticing this, the old man remarked that it was a good expression before raising his own fist and adding that this situation was special, because he would train him personally. The moment the boy heard those words, Otto's reflection flared within his pupils, his eyes burning with intensity. Returning from those memories, Elric crossed his arms over his chest and muttered that even thinking about it was terrifying, then wondered what kind of ancestor would put his own descendant through something like that. While Mephistopheles, glancing at him from the side, thought to himself that Elric had nearly reached the level of the Voyard. A surge of demonic power gathered abruptly in his hand, and as he clenched it tightly into a fist, the demon noted to himself that his own spiritual force had risen by the same measure. Elsewhere, Otto stood alone and remarked that the boy had already left. Turning back, he added that he had even handed over all the mana he had remaining, and now found himself wondering how long it would take for that arrogant kid to realize it. As he made his way through the snow-covered mountains, the old man muttered that he could finally wrap up his business and rest, then quietly questioned whether she would accept him again. His appearance began to shift rapidly, and ahead, not far away, stood a man. Approaching her, Otto asked how long she had been waiting and apologized for making her wait so long. The girl turned toward him, surprise filling her eyes, while he placed a hand against his chest and, with visible confusion, said that if she didn't mind, he hoped she could give him another chance. A bead of cold sweat slid down his face as she stared at him, mouth slightly open, before suddenly closing her eyes and letting out a laugh. Tears gathered in Otto's eyes as he thanked her, and at that moment, another girl rushed up and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Closing his eyes, he laughed softly, then turned toward her and promised that he would never leave again. Lifting the girl into his arms, he suggested that they go together to another world and enjoy themselves there. And soon after, The three of them walked toward a portal. As he stepped inside, Otto glanced back over his shoulder and remarked that it would be really difficult for the next one. At the same time, the protagonist turned toward the old man's chair and wondered if he had just heard something or simply imagined it. Receiving no response, he let out a small grin and admitted to himself that although the old man had put him through a great deal, he was still grateful for everything he had done. Bowing his head, the young man quietly wished that wherever Otto had gone, he would find peace. As he began to leave, the demon suddenly turned back, staring at the now empty rocking chair as he muttered that Otto was his old enemy, and that one day they would meet again to settle the unfinished battle. With that thought, Mephistopheles moved after the main character. Meanwhile, the corridor lay dimly lit as the Tomb Raider sprinted forward with all her strength, thinking to herself that not only had she been forced to flee like this, but she had also lost every one of her treasures. After some time, she finally reached the tomb's exit, and as she bent forward, breathing heavily, she lowered her head and wondered whether she should hide somewhere nearby and, once the guy came out, slip back in to steal something. After considering it for a moment, she lifted her head and firmly rejected the idea, telling herself that if she were caught, she would be finished, so it was better to simply leave. With that decision made, she raised her leg and prepared to step forward. A sudden look of terror filled her eyes as she realized that the moment she stepped even a single foot outside the tomb, she would die. At that exact instant, she lifted her head upon hearing a voice remark that she was quite perceptive. The cleaners of the Blue Lion family were already approaching her, and as one of the boys stepped forward, resting a hand at his side, he asked whether Elric was inside. Cold sweat streamed down the girl's face, and upon hearing that name, she wondered if this mage was a hero lent her. Trembling, she quickly replied that she had nothing to do with him, but before she could finish speaking, blood burst from her throat in every direction. With a single swift strike, the man severed her head from her body, then stepped past her and casually remarked that he had only asked out of curiosity. Turning back with a chilling smile, he added that none of them would be leaving alive anyway. Inside the Polvile residence, a man sat upon a throne and asked whether this time Elric's head would finally be brought to him. And the man standing before him calmly answered that there was no need for concern. Hilton, captain of the first squad, allowed himself a faint smile as he explained that he had already dispatched Tanant, their finest elite, making success inevitable. Val leaned his head against his hand and commented that since Tanant's relationship with Elric was said to be rather unusual, it should only strengthen his determination. Then, widening his eyes slightly, he added that in 1 week's time there would be a duel for the position of head of the house against his brother, Herman. Hearing this, Hilton lowered his head in acknowledgement and said that he understood, further noting that if Elric were to enter uncharted territory, his death could easily be passed off as an accident. Satisfied, the man smiled faintly. Beneath the moonlight, a girl stood beside Herman and asked whether they had left the imperial capital wearing combat uniforms, only to be told that this was not the case, as it was Paul who had sent Tanit, and judging by the direction of movement, their target was Elric. The moment Herman heard this, his expression tightened into a deep frown. After a brief silence, he lifted his gaze toward the sky and wondered aloud whether the brother he once knew no longer existed in this world, adding that he wished he could at least share one more drink with him. Isabel watched her father with clear dissatisfaction, thinking to herself that he remained far too soft toward his own people, and that she would need to find a way to make him more ruthless. Keeping her hands calmly folded, she introduced several men and explained that their uncles had already led their forces in pursuit. Hearing this, Herman lowered his gaze to his daughter and said that Tanant was a dangerous individual known as the Sword Paul, and the fact that he had been deployed meant serious measures had already been taken, which was precisely why Elric must not be allowed to encounter him. At that same moment, Tanant and his group stepped into the tomb. Without warning, Reapers materialized right in front of them, prompting every man to snap into a combat stance, until one voice suddenly ordered everyone to move aside. At that moment, Tanant's single eye flared with light, and with a wide grin, he lunged forward, tearing through the Reapers in a series of swift strikes. Once it was over, he sheathed his sword and remarked that cutting down ghosts left a bad taste, then licked his lips and added that it would be different if real people showed up. But before he could finish, surprise flickered across his eye. Staring down the passage ahead, he quietly noted that this was where the cold wind was coming from, then smiled with satisfaction and said that they had finally met. The main character advanced slowly toward them, and with his arms folded across his chest, the demon commented that he had let that woman go because of those bastards, to which the boy replied that someone had been trailing him ever since he entered the forest, so he chose not to dainty his own hands. Hearing that, Mephistopheles let out a low chuckle and remarked that he sounded just like them, then asked what he intended to do next. In response, Elric extended his hand and said that since he had learned something new, it was worth testing, and with that, he unleashed a surge of powerful ice magic toward his enemies. Seeing this, Tanant pulled a scroll from inside his coat and ordered everyone to prepare for ice magic, tearing it open as he reminded himself that both the second and third squads had already fallen to such power. In the next instant, flames wrapped around them all as ice chains shot forward. Fire ignited along Tanant's blade, and he thought to himself that with 7 circle fire magic, such a spell would never work against them. Acting on that certainty, He cut through the ice chain above him in a single motion, then swung his sword to deflect the incoming attacks while asking if that was all Elric could do. Grinning broadly, Tanant added that such tricks wouldn't work and that he should at least try to block their vision. But before he could finish speaking, shock filled his eyes. The flames vanished completely, replaced by an encroaching cold that surrounded them, and with glowing eyes, the main character continued walking forward, making them question the nature of this ominous aura. His face remained entirely expressionless as he activated the Snowfall ability, releasing waves of freezing energy toward the intruders, each of them falling under the grip of ice magic as the chill in the air intensified with every passing second. Frost began to form across Tanant's face and clothing as he stood there with his hands raised, realizing that his lungs had frozen instantly. As that thought crossed his mind, he questioned whether a human could truly wield such power, and after reaching that conclusion, he made the decision to retreat. Most of his men, elite fighters protected by seven-circle magic, had already been wiped out in a single strike, their bodies reduced to ice. Fixing his gaze on the protagonist, Tanant thought to himself that he had been told this boy had only recently become a mage, yet here he was, already far stronger than expected, and while that doubt lingered in his mind, Elric remained standing in place with his arm extended toward them. All at once, Tanant spun around and shouted an order to retreat. At that same moment, the main character closed his eyes and reflected that since ancient times, the cursed wind from the north had always carried death, bearing the resentment and indignation of countless dead while stealing the souls of those who had passed. As that thought formed, reapers and ghosts began emerging from the walls, cutting off every path of escape, their numbers increasing with each passing second, this being the second force of winter. Without lowering his arm, Elric invoked the north wind. The reapers surged forward and mercilessly slaughtered anyone attempting to flee, their swift and heavy strikes cleaving through bodies as blood sprayed in all directions. Witnessing this, Tanant ground his teeth in fury and swore to himself that he had to report everything to his master, even if he ended up as the sole survivor. Yet in the midst of another attempt to move, his leg was suddenly bound by ice chains. Seeing this, he frowned with irritation and barked an order not to interfere, then shattered the chains with a single strike. Still seething, he turned back and hissed that the boy should wait, because next time he would. Before he could finish, the main character remained standing with his eyes closed, unmoving, and in the next instant, both his own vision and Tanan's world seemed to flip as the man's severed head dropped to the ground, a reaper reflected in his fading eye. With their enemies dead, the evil spirits gradually vanished. The main character then collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily as he admitted that this was not a power meant to be used under normal conditions, since even a single use had completely drained his mana. The demon looked down at him and remarked that he had used both Snowfall and the North Wind, meaning he had now become a true heir of winter, then asked whether spring would be next. Caught off guard, Elric glanced at Mephistopheles with surprise before looking away and quietly repeating, "Spring." In his memories of Otto, the old man had demonstrated overwhelming magic and explained that winter was only the beginning, telling him that he needed to gather all 4 seasons, as they were fragments of the immense power of the ancestors divided into 4 parts. If he succeeded in collecting them all, he would uncover the Founder's magic, a force created from the union of all 4 seasons that stood unmatched. Staring at that possibility, the protagonist had been left speechless, realizing that winter alone was already extraordinarily powerful, and that obtaining the remaining 3 seasons would grant him unimaginable strength. As that thought took shape, he envisioned the Founder and concluded that if he could surpass him, he would be able to break the shackles the Founder had left behind. Returning from those memories, the young man pushed himself back to his feet, and with a faint smile and those thoughts still in mind, he stepped forward. Reaching his hand forward, the main character told himself that he had already finished with winter, which meant it was time to begin spring. Lifting both hands above his head, he wondered where she was. But in the next moment, surprise flickered across his face as he questioned it again, asking himself where she could possibly be. A memory surfaced. He had been standing before Otto, clearly recalling that the old man had told him the location of spring when he instructed him to complete all 4 seasons. Yet now, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember it, and that contradiction made him question why it had vanished. In that same memory, Otto had stood before him with a completely emotionless expression, explaining spring. Coming back to the present, Elric turned toward the demon and wondered if someone had tampered with his memory. Frowning, he fixed his gaze on Mephistopheles, and seeing that look, the demon pulled an annoyed expression and asked why he was being stared at like that. The boy then looked away and reasoned that it couldn't be him, since Mephistopheles didn't possess the power needed to impose such a restriction and, more importantly, genuinely wished for his strength to grow. A bead of cold sweat slid down his face as he considered who it could be, realizing that anyone capable of placing such a restriction without him noticing could just as easily have taken his life before he had the chance to react, and that understanding caused his expression to tighten. At that moment, the Blue Lion army was rushing forward at full speed, their leader shouting that they had to catch up to the Blue Wolf no matter what. And before long, they arrived at the tomb's entrance, where the man suddenly came to a halt. His eyes fell on the girl's severed head, and he muttered that some were already dead. His brother stepped up beside him and asked what they should do next, to which he answered that for now, they would continue deeper inside. Drawing his sword from its sheath, a powerful surge of magical energy enveloped him as he declared to himself that if even a single hair on his nephew's head had been harmed, it would be settled by his blade. But before he could finish that thought, shock overtook him at the sight ahead. The blue lion cleaners had been completely frozen and killed. Stopping before Tannen's severed head, the man acknowledged to himself that even he would not have handled this easily, and with that realization, he cautiously lowered himself onto one knee, only to suddenly hear an unusual sound from behind. Turning sharply, he saw that his comrades were already surrounded by reapers. Gripping his weapon at once, the man shouted for whoever was responsible to show themselves if they dared, and a reaper immediately lunged toward him. He moved to meet the attack, but in the very next instant, everyone froze as a voice commanded them to stop. At that order, the evil spirits began to withdraw, flying away as they bowed their heads toward the approaching figure, the protagonist, who stepped forward and asked what they intended to do if losses began. The man's mouth fell open in shock at what he was seeing. Not long after, they were all standing outside, where the main character tightened his hand into a firm fist, then extended it forward and gave a single command, to break. At once, the surrounding stones collapsed, sealing off the tomb's entrance completely. Watching this, the man's brows drew together as he remarked that even from a glance, it was clearly an extraordinary dungeon, then asked whether he was certain about what he had just done. In response, the boy explained that he hadn't destroyed it, only concealed it so that no one would ever find it. Glancing toward the now-blocked passage, the young man thought to himself that from this point on, the place would serve as a sanctuary and stronghold for the family, something made possible solely because of the magical amulet. With that in mind, he placed a hand over the artifact hanging at his neck and, picturing it clearly, explained that the necklace functioned as a kind of lockpick, capable of revealing or hiding any secrets belonging to their family. At that moment, the man raised his hand and asked whether he regretted leaving the guards behind, since they could prove useful, and the boy answered that of course he would take them. As soon as those words were spoken, he stretched out his hand and activated the absorption ability, causing the Reapers to immediately free themselves from the dungeon and rush toward him, where Elric swiftly absorbed them. The men could only stare with stunned expressions, thinking to themselves that he had grown even stronger since the Black Snowfield, exactly as one would expect from their nephew. After completing the absorption, the boy clenched his hand once more and drew it back toward himself, then lifted his gaze to the demon, who commented that Otto had truly left him with something outrageous. Elric replied that while the guards were strong, they were not particularly powerful. Hearing that, Mephistopheles looked at him with clear displeasure and questioned what kind of foolish statement that was, asking if he truly didn't understand, then brought up Otto, the man who once commanded a massive army, and pointed out that the protagonist had no real grasp of how powerful that old man had been when he summoned winter and ruled over ghosts. Recalling this, the demon cast a sideways glance at Elric and added that Otto possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of controlling souls through sheer will alone, including even the very ghosts now under his command. Yet before finishing his thought, he turned away and told him to forget it. From the corner of his eye, the protagonist studied him and wondered whether those who had served Otto in life were all exceptional individuals, reasoning that if they had been personally chosen by Otto, the one who led the House of Merbinger through its golden age, then each of them could be called a hero. With that realization, he tightened his fist again, envisioning a vast army of powerful undead under his command, and understood that if he could truly control them, he might restore his house to its former glory, meaning that no matter what, he had to claim Otto's full inheritance. With those thoughts settled, the main character stepped forward, telling himself that after 2,000 years, winter had descended upon this land once again, and that it was time to announce to the world that House Merbinger had risen anew. The Blue Lion warriors formed 2 lines ahead of him, and after some time, beneath a clear blue sky and bright sunlight, a large crowd gathered outside the central office of the Magical Administration, including reporters waiting eagerly for the official confirmation that Elric had attained Omega status. As they exchanged glances, some remarked that he seemed to have completed the task in only 3 days, which shouldn't have been possible, since even Tasha had taken longer, meaning there had to be another explanation. Just then, one of them turned in surprise as a Blue Lion carriage sped down the road before coming to an abrupt halt. In an instant, the crowd surrounded it, and as the main character stepped out, reporters rushed toward him, saying that the public had been closely following his recent achievements, then asking whether it was true he had already completed his task, pointing out that if so, he had surpassed both his grandfather and even Tasha, while some were already saying that instead of 3 rising stars, there were now 4, and they wanted to know his thoughts and the secret behind it. Without answering, Elric continued walking in silence until he reached a man who stated that he had been waiting for this moment. Extending his hand, he formally announced that the Central Bureau of the Magical Administration now officially recognized Elric as having achieved Omega status. Holding his identification in hand, the protagonist stood as reporters loudly pressed him for a response, asking how it felt to be the first member of the Merbinger family in 30 years to receive official Omega recognition, and urging him to share his thoughts. At that, he suddenly turned toward them and said that he did indeed have something to say. But before addressing anything else, There was something he needed to make clear. Raising his fist, his expression tightening with anger, he revealed that during his mission, he had been attacked by a group of unidentified individuals and had nearly been killed. Shock and horror spread across the reporters' faces. Yet he continued, stating that thanks to the intervention of the Vile House, he had managed to survive. But after careful consideration, he had decided that such humiliation could not go unanswered. Not far from the carriage stood members of the Vile House, while the reporters watched in stunned silence as the protagonist faced them squarely and, without hesitation, declared a war of possession. Cameras flashed from every direction as voices erupted, questioning whether this was truly the kind of war that would only end with one side completely annihilated, and how such a declaration could even be made when only 2 members remained in House Mage. One reporter, frowning deeply, shouted out, demanding to know who could have ordered an assassination attempt against the head of such a great magical family. And Elric, his face devoid of emotion as his eyes flared with intensity, answered with a single name, Paul, before adding that he was a traitor to Houseville.